Fire! 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 Teacher Yunlong's shouts brought the bedroom atmosphere to a climax. Then a pair of large hands reached for the phone and set it to silent. After a long while, Shen Qingning's face was flushed, her chest rising and falling. Bastard! You said last time. How could you still want more? She gasped heavily, her cold and beautiful face etched with exhaustion. Under the messy silk bedding, a pair of long, shapely legs were faintly visible. The man was named Jiang Han, who had just transmigrated here yesterday. The original owner was a simp, having simped for 8 years before becoming the goddess' nominal boyfriend. 2 weeks ago, Shen Qingning was confessed to by Ji Bochang and proposed a breakup. The original owner couldn't accept reality and passed away. Then Jiang Han appeared. At their first meeting, he marveled at Shen Qingning's beauty. Her legs were straight and long with smooth and firm lines. Black stockings tightly clung to her skin, plump and round. Her skin was as white as jade, her full cherry lips soft and pink. She always wore a cold expression, a stark contrast. Jiang Han immediately cursed the previous owner for being spineless. He was afraid of losing her, so he let Shen Qingning remain chaste for 2 years. As a result, what you couldn't let go of, others would put in. Jiang Han wouldn't indulge. Want to break up? Not so easy. With a few sweet words and a few glasses of red wine, he cried like a child without milk. With tears and sobs, he almost moved himself. Shen Qingning, on one hand feeling guilty, and on the other hand affected by alcohol, somehow agreed to the proposal of a peaceful breakup after the war. But this bastard. After one time, he wanted another. It had already been 6 rounds from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. She was already exhausted, trembling all over. How could the usual gentle and considerate man suddenly turn into a beast? Without any pity, we agreed to let you feel good, and ill-arranged the compensation for the breakup. Jiang Han then remembered that Shen Qingning had gone all out for the breakup. 1 million yuan breakup fee and introduction to a famous media company. But he adhered to the principle of taking everything and refused to compromise. Jiang Han lowered his head, acting like a drama queen, and said aggrievedly, Qingning, I've loved you for 10 years. The thought of you throwing yourself into Ji Bochang's arms tomorrow makes my heart ache, and I can't breathe. I just want to hold on to the last night and love you well. As he spoke, he frowned, clenched his fists, and pounded his chest. The thud was loud. Of course, his eyes were not idle. He glanced at the woman's beautiful legs and her exposed, delicate collarbone. Tisk, 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 truly a top-tier seductress. This figure, this face. No wonder she could stand firm in the fiercely competitive entertainment industry. Shen Qingning saw Jiang Han's heartbroken look and let out a long sigh. She admitted that Jiang Han was the best man to her. Handsome, gentle, and considerate, able to tolerate her little temper. She didn't dislike him, otherwise she wouldn't have agreed to be his girlfriend. But she always felt that something was missing in this overly compliant relationship. Too plain. No novelty. After a moment, Shen Qingning compromised. Really? Last time. When Jiang Han heard this, his face changed faster than turning a page. Where was the slightest hint of sadness or grievance? He yanked open the bedding and pulled Shen Qingning's soft, limp body into his arms. She said, no, but it was I who forced you to say it right. A crying child gets milk. The ancestors never lied. Gain 1. After the intense pleasure, Shen Qingning's head tilted, and she passed out. Jiang Han poked her cheek, but there was no movement. He jumped off the bed and went to the balcony to light a cigarette. Bro, 7 times is far from enough compared to your sacrifice. He'll just take a little interest. Promise me don't be a simp in your next life. Jiang Han muttered softly to the sky. After speaking, he felt much lighter. The memories of the previous owner were fully integrated, and the lingering emotions dissipated. From now on, there would be 1 less simp and 1 more player in the world. According to the information in his memories, Jiang Han knew this was Blue Star. Overall, it was similar to Earth in his previous life. The development level was about that of the 2010s, but many events had significant deviations in timing. Ding! Just as Jiang Han was thinking about his next move, a crisp sound suddenly rang in his mind. Then a translucent light screen appeared before his eyes. At 17, you entered a famous media university. Your family fell into decline, and you saw love as a ray of hope. At 21, you gave up an agency invitation to follow Shen Qingning to Jingzhou, believing that sincerity would earn true love. At 23, you insisted on delivering meals and picking her up every day, becoming everyone's big love fool. At 25, you finally became Shen Qingning's boyfriend, vowing to treat her well forever. At 27, after 2 years of dating, you were still a virgin, and instead of love, you were unilaterally dumped. From 17 to 27, a man's decade was actually your entire life. You wasted your career, missed true love. Now you have a chance to turn your life around. Do you dare to accept it? Jiang Han stared blankly at the light screen before him. System. The content on the screen showed the previous owner's 10-year simp experience. It perfectly matched the memories. Wait. No. Virgin. Shen Qingning's cries of, oh ho ho ho, were still vivid in his mind. Jiang Han rushed into the bedroom and poked again. The graceful body twitched slightly before returning to stillness. He understood. His transmigration had become an external, uncertain factor. In other words, if the original owner hadn't been so fragile, he would have survived the breakup and received the rebel life system, reaching the peak of life with face slapping and showing off. The golden finger earned through 10 years of sacrifice was now picked up by him for free. Jiang Han felt a bit embarrassed. I didn't suffer the hardship, but I enjoy the blessings. Do you accept? A cold electronic voice interrupted his thoughts. I accept, Jiang Han answered immediately. Faced with a system, no one had a reason to refuse. As soon as he spoke, the light screen with his life resume slowly dissipated. In its place, new lines gradually appeared. Rebel life system bound successfully. Host Jiang Han. Age, 27. Height, 186 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Jiang Han smiled, but his expression soon froze. Now issuing system mission. The rebel opportunity is only once. Please take it seriously. Mission reward will upgrade your wealth level to A10. Jiang Han rubbed his eyes hard, confirming the reward again. A 10. He certainly knew what A10 meant. 1 followed by 9 zeros, 1 billion. His net worth would directly surpass his celebrity ex-girlfriend. He would even be richer than many businessmen. 1 billion in liquid assets was not something to be trifled with compared to fixed assets. Jiang Han anxiously waited for the system to release the specific mission content. Time stood still. Until the last line of text fully appeared, he smiled. Mission: conquer Shen Qingning within 1 week. Jiang Han turned to look at the woman sleeping in bed. For the previous owner's spineless personality, it was indeed a challenge. Unless Shen Qingning offered herself, he would wait forever. But now what's the big deal? System, you planned everything, but you missed one thing. Jiang Han stretched his body and strode onto the soft bed. 0 and 1 are separated by a chasm. But 7 and 8, is there a difference? The smooth long legs were once again in his hands. Miss Shen, this one is on behalf of the handsome readers. The next day the sun was high in the sky. Summer sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow across Shen Qingning's beautiful eyes. The harsh rays disturbed her sweet dreams. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to sit up, her entire body aching unbearably. Especially down there. Every slight movement felt like burning fire. On top of that, a dull ache swelled deep in her throat. Bastard. He slept with her time and again. Even in her dreams, she was tormented by him. He usually acted so obedient and docile, yet when it came to that he showed no tenderness at all. But if anyone was to blame, it was herself. She was the one who wanted to abandon him. She was the one who wanted to break up. Taking his anger out on her body was perhaps his way of venting. Supporting herself against the bed frame, Shen Qingning moved in small, unsteady steps, suddenly feeling parched. Jiang Han, I'm thirsty. The words slipped out instinctively, yet the usual reply never came. Shen Qingning froze. She hadn't expected that in a moment of need his name would be the first to slip from her lips. She glanced at the empty bed beside her, and an inexplicable hollow ache of loss settled in her chest. 10 years. She had long grown accustomed to his presence. Biting her lips, Shen Qingning pulled on her pajamas and sat alone on the sofa. Just then her phone screen lit up. It was a message from Ji Bochang asking how she was. According to the original plan, she should have successfully broken up last night and thrown herself into a new romance. Through the screen, Shen Qingning saw her disheveled hair and haggard dark circles. Things seemed to have taken a different turn. Bochang, Jiang Han agreed to the breakup. He's already gone. Great. He'll come find you right now. No, I want to rest today. Shen Qingning refused without hesitation, counting the dreams 8 times in one night. That wasn't part of the plan. Now, let alone romance, she could barely walk normally. Meanwhile, Jiang Han walked down the bustling street with a beaming smile. He simply couldn't suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A cool 1 billion yuan. It had been wired into his bank account the very second he entered Sage Time last night. The sender was a well-known domestic trust company. Because he had completed the task so quickly, he even triggered the system's bonus reward. Asset reward: full acquisition of Xingyue Media Co. Ltd. In progress. Equity reward: exclusive legal services from Juinhe Law Firm, plus a dedicated fund of 50 million yuan to assist the host in the acquisition. Physique reward: unlimited. Oh ho ho. Money, assets, services, and physical enhancement. All in place. The system said nothing fit, only rewarded without mercy. After a flurry of notifications, it crashed into a dormant state. Other than allowing him to view the reward details, the system gave no further response. Jiang Han was an industry insider and his ex-girlfriend was a celebrity. Of course he knew exactly what Xingyue Media represented. It was a rising film and television company in China with businesses covering film, TV, short dramas, music distribution, and variety show production. It had become the new darling of the entertainment industry in recent years. While its scale couldn't match the established giants, its growth momentum was fierce. As for Juinhe, it was a red circle law firm that had handled all the notable MA cases in recent years. It represented not only top-tier legal services, but also countless connections and resources behind the scenes. Jiang Han didn't bother to wonder why Xingyue Media was willing to sell, nor did he care to consider the system's methods. If a woman was handed to him, he'd take her. If money came his way, he'd accept it. If a company was given to him, he'd run it. Seizing the moment was his life philosophy. If the original host had possessed even a tenth of his mindset, he'd probably have kids by now. Speaking of kids, Shen Qingning should understand, right? Just as Zhang Han was wondering whether to order takeout, a phone call came in. The screen displayed a familiar name, Lin Yaoyao. One of Shen Qingning's closest friends, she had also been a classmate at the media university. She majored in broadcasting and was now a well-known voice actress. To be precise, the two women were both close friends and bitter rivals. Women could be so contrived. Unlike men, they never confused brothers with enemies. The exact reason they had fallen out no longer mattered. Over time, besting each other had become their life's goal. Zhang Han stared at the caller ID on his phone, and the first thing that popped into his mind was actually that pair of headlights. Headlights with extremely high artistic value. For her to leave a mark in the infatuated former host's memory, one could only imagine how formidable she truly was. Zhang Han curled his lips. Handling women was his specialty. His title as the male green tea in his past life was earned through sheer skill. He pressed the answer button, but before he could speak, a radiant female voice came through. Brother Zhang, I heard you broke up with Shen Qingning. Zhang Han nearly spat out a mouthful of soy milk. How could her voice sound exactly like Shen Qingning's? The versatile voice actress was indeed formidable. In an instant, he imagined 18 different tones of, oh ho. Stop messing around. Talk properly. With no warning, the voice on the other end shifted into an unmistakable queenly tone. How dare you? Is that how you talk to your elder sister? Zhang Han was speechless. By sheer status, he really couldn't handle the second princess of the Lin family of Jingzhou. Yeah, we broke up. How did you know? Giggle, I guessed. No way you can guess that accurately. Lin Yaoyao switched back to her natural voice. We're all old classmates. Last week, Ji Bocheng's confession spread around. Zhang Han said coldly. Are you here to laugh at me for being dumped? Save it. Don't be like that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You hate that little bitch, and so do I, so we're destined to be best friends. Well, women really had such simple and straightforward logic. Zhang Han paused. Stop beating around the bush. Tell me what's on your mind. In his past life, he had never simped for a woman. 100 if she let him, 0 if she didn't. Such a plain, unadorned scoring system was the most scientific. Do you want to make Shen Qingning angry? Lin Yaoyao asked. Zhang Han's voice carried a hint of puzzlement. Pretend to be my boyfriend. Let her know you're doing better after the breakup. Shame her thoroughly, make her regret it, make her so angry she hits menopause, make her stop. Stop right there. Why was this woman getting more and more excited as she spoke? You don't want to. What I have, Shen Qingning doesn't. Zhang Han looked up at the sun in the sky. It was dazzling, just like Yaoyao's headlights. He swallowed hard, his mind rapidly calculating the odds of getting her into bed and the sunk costs. He suddenly realized he was in a zero-cost situation. There was no way he could lose. Zhang Han hesitated. The breakup was proposed by Shen Qingning. Even if I'm doing better, why would she be angry? Lin Yaoyao laughed, her whole body trembling like a blooming flower. You just don't get it, do you? A woman regards her pursuer as her own possession. Besides, the two of you were nominal lovers. Even after a breakup, she doesn't want to see the other person doing well. What she wants is for you to beg and cry, to wallow in the agony of the breakup and be unable to free yourself. Zhang Han raised an eyebrow, thinking women's hearts are damn ruthless. He did regret not being able to savor those beautiful legs. Are you still at Shen Qingning's place? They'll come pick you up, Lin Yaoyao said impatiently. Good grief, not even pretending. She was just going to barge right in, was she? I haven't agreed yet. They'll give you $1 million. That's higher than the appearance fee of minor actors on the market. Zhang Han laughed. With $1 billion, even at a 1 interest rate, he would earn $10 million in returns every year. Money was no longer a reason that could move him. I don't want money. Lin Yaoyao grew anxious. She hadn't expected Zhang Han to refuse so decisively. Then what do you want? Anything I have, just say it. Let me hear 2 oh-ho sounds. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback. She had thought Zhang Han would make some outrageous demand. As long as it wasn't her body, anything else was negotiable. So it was just a geek's quirky preference. As a top-tier voice actress in the country, Lin Yaoyao not only dubbed films, but also frequently lent her voice to various animations. She knew there was a type of male who was particularly sensitive to voices. She hadn't expected Zhang Han to be one of them. It seemed she had hit the bullseye. Without a second thought, Lin Yaoyao cleared her throat and began her performance. Onaikan, oh ho ho ho, oh ho ho ho. I am your queen. Oh ho ho ho. Please command your servant, Dodgy Master. Oh ho ho, 3 distinct personas switching seamlessly. Zhang Han was 100% certain that Lin Yaoyao had no idea about the hidden implications of oh ho ho. She simply considered it a voice actress perk. It was incredibly invigorating. It instantly wiped out the remaining time of his post-bliss serenity. Him at the entrance of the Atour Hotel on Hubin Road. Zhang Han admitted that his baser instincts had overridden his rational mind. His head might lie, but his body wouldn't. After leaving Shen Qingning's place, he had originally planned to stay in a hotel for a few nights before looking for a property to buy. But plans changed. Lin Yao 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 Lin. Those few calls of hers made Jiang Han want to call the police. Be good, mommy is coming to pick you up and take you home. Before long, a red Ferrari pulled up directly in front of the hotel. The sleek lines of the car body and the dazzling prancing horse emblem instantly caught the eyes of passers-by. But what was even more breathtaking was the owner of the car. The car stopped, the door opened. Lin Yao Yao stepped out. Her attire formed an extreme contrast with Shen Qingning's. His ex-girlfriend preferred stockings and high heels with a mature and aloof makeup style, focusing all attention on her well-proportioned legs. Lin Yao Yao was about 167 centimeters tall, slightly shorter than Shen Qingning. She wore a white short-sleeved shirt and high-waisted jeans, paired with white ankle socks and round-toed black shoes. Her style leaned more toward sweetness. With a pure face and shallow dimples looking only at her face, she was adorable beyond words. Yet the size of her chest was simply too striking. It gave a very conflicting impression. Innocent, yet she was overly endowed. Seductive, yet her big eyes blinked with a pitiable charm. Her top-tier voice actress talent was a nuclear weapon in the hands of a woman. Lin Yao Yao walked through the revolving door of the lobby and immediately spotted Jiang Han sitting on the sofa. She waved her arm excitedly. Jiang Han could clearly see her assets perform a circular motion under the influence of gravity. She must carry a heavy burden daily. I suppose he'll just have to bear the weight from now on. Jiang Han stood up, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and walked towards his new post. Miss Lin, you got here fast. Lin Yao Yao raised her chin. The effect is best when done right after a breakup. Come. Let's take a photo to mark the occasion. With that, she grabbed Jiang Han's arm. The feeling was like suddenly sinking into a warm, soft cloud. He could clearly feel the heavy pressure. Lin Yao Yao, immersed in her own world, pulled out her phone and started snapping selfies. She paid no attention to the awkwardness of their close contact. Her desire for victory broke through the bonds of rationality. Good. Very spirited. Jiang Han grinned broadly at the camera, showing a huge smile, then suddenly frowned. No. There's too much distance. We're holding arms, but our faces are too far apart. Shen Qingning is sharp. We shall definitely see through this attempt to spite her. Huh. Hearing this, Lin Yao Yao's expression fell. She and Shen Qingning had been rivals for so long they knew each other inside out. This little trick was indeed too childish. Maybe. Lin Yao Yao stammered. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Jiang Han felt that the previous owner's decade of unwavering love must have touched the heavens, allowing him to have it all. A versatile voice actress. One person equaled an army. Yao, this place isn't classy enough. Let's go to the most expensive hotel in Jingzhou and get the presidential suite. Before Jiang Han could finish his sentence, he got a knock on the head. What are you thinking? Who wants to share a room with you? Lin Yao Yao scolded playfully. She bit her red lips, swallowing the words she was about to say. Finding a random woman for Jiang Han. How absurd. It wasn't any different from persuading a decent woman to sell herself. What do you suggest then? Lin Yao Yao anxiously blurted out in a sweet, girly voice. Jiang Han turned his head away. Don't worry, just follow my instructions for the photos. In Shen Qingning's mind, what's the most intimate thing you've ever said to a guy, or the most intimate action you've done? Lin Yao Yao's clever eyes darted back and forth. Don't knock, just leave the delivery at the door. Take the trash out when you leave. Hey, race a tip of 10 yuan. Iced Americano, no sugar, single cream. Miss Lin, do you hear what you're saying? Are the only men in your life the delivery guy and the bubble tea shop assistant? Was this right? Jiang Han's eyes widened, thinking it was absolutely right. What a traditional woman, so virtuous and self-respecting. Lin Yao Yao felt like her deepest secrets had been exposed, hanging her head in shame. Just follow my lead, take the photo first. Oh, okay. Lean your head towards me, turn your face. Yes, a bit closer, and when I count down from 3 you press the shutter. 3, 2, 1, shoot. As soon as Jiang Han finished the countdown, he pressed his cheek directly against her lips. Click, click. Why did you kiss me? Being the classic case of the guilty party complaining first, he pushed her body away with a look of utter surprise. His hands casually squeezed her waist twice. Lin Yao Yao's mouth fell open, speechless, having to swallow the bitter pill. She couldn't very well say that he used his face to wipe her lips, could she? Besides, Jiang Han was known as a good guy among her circle of friends. He had dated Shen Qingning for 2 years without making a move, which had once led to suspicions that he was just after marriage. Alright, I forgive you. Next time aim for my lips. Jiang Han graciously let bygones be bygones. You. Look at the photo. Boundaries only get lower and lower. Jiang Han wasn't in a hurry. In the photo, the two looked like a pair of passionate lovers clinging tightly to each other. Her cherry-like delicate lips were pressed against Jiang Han's cheek. Perfect composition, perfect performance. Lin Yao Yao, you're not just an excellent voice actress, but also a naturally gifted actress. Lin Yao Yao glanced at the screen and had to admit the photo looked stunning. Jiang Han was beaming like a flower without a trace of sadness. She even wondered if the man in front of her was in too much shock. Whatever, she was going to post it on her moments. She wanted to tell Shen Qingning that the man who had loved you for 10 years now belonged to her. The man who held you in his hands has changed his heart. Lin Yaoyao understood women's minds well. Even though Shen Qingning initiated the breakup, seeing Jiang Han being all lovey-dovey with her arch-rival would definitely drive her crazy. She opened her moments and selected 2 photos of them together. She edited the text. "Please take care of me for the rest of my life." Jiang Han glanced at it. "What is this you've written? It lacks imagination and the power of words. Let me do it." Jiang Han snatched the phone and started typing away furiously. 186 is a reassuring length. 8 is a number of happiness, and oh ho 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 is my loving response to you. Then, he added a blurry photo taken in the hotel lobby. Click. Sent. The moment the photo was posted, the number of likes instantly exceeded 50. Comments kept popping up as well. Congratulations to Miss Lin for finding her ideal partner. Wish you a child soon. Your boyfriend is so handsome. I'm jealous. Bring him out to meet the girls. Lin Yaoyao wanted to delete it, but it was too late. What did you write? Oh ho ho, I get it. What do the remaining 186 and 8 mean? She blinked her limpid eyes, asking in confusion. Jiang Han feigned seriousness. Ahem. 186 is my height, and 8 is my lucky number. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its vital point. It's a code that Shen Qingning understands at a glance. Lin Yaoyao gave a thumbs up. That's ruthless and professional. I like it. Right? I'm serious about being your boyfriend. Want to give it a try? A grin curled at the corner of Jiang Han's lips as he unabashedly eyed her bountiful assets. Get lost. Lin Yaoyao replied a few comments symbolically, then turned to leave the hall. Suddenly her phone rang. The screen displayed the caller as Mommy. Crap. I forgot to block my family. Lin Yaoyao was full of chagrin, holding the phone, unsure whether to answer or not. Seeing her dilemma, Jiang Han's spirit of helping others bubbled up. He took the phone, turning the tables. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Han shushed Lin Yaoyao, gesturing for her to keep quiet. Hello, Andy. I'm Jiang Han, Yaoyao's boyfriend. She's in the restroom. Hearing Jiang Han's simple and straightforward introduction, Lin Yaoyao felt her head buzzing. She felt the goal of angering Shen Qingning was gradually veering off course, and the situation was heading in an uncontrollable direction. She knew her mother's traditional female mindset all too well. After 2 seconds of silence, an unmistakably delighted tone came through the receiver. Little Jiang, hello. Are we disturbing you? Hope we're not holding you up. Huh. The attitude of the Lin family elder greatly exceeded Jiang Han's expectations. Shouldn't the stereotypical wealthy family arrange their daughter's marriage? Why did they seem so happy about a sudden strange man? Auntie Yaoyao and I are out having fun. It's no trouble at all. Wonderful. I've been waiting for a good son-in-law. I was so worried Yaoyao had never been in love. She does like men. I knew she liked men. Jiang Han was speechless. It must be your daughter's pickiness that kept her single, who otherwise with her figure and looks would she lack suitors. He politely said, Auntie, it's my fortune to be in a relationship with Yaoyao. As he spoke, Jiang Han felt sharp pains on his arm. Lin Yaoyao was pouting, eyes wide, pinching him. Jiang Han wouldn't indulge her. A large hand circled her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. The little girl dared not move anymore. On the phone, the middle-aged woman opened her floodgates, chattering excitedly to herself. I'm a traditional woman, and so is Yaoyao. Lin Yaoyao vaguely heard her mother's voice and nodded in agreement. Jiang Han echoed her words. Inwardly, he sensed trouble. He had transmigrated and even got a system. Was he supposed to stick to a unknown traditional love? Might as well kill me. In his past life, he suffered raised by many. This little hobby, he couldn't lose it in this life. Just as Jiang Han was contemplating an escape plan, the auntie dropped a shocking statement. I've taught Yaoyao since childhood a woman must bear children. Since she turned 18, I've strictly regulated her diet according to pregnancy preparation standards. The goal is 2 in 3 years, 3 and 5, no upper limit, the more the merrier. Jiang Han was stunned, wanting to interject. But seeing the approval on Lin Yaoyao's face, he was momentarily speechless. So your double E assets bear a great responsibility. Little Jiang, you've got to work hard. Yaoyao's 5th and 6th little mothers became grandmothers last year, and it's got me, the eldest, so anxious. Wait. Jiang Han spotted a blind spot. 6th little mother. There's more. Is this the tradition you 2 mother and daughter yearn for? Not the tradition of staying pure and devoted to husband and children. It's the tradition of multiple wives and many offspring. They've gone straight to the roots, mastering the essence of thousands of years of traditional culture. Plans changed. Escape aborted. This family's words soothed Jiang Han. They were practically life mentors for men and targets for fairy-like girls. Auntie, rest assured he'll take good care of Yaoyao. He'll come visit you when I have the chance. No need to see an old lady like me. Young people should spend time on important matters. Yaoyao is shy, but you know her heart. Keep it up. The call ended, and the air froze. Jiang Han's large hand on Lin Yaoyao's waist unconsciously shifted to a gentle caress. This body carried a great historical mission. It needed care. Do you really mean it? Jiang Han asked tentatively. Lin Yaoyao's eyes were firm as she nodded vigorously. You found me out. I'm actually a traditional woman. What do you think of me? Jiang Han admitted he was tempted, not just by her body, but by their mother-daughter philosophy of life. After her secret was exposed, Lin Yaoyao's expression turned serious. She stepped back, scrutinizing Jiang Han from head to toe. Height is enough, looks passable, physique seems solid, intelligence unknown for now. Just these criteria? What else? Like financial status, annual salary, how much, bride price? Lin Yaoyao smoothed her hair, revealing a bright, dimpled smile. Healthy and smart babies depend on genes, not how much money the guy has. Besides, my family isn't lacking money. Listen up. Everyone listen. Her awareness is higher than Mount Everest. Her depth is deeper than the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Han solemnly took Lin Yaoyao's smooth hand and said, to better achieve the effect of getting back at Shen Qingning, we must act as boyfriend and girlfriend full-time. Giggle, I didn't expect you to be so committed. Does any other man know about your traditional mindset? Lin Yaoyao thought for a moment. No? I was afraid others wouldn't accept it, so I never mentioned it. Jiang Han patted his chest, relieved. He wondered why the treasure voice actress was single. With the virtue of being nurtured in traditional culture from childhood, she should have attracted many suitors. Never tell anyone outside. Just you, me, and our mom know. Why, oi? Lin Yaoyao asked in confusion. Do any girls around you share the same mindset? No. Exactly. Have you heard of Bruno? He was burned alive as a heretic for denying geocentrism. Your situation is no different. Huh. Lin Yaoyao was so frightened her chest heaved, her face pale with alarm. Rest assured. As a qualified boyfriend, I will never tell anyone. Thank you. You're such a good person. No. Jiang Han quickly interrupted her. Please don't hand out good person cards. I'd rather be a bad guy. Why, oi? Bad boys get the girls. His 2 lifetimes of practical experience had led him down 2 completely opposite paths. Practice yields true knowledge, no more words needed. With that, Jiang Han grabbed Lin Yaoyao and walked toward the sports car at the entrance. In moments the tide had turned. From a tool used by others, he became a champion of traditional Chinese culture. Slow down. Where are we going? Going home with you. Jiang Han calmly took the driver's seat, taking on the task of driving. As a former master of subtle charm, he had a perfect grasp of boundaries and details. Like when he'd playfully take advantage during photos, he never truly crossed the line to upset her. Instead, it served to highlight her allure. It was a polite form of flirtation. With a stunning beauty by his side, it would be a disservice not to show appreciation. Now Jiang Han held the reins of the journey. This was the optimal strategy he had devised after comprehensively assessing Lin Yaoyao's unique qualities. A traditional woman requires a traditional approach. A bit of old-school machismo is a true masculine virtue. Suddenly finding herself in a passive role, Lin Yaoyao felt a strange sense of delight. For one, Jiang Han's cooperation would infuriate Shen Qingning. On the other hand, she found it wonderfully refreshing to have a man make all the arrangements and not have to think for herself. Alright, where do you live? Jiang Han, who had just received 1 billion from the system and hadn't bought a car yet, decided to use the Ferrari to practice for now. Bikui Manor, Lin Yaoyao said with a sweet smile, revealing her home address. Jiang Han's finger, which was about to type the destination into the navigation system, froze midair. Wait. Did I hear that right? Lin Yaoyao anticipated his reaction. Surprised to shocked. Bikui Manor was a renowned villa district in Jingzhou. Jiang Han had just left the place that very morning. After the original owner had solidified his relationship with Shen Qingning, he moved in with her. For 2 years he had been unaware that his ex-girlfriend's best friend was his neighbor. Seeing Jiang Han's stunned expression, a sly smile played on Lin Yaoyao's innocent face. She usually presented herself as the girl next door, but when the topic of Shen Qingning came up, a chilling glint would appear in her eyes. I bought the villa next door the day after you 2 moved in. She's in the open, in the shadows. Now the love nest I've been preparing for 2 years is finally ready to serve its purpose. As she spoke, Lin Yaoyao unconsciously licked her lips. Her body, leaning against the seat, trembled with excitement. The seatbelt was taut against the deep valley between her peaks. The collar of her white shirt was pulled low. With the car's motion, flashes of snowy white scenery were revealed. Jiang Han stole a few glances and was utterly dazzled. I've never seen you in the neighborhood before. You were always so focused on Shen Qingning. How could you have time to notice anything else? Besides, I only come here occasionally and rarely go out. But from now on, you'll have to take a walk with me in the neighborhood every day. We must show Shen Qingning exactly how sweet and loving our relationship is. Soon the car entered the main gate of Bikui Manor. The estate was lush with greenery emanating a refreshing fragrance. Each villa occupied its own small plot, complete with a private lawn and courtyard. The roads were familiar, the environment was familiar. Even the security guard at the gate was the same Uncle Zhang who greeted them daily. Though the scene should have stirred emotions, Jiang Han felt no sadness. If anything, he still harbored a certain physical possessiveness for Shen Qingning's beautiful legs. Shen Qingning's legs combined with Lin Yaoyao's chest. It was the ultimate fantasy for any man. Despite being rivals, they formed the perfect combination. Amazing. After winding through the estate's internal roads, the car came to a smooth stop in front of a white villa. After parking, Lin Yaoyao, unable to contain her excitement, quickly got out of the car and pulled Jiang Han along to introduce her new home. Mine has 4 floors in total, 1 floor higher than Shen Qingning's place. What do you call this? Being one step above. Jiang Han was speechless. When women compete, they'll compare anything. Lin Yaoyao, swaying her slender figure, led the way. Walking behind her, Jiang Han suddenly noticed another of the voice actress assets. Her tight jeans perfectly accentuated an incredible waist-to-hip ratio. The white shirt was tucked into her pants, fitting perfectly between her waist and hips. From the front, it was a landscape of rolling hills. From the back, a plump ripe peach. She was indeed a traditional woman. Even her figure followed the principle of being suited for childbearing. Arriving at the villa's entrance, Lin Yaoyao unlocked the door with her fingerprint. Then she turned and waved to Jiang Han. "Come on in, my new boyfriend." Jiang Han nodded and casually glanced at the villa across the way where he had lived for 2 years. The day after the breakup, he was moving in next door to his ex-girlfriend. Even novels wouldn't dare write this. The villa's decor was a completely different style from Shen Qingning's home. It was rich in color and warmly furnished. Every detail revealed the voice actress' tastes. Instead of pretentious art, the walls were adorned with anime characters she adored, including Friar and Rim and Kaguya-sama, characters Jiang Han knew from his past life. "Huh, you know them? Oh, I forgot you're a voice connoisseur." Seeing Jiang Han staring at the wall posters, Lin Yaoyao explained, "They're all characters I've voiced." "Like them?" Jiang Han nodded. "If you behave yourself and help me drive Shen Qingning crazy, I don't mind using their voices to moan a bit for you. Better yet, I'll even wear a cosplay outfit." Lin Yaoyao rolled her eyes. "I never would have guessed. We all thought you were such a devoted lover, but secretly you're this perverted." Jiang Han just smiled. "This was nothing. Which floor is our bedroom on? My mom is really pushing for grandkids." "Get lost." Lin Yaoyao's eyes widened. "I'm traditional, so once I choose a man, I'm with him for life. You won't become the father of my children that easily." Jiang Han didn't argue. In fact, he found her words quite sensible. The image of a virtuous wife and good mother, perfect for a home life, instantly materialized. Lin Yaoyao dutifully played the hostess, showing him the layout of the house. "The first floor has the living room, dining room, kitchen, and media room. Feel free to use anything you need." Jiang Han made himself at home. "I'm thirsty. I want some cola. With sugar, please." "Cola? And you want the sugary kind?" Lin Yaoyao looked at him as if struck by lightning. "Cola kills. Cola is unhealthy." She stated this with such conviction that there was no room for argument. I'll get you some milk instead." The happiness came so suddenly that Jiang Han didn't react in time. He watched as Lin Yaoyao took fresh milk from the fridge, poured it into a glass, and handed it to him. Milk is rich in high-quality protein like zinc and selenium. It's a key nutrient for maintaining vitality. Jiang Han took the glass, muttering under his breath, "Oh, it's from a cow. I got my hopes up for nothing." Lin Yaoyao poured herself a glass and showed off her stockpile of goods. Spinach, broccoli, and asparagus are dark green vegetables rich in folic acid. Oranges, kiwis, and strawberries provide plenty of vitamin C. Eggs, beef, milk, and fresh fish all have high-quality protein. Jiang Han gave her a series of thumbs up. She was serious about preparing for pregnancy. Jiang Han drained the glass of fresh milk in 2 gulps. "Yaoyao, I think you're absolutely right. Nothing compares to a healthy body." "Really?" Lin Yaoyao hadn't expected that what others deemed nearly draconian dietary discipline would actually earn his approval. "Then I'll make sure you drink milk every day, okay?" Her eyes were clear, her expression utterly sincere. Jiang Han licked the milk stain from his lips and replied firmly, "Yes, milk is good. I need to drink more milk." No need, no need. Milk intake should also be moderate or it'll add to the digestive burden." "Whatever you say." Then Lin Yaoyao took the lead, guiding Jiang Han floor by floor through the villa via the indoor elevator. The second floor housed a gym, a yoga room, and a tea bar. The third floor featured a dedicated voiceover studio, a game room, and an indoor hot spring. But it was the 4th floor that was the key reason she had chosen this villa. "This is the master bedroom where I sleep. Your room is right next to it." Jiang Han followed her pointing finger and entered the guest room. The room was tidy and neat with a plush 1.8-meter wide bed and an in-soot bathroom. The decor was predominantly dark. Gray bed sheets and duvet covers, black tables and chairs. It was slightly at odds with the villa's overall style. It was clear that this room had been specially prepared for Jiang Han by Lin Yaoyao. To put it bluntly, her plan to use him to get back at Shen Qingning was no spuro-femin idea. She had come prepared. "Let's go to the balcony." Lin Yaoyao leaned close to him, her voice brimming with anticipation. A faint scent of milk drifted through the air into Jiang Han's nostrils. It must have been from the milk she just drank. It had to be. Jiang Han steadied his nerves and pushed open the balcony door. Outside, the view was spectacular. The 4th floor was the highest point in the villa complex. He could clearly see Shen Qingning's courtyard and the direction of her bedroom. His ex-girlfriend's house featured extensive glass curtain walls. Both the first-floor living room and the master bedroom walls were made of floor-to-ceiling transparent glass. Jiang Han paused, then asked tentatively, "Were you here last night?" Lin Yaoyao didn't hide it. "Yes. I saw the light in the opposite bedroom stay on all night, so I figured something must have gone wrong between you two. To be honest, did you two have a huge fight last night? I think I heard Shen Qingning's cries." They sounded quite miserable. I really regret falling asleep and missing the show. Lin Yaoyao wore an expression of regret, as if nothing excited her more than her best friend's suffering. The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Zhang Han's heart skipped a beat. Last night. Cries. Miserable. The original host had been a virgin for 27 years, while he himself possessed the seasoned skills of an old playboy. Moreover, he had always despised women who used their looks to toy with emotions. So Zhang Han truly put all his strength into Shen Qingning. Thankfully, this was a low-density villa area. If it had been a high-rise apartment, they'd definitely have been reported for noise disturbance. Ahem. Zhang Han cleared his throat awkwardly. You know Shen Qingning's temper. She gets easily worked up. Lin Yaoyao nodded seductively, stroking her jet black hair. What does she usually call you? Hubby. Zhang Han's scalp tingled. This vixen was using his ex-girlfriend's tone again. Of course, Shen Qingning had never used such an intimate term. She always called him by his full name. Only last night, in the heat of passion, she had blurted out all sorts of things. Brother, daddy, master. Whatever Zhang Han told her to say, she obeyed completely. Just thinking about it made him yearn for more. As he was savoring the memory of last night's pleasures, a sudden exclamation came from beside him. Look, your ex-girlfriend is up. Lin Yaoyao leaned her chest against the balcony railing. In her hand was a pair of binoculars she had pulled out from somewhere. Her gaze was fixed directly on the enemy's boudoir. Holy crap. You two really had a fierce fight last night. Shen Qingning can barely walk. She's holding her waist as she gets out of bed. The more Lin Yaoyao spoke, the more something felt off. She might be traditional, but she wasn't stupid. That cry last night, couldn't it be? Zhang Han, as the party involved, spread his hands and looked utterly innocent. What could I do? She dumped me, so it's only fair to collect some interest before the breakup, right? So you stood up and gave it to her. Lin Yaoyao blinked her big eyes, uttering the crudest words with the purest expression. 8 times a month isn't too much, is it? 24 months in 2 years, that's 192 times total. She still owes me 184, not even a fraction of that. Zhang Han analyzed it from a man's perspective using scientific reasoning. Tisk tisk tsk. Lin Yaoyao clicked her tongue in amazement and couldn't help patting Zhang Han on the back. You've done a great job. Seeing Shen Qingning worn out like this makes me really happy. That's sick, Zhang Han muttered casually. No, think about it. Shen Qingning pined for her white moonlight for 2 years, guarded her body, and then the night before the breakup, she was. Lin Yaoyao's eyes suddenly lit up, and she turned to look at Zhang Han. 192 times, still owing 184. That meant the man before her had slept with Shen Qingning 8 times last night. Judging by her current physical state, it wasn't a rushed, hasty exercise. It was a real effective battle. 8 times. That proved Zhang Han was a strong, healthy, high-quality male. He possessed the excellent genes to produce healthy babies. Lin Yaoyao put down the binoculars. The tool she had picked up off the street turned out to have such a remarkable asset. What a delightful surprise. She turned around and carefully studied Zhang Han's appearance. Though Shen Qingning was superficial, her years in the entertainment industry made her judicious. Even the boyfriend she didn't like had passed the test of appearance. With both looks and physique up to standard, only intelligence now remained to be considered. Lin Yaoyao stared at him, lost in thought. Had the pregnancy plan she had prepared for years finally found its opportunity? Zhang Han had no idea what was brewing behind those intelligent eyes. He only thought that the rivalry between women was truly troublesome. Meanwhile, in the villa opposite, Shen Qingning was woken up by the incessant buzzing of her phone. In the morning, too exhausted to move, she had drunk some water and gone back to sleep. The soreness in her throat had eased, but the weakness in her lower body persisted. Her phone had been left in the living room, ringing nonstop. There were WeChat message alerts, voice call tones, and phone ringtones. Shen Qingning had to crawl out of bed, holding onto the wall as she shuffled step by step. She didn't remember any important announcements today. She had also turned down Ji Buchang's invitation. Logically, today should have been an ordinary day. Why were so many people trying to reach her? For the first time, Shen Qingning felt the downside of having such a large villa. The phone was still ringing, and she was still a considerable distance from the living room. Finally, she managed to sit down on the sofa. A long list of unread WeChat notifications. 28 missed calls. 3 from her best friends, and 1 from Ji Buchang. Filled with confusion, Shen Qingning unlocked her phone. The first message that appeared before her eyes hit her like a bucket of ice water. Qingning, did you and Zhang Han break up? He's gotten together with Lin Yaoyao. Image. Qingning, call me back as soon as you see this. Are you okay? Shen Qingning had no time to deal with her best friend's barrage of messages. Trembling, she held her phone and opened the image. There it was, that little wretch Lin Yaoyao clinging tightly to Zhang Han's side. Her lips pressed brazenly against her ex-boyfriend's cheek. The man who had loved her deeply for 10 years. The man who had slept with her 8 times before the breakup. He showed no heart-wrenching agony over the lost love, no pitiful desolation of one cast out. Instead, he was beaming like a blooming flower. Looking closer, Zhang Han's left hand was even wrapped around Lin Yaoyao's waist. Boom. Calm down. I must stay calm. That little wench and I have been bitter rivals forever. She's definitely using Jiang Han to spite me. If I get angry, I'm falling right into her trap. Deep breath in, breath out. Breath in again, breath out. After all that, Shen Qingning's emotions were not soothed, instead her brain felt starved of oxygen. Her chest constricted, making it hard to breathe, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. She knew deep down that Lin Yaoyao was most likely doing this on purpose, yet she still couldn't accept it. Looking around, the room was filled with traces of Jiang Han. The constant temperature cup on the coffee table was his way of making sure she drank more warm water. The movie stills on the wall were ones he had specially printed and framed. The 99 roses in the vase were ones he had personally picked out at the flower shop for their 2-year anniversary. Shen Qingning couldn't accept that the man who loved her for 10 years had turned into the arms of another woman. Even if it was just an act, it was unacceptable, let alone with her arch-rival Lin Yaoyao. She swiped her phone screen and opened her social feed. Sure enough, the photo was posted by that wretched woman herself. A cheek-to-cheek photo, and a hotel lobby. You bastard. Last night you already had me 8 times, and I haven't even recovered yet. You're already chasing after another vixen. Shen Qingning's blood pressure spiked, her head buzzing with noise. Ji Bochang's chat window was pinned to the top of her screen, his words dripped with disdain for Jiang Han. He called him ungrateful, saying his feelings were all a facade. You don't know anything. Shen Qingning instinctively typed a few words, startled by herself, and quickly deleted them. Why would she defend her ex-boyfriend against her own white moonlight? She must be out of her mind with rage, anger, anxiety. All sorts of emotions churned within her. Unbeknownst to her, a hint of regret also crept in. Shen Qingning vented all her frustration on Lin Yaoyao. That little slut wouldn't even spare her ex-boyfriend, who was already nursing a broken heart. If Jiang Han ever learned the truth about being used, it would be like suffering a second emotional blow. She scrolled through her contacts, found Lin Yaoyao's number, and furiously dialed it. At that very moment, in the villa opposite, Lin Yaoyao had just finished giving Jiang Han a tour of the house, and was sharing her healthy eating habits. Suddenly the phone rang. The name, Shen Qingning, flashed on the screen. Oh my, looks like your ex-girlfriend is up. She waved the phone, picked up a pair of binoculars, and peered across the way. There she saw Shen Qingning leaning on the sofa, brows furrowed, hair a tangled mess. She was clad only in a flimsy nightgown, her fair slender legs pressed slightly together. Clearly she had gotten up, seen the message, and come straight to demand an explanation. Lin Yaoyao remained utterly unruffled, everything going according to plan. She leisurely pressed the answer button. Ningning, what brings you to call me? Not off to see your white moonlight. Jiang Han's scalp tingled at her tone. It was dripping with false sweetness, exactly like a scheming villainess from a TV drama. Don't play dumb with me. What have you done to Jiang Han, and where is he now? Big Star Shen, do I need to remind you that you two have already broken up? The voice on the other end faltered. Shen Qingning knew this was true. When it came to matters of the heart, she no longer had any claim on Jiang Han. I don't care. I forbid you from using him. Using him? We're in love of our own free will. What's it to you? As she spoke, a mischievous glint flashed in Lin Yaoyao's eyes, a wicked idea forming in her mind. Want to see your ex-boyfriend? Come to the balcony. Without giving the other party a chance to ask, she hung up and dragged Jiang Han outside. Let's go. The show is about to begin. While this was truly a heartless blow, posting provocative photos wasn't enough, though she had to flaunt it right in her face. Jiang Han felt the softness against his arm, and a sly smile played on his lips. If we're putting on an act, it has to be convincing. Following the line of Lin Yaoyao's white shirt, his right hand naturally came to rest on the girl's shoulder. Lin Yaoyao's body stiffened. She clearly hadn't expected him to take the lead. But Jiang Han's large hand didn't stop there. It slid slowly down from her shoulder. As it moved towards her slender waist, his fingertips inadvertently brushed against a certain spot. Lin Yaoyao's entire body tensed up, a jolt of electricity shooting through her from head to toe. She had already noticed that Jiang Han wasn't the dullard the rumors made him out to be, but she never imagined he could be this bold. His strong hand finally settled on her waist, pulling Lin Yaoyao fully into his embrace. Don't move. Don't you want to make Shen Qingning angry anymore? If you're going to act, you have to commit to it. If it weren't for your traditional mindset, I could do an even better job. Jiang Han's expression was serious, his face the very picture of a dedicated professional, with no hint of taking advantage. They stepped onto the balcony and saw Shen Qingning already rushing out in a panic. She looked down, not once thinking to glance at the villa opposite. Just then Jiang Han's phone rang. The caller ID read, Baby Ningning. After the breakup, Jiang Han hadn't thought to change it. He answered, and Shen Qingning's familiar voice exploded from the speaker. Jiang Han, Lin Yaoyao is lying to you. Get as far away from her as you can. Jiang Han replied, ignoring her point. Miss Shen Yaoyao and I are getting along wonderfully. Thank you for letting go. Miss Shen. Shen Qingning choked on that cold, distant address, struck silent for a good few seconds. Lin Yaoyao is using you to get to me. She doesn't really want to be your girlfriend. Jiang Han pulled the voice actress beside him even closer. Yaoyao and I have so much to talk about, we never run out of things to say. You barely know each other. What could you possibly talk about? In Shen Qingning's mind, Jiang Han was barely acquainted with her friends, having never had deep interactions with them to avoid any suspicion. Jiang Han paused. We talked about preparing for pregnancy and about drinking milk. Boom. Shen Qingning's mind exploded. Preparing for pregnancy. What kind of joke is that? Yao Yao doesn't stay up late, doesn't drink carbonated beverages, and eats organic vegetables. She's going to be a healthy mother. Enough. Shen Qingning shouted, cutting him off. A wave of desolation washing over her heart. The man who had loved her for 10 years was discussing having a baby with her own best friend. Even if it was just a performance for her benefit, she couldn't bear it. Jiang Han pressed his advantage. Miss Shen, look up at the building across from you. Shen Qingning gazed across the street, witnessing Jiang Han with his arm around Lin Yao Yao, waving at her. You? How can you be there? Her voice trembled, and the shock on her face was visible even across the road. Lin Yao Yao flushed from the intimate contact, and nerves taut felt that every sacrifice was worth it upon seeing Shen Qingning's reaction. She signaled Jiang Han to put the phone on speaker and said in a seductive tone, "It's the house I bought, now our love nest." Shameless. You cling to someone else's boyfriend like you've never seen a man before. Lin Yao Yao retorted without backing down. Do I need to remind you? You've already broken up with Jiang Han. Jiang Han, come back to me. Unable to get the upper hand with Lin Yao Yao, Shen Qingning redirected her anger. In her memory, Jiang Han had always been obedient to her, never uttering a word of refusal. That was true before their relationship and during it. So Shen Qingning believed that even after the breakup, a mere crook of her finger would bring Jiang Han back docilely. Jiang Han chuckled. Miss Shen, isn't it inappropriate to extend an invitation in front of someone else's girlfriend? I'd better stop. I'm afraid Yao Yao might misunderstand. Without waiting for a reply, Jiang Han hung up, directly wrapped his arm around Lin Yao Yao, and returned inside the house, leaving Shen Qingning alone on the balcony. Jiang Han, come back. This time she shouted toward the villa opposite. No one responded except for curious neighbors wondering who was making such a ruckus. Shen Qingning felt aggrieved, standing dazed on the balcony as tears welled up in her eyes. She knew Lin Yao Yao had succeeded, but she couldn't understand why she was so furious. Back in her room, Shen Qingning's mind remained unsettled. She scrolled through her group chats and tapped on 3 golden flowers. Among her 6 close friends, she was closest to Qiu Xiao and Xia Yutong. Qiu Xiao had a special bond with her, being her distant cousin. Qiu Xiao had already been exploding in the chat after seeing Lin Yao Yao's post. Shen Qingning, you finally replied. Did you see the photo? What's going on between you and Jiang Han? Did you two break up? Qiu Xiao replied swiftly, her gossipy excitement palpable even through the screen. Shen Qingning typed, I initiated the breakup last night. Then he can't just jump into a relationship with Lin Yao Yao right away. How could he announce it so fast after the breakup? There must have been something going on. Shen Qingning dismissed her friend's speculation. Jiang Han couldn't have had a second thought before. It was disgusting for Lin Yao Yao to snatch an ex-boyfriend, but if she were stealing a current boyfriend, it would be a complete humiliation. As a woman, she knew that if the other party had had a chance to steal, she wouldn't have deliberately waited until now. I'm so annoyed. They live across the street, and purposely came to the terrace to provoke me. Qiu Xiao, Lin Yao Yao has gone too far. But speaking of which, the best way to forget a relationship is to start a new one. I remember Ji Buochang confessed to you a while ago. You were interested in him, right? Why not seize the moment? Reminded by her, Shen Qingning suddenly recalled that she had neglected her long-admired one for quite a while. Since waking up, she hadn't even thought about replying to his messages, something she would have prioritized before. Yao Yao, thank you. He'll get along well with Buochang. Go for it. Don't worry, when I see Jiang Han, I'll give him a good scolding for you. Shen Qingning swiped through the chat and told Ji Buochang that she had rested and would join him for lunch. Upon receiving the invitation, Ji Buochang slammed on the brakes. Thinking about soon being able to sleep with a beauty like Shen Qingning, he was so excited that he had to release his tension prematurely. Ji Buochang was a 4th-tier actor in the entertainment circle, far inferior to Shen Qingning in status. When he accidentally learned from an old classmate that this popular young actress still harbored a youthful admiration for him, he immediately began scheming. Once he slept with her, he would gain countless resources, and his 5 million debt would be settled. A woman conquered by sex would be easy to manipulate. Noon. At 12 o'clock, Shen Qingning arrived at the entrance of Pinwei Xian in a chiffon dress. With an actor's professionalism, she managed to overcome her physical discomfort, maintaining a cold expression outwardly. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. In appearance, Shen Qingning lived up to her title as a female star. Whether her face or figure, she was incredibly eye-catching. Dressed in black stockings and high heels, her slender waist swayed naturally, making her a walking seductress. As soon as Shen Qingning got out of the car, she saw Ji Buochang waiting outside ahead of time. He wore a white shirt and suit trousers, his overall style, leaning toward maturity and stability, deliberately projecting an image of a successful man. Qingning, I've finally waited for you. Ji Buochang strode over, satisfied with the double meaning he had pondered over for a long time. It expressed both his sincerity in arriving early and hinted at his long-standing anticipation for this relationship. To his surprise, Shen Qingning only replied with a single mem. There was no passionate kiss as planned, no eager affection. It was even somewhat cold. Completely different from how she had behaved in their previous chats. This left Ji Bochang's arms hanging awkwardly in the air, forcing him to move them behind his back and pretend to scratch his head. Shen Qingning's purpose in coming was simple. She had taken her friend's advice and tried to forget Lin Yaoyao's infuriating actions by starting a new relationship. Ji Bochang was still the gentle and refined person she remembered, completely different from Jiang Han's roughness. But why did those crude movements involuntarily surface in her mind? Sorry, I've been feeling a bit off these past couple of days. He'll be fine after some more rest. Sensing her own awkwardness, Shen Qingning made up an excuse. At that moment, Ji Bochang couldn't take his eyes off her beauty. Hearing her explanation, his heart rejoiced. After all, although this beauty had been in a relationship, she had remained in her original factory condition with her simp of an ex-boyfriend. Thinking that he would be the one to take her first time, Ji Bochang's face twisted into a grin. So it was just physical discomfort. He had thought she still harbored old feelings. Qingning, come in and sit down. I've already ordered the dishes, all your favorites. Shen Qingning instinctively kept the distance of 2 people's width from Ji Bochang, making them look less like a couple and more like unfamiliar strangers. She took a seat by the window, thinking about Qiu Xiao's advice. Before she had broken up with Jiang Han, she had been full of fantasies about Ji Bochang. The student council vice president on campus, a gentle and refined gentleman, the eldest son of the Ji family. By any comparison, he was better than Jiang Han. But now that they had actually met, she felt no joy in moving on from the old relationship. Instead, she kept recalling last night's actions. She must be blinded by anger at Lin Yaoyao's behavior. Ji Bochang eagerly poured hot tea and pushed it towards Shen Qingning. Drink more hot water if you're unwell. Hot water. That was the same advice Jiang Han had droned on about for 10 years. Now hearing it from someone else only made her feel disgusted. Ji Bochang tried to start a conversation. Jiang Han is really a scumbag. He hooked up with Lin Yaoyao right after the breakup. They must have had something going on already. Though he said this inwardly, he was burning with envy. He had seen Lin Yaoyao before and was also drooling over her generous curves. How could she have gotten together with Jiang Han? It must be just a fling. Shen Qingning rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Suddenly her brows furrowed and her heart skipped a beat. There she saw Jiang Han and Lin Yaoyao stepping out of a red Ferrari heading toward the restaurant. Ji Bochang followed Shen Qingning's gaze and also spotted the 2 of them, his attention immediately drawn to Lin Yaoyao. This was absolutely massive. If he could get a feel, he'd trade 10 years of his life for it. When Lin Yaoyao stepped out, she had changed into a youthful JK outfit. She wore a tight white blouse with a neat bunny bow tied at the collar. The cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing delicate wrists. Around her waist was a red pleated miniskirt paired with white stockings and black round-toe leather shoes. As she walked, she really did sway. Ji Bochang could barely suppress the urge within him, striving to maintain composure in front of Shen Qingning. He had to bed that Shen woman, first get her resources and family wealth, then figure out how to seduce the big-breasted one. Jiang Han. Ji Bochang deliberately called out in a loud voice. He wanted to act indignant on Shen Qingning's behalf, thereby showcasing his masculine appeal. At the same time, he aimed to leave an impression on Lin Yaoyao, paving the way for future conquests. Jiang Han had just stepped through the restaurant door when he heard someone calling him. Turning his head, he saw the ex-girlfriend he had fully unlocked the night before, along with the white moonlight she yearned for. How could anyone be named Ji Bochang? Was it guilty conscience, calling out the loudest when there was nothing? Jiang Han exchanged a glance with Lin Yaoyao beside him, their secret signal successful. He boldly placed his large hand on the JK miniskirt, feeling the warmth of her curves. Without any bias, he gave it a gentle squeeze. Lin Yaoyao was prepared to put on an act, expecting the same waist-holding move as before, but she hadn't anticipated such audacity. Even though she pressed her lips tightly together, a faint gasp of pleasure escaped her mouth. The sound was soft, but to Shen Qingning's ears it struck like a thunderbolt. Bitch. Can't control her heat, even in broad daylight. Unthinkable at night. She shot a vicious glare at Lin Yaoyao, mouthing an insult. Lin Yaoyao, who had been inwardly complaining about Jiang Han's fake act becoming real, immediately writhed like a fish under her rival's glare. Oh, what a coincidence. You 2 are out on a date too. Jiang Han greeted boldly. Based on the memories, the man before him was the very reason Shen Qingning had decided to break up. Dressed like a gentleman, but clearly not good news. His ex-girlfriend had obviously been sheltered too long in the warm cocoon of love, fooled by a smooth-talking man. Ji Bochang stared fixedly at Lin Yaoyao's tight white blouse. You must be Yaoyao, we've met before. As he spoke, he reached out, hoping to touch her hand under the guise of greeting. Lin Yaoyao snorted, turned away, and nestled her head against Jiang Han's shoulder, speaking in a coquettish voice. Honey, I'm hungry, I want to eat. This address alone made the other 2 want to vomit blood. Calling him hubby right in front of them. Who knew what filthy words were whispered in private? Shen Qingning dug her fingernails into her thigh under the table, struggling to contain the rage that threatened to erupt at any moment. Meanwhile, Ji Bochang's jealousy surged to his throat. He couldn't understand how Jiang Han had such incredible luck to tame such a goddess so obediently. Weren't they supposed to be putting on an act? This looked like it was heading straight to the bed. Shen Qingning couldn't hold back anymore and gave a few light coughs. Miss Lin, why do you treasure a man that no one else wants as if you've never seen a man before? Lin Yaoyao didn't get angry, instead she wriggled even more. Giggle, I wonder who was walking holding onto the wall. Don't you know in your heart, sweetheart? Shen Qingning's face flushed bright red. She guessed that her embarrassing state in the villa had been discovered. Although she had tasted the forbidden fruit last night, she wasn't entirely naive. In her girl group chat, she had seen plenty of explicit pictures. Compared to Jiang Han, they were all mere child's play, utterly insignificant. Ji Bochang missed the point, clutching his chest and putting on a clumsy act. What? Qingning, you're so bad you have to hold onto the wall. You endured this just to come out on a date with me. I'm so moved. After we eat, I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. You must take care of yourself, Qingning. No need, no need. I just didn't sleep well. Shen Qingning quickly waved her hand to decline. She wasn't lying if she really hadn't slept well last night, because she had been kept awake by Jiang Han. Meanwhile, apart from the awkwardness this conversation caused Shen Qingning, she also noticed that her youthful filter for Ji Bochang was gradually fading. He was being so greasy. Did he really think that such a fake display of concern was imperceptible? Lin Yaoyao, upon hearing Ji Bochang's words, was certain that he had no idea about Jiang Han's actions. The virile ex-boyfriend, the trembling ex-girlfriend, and the oblivious white moonlight. Ji Bochang was utterly reduced to a cuckold. She felt that teaming up with Jiang Han was an incredible steal. Shen Qingning must be bleeding inside. Lin Yaoyao deliberately chose the seat next to theirs, determined to put on a full show. Jiang Han spread his hands, showing he didn't care about the women's rivalry. He had already tasted those exquisite legs, but he wouldn't mind savoring them again. As for the traditional woman beside him, he was definitely going to bed her. So getting involved in their tussle was a win-win. Soon dishes for both tables were served one after another. Lin Yaoyao missed no chance to outshine her best friend, even ordering one more dish than the other table. Shen Qingning noticed and secretly pulled out her phone to scan the code and add more dishes. Ji Bochang initially put on a generous front, signaling that they could order whatever they wanted. But when he saw the expensive seafood dishes being brought to the table one after another, he could barely sit still. He had pursued Shen Qingning with a desperate gamble, spending his last savings on clothes and this meal. He hadn't even gotten the woman yet, and a few dishes were about to drain his wallet. Qingning, there are only two of us. It's such a waste to order so much. I'm not strapped for cash, but I don't like extravagance. Ji Bochang tried to stop the ordering under the guise of thrift. Shen Qingning, who had been suppressed all day, was in no mood to stop. There's still 10000 in my membership card. It's going to waste anyway, so just deduct from that. Hearing that he wouldn't have to pay and could still enjoy the food, Ji Bochang immediately dropped the waste argument. Lin Yaoyao had heard some rumors from her brother about the Ji family's hollow front. Ji Bochang's penny pinching over a meal only confirmed the gossip. She leaned down, stretched her head toward Jiang Han, and whispered, "Looks like your ex-girlfriend doesn't know the truth." Jiang Han buried his head in the food, devouring it eagerly. He had expended a lot of energy in the night's hard battle and was famished. What do you mean? Ji Bochang is actually a broke pauper. He's after Shen Qingning for her money. Jiang Han looked up and through the table caught a glimpse of his ex-girlfriend's black-stockinged legs. By chance his eyes met Shen Qingning's. Indeed, he liked my outfit. A flicker of joy stirred in Shen Qingning's heart, and a blush spread across her. Miss, your garlic butter oysters are here. Enjoy. Shen Qingning barely had time to feel pleased before the waiter set the entire plate down at the neighboring table. Qingning, I want some too, Ji Bochang said, eager to order everything on the menu now that he knew he wouldn't have to pay. It won't do you any good to eat them. Shen Qingning blurted out without a second thought. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyao, demure as a dutiful bride, brought a plump oyster to Jiang Han's lips. Brother, eat up and regain your strength. Jiang Han fell silent as he stared at the dozen oysters neatly arranged before him. After a night of intense exertion, a man's legs would typically feel weak, but his body showed no signs of fatigue. Thinking it over, he attributed it to that malfunctioning system. Along with the cash rewards, it had also enhanced his physical constitution. He wasn't tired, but he was undeniably hungry. Jiang Han swallowed the nourishment Lin Yaoyao offered in one bite, savoring it immensely. Eat slowly, brother. I can order more if you're still hungry. After feeding him, Lin Yaoyao tenderly wiped the broth from his lips with a napkin, then deliberately turned her gaze towards Shen Qingning. Her rival's eyes blazed with fury, her left hand clenched into a tight fist. Fine. Just fine. You little wretch. Shen Qingning swallowed her food hastily and declared, I'm full. Let's go. Hey, there's so much food left. What a waste to leave it. If you're not coming, I'm leaving. Shen Qingning tossed out the words and headed for the bar on her own. She couldn't bear Lin Yaoyao's antics any longer. Watching her flaunt her affection with her ex-boyfriend was worse than death. Ji Buchang gulped down a few slices of grouper before reluctantly rising to follow her. He had it all figured out. Once he charmed Shen Qingning into bed, wouldn't a life of luxury become the norm? Qingning, I know of an exhibition featuring many renowned artworks. Shall I take you? Ji Buchang proceeded with his planned date itinerary. He would showcase his erudition at the exhibition, earning the woman's admiration. Then he could initiate physical contact and make Shen Qingning submit to his masculine charm. It was a flawless plan, he could already imagine her seductively welcoming him. I'm tired and need to go home to rest. See you later. Shen Qingning, thoroughly irritated, tossed out a hasty farewell and sped off in her car. Hey, I don't have a ride. Ji Buchang complained amidst the sports car's exhaust fumes. He consoled himself thinking, she was so worn out she could barely stand, yet she stayed to have dinner with me. Qingning loves me deeply, though I must not rush things. Didi was too pricey, head, just book a ride on Waxiazu. Meanwhile, Lin Yaoyao, seeing Shen Qingning flee in defeat, was laughing so hard she could barely stand straight. She leaned over the table, shaking with laughter, nearly knocking over her cup. Ha 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 ha, see that? I drove Shen Qingning away. Ha ha. Jiang Han remained utterly indifferent. He harbored no resentment over being dumped, nor any lingering feelings for Shen Qingning. So he took no particular satisfaction in this successful act of revenge. Honestly, his only concern was whether he could still sleep with Shen Qingning. If yes, great, if not, there would always be someone better. Ignoring Lin Yaoyao's exuberant antics, Jiang Han focused solely on his primary duty, eating. Whether it was fresh seafood or roast duck and steak, he devoured it all. He was serious about eating. More serious than had ever been about relationships. Be sincere with a woman and you might get rejected, but eat sincerely and you'll never go hungry. After Shen Qingning left, Lin Yaoyao lost her target and noticed Jiang Han eating with tremendous gusto. Is it really that good? She finally turned her attention to the food, trying each dish and finding them tasty, but hardly worth such wolfish enthusiasm. Lin Yaoyao, who maintained a healthy diet and ate regularly, felt full after just a few bites. She rested her chin on her hand, admiring the man across from her. No wonder he was so capable. A big appetite means great stamina. Watching him eat with such relish was oddly infectious, and she found herself unconsciously placing food in his bowl. Not bad, not bad. You're doing a great job as my girlfriend. Stop it. I was just worried about wasting food. Lin Yaoyao's face flushed, and she pouted in protest. And you, don't you dare touch my butt again. She was reminded of him taking liberties when they first entered. She had sought him out to play a part, so why did he keep finding chances to get fresh? Was this how Shen Qingning had been fooled into bed? He certainly wasn't the honest man the rumors suggested. Jiang Han swallowed the last bowl of sour radish duck soup and let out a satisfied burp. What do you mean touch your butt? I was just diligently playing my part, and now I'm being falsely accused of being a lecher. How heartbreaking. He frowned, his expression grave, looking exactly as he had the night before when deceiving Shen Qingning. It was really just for the act. Lin Yaoyao tilted her head, asking, of course. If I'm lying, may I be cursed to sleep with my ex-girlfriend 100 times. Pa, I may hate Shen Qingning, but her figure and looks are top-notch. Sleeping with her is always a win for you. She spat out a few times, then paused before asking, how? How do I compare to her? In what aspect? Like in terms of looks and such. Jiang Han looked her up and down with a pretentious air, his gaze finally settling on her impressive bust. He raised 2 index fingers and crossed them to form the number 10. Lin Yaoyao looked at him confused. I'm asking you a question. What does that mean? It means I could go 10 rounds with you. The voice actress took a moment to process it before erupting, calling Jiang Han shameless. Yet a strange sense of pride from winning a comparison welled up inside her. Shen Qingning had been with him 8 times, but she was offered 10. Didn't that mean she surpassed her rival in feminine allure? Hee, another victory. A total win. She felt less offended by Jiang Han's audacious remark. The thrill of her revenge and the triumph of female rivalry completely consumed her. It felt amazing. A little physical sacrifice was nothing. Besides, Jiang Han was handsome. What did it matter who touched her? After a while, finished with their meal, Lin Yaoyao mentioned she had work to handle in the afternoon and evening, instructing Jiang Han to head back to the villa on his own. She voluntarily left her Ferrari and even transferred him 2,000 yuan as spending money. Jiang Han was overjoyed, wondering what she'd think if she knew he was worth $1 billion. Adhering to the principle that it's the thought that counts, he gave Lin Yaoyao a warm, appreciative hug. Afterwards, Jiang Han drove the woman's car and moved into the woman's house. The villa's interior was undoubtedly top tier, with a bathroom as spacious as a spa. He sank into the bathtub, enjoying a relaxing hot soak, and then slept like a baby. Thanks to the system's enhancement, Jiang Han possessed a constitution all men would envy. However, that particular enhancement didn't erase the exhaustion from his sleepless night. When he woke, it was already midnight. Glancing at his phone, he saw a screen glowing with unread messages. Shen Qingning, are you awake? After getting up, Jiang Han poured himself a glass of ice water from the fridge. Staring at his phone screen, he had assumed that after the day's stimulation Shen Qingning would have completely cut off contact. Unexpectedly, she couldn't resist reaching out just a few hours later. Are you asleep? The first message was only 3 words. He scrolled through their past chat records, noticing that he used to send her the same message frequently. She would either not reply or reply with a curt, going to sleep soon. And now after the breakup, she's turning the tables. Seeing no reply from him, Shen Qingning waited for about 10 minutes, seemingly wrestling with herself. Then the second message shifted from tentative probing to outright threats. Zhang Han, move out of Lin Yaoyao's place immediately and cut off all contact with her. Otherwise I'll cancel my promise to help get you an introduction to Star Media. Zhang Han slowly set down his glass. To an outsider, he was a failure who had lost his love and neglected his career, possessing nothing. Star Media, as a rising force in the industry, represented the best career stepping stone available to him. This opportunity was more important than $1,000,000 in compensation. It was the key to restarting his career. But unknown to everyone, Star Media was currently undergoing a change of ownership orchestrated by the system. No one knew that its future boss was none other than himself. Thanks to the generous rewards from the system, Zhang Han could easily disregard the so-called breakup compensation. However, he disliked being threatened and intimidated by a woman, especially his ex-girlfriend. A surge of inexplicable anger welled up within him, igniting a primal impulse. Historical experience teaches us that the best response to a threat is to fight back, not to grovel. His thought wasn't to reply on WeChat, but to charge over to the villa opposite. To pin that woman down and use his masculine instinct to ravage her thoroughly. To make her lose control and cry out, "Oh ho ho," once more. To make her understand that he, Zhang Han, was never controlled by anyone. Like to act high and mighty. Then he'd make her kneel and submit. But Zhang Han quickly calmed down. Past news reports flashed in his mind. Even engagements could lead to accusations. Unaware of the intensity of the world's justice system, he couldn't risk acting rashly. Zhang Han walked to the terrace, gazing at the villa opposite. Shen Qingning's master bedroom curtains were drawn tight, a dim yellow light glowing through the glass. Clearly, she hadn't gone to sleep after sending her messages. Zhang Han picked up his phone, opened the chat, and replied, "Do what you want. I don't care." The system had gifted him the entire corporation. Everyone in the company would soon be working for him. Who cared about some small job opportunity? Even without the system, he wouldn't have gone to work for a company. The knowledge gap from his transmigration was enough to establish himself in this world. Why bother being a wage slave for others? Shen Qingning. Zhang Han, do you know how popular Star Media is right now? Whether it's the films they invest in or the records they release, everything becomes a hit. Don't you realize how rare this opportunity is? Zhang Han smiled. Wait until you find out in the new boss behind the scenes, you'll be begging to come back. But outwardly he maintained his pretense. Even if I know, what can I do? If you're going to cancel it, I can't stop you. Want me to beg you? Give it up. Zhang Han guessed Shen Qingning's thoughts. The sweet interactions between him and Lin Yaoyao were like ants crawling in her heart. Until she resolved it, it would keep bothering her. Once you've made a woman itch, the rest is easy. Sure enough, 2 minutes later. Shen Qingning, leave Lin Yaoyao, and he'll pay for your rent and give you an extra $1,000,000 as compensation. When threats fail, try bribery. Women have such small minds. They only think about achieving their goals, completely ignoring the other person's true feelings. Having transmigrated, he lacked neither money nor opportunities, so this tactic didn't work on him. Zhang Han, feeling bored, decided to keep toying with her. He switched to an emotionally charged response, striking at her heart. When you kicked me out, it was Lin Yaoyao who took me and gave me a place to stay, ate with me, and even let me drive her Ferrari. It's easy to offer help when things are going well, but true support comes when someone is in need. If I were to leave her for a bit of profit, would I even be human? Zhang Han's argument was logical and placed him on the moral high ground. Setting aside the external factors of his transmigration and Lin Yaoyao's motives, she had indeed provided help when he was at his lowest. She gave him food, shelter, and let him take advantage of her goodwill. So his description was indeed the truth, and Shen Qingning couldn't refute it. At the top of their chat window, the typing indicator flickered continuously, but no new message arrived. It showed she was typing, deleting, and struggling to find the right words. After a long while, Shen Qingning's attitude seemed to soften completely, her pride and dignity crumbling away. Zhang Han, can we meet and talk? Some things are hard to explain over text. What's so hard to explain? Zhang Han continued to drag it out, pushing her emotions to a breaking point. Her willingness to offer herself during the breakup showed she was a woman easily swayed by sentiment, acting recklessly when overwhelmed. Shen Qingning, come over. Right now? We've known each other for 10 years. Do we have to end things so ambiguously? Zhang Han looked at his phone, a distinct smile curving at the corners of his mouth. After all this acting, he finally got the response he wanted. Late at night, a man and a woman alone and an ex-girlfriend had an intimate encounter with just yesterday. What for? What else could it be for? Zhang Han had eaten plenty of nutritious supplements at noon. That traditional woman had fed him the entire plate of oysters. And then she had irresponsibly vanished. With the nutritional boost and a full 8 or 9 hours of sleep, his body was in peak condition. Like a well-oiled and meticulously maintained firearm, it was ready for action. Jiang Han smiled wickedly and typed directly. It's not appropriate this late, I'm afraid. I can't control myself. Your beautiful legs are too tempting. This was an implicit adult invitation, honest and clear. If you want me to come, coming means you agree to what I intend to do. Let's just get it done. Shen Qingning replied quickly, without hesitation, with only 4 words. Come over, we'll talk. Shen Qingning did not directly respond to Jiang Han's flirtation. Instead, she steered the conversation back. She neither agreed nor refused. In the adult world, this was to some extent a tacit consent. Come over first, and we can talk about everything else later. As for how things would develop, it depended on the atmosphere between them. Or perhaps she had been harboring expectations all along, even becoming addicted. Jiang Han instantly perked up. Having slept through the afternoon and half the night, tonight was destined to be sleepless. He sprang up, changed into a t-shirt and jeans. Between him and Shen Qingning, the thin veil of the man-woman relationship had been torn, leaving no room for superficial pretenses. Jiang Han took the elevator down and swiftly pushed open the door to exit. In the night of Jingzhou's Villa district, a gentle summer breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of green plants and flowers refreshing to the soul. Some summer cicadas had chirped all day and still showed no signs of fatigue at night. The male cicadas sang to attract females. After a day's efforts, they had yet to find a mate, so they had to work overtime. The cicadas chirped on and on, stirring Jiang Han's inner restlessness ever stronger. He traversed the path within the estate, following the streetlights to the villa where he had lived for 2 years. He entered the unlock code, 520314. Beep, door unlocked successfully, please enter. The code was set by Jiang Han using Shen Qingning's birthday. After their breakup, she had not changed it. The flowers and greenery in the courtyard were mostly planted by his own hands, now quietly enjoying the tranquility of the night. Crossing the yard, Jiang Han arrived at the main entrance. The sturdy door was not locked, but left ajar, welcoming the night's guest. You slut, I think you're the one who's craving it. If memory served, the last woman who left the door open for a man was named Jinlian. Jiang Han spat and walked in unhurriedly. In the living room, only the dim yellow ambient light was on, the bright ceiling lights and floor lamps were all off. Passing the entrance hallway, Jiang Han's view captured the complete interior scene. A wide black leather sofa was covered with a woolen blanket. Shen Qingning was quietly reclining on it. She wore a thin silk nightgown, her seductive legs intertwined, occupying the entire chaise lounge. Her thick, dark hair cascaded freely, conveniently covering the hollow of her chest. Her face bore signs of exhaustion, eyes slightly red and swollen with teardrops still clinging to her lashes not yet dried. She was barefaced, without makeup except for the bright red lipstick on her lips. That touch of lipstick seemed like her final defiance. She had urgently awaited Jiang Han's arrival, not having time to put on makeup, yet wanting to present herself in a better state. Shen Qingning's fingers twisted together, rubbing back and forth, revealing the complex emotions within her. Hearing the sound of his entrance, she abruptly lifted her head. When their eyes met, Jiang Han saw in hers a mix of shame, anger, resentment, regret, and finally a hint of expectation. Jiang Han said nothing, just walked forward step by step. His gaze roamed freely over Shen Qingning's body, appreciating this woman with whom he had shared intimacy. If previously Shen Qingning was an unattainably cold and aloof beauty, after last night, she had become a beautiful yet flawed, truly a woman. Gone was her former aloofness, replaced by a touch of pitiable, desolate beauty. This was the so-called sense of brokenness, perfect for holding in one's hands and savoring. Jiang Han stepped before her, gently stroked her cheek, and used his fingers to lift her chin, so that she would meet his gaze in an upward tilt. 2 streams of clear tears flowed from the corners of her eyes, without warning, sliding down her fair cheeks slowly until they paused near her lips. You came. Shen Qingning spoke word by word, her voice choked with tears. Jiang Han wiped the tears from her face with his right thumb, responding expressionlessly. Didn't you ask me to come? Why are you unhappy? Then I'll go back to sleep. With that, he made as if to turn and leave. No, don't go. Shen Qingning suddenly shifted from a reclining position to kneeling, reaching out her hand to tightly grip Jiang Han's shirt. Her movement caused her nightgown to slip down, inadvertently revealing a generous angle of her upper body. Can we talk? Shen Qingning, disregarding her potential exposure, desperately tried to stop Jiang Han. Even she herself was startled by such an action. Why? Why was she so humbly begging Jiang Han? In the past, everything had been her decision, and Jiang Han was the one who passively accepted. Talk about what? What's there to talk about? Talk about how you broke up with me. Or talk about how you were all lovey-dovey with Ji Buochang. Jiang Han said coldly. I didn't. Nothing happened between Ji Buochang and me. Did you sleep with him? What do you take me for? I haven't even held his hand. Shen Qingning's tone was furious, her expression stubborn. Jiang Han knew the answer full well. Her original state had been undone by him. And from her reaction to Ji Buochang during the day, her body language showed clear resistance. But Jiang Han still chose to ask this way. When dealing with women, especially types like Shen Qingning, gradual tenderness would never penetrate her heart. Only by using the most primal, raw, masculine energy could one conquer her. Oh, haven't let him touch you yet. Fine, go ahead and say what you have to say. Seeing Jiang Han stop, Shen Qingning seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Why are you with Lin Yaoyao? You know the relationship between her and me. Is it because of resentment after the breakup? Jiang Han snorted. You know we broke up, right? Need me to remind you why? It was you who want to throw yourself into your first love's arms, you who cast aside the past 10 years of feelings. As for Lin Yaoyao, whatever happens between her and me is none of your damn business. Do you know how I've lived these 10 years? You brush it off with a few light words. Jiang Han felt his acting had reached its peak, perfectly portraying the image of a man who had seen the light. Let me remind you again, I only got in touch with Lin Yaoyao after you formally proposed the breakup. Neither emotionally nor morally have I wronged you. Hearing this, Shen Qingning's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless by his rebuttal. Yes, it was she who had first abandoned Jiang Han, turning his efforts into nothing. Her body trembled, unable to speak, as Bean's-sized teardrops cascaded down. Jiang Han stood upright beside the sofa, watching his ex-girlfriend's emotional breakdown. He knew the groundwork of foreplay was complete. It was time for the true hunter to appear. First suppress, then elevate. First punish, then reward. Once the itch was enough, it was time to scratch. Jiang Han crouched down, bringing his gaze level with Shen Qingning's. Shen Qingning's once cold cheeks were now streaked with tears, her sorrowful, alluring figure unexpectedly exuding an indescribable temptation. Jiang Han pushed hard with his palm, and her body fell onto the sofa like a floating leaf. Then he pressed down on top of her. You? What are you doing? Startled by Jiang Han's sudden movement, Shen Qingning let out a cry of surprise. You? What exactly do you want? Didn't you want to talk? Then let's talk like this. Jiang Han's cheek was pressed close, his breath hot against her ear. Her earlobe turned a visible shade of crimson. Women are so easily flustered. Was it not your invitation? Did you not open the door? Go ahead, say what you have to say. Jiang Han felt the softness beneath him suppressing his excited nerves. The necessary formalities still had to be observed. Shen Qingning tried to push him away with her frail arms, only to find she could not budge his powerful frame. Resigned, she let him be intimate with her. After a moment, her arms slowly wrapped around Jiang Han's neck, burying her head into his shoulder. She couldn't see his face, but she could clearly feel the man's warmth. Shen Qingning suddenly felt a sense of security, the emptiness after the breakup completely filled. So her unease and anxiety were all because of his absence. Shen Qingning's arms tightened, wanting to merge him into her very being. Jiang Han, can we start over? The words hung in the air, surprising even herself. Her initial intention in calling him over was to persuade him to leave Lin Yaoyao. At the very least, she wanted them to not live together. But the words that came out were an unexpected plea for him to stay. Jiang Han was taken aback. He propped himself up on his arms, looking at his ex-girlfriend with a hint of amusement. Miss Shen, you're quite something. Last night you were so adamant about breaking up. Changed your mind so soon? Or did you develop feelings from sleeping together? The blush on Shen Qingning's face spread from her ears down to her collarbone. At Jiang Han's teasing, she felt a mix of shame and annoyance. Unable to contain herself, she clenched her fist and pounded his back. Can you talk properly? What's this about sleeping? Jiang Han spread his hands, feigning innocence. According to variable analysis between yesterday and today, there's only one variable. I've liked you for so long, we dated for 2 years. In all that time, forget about sleeping together, we could count the times we held hands on one hand. But the moment we broke up, you started to miss me and remember my good points. What could be the reason? So hard to guess. Jiang Han's tone was a perfect caricature of a male green tea persona. It was a skill head learned from gold diggers in his past life. Adding words like hum or oh at the end of a sentence always had an unexpectedly effective result. Shen Qingning felt the weight and warmth of him, her breathing becoming rapid. She wanted to refute his argument, but found it held some truth. Could it really be because of that? Though she thought it, her mouth refused to admit it. It's not because of that, definitely not. Shen Qingning defended weakly. Jiang Han sat up, leaning against the sofa, casually resting his legs on Shen Qingning's. Then why? Did you discover my good qualities after just 1 day apart? Or do you just have a nostalgic image of Jibuchang from your youth, and now realize he's an incompetent husband? Jiang Han's question struck at the very core of Shen Qingning's heart. When she lay in bed at night, she had indeed pondered this seriously. Her previous longing for a beautiful love with Jibuchang was merely a result of taking Jiang Han's decade-long companionship for granted, seeking a novel thrill in life. After last night's intense encounter, Shen Qingning realized her ex-boyfriend possessed a strength she had never imagined. The exhilarating sensation from this power was far more intense than any so-called white moonlight. Jiang Han possessed masculine qualities she had never discovered before. Meanwhile, in the short span of hours they'd been apart, she understood that Jiang Han had completely integrated into her life. His traces were everywhere, his scent filled the room, and even her own body felt his presence. Compared to Jiang Han, Jibo Chang's only advantage might be his better family background. But she wasn't short on money and didn't need to choose based on financial circumstances. Perhaps she didn't like Jibo Chang as much as she thought, as she was just clinging to an old fantasy out of stubbornness. As she thought, tears began to fall unbidden. They weren't tears of regret, nor were they from the grievance of being teased by Jiang Han. They were the melancholy of finally recognizing her true feelings. She had willingly given up the love right beside her for an illusory fantasy. Jiang Han shook his head, a rare, gentle expression on his face. He pulled a few tissues from the coffee table and carefully wiped away the tears on Shen Qingning's face. Don't cry. I can't stand seeing a woman cry. Shen Qingning sobbed a few times, trying to control her emotions. Jiang Han, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Her words were sincere, her attitude utterly humble. Jiang Han reached out and pulled her into his arms again, gently stroking her back. Through the silk pajamas, he could clearly feel the smooth skin of her back, with nothing to hinder his touch. Everyone makes mistakes. Before he could finish, Shen Qingning hugged him tighter. Can we go back to how we were? Forget Jibo Chang, forget Lin Yaoyao, let's start over. Jiang Han, hearing this, gently covered her mouth with his hand and finished his interrupted thought. Your mistake was misjudging your feelings. I made the same mistake, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted 10 years of my life. The implication was clear: his new life would not be spent focusing all his energy on women like before. As for the conditions for a fresh start, the most basic one is that you must first master the traditional virtues that Lin Yaoyao possesses before we can talk. Shen Qingning was confused, not fully grasping his words. She naively assumed that since Jiang Han hadn't explicitly refused, there was still a chance. She was about to speak again when a pair of strong hands lifted her onto his lap. I told you before I came. What did you say? I don't remember. I said, when faced with your beautiful legs as a man, it's very hard to control my impulses. It was just yesterday. It's too soon. Jiang Han pointed to the clock on the wall. The hour hand was stuck at 1 a.m. It was the night before last, actually. You've rested for a whole day. Shen Qingning tried to resist, but Jiang Han silenced her with a deep kiss. Everything around her made her abandon all other thoughts. Sinking back into Jiang Han's tender embrace, this was the feeling. What she wanted was this so-called indulgence. The man before her was what she desperately needed right now. Oh ho ho ho. Long after the nocturnal chirping of cicadas had faded, replaced by the crisp songs of birds at dawn, Jiang Han patted the dust off his pants, dressed himself, and left the villa feeling refreshed. His purpose in coming had been straightforward and singular, and now that it was fulfilled, it was time to depart. As for returning to that state of deep love for Shen Qingning from the past, that was utterly impossible. He had no desire to entangle himself in emotions that were none of his concern. A casual tryst was not to be taken seriously. Shen Qingning slept soundly. On one hand, her body was weary and desperately needed sleep to replenish its strength. On the other, she was lost in a beautiful dream. In the dream, Jiang Han had left Lin Yaoyao and returned to her side. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Shen Qingning's bed was empty. Only the crumpled sheets and a pillow that had fallen to the floor bore witness to the previous night's events. From the living room sofa to the master bedroom's grand bed, the luxurious villa once again bore the sweat of their shared exertion. Jiang Han. Jiang Han. Shen Qingning propped herself up and called out, but as expected, there was no response. She wrapped herself in a coat and walked to the living room, but the man was nowhere to be seen. She bit her lip in frustration, her eyes reddening. Bastard. Leaving right after sleeping with me. She had asked him to reconcile, but instead of a firm answer, she had been taken back and forth. What was all this supposed to mean? She picked up her phone, about to confront Jiang Han, when coincidentally Jibo Chang called. Hello, what is it? Shen Qingning said with irritation. Qingning, how's your rest? Are you feeling any better? No, not at all. It's worse. She completely disregarded Jibo Chang's feelings, venting all her resentment towards Jiang Han onto him. That's serious. Let me take you to the hospital for a checkup. No, a doctor can't cure this. Jibo Chang's voice paused. He could hear the impatience in Shen Qingning's tone. Qingning, what's wrong? Since you broke up with Jiang Han, your attitude towards me seems to have soured. Did I do something wrong? Shen Qingning listened to the voice on the phone, her mind filled with images of last night's reckless encounter and the words Jiang Han had spoken to her. As for the white moonlight, to hell with it. There was no such thing as a white moonlight or black moonlight. It was all just her own foolish imagination. What she missed, what she pursued, what she truly wanted was the man who had been by her side all along. Jibo Chang, I've thought it over carefully. I don't think we're suited for each other. Let's end this here. With that, she hung up the phone directly. Then Shen Qingning blocked Jibo Chang's phone number and WeChat and sent a message to Jiang Han. I've blocked all of Jibo Chang's contact info. You're the only man who's ever touched me. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. After sending the message, she sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes fixed intently on the chat window. Half an hour later, she finally received a reply from Jiang Han. Not bad, making progress. The brief message instantly dispelled the fatigue from Shen Qingning's body, filling her with a sense of hope. Next she called her best friend Qiu Xiao seeking advice. What? You slept with Jiang Han? Qiu Xiao was shocked upon hearing Shen Qingning's account shouting loudly into the phone. No way. You stayed chaste for 2 years of dating, but gave it up after the breakup. And what do you mean given everything you could give? Yao Yao, you wouldn't understand. Sis, I've never been in a relationship, but I've watched movies. Besides that, did you give him something extra? Did he force you? Don't talk nonsense. Jiang Han isn't that kind of person. Shen Qingning flatly denied her friend's wild guesses. Despite being angry at Jiang Han for leaving without a word, she wouldn't allow him to be slandered. Qingning, your change is too drastic. I can't keep up. I mean, you were together for so long, it's hard to believe your view of him could change so completely overnight. Unless you suddenly discovered something special about him. Does he have some kind of treasure that can drive a woman crazy? Shen Qingning, what treasure? Qiu Xiao, how should I put it? It's like something you try and get addicted to, a feeling you can't forget. Even after breaking up, you desperately want to go back for more. Shen Qingning was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what her friend was implying and couldn't help but send a crying laughing emoji. I guessed right. So are we still going to teach him a lesson like we planned? Shen Qingning instinctively replied, no need, then added, find a way to make him leave Lin Yao Yao. As for Jiang Han, he hasn't had it easy either. Ooh, a woman's heart changes so fast. I even ran into Ji Buochang this morning and called him brother-in-law. Guess I got that wrong. Shen Qingning, don't mention that man. If it weren't for him, why would I have given up on Jiang Han? Help me figure out how to win him back. Qingning, didn't Jiang Han use to obey your every word? Just crook your finger now, show you want to reconcile, and hell come running back, right? Shen Qingning sighed. That was then. It's different now. Alright, look how anxious you are. I refuse to believe any man can resist you. Anyway, you need to play to your strengths. He could hook you, and you can reel him in too. Then Qiu Xiao added a mischievous grin emoji. Meanwhile, Ji Buochang angrily discovered he had been blocked by Shen Qingning on all platforms. His WeChat messages failed to send, and his calls were diverted to an automated robot. Damn it. What the hell is wrong with Shen Qingning? He slammed his fist against the wall, barely able to contain his rage. His anger wasn't from losing a relationship, but from the frustration of seeing his chance for a comeback slip through his fingers. Women are so damn dramatic. Pretending to be cold and aloof on the outside, but I bet she's a total slut on the inside. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't win her over with my charm. Something must have gone wrong. I can't give up now. He scrolled through his contacts, sending messages to each of Shen Qingning's friends. Has something happened to Qingning? She suddenly blocked me. He sent it to 5 people, but got no response. After a long while, only Qiu Xiao replied, with a picking nose emoji. Ji Buochang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, puzzled, Xiao, what's wrong with your sister? You want the truth? Of course, tell me. Well, you might want to sit down for this. Don't get upset. Ji Buochang was confused. Just tell me. It's just, Qingning has been quite tired these past few days. I know she said she wanted to rest, but that's no reason to avoid seeing me, right? I'm not describing it accurately. Sorry, Qiu Xiao continued. Her relationship with Jiang Han is more complicated than you think. What do you mean? Ji Buochang asked back. Simply put, when they broke up, things got a bit physical between them. You know what I mean. The kind of alone time between a man and a woman. Ji Buochang stared at the message, his head buzzing, his face turning ashen as he stumbled and collapsed onto the floor. Qiu Xiao, did you get that, or do I need to spell it out further? Blame me for being hasty this morning. Don't you dare tell Jiang Han I called you brother-in-law. I'm afraid he'll get the wrong idea. Qiu Xiao, vivacious and outgoing, delighted in stirring the pot, mercilessly twisting the knife. After all, Sister Qingning had made it perfectly clear. Since she had cut ties with Ji Buochang, she was free to amuse herself as she pleased. Smack! Ji Buochang mustered his courage to pick up his phone again, only to see a new message. His vision went black, blood rushed to his head, and in a fit of rage he hurled the phone viciously against the wall. Shen Qingning had lived with Jiang Han for 2 years without letting him touch her, so how could she have given herself to him the night before the breakup? Was her discomfort from the first taste of intimacy? Was her unsteady gait from overexertion? Ji Buochang gnashed his teeth in fury, jumping around the room, tearing out clumps of his own hair. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qingning must have sent Qiu Xiao to test me to gauge my sincerity before we officially start dating. He was adept at self-consolation, quickly finding a suitable excuse. Calm down, stay calm. Winning over Shen Qingning was a crucial step in his plan. He couldn't afford to stumble right at the start. Ji Buochang took a few deep breaths, walked to the corner, and picked up his phone. The screen glass was shattered into several pieces, but the touchscreen still worked. He typed with trembling fingers, Xiao, tell me the truth, did Qingning deliberately send you to deceive me? Her thoughts are so traditional, she lived with Jiang Han for 2 years without being. What's all this Santhat nonsense? A grown man being so wishy-washy. So they slept together, what's the big deal? In this day and age, a woman in her 20s who's only been with one man should practically get a medal for chastity. Instantly, Ji Buochang felt a tightness in his chest, his breath catching. Shen Qingning's curvaceous figure and those long-coveted legs flashed through his mind. He had fantasized countless times about being intimate with her, even using her as the object of his private desires. In the end, it was Jiang Han who got the prize. He couldn't accept it. The original packaging was already broken, an unchangeable fact. But as long as Shen Qingning was willing to be with him, he could still gain substantial wealth and considerable entertainment industry resources. Ji Buchang pressed on. Xiao have Qingning and Jiang Han made up. No, they're living their own separate lives. Jiang Han has been hanging around Lin Yaoyao lately, you should know that. Ji Buchang let out a long sigh of relief. So Qingning had merely made a mistake any woman could make, not rekindled an old flame. Perhaps she was afraid I'd reject her, which is why she steeled herself to cut off contact. She's truly a good girl. After a moment, Xiao Xiao sent several voice messages. Hey old G, you still there? Want me to call 120 for you? You were the one who asked. It's not like I was trying to provoke you. This has nothing to do with me. Ji Buchang sat down on the sofa. It's fine, I understand. Qingning feels she's tainted, afraid I want her, so she made the hard choice to let go. Xiao Xiao stared at the screen, stunned into silence, her mind racing with curses. How what a useless man. Good thing Qingning saw through him early and cut her losses. No matter how fiercely she cursed inwardly, her face betrayed nothing. Right, you're such a good man, you must hang in there. Thank you, Xiao, they'll keep trying. Xiao Xiao, so you don't mind that Qingning has been with another man again and again? As long as she has me in her heart, it's all the same once she's clean. At that, Xiao Xiao was utterly speechless. She sent a waving smiley face and quickly ended the conversation. In truth, Ji Bochang's heart ached terribly. How could he not mind? The idyllic shaded path he yearned for had been trodden upon, covered in morning frost each dawn and dusk. Before he could even glimpse the scenery at the end, the road had already been reshaped by another. But there was no choice. He had to cling to Shen Qingning as his lifeline, resorting to any means of self-consolation. Jiang Han. Ji Buchang clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. All of this was his fault. If he had just broken up quietly and distanced himself from Shen Qingning, none of this would have happened. Ji Buchang resolved to make the other man pay. As for Shen Qingning, he couldn't reach her now. He couldn't very well show up at her door and demand answers, could he? What would he even say? Ask if she's still hurt? Or advise her to stay in bed and rest, to walk less? The more Ji Buchang thought about it, the more pathetic he felt, a surge of frustration pent up inside him. He couldn't hold back. 1 minute and 30 seconds later. Released, he finally felt calm. Shen Qingning, just you wait. Once I have you, you'll know what a real man is. Ji Buchang carefully devised his strategy, planning to start with Shen Qingning's close friends. He'd pry information from them to understand the latest developments. Simultaneously, he'd find ways to expose Jiang Han for what he truly was. He was nothing but a kept man clinging to a woman's coattails. How could he possibly compete with him? Without a woman, what is Jiang Han anyway? He'll not only win back Shen Qingning, but also take Lin Yaoyao, having them serve me on either side. In his mind, Ji Buchang envisioned taming both beauties and crushing Jiang Han under his heel. He had heard that Shen Qingning, as compensation for the breakup, plan to introduce him to Xingyue Media, where the deputy director happened to be an acquaintance. With a little networking and a few favors, he was determined to make Jiang Han suffer the consequences and lose all face in front of the women. Ji Buchang rubbed his hands together eagerly, his face twisted into a sinister grimace, a far cry from the courteous gentleman he pretended to be. A self-righteous perfect plan was born. Elsewhere, Jiang Han left Shen Qingning's residence, greeted the morning sun, and found a beef noodle shop to fill his stomach. He discovered that the system, which had been dormant after its initial activation, had indeed lifted the limiter on his physical capabilities. He no longer felt drained, his legs carrying him with vigorous strides. However, his stomach frequently sounded the alarm, reminding him it was time to eat. 2 marinated eggs, 4 pieces of dried tofu with extra beef and pork intestine toppings. The spicy beef bone broth paired with chewy noodles was an absolute delight. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Lin Yaoyao's milk. Boss, do you have any fresh milk? What? Only beer and soda. The middle-aged man had never seen anyone order milk with their noodles. Ring ring. Ring ring. Speak of the devil, and Lin Yaoyao happened to call. You rascal, where did you go last night? Why haven't you come back yet? The voice actress' tone shifted to one of plaintive resentment. She sounded like a forlorn wife waiting for her man to come home, sending shivers down Jiang Han's spine. Missing me? He'll come back and give you a massage. Scram. Hurry up and tell me, where are you? Lin Yaoyao was getting anxious. She wasn't worried about Jiang Han running off with some other woman. A man who could attract women showed he had skills, a great asset in the eyes of a traditional woman. What concerned Lin Yaoyao was Jiang Han's physical well-being. After all, a qualified baby-making machine was hard to come by these days. I'm eating out all alone. Jiang Han deliberately sent a voice message on WeChat. Ugh, we're supposed to be boyfriend and girlfriend, but no one's around at night. I'm so lonely. Lin Yaoyao replied, Come clean, how many times did you do it? Huh, why would a sweet girl talk so crudely? Jiang Han, confused expression, I have no idea what you're talking about, I don't understand. Lin Yaoyao, stop pretending. I have cameras installed in my living room and courtyard. Come clean. Sneaking into Shen Qingning's house in the dead of night. What good could come of it? Damn, she knew I was going out, but how did she even find out where I went? The camera on my front door faces the villa opposite. Are you back together with Shen Qingning? Jiang Han chuckled and typed on the screen. Nonsense. I went over specifically to give her a good lesson on your behalf. You two are arch-rivals, so as your boyfriend I couldn't just stand by. You have no idea how badly I taught her a lesson. Want to hear about it? Get lost. Was that her screaming in agony? She was practically soaring to heaven. Lin Yaoyao, but seriously, you just slept with her and then ran off. Of course, otherwise stay for the new year. I was just craving her body and figured I'd burn off the oyster energy from yesterday's meal. Huh. Good on you, Jiang Han. You're truly the man I chose. Thinking of Shen Qingning waking up alone in an empty room, realizing she got used again. It feels so satisfying. Jiang Han was speechless. As long as she was happy, it was fine. Lin Yaoyao, I still have things to handle here. He'll be away for 2 days. Stay home and behave, and he'll give you a reward when I'm back. As for Shen Qingning, as long as you don't get back together with her, you can mess with her however you like. Okay, babe, you're so good to me. Jiang Han was always a bit roguish. On the surface, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and a little verbal sparring could even strengthen their bond. I'm about to board the plane. Anyway, take care of yourself. After ending the chat, Jiang Han savored Lin Yaoyao's last words. She kept saying to take care of his health. Could she really be planning to borrow some of his superior genes? A woman who had been preparing for pregnancy since age 18. He couldn't imagine how formidable she would be. But Jiang Han wasn't intimidated if she wanted a head fight. He put down his chopsticks and scanned the QR code at the counter to pay, spending less than 40 yuan. Buzz. Buzz. Walking back, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He pulled it out. The caller ID showed a local landline number from Jingzhou. Hello? Who's this? He answered, asking for the caller's business. Is this Mr. Jiang Han? A magnetic, middle-aged male voice came through the receiver. Yes, I'm Jiang Han. Who are you? Mr. Jiang, hello. Sorry to bother you. I'm Wang Chengfei, Deputy Branch Manager of China Merchants Bank Jingzhou, mainly in charge of retail financial services. I heard from my subordinate that you deposited a sum of 1 billion yuan with us. Your current account is managed by the sub-branch, which cannot match your financial strength. We sincerely invite you to join our private banking service, where a professional team of advisors will tailor a wealth plan for you. Would it be convenient to have a meal together? Wang Chengfei's tone was very gentle, displaying a full sense of service even from a leadership position at the bank. Jiang Han understood his intention. For individual depositors, having 1 billion yuan sitting idle in an account made them a client that commercial banks would compete for. To have risen to the position of branch manager, he was undoubtedly a shrewd person, likely older than Jiang Han by a significant margin. But his attitude showed that he fully regarded Jiang Han as a golden patron. Jiang Han shook his head and smiled. He had been busy with the mobile warfare these past 2 days and hadn't yet adapted to the identity of a wealthy man. No problem, President Wang. My WeChat is the same as my phone number. Just add me and send me the address. All right, Mr. Jiang. See you in the evening. After hanging up, Jiang Han strolled leisurely toward the villa. He was quite willing to deal with the banking sector. It was a very special service industry. Everyone had a bank account, and China Merchants Bank's private banking had long been renowned in the industry. That meant many wealthy people in society were their clients. To put it bluntly here, you could exchange resources on an equal footing. While walking, Jiang Han searched online for the threshold to qualify for private banking. A monthly average deposit of 10 million yuan made one eligible for private banking services, 50 million for ultra-high net worth clients, and 300 million for the top-tier family office clients. In addition to enjoying asset allocation, one could also leverage the bank's considerable internal resources. The price was simply to keep the money with them. Deposits were a crucial operational indicator for every bank, and these funds could be used to purchase wealth management funds, trusts, and generate intermediate business income. Time quickly arrived at dusk. Jiang Han took a hot shower and prepared to change clothes for the dinner. He rummaged through his backpack for a long time, only to find floral shorts and a t-shirt. Went out and about, one's identity was self-made. With 1 billion yuan in deposits, he couldn't be too shabby. But when he had left Shen Qingning's house earlier, he was in a hurry and hadn't brought any of his old clothes. So he boldly walked toward the villa opposite. He entered the password, and with a beep the door opened. Hearing the commotion downstairs, Shen Qingning sat up abruptly in bed. Only she and Jiang Han knew the door code. It was obvious who had come. Great. Jiang Han is willing to come back. He wants to make up with me. Shen Qingning's excitement was palpable. She got out of bed, hurried to the vanity, and quickly checked herself in the mirror. She tucked her messy hair behind her ears and casually applied lipstick to make her complexion look more radiant. Shen Qingning walked briskly to the elevator. When the elevator doors opened, their gazes met. You're back. Shen Qingning's voice was very soft. She shyly lowered her head, and a blush of bashfulness appeared on her face. Jiang Han stepped out of the elevator, ignoring her. I'm here to change clothes. I have a dinner to go to tonight. Ah. Shen Qingning was instantly disappointed. Then after you eat, will you come back? No, we're already broken up. Jiang Han said as he walked into his former bedroom. Although they had lived together for 2 years, they had always slept in separate beds. Jiang Han's bedroom was next to Shen Qingning's master bedroom. He opened the wardrobe, picked out a white shirt and suit trousers, and stripped down to his underwear in front of Shen Qingning. Shen Qingning saw Jiang Han's sturdy chest and strong thigh muscles froze in shock and covered her lower abdomen. I'm off. They'll come back another day to get the rest of my clothes. Shen Qingning followed Jiang Han all the way to the villa's entrance, watching until the red Ferrari drove far away before she turned her head. Her eyes glistened red. At that moment, she deeply felt the loneliness of longing unfulfilled and experienced the ruthlessness of a man. In the evening, the streets of Jingzhou were bustling with traffic, showcasing the vibrancy of a prosperous metropolis. Amid the flowing stream of vehicles, Jiang Han drove his Ferrari toward his destination. The dinner venue was a private kitchen restaurant in the city center, about a 15-minute drive away. After adding WeChat in the morning, Wang Qingfei first asked about Jiang Han's residence, waited 5 minutes, and then sent the restaurant's location. He even chose a dining spot as close to the client as possible, fully considering the guest's perspective. Though a minor detail, it left a favorable impression on Jiang Han from the start. Following the navigation, he arrived at an indoor park where the private kitchen restaurant was located. Without a recommendation from an acquaintance, one would never have imagined there was a dining place here. Exiting the car, Jiang Han walked a few steps to the parking lot entrance. A building with distinctive local features, green tiles and white walls, came into view. The overall colors were only white, grayish-green, and black, simple and clean, appearing refreshing yet dignified. At the main entrance was a heavy wooden door above which hung the sign of the private kitchen, Tianjing Way. Located inside the park, the surroundings were serene and tranquil, with an elegant atmosphere perfect for business banquets. Jiang Han strode quickly toward the door, which slid open automatically. Four female attendants stood on either side, bowing respectfully to him. They wore uniform modified cheongsams in light pink, with waistlines cinched tightly and distinctly. The slits on both sides ran from the thigh, revealing thin nude stockings, and they wore stiletto heels outlining a slender and classical beauty, full of charm. Excuse me, are you Mr. Jiang? Before Jiang Han could speak, one attendant inquired first. I am. Did President Wang tell you? You are the most important guest tonight, so we naturally had to prepare in advance. The female attendant pressed her hands together in front of her chest and replied with a smile, Mr. Jiang, please follow me. She gestured with one hand and led the way half a step ahead. The remaining 3 women followed behind Jiang Han, surrounding him as they guided him toward the private room. Don't you need to leave someone at the door to welcome other guests? Jiang Han asked curiously, seeing them all follow. Mr. Jiang, our restaurant operates on a reservation system and does not accept walk-in customers. Tonight you are the only guest at Tianjing Way. After you arrived, we no longer need to wait at the door. Jiang Han clicked his tongue in amazement. With such a large space, serving only a few reserved guests, the price must be far beyond imagination. Passing through the indoor corridor, they soon arrived at the elegant room on the 3rd floor. The places they passed were adorned with numerous antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, all showcasing the establishment's taste. After the female attendant guided Jiang Han into the room, she bowed and left. The spacious private room contained only 3 people: a middle-aged man in a suit around 50 years old, a charming middle-aged woman, and a young woman in a bank uniform. The leader was naturally Wang Qingfei, who had contacted him. The rest were presumably bank employees. After entering, Jiang Han quickly scanned their appearances, inadvertently noticing surprise and shock on the young woman's face. Strange. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall. Could it be that she was captivated by his handsome appearance? He was naturally good-looking, with a born confidence of a playboy. The 1 billion deposit was like a potent dose, giving Jiang Han an extraordinary aura from the inside out. When the 3 saw the newcomer, they stood up in unison, with Wang Qingfei leading the way to greet him. Mr. Jiang, hello. An honor to meet you. He proactively extended his right hand for a handshake. Jiang Han responded with a smile, neither humble nor arrogant. President Wang, sorry to have kept you waiting. Not at all, we just arrived. In terms of status, the other party was the vice president of a joint stock bank, while Jiang Han was currently unemployed. Yet their behavior after meeting was completely opposite. The development and social structure of Blue Star were similar to his previous life, and the nuances of human relationships were also alike. Jiang Han knew that the 1 billion gave him the confidence and capital to face financial elites. Even if you were a bank president with an annual salary mostly in the millions, you still bore performance targets and had to read people's moods. In fact, even if they had waited an hour or 2 upon meeting, they would still say they had just arrived. Mr. Jiang, please take the seat of honor. Xiao Qiu Porti. Wang Qingfei guided Jiang Han to the main seat at the round table, facing the door, placing him in the most honored position. Mr. Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Yuan Li, the general manager of our Jingzhou branch's private banking center. The middle-aged woman turned sideways to face Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang, you are so young. The phrase young and accomplished seems tailor-made for you. Xiao Qiu, now that the tea is brewed, come over and sit down. Mr. Jiang, Xiao Qiu is our carefully selected exclusive account manager for you, who will provide unknown service around the clock. Indeed, the introduced branch employee was none other than Qiu Xiao, Shen Qingning's distant cousin and close friend. Following her department head's cue, she trembled as she carried the tea set and sat down beside Jiang Han. Qiu Xiao was in a state of extreme shock from the moment she saw the visitor. She hadn't recovered. She never imagined that the important client the bank president had personally come to meet tonight would be Jiang Han. Jiang Han had previously been completely focused on Shen Qingning and had little impression of the friend he had only met once. But Qiu Xiao was different, as she often heard about him from Sister Qingning, including many details of their interactions and his manner of dealing with people. She had also seen photos of Jiang Han many times, the most recent being through Lin Yaoyao's moments. Why him? Why was the ex-boyfriend that Sister Qingning described as having little ability the ultra-high net worth client that China Merchants Bank was striving to win over? Assets don't lie. The leaders had confirmed Jiang Han's financial strength. 1 billion. A full 1 billion sitting in his bank account. Even if left in a checking account without any investment, the daily interest was more than her hard-earned monthly salary. According to Qiu Xiao's professional level, with a little asset allocation, even a conservative strategy could easily yield over 30 million annually. Qiu Xiao's mind raced, continuously speculating on countless possibilities. While waiting earlier, President Wang had said that Jiang Han's money came from trust principal and income deposits with no issues regarding fund compliance. So he had always been wealthy. He hadn't shown it in front of Shen Qingning. Was it intentional concealment? Now that they had broken up, was he starting to reveal his hand? Qiu Xiao thought about what Shen Qingning had said that morning. She wanted to get back together with Jiang Han. Could it be that she had sensed something? No, that couldn't be. Given Shen Qingning's personality, she would never be able to hide such a big secret. Even the private topic of having slept together had been exposed. If she knew Jiang Han was rich, she would definitely have spoken out. Qiu Xiao's thoughts drifted, her mind a mess, even her gaze turning dull. Yuan Li, the head of China Merchants Bank's private banking, noticed this and secretly pinched her thigh under the table with her right hand. Xiao Qiu, why don't you quickly get acquainted with Mr. Jiang? After being pinched by her leader, Qiu Xiao finally snapped back to reality. Mr. Jiang, hello. Starting today, I am your dedicated wealth advisor and personal secretary. Whether in professional or personal matters, I will wholeheartedly provide you with premium services. Qiu Xiao held a unique position among Shen Qingning's group of 6 close friends, being the youngest. She had only been included because of Shen Qingning, and her family background was the most ordinary compared to the others, a typical small-town overachiever. Jiang Han looked her up and down, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity, yet he couldn't pinpoint where he had seen her before. In her early 20s, she wore the standard uniform of a private banking center. Her figure was slender and graceful, with curves in all the right places, and her long black hair was coiled neatly at the back of her head. Her slightly mature professional makeup couldn't conceal the vibrant youthful aura brimming with collagen. Her phoenix eyes held an innate allure. Her delicate features were exquisitely proportioned, and her face was as small as a palm. Her nose was straight and refined, and her lips resembled ripe cherries. If Shen Qingning was elegant and Lin Yaoyao was grand, then Qiu Xiao before him was pure freshness. Her face was so tender it seemed it could be pinched to water, and one couldn't help but want to take a gentle bite. Jiang Han had heard about the exceptional service of CMB private banking, where the young ladies were not only beautiful, but mostly graduates from prestigious universities. Now he realized the rumors were indeed true. The branch manager, accompanied by the center director and a young beauty, made the purpose of this banquet quite obvious. A smile curled at the corner of Jiang Han's mouth. You've definitely found the right way to challenge my weakness. Please have a seat, Xiao Qiu. Jiang Han gestured for Qiu Xiao to sit down, then turned to Wang Qingfei. Director Wang, is this personal secretary what I think it is? Do you assign one to every client? Wang Qingfei smiled and waved his hand. Of course not. Most client managers serve multiple clients. Only distinguished clients like you, Mr. Jiang, are entitled to dedicated service. You've understood correctly. Apart from specific business matters, you can contact Xiao Qiu for any other needs. Responding to her leader's subtle cue, Qiu Xiao nodded her head eagerly. Wang Qingfei continued, Mr. Jiang, the purpose of inviting you today is simply to get acquainted and to showcase our bank's professionalism. All our privileges will be elevated to the highest tier for you. Please don't hesitate to let us know any personalized needs you might have. Upon hearing this, Jiang Han took a sip of Biluakan tea and nodded with a smile. His gaze kept inadvertently drifting towards Qiu Xiao beside him. The bank's uniform was mature and steady in tone, and the tight pencil skirt, though form-fitting, didn't carry the frivolity of a KTV lounge. Black stockings and a pencil skirt were Shen Qingning's usual favorite attire. If she were to wear this, it might have a different kind of charm. Amidst his wandering thoughts, a sudden realization struck Jiang Han. He felt that Xiao Xiao bore a slight resemblance to Shen Qingning, especially around the lips. There was a subtle upward curve with two thin, perfectly proportioned lips. When she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted, revealing clean white teeth. Could it be that the familiarity stemmed from her resemblance to his ex-girlfriend? Jiang Han was puzzled, but with outsiders present, he couldn't ask directly. During the wait, Wang Qingfei kept initiating conversation, yet he skillfully maintained boundaries, never attempting to pry into Jiang Han's specific industry or his rise to wealth. The conversation revolved around recent hot topics, news, entertainment, and even internet memes. It was evident that this bank manager who navigated circles of influential people came well prepared. Before long, a knock sounded at the door, and elegantly dressed female waitresses in cheongsams entered one by one. Dishes of exquisite aromatic delicacies were served in an orderly fashion, while another server brought over an open bottle of matai and filled the guests' glasses. Mr. Jiang, please forgive any inadequacy in our hospitality. Since the occasion is rare, how about we have a toast? Wang Qingfei gestured to the waiter, signaling him to fill Jiang Han's decanter first. Director Wang, I drove here, Jiang Han said, making a token gesture of refusal. Don't drink and drive was a common consensus in society now, but it was merely a flimsy excuse. Wang Qingfei waved dismissively. Mr. Jiang, let me first introduce the first privilege of our private banking. We have partnered with vehicle services, including designated drivers, airport pickup and drop-off. Feel free to use them whenever you need. As for today, Xiao Qiu can drive you home. Jiang Han nodded, no longer refusing, and accepted willingly. The bank manager knew how to handle things, and he liked that. As the dishes were served, each waitress would introduce them with care. The first hot dish after 6 cold appetizers was steamed coral grouper. Dear guest, our coral grouper is sourced live from the South China Sea and flown in directly from the fishing port to ensure ultimate freshness. The fish weighs about 3 g's, steamed in a rich broth and flavored with ginger shred, scallion segments, and a touch of Shaoxing wine. Wang Qingfei picked up the serving chopsticks, selected the finest part, and placed it into Jiang Han's bowl. The best flavor for the most honored guest. We want you to feel that our private banking service is as precise and thoughtful as this dish. As he finished speaking, he stood up, and along with the other two raised their glasses in a toast towards Jiang Han. A toast to Mr. Jiang. Wang Qingfei's posture was extremely respectful, always keeping his glass slightly lower than Jiang Han's. Even when Jiang Han politely lowered his own glass, the other would quickly adjust. It had to be said, this feeling of being elevated was indeed pleasant. Jiang Han genuinely experienced the benefits that money brings. After 3 opening drinks, the warmth of the alcohol began to spread through his body. The 53-degree Feitian Matai was an essential choice for business banquets. Although there were more expensive wines, Chinese men inherently favored grain-based baijiu, and Jiang Han was no exception. He savored the tender fish in his bowl. A single bite released a burst of juices, preserving the original freshness of the fish steamed to perfection. The remaining dishes were equally distinctive, including the regional specialty of crab roe meatball, the innovative pan-seared foie gras with truffle sauce, and the wagyu beef heart served cold with abalone sauce, among others. Beside him, Xiao Xiao was diligently adapting to her new role, trying to push aside the thought of the relationship between Jiang Han and Shen Qingning and focusing on serving the distinguished guest. When she saw his small glass was empty, she promptly refilled it from the decanter. When he reached for food, she immediately steadied the rotating table. When he needed to wipe his hands, she quickly offered a warm towel. Her entire service routine showcased the dedication and thoughtfulness of an exclusive personal secretary. Yuan Li, watching from the side, felt very pleased and nodded in approval repeatedly. The star of the department had finally come around, willing to humble herself to serve a man. Xiao Xiao had always detested business banquets with clients where she couldn't eat or drink properly and had to constantly mind her manners, leaving her exhausted both physically and mentally. But today she served willingly. If not for Shen Qingning's own doing, she might have had to call this man brother-in-law. However, it was clear that the situation had now drastically reversed, and Xiao Xiao was filled with curiosity about Jiang Han. His handsomeness was beyond doubt. A strong, upright build, handsome and well-defined features, and even when drinking he exuded a manly dominance. After several rounds of drinks, many dishes remained on the table. Although the cuisine was exquisite, the sheer abundance meant only a small taste of each was possible. Jiang Han took the towel Xiao Xiao handed him and wiped his cheeks and mouth. President Wang, I've understood all the benefits of the private banking you mentioned. Just proceed as you suggested. Wang Qingfei's face was flushed, reeking of alcohol. Hearing Jiang Han's words, he realized that the other party was willing to make China Merchants Bank his primary private bank, and immediately grabbed the wine decanter. President Jiang, how refreshing. Here's to a pleasant cooperation. I'll finish this, you can take your time. The decanter, filled to the brim, held about 100 grams. Wang Qingfei held his breath and downed it in one go. After finishing, he turned the cup upside down and shook it twice to show it was completely empty. Jiang Han, without any airs, wanted to reciprocate with a similar toast, but the other man firmly pressed his hand down. President Jiang, please take your time. While the business dinners of adults were indeed full of social rituals, Jiang Han could only take a small sip. Then he recalled that the system had not only granted him 1 billion in funds, but also service fees for professional institutions and the entire Xinhua Media Group. Why not fully leverage the resources of China Merchants Bank to facilitate his future career development? President Wang, since I've chosen your bank, I hope it will be worth it. Of course, President Jiang's needs are our motivation. The entire private banking division, including our retail line, will spare no effort. Jiang Han paused, leaning back in his seat. President Wang, the benefits you mentioned are mostly common value-added services which I could obtain by spending more elsewhere. The implication was clear. Financial services like asset allocation and investment advice were available at every bank. Legal consultations, tax advice, and medical team coordination could also be replaced with alternatives if one was willing to pay. Beyond the surface offerings, Jiang Han wanted to extract some insider perks from the other man's pocket. Wang Qingfei, a seasoned veteran in the business world, naturally understood what Jiang Han was driving at. He took out a pack of Jiujizuan cigarettes, placed one to Jiang Han's lips, and lit it. Jiang Han smoked, but wasn't a heavy smoker. He hadn't had a cigarette since moving into Lin Yaoyao's villa. In front of Lin Yaoyao, he was a robust young man who preferred milk, but at this moment, he couldn't care less about that woman's thoughts. Smoking and drinking were a perfect match for men. Even if one didn't usually crave a cigarette, a post-drink smoke was part of life. Wang Qingfei exhaled smoke, casually draping his arm over Jiang Han's shoulder. President Jiang, we're having a good time drinking. Speak your mind freely. At this moment, Qiu Xiao was sitting upright to Jiang Han's right. Watching her superior, who usually had employees too intimidated to lift their heads, fawning over Jiang Han, a strange sense of pride welled up in her heart. But then she reconsidered, realizing it felt off. She still imagined Jiang Han as her brother-in-law. But Shen Qingning had treated him that way, ruthlessly abandoning the relationship for another man, and even now her attempts to lower herself and reconcile had failed. From a rational standpoint, there was little chance of a reconciliation between them. In other words, Qiu Xiao and Jiang Han no longer had any additional identity. They were merely the client and the humble service provider. The two men were smoking and talking heart-to-heart while the department head Yuan Li had drunk too much and gone to the restroom alone. This gave Qiu Xiao a chance to act alone. She had long wanted to message Shen Qingning to probe the situation. Qingning, how are things between you and brother Jiang Han? Any new progress? Not yet. He came to change clothes and was very cold to me. He even said he'd come back for the remaining clothes someday. It seems he's determined not to move back. Shen Qingning replied quickly, her tone full of disappointment. I'm thinking whether I should give him more money. After all, Jiang Han's financial situation isn't good. Qiu Xiao was speechless. If that was considered a bad situation, then there was no man with a good one. She clearly had no idea about Jiang Han's financial strength. As a good bestie, Qiu Xiao should have empathized and comforted her sister. But an elusive flicker of joy stirred in her heart. Male, heterosexual, 1 billion in assets, handsome, unmarried, and incredibly devoted to his ex-girlfriend. When these words, which should never appear together, all converged on Jiang Han, any girl would inevitably begin a self-induced infatuation. During the time Qiu Xiao had spent with Shen Qingning, she had heard countless stories about Jiang Han, his daily care and thoughtful gifts for every holiday. When Shen Qingning recounted them, her tone was boastful yet tinged with dissatisfaction. But Qiu Xiao was genuinely envious to the point of bursting. After confirming the state of their relationship from her sister, she quickly tapped on her phone screen. Qingning, since you two haven't reconciled, do you have any new plans? Shen Qingning, I'll keep trying. I won't give up. Qiu Xiao, then, what if it really can't be salvaged? Shen Qingning, at the very least, Jiang Han can't be with Lin Yaoyao. Absolutely not. That would be worse than killing me. Qingning, I'll help you complete the mission. The woman beside Jiang Han won't be Lin Yaoyao. You're so good, Yaoyao. You're truly my dear sister. When you go ahead and get busy, I'll think of something. Qiu Xiao ended the conversation, clicked the lock button on her phone, and a sly smile inadvertently crept across her face. For the sake of her good sister, she would spare no effort to remove Lin Yaoyao from Jiang Han's side. Keeping a man without a female companion was unrealistic. But substitution was much easier. The simplest and most direct method was to replace the old love with a new one. Replace the woman beside him with a new woman. The only option left was for her to take the stage herself. What a reliable friend and sister she was. After making up her mind, Qiu Xiao downed the papaya juice in her cup in one gulp. Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Wang Qingfei were getting along quite well. Many business deals were struck under the influence of alcohol. After drinking and getting a foot massage, men became good buddies. Wang Qingfei had been in charge of retail business for many years and had a unique insight into the affluent class. He actually knew that so-called value-added services and professional expertise were just fronts. The real reason wealthy people choose private banking was to leverage the bank's platform. The threshold of 50 million for ultra-high net worth clients naturally created an exclusive club for the rich. Once you met the asset threshold, the bank invited you to join private banking, meaning you'd encounter elites from all walks of life. As an intermediary service provider, his greatest role was resource integration. Wang Qingfei patted his chest and assured Jiang Han that his connections were Jiang Han's, and Jiang Han's affairs were his own. President Jiang, are you satisfied? Satisfied? That's exactly what I wanted to hear, President Wang. Jiang Han stubbed out his cigarette. By the way, President Wang, I'm planning to acquire a media company soon and might need some assistance. Hearing this, Wang Qingfei's expression shifted slightly. Jiang Han understood that the man was worried his 1 billion in funds would be diverted elsewhere, affecting the bank's deposit share. Rest assured, President Wang. It's an additional project. I won't touch the money in the account. Haha, President Jiang is indeed a shrewd man. Wang Qingfei, whose thoughts had been seen through, let out an awkward laugh. Qiao Xiao listened intently to their conversation, once again stunned by Jiang Han's influence. Acquiring a media company without using the money in the account. How many secrets did he still have? When Wang Qingfei heard Jiang Han's plan, the drunken haze in his eyes instantly cleared. Even his voice turned steady and composed, making one wonder if his earlier intoxication was merely a facade. President Jiang, if I can be of any assistance, I would be delighted to lend a hand. Since this is an acquisition, you'll need a professional team for due diligence. I can recommend a batch of legal and financial experts. Jiang Han shook his head. The system had allocated special funds for intermediary services, so he could solve this with money. Jiwanhe Law Firm, as a top-tier legal institution, was unquestionably capable. What Jiang Han truly needed was a complete set of personnel to assist him in managing the company. Xinhua Media had a resounding reputation in the industry, having created numerous blockbusters. But for him, the biggest issue was control. Even if he became the company's sole owner through share transfer, the employees, especially the middle and senior management, were not personally trained by him and would inevitably harbor divided loyalties. Therefore, his first priority after taking over was to replace key positions with his own people. President Wang, I've already assembled a team for the procedural matters. What I'd like to know is whether there are any management talents willing to switch jobs. Understood. Could you give me a rough idea of the company's scale so I can help find suitable candidates? I can't describe the exact scale. The company is called Xinhua Media Co., Ltd. You can look it up yourself, President Wang. As these words left his mouth, an unmistakable air of pretentiousness permeated the atmosphere. Buying a company without knowing its value. Either he was a fool with money to burn, or he was so wealthy that he simply didn't care. Qiao Xiao, sitting beside Jiang Han, was utterly shaken when she heard the words Xinhua Media from his lips. Though she didn't work in the entertainment industry, her close friends, especially Shen Qingning, often discussed industry topics. From them, she learned that the wildly popular recent Xianxia drama was produced by Xinhua. Even short videos on the internet were flooded with clips from the show, and it would not be an exaggeration to say it had taken the entire country by storm. Qiao Xiao had always envied her friends' financial situations and dreamed of one day truly establishing herself in the great city of Jingzhou. She believed that Shen Qingning would usher in a spring of career development, and perhaps she herself would stumble upon a stroke of luck. Now the very Xinhua Media that even her friends praised endlessly had become Jiang Han's acquisition target. The immense contrast and information shock left Qiao Xiao's pink lips agape, her face frozen in astonishment. Wang Qingfei was extremely proactive. He immediately searched for information online. After seeing the detailed business registration of Xinhua Media, he realized he had grossly underestimated Jiang Han's strength. A serious miscalculation. The 1 billion was definitely not all of Jiang Han's liquid assets, and the cost of acquiring Xinhua Media alone was several times that amount. Wang Qingfei swallowed hard, finding renewed motivation for cooperation. Now that the partnership intention was confirmed, he could deepen the relationship and also bring Jiang Han's company's business under his wing. Wang Qingfei immediately decided that in the future he would wholeheartedly serve President Jiang and his enterprises. President Jiang, for the 1 billion in your account, if you have any financial investment needs, please consider China Merchants Bank's channels. Jiang Han nodded. By the way, President Wang, I also want to buy a house. I heard Jingzhou has purchase restrictions. A small matter, leave it to me. But housing prices in Jingzhou have risen a lot in the past 2 years. The expensive ones are over 300 per square meter. How much? Jiang Han blurted out, suspecting he had misheard. 300 per square meter in Jingzhou. This was vastly different from the timeline of his past life. In Jiang Han's memory, not to mention top-tier metropolises like Jingzhou, even ordinary second- and third-tier cities had school district housing costing tens of thousands per square meter at their peak, with many units exceeding 1 euro per square meter. So Blue Star had not yet experienced the peak of the housing price boom. Wang Qingfei thought Jiang Han found the prices too high and nodded in agreement. Yes, housing prices have surged in the past 2 years. Our internal forecast suggests a turning point is coming soon. If you're investing, you might want to wait. Too cheap. It's a steal. Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim. What was this if not giving away money? Buy, I must buy. This? Wang Qingfei was left speechless. The wealthy were truly unpretentious. I was presumptuous. I didn't consider your strength and status, President Jiang. My apologies. Wang Qingfei repeatedly clasped his hands. Once your acquisition is finalized, you'll meet the local housing purchase policy and can buy without restrictions. If you have any preferred developments, just let me know. China Merchants Bank is a lender for many developers, so we can get internal discounts. Jiang Han could hardly contain his excitement. Excellent. Reserve 10 units for me first. No, make it 20. Listening to his bold words, Qiu Xiao felt her worldview and values crumbling. The news of Jiang Han's 1 billion in liquid cash had yet to sink in, and now the acquisition of Xingyuan Media emerged. And then came the house purchase 20 units at once. Were these the words of an ordinary person? With her salary, Qiu Xiao would have to work relentlessly for years just to save for a down payment in Jingzhou, then bear a mortgage for 20 or 30 years. Jiang Han's approach, however, was unmistakably a full cash payment. Crumbling, her faith was crumbling. In Qiu Xiao's eyes, Jiang Han's image at that moment was towering and magnificent. A top-tier high-quality male. I want to be his devoted admirer. Oh no, I mean for Sister Qingning, to make Jiang Han leave Lin Yaoyao. Qiu Xiao's thoughts drifted to the heavens. She felt that tonight's dinner was a gift from fate. If she hadn't entered the banking industry after graduation, she wouldn't have been the first to learn of Jiang Han's strength, and thus wouldn't have the opportunity to seize the initiative. She had to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Xiao Qiu, did you hear that? Wang Qingfei suddenly asked. President Wang, please go ahead, I'm listening. President Jiang's career is thriving. Whether it's the media company or real estate investment, it will require considerable effort. You must do your utmost to assist and cooperate, understand? Qiu Xiao nodded vigorously. Rest assured, sir, I will give it my all. Wang Qingfei turned and winked at Jiang Han. Xiao Qiu, besides work, you must also consider President Jiang's personal life. Understood, President Wang. Qiu Xiao answered succinctly. In the past, she would have scorned such workplace innuendo, believing that men always used women as bargaining chips in business, and she refused to be associated with it. But now she was almost eager to rush and finding every possible reason to convince herself. The meal lasted nearly 2 hours, ending at around 9 p.m. After the dinner, Wang Qingfei escorted Jiang Han to his car. Yuan Li quietly slipped several gift bags into the trunk. Qiu Xiao took the initiative to grab the car keys and sat in the driver's seat of the Ferrari. Xiao Qiu, make sure to personally escort President Jiang home and see that he rests well, understand? The red Ferrari sports car had a cramped interior lacking rear seats accommodating only 2 occupants. After Jiang Han settled into the passenger seat, he immediately adjusted the backrest to recline in the most comfortable position. The air within the car was thick with alcohol mingling with the faint scent of Qiu Xiao's perfume. President Jiang, where are we heading now? Qiu Xiao asked, though she knew the answer full well. She was aware that Jiang Han currently lived with Lin Yaoyao, but since he hadn't been open about it, she couldn't reveal that knowledge. I reside at Bicui Manor. Very well, I'll drive you home now. Jiang Han shifted his body, leaning sideways to admire Qiu Xiao's graceful figure. No rush. Accompany me for a stroll. Upon hearing this, Qiu Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Oh no. Was Jiang Han planning to do something outrageous under the influence of alcohol? According to Shen Qingning's description, he was quite the specialist. Her mind raced with wild thoughts, but she feigned calm on the surface, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. President Jiang, where would you like to go? Qiu Xiao's heart pounded wildly. She had prepared herself to do something behind Shen Qingning's back, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Come with me to buy some clothes. Jiang Han indeed harbored mischievous intentions, but he wasn't so impatient. Changing clothes at Shen Qingning's place had made it clear that she still hadn't given up, failing to recognize her position. He wanted to continue enjoying Shen Qingning's beautiful legs, but he wasn't willing to get himself into trouble just for the sake of pleasure. Until she found her proper place, he didn't plan to go back. Oh, okay. How about we browse the nearby mall? Qiu Xiao's anxieties eased, yet a faint sense of disappointment lingered. Though her appearance could rival Shen Qingning's and Lin Yaoyao's, it wasn't enough to overshadow them. If Jiang Han could resist Shen Qingning's beauty, she herself held no significant advantage. Qiu Xiao gripped the steering wheel tighter and drove toward the nearest commercial district. Her focus now was to present herself in the best light and service, earning Jiang Han's admiration. Even if he didn't take a liking to her given his assets at China Merchants Bank, her performance could skyrocket in no time. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Yujingui Shopping Plaza. Yujingui was a renowned high-end shopping center in Jingzhou, housing all the luxury brands imaginable, including jewelry, apparel, watches, and more. The mall's interior was lavishly decorated with dazzling lights, exuding an aura of opulence. Qiu Xiao had visited twice before with her best friend, but due to the prices, she had only been able to play the role of a bystander. The first and second floors featured clothing sections for Chanel, Dior, Gucci, Prada, LV, and every major brand you could name. They walked side by side, their heights complementing each other perfectly. His 186 centimeters and her 168 centimeters created a harmonious sight. With her bank heels on, Qiu Xiao reached just up to Jiang Han's shoulder. As they strolled together, Jiang Han could truly appreciate Xiao Xiao's figure. Her pencil skirt hugged her rounded derriere, swaying gently with each step, adding an extra touch of allure. Yet shopping in work attire felt off. Jiang Han stopped. Are you going to wear that? Huh. President Jiang, I came straight from the bank and didn't bring any other clothes. Xiao Xiao's head drooped. Was her grand plan going to die before it even began? She might not match Shen Qingning's showbiz glamour, but was she really that unappealing to a man? Just as Xiao Xiao had set her lofty ambitions, Jiang Han's remark plunged her into despair. Her face fell as she turned to leave. She had already imagined how she would apologize to President Wang. I'm sorry, boss. Because I wore my uniform while accompanying a client, I failed to recognize my place as a bank employee. President Jiang wouldn't even look at me. Hey, didn't we agree not to shop? Where are you going? Jiang Han couldn't fathom women's thought processes and reached out to grab Xiao Xiao's arm. President Jiang, I know you think I'm ugly. He'll take the hint and call a cab home. He'll arrange a driver for you. Jiang Han quickly realized she had misunderstood his intentions. He smiled. You've got it wrong. I think your uniform hides your beauty. A great figure deserves great clothes. Follow me. He took her hand and led her into the nearest boutique. Before Xiao Xiao could react, Jiang Han had already explained his needs to the enthusiastic sales associate. Please put together an outfit this lady can wear now and pick out a few everyday ensembles for me. She can try hers on and just pack mine up. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The sales associate, professionally trained, quickly sensed a big sale. Huh. Xiao Xiao finally realized that Jiang Han wasn't rejecting her person, but rather her work attire being unsuitable for shopping. No need, really. She waved her hand shyly. Even though her heart was blooming with joy, she had to put on a show of refusal. After all, from his perspective, she was just a client relationship manager providing service. Accepting a gift on their first meeting seemed unprofessional. Go change. I still need to buy from other stores. Don't waste my time for getting home and sleeping. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao fumbled, but his words left her no choice but to obediently follow the sales associate to the fitting area. While she was trying on clothes, other sales associates quickly prepared 5 outfits that matched Jiang Han's size. Sir, thank you for choosing Dior. We've packed them as requested. If the sizes aren't right, feel free to come back for exchanges. Okay, ring them up together with the latest purchase. Jiang Han was glued to his phone, not even glancing up, showing no concern for the styles or prices. The sales associate quickly grasped the customer's unique traits. He had money to burn and disliked being disturbed. Thus, they respectfully brought the clothes to the cashier, served him tea and pastries, and then swiftly withdrew. About 10 minutes later, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from the fitting room. Xiao Xiao emerged in her new outfit, walking toward Jiang Han. Her attire was a black chiffon dress with a spaghetti strap designed, the hem falling about 5 centimeters above the knee. The chiffon fabric was light and translucent with excellent drape. The dress had an Aline silhouette, fitted and flattering at the top, naturally cinched at the waist, and flaring from the waistline downward. As she walked, the skirt swayed freely, creating a delicate semi-transparent layering effect under the light. The neckline revealed the graceful curve of her collarbones, and the waist featured hidden pleats instead of a belt, making her waist appear even slimmer and more upright. On her feet were black Dior high heels, the pointed toe and thin heel contrasting perfectly with the lightness of the dress, accentuating Xiao Xiao's figure dramatically. Under the showroom's unique lighting, her skin appeared fair and luminous, her collarbone, waistline, and leg curves all bathed in enchanting shadows. Particularly her stunning legs. Jiang Han couldn't help but exclaim that he had found a rival capable of After changing into the dress, Xiao Xiao let down her coiled hair to match the outfit. A cascade of jet black lustrous tresses fell to her waist, adding an ethereal grace to her entire demeanor. A blush crept across her cheeks as she walked over to Jiang Han, her hands clasped behind her back, fidgeting nervously. His gaze made her feel utterly shy, like a beautiful bride whose red veil had just been lifted, eagerly awaiting his judgment, yet fearing she might not meet his expectations. Not bad, very beautiful. This truly befits your looks, Jiang Han praised sincerely. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao's heart fluttered with joyous smile. She couldn't suppress curving her lips. Mr. Jiang, let me pay for myself. I can't have you spending so much. As she spoke, she turned to ask the sales assistant for the price. The color drained from her face when she learned the dress and high heels together cost 8,900. Heavens, why not just rob me outright? They could take the money directly, yet they still put on airs by opening a store to sell clothes. She hadn't been at the private banking center long. Even counting all her performance bonuses, her annual income barely reached 2,000. Spending nearly half her yearly salary on an outfit was absolutely out of the question. Xiao Xiao had initially thought the price would be around 10,000 or so, and she might have splurged just once, but she never imagined it would be this expensive. She deeply regretted boasting in front of Jiang Han, and was already racking her brain for an excuse to change out of the clothes. Wrong size, or are the shoes pinching? Xiao Xiao shuffled back and forth in front of the mirror, distracted and hesitant. Suddenly she stumbled, her ankle twisting beneath her as she seemed about to fall. Jiang Han reacted with lightning speed, darting up from the sofa and catching her perfectly around the waist. Oh, I. Careful, are you hurt? Sit down and let me take a look. Without waiting for her to react, Jiang Han guided her to sit on the sofa. He gently lifted her twisted left foot, slipped off the high heel, and cradled her delicate slender foot in his hands. The touch of his hands sent a startled soft gasp escaping Xiao Xiao's lips. Her instep was fair and luminous, her toes pink and rounded, the pads of her feet slightly plump, with an innocent baby-like purity. No, I can do it myself. Sit still and don't move. Jiang Han's voice was crisp and brooked no argument. He supported her instep with 4 fingers while his thumb gently massaged her ankle joint with just the right amount of pressure. Xiao Xiao's body trembled slightly, goosebumps prickling her skin, with tension, her breath turning shallow. Feeling better. Jiang Han crouched, his hands gliding up from her instep, and he kneaded her calf softly. Much better. The sales assistant timely offered a helping hand, handing over an ice pack wrapped in a plastic bag. Miss, your boyfriend is so good to you. I'm so envious. Xiao Xiao's heart raced at the title. She wanted to explain, but the words wouldn't come. When she saw Jiang Han didn't refute it, she blushed even deeper and silently lowered her head. Is the heel too high or too thin? Want to switch to a shorter one? Jiang Han looked at the high heels on the floor. Xiao Xiao shook her head. It's just me being careless. 10 centimeters is fine. I can handle up to 13. 13 centimeters. Isn't that impressive? Xiao Xiao puffed out her chest proudly. What about 18? Jiang Han asked with a mischievous grin. That's too long, probably a bit difficult. The sales assistants, overhearing the conversation on 2 different wavelengths, huddled together, covering their mouths to stifle their giggles. As seasoned saleswomen, they were well-versed in men's tricks and smooth talk. When there were no customers, they could dish out raunchy jokes with the best of them, so they instantly caught Jiang Han's innuendo. Xiao Xiao, noticing the strange atmosphere in the room and the saleswomen's expressions, suddenly understood the double entendre of the previous exchange. I meant the high heels. Jiang Han replied with a straight face. I was talking about high heels too. What were you thinking? Woo-woo. When it came to being thick-skinned, Jiang Han had never lost. Xiao Xiao couldn't win a verbal battle and could only cover her burning cheeks in shame. Let's settle the bill. You don't need to pay. Consider it compensation for twisting your ankle while accompanying me. The sales assistant quickly tallied the total, which came to 520,000. After deducting the cost of Xiao Xiao's dress and shoes, the rest was all Jiang Han's own purchases. He swiped his card, the transaction completed in one smooth motion. Over $500,000 was spent in an instant. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. You're welcome. Come with me to a few more stores to pick up some clothes, and then we'll head back. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao stood up, taking the shopping bags from the attendant, which contained her changed-out work uniform. The two walked out of the store, and the meticulously dressed young woman instantly became the center of attention, drawing the eyes of many passers-by. Men looked on with envy, and women with admiration. Clothes make the man indeed. Compared to the blandly designed work uniform, the Dior outfit accentuated her beauty, making it shine even more brilliantly. Xiao Xiao's heart was in a flutter. This was the first time in her life she had received clothes from a man other than her father. Even as joy filled her heart, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with herself. She had planned to be a sycophant, so how had Jiang Han taken the lead? Had he just asked if 18 centimeters would be okay? Xiao Xiao bit her lip, carefully treading in her sharp-toed stilettos. Often you never know your limits until you try. When she first started wearing high heels, she couldn't even stand steadily in 5 centimeters. Now she was used to 10, and she walked perfectly fine right. Jiang Han had no particular preference for luxury brands. After leaving DIY, he went to LV and Gucci, buying up the season's collections. Besides outerwear, trousers, and shoes, he also bought loungewear and slippers. Since they were already here, he might as well purchase everything in one go. The sales staff at Yujingwei finally witnessed the spending power of true wealth. No looking at styles, no trying on clothes, just pure purchasing. Half an hour later, salespeople from several stores followed Jiang Han, carrying bags of various sizes, respectfully loading them into the car until every inch of space was filled. Let's go home, Jiang Han said with satisfaction as he settled into the passenger seat. Are you okay to drive? Should we call a driver? Xiao Xiao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. It's fine. It was my left foot that twisted, and it's mostly better now. After getting into the car, she carefully removed her right high heel and began to drive barefoot. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. He'll get you home safely. 25 minutes later, the Ferrari pulled up smoothly in front of the villa at Bickwei Manor. Xiao Xiao took a moment as she got out to grab the bags and glanced at the house across the way. Through the curtains, a dim light glowed from within the house. Sister Qingning is still awake. There's no time to worry about that. She clutched the various shopping bags, following closely behind Jiang Han. Let me take those. No, I can't have you carrying things, Mr. Jiang. Where should I put them? They'll take them right up. Put them in the bedroom upstairs. Follow me. Okay. In a spot they failed to notice, the security camera at the entrance quietly adjusted its angle, capturing a complete view of Qiu Xiao's face. Upon entering the house, Qiu Xiao curiously surveyed her surroundings, taking in the villa's interior decor and layout. Knowing this was Lin Yaoyao's home, she felt a thrill of sneaking into an enemy's lair while they were away. President Jiang, your home is really spacious. It's a friend's place. As you heard at dinner, I haven't had the chance to buy a house yet. Oh, I see. Jiang Han stretched his limbs as he walked, leading Qiu Xiao to the bedroom on the 4th floor. Just leave the clothes by the closet, I'll organize them later. All right, President Jiang. Is there anything else you need help with? Jiang Han's heart tightened. What were you here with, some kind of mission? Not for now. Can I contact you anytime later? Qiu Xiao put down her bags and looked at Jiang Han sincerely. Of course. Serving you is my top priority right now. Okay, we'll be in touch. How are you getting back? Hearing this, Qiu Xiao suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. Was this his way of telling her to leave? Just moments ago at the mall, he had been so forward, holding her waist and touching her leg, making her feel warm all over. Why, now that they were alone at home, was he acting so proper? Qiu Xiao was puzzled. Could it be that he was rushing her out to go see Shen Qingning? According to her best friend, they had slept together for 2 consecutive nights. Jiang Han leaned back in his chair, saying lazily, "It's been a long time since I had any baijiu. I'm feeling a bit drowsy." Qiu Xiao had a sudden realization. So it was the alcohol. Do you have any honey at home? Let me make you a cup of honey water. With that, she quickly went to the kitchen on the 1st floor and opened the fridge. Inside was a dazzling array of ingredients and supplements, including, of course, some premium honey. She mixed warm water with the honey, stirred it well, and brought it upstairs to Jiang Han. Thanks, he said, taking the cup and sipping it slowly. You're welcome, President Jiang. They'll get going then, my ride is almost here. All right, take care. Meanwhile, far away in Shanghai, Lin Yaoyao was lying on the big hotel bed, holding her phone with both hands, laughing uncontrollably. Haha, Shen Qingning, you never saw this coming, did you? Your most trusted and closest best friend Qiu Xiao has hooked up with Jiang Han too. Although she was on a business trip, Lin Yaoyao kept a close watch on what was happening at home. The cameras at the villa's main gate and front door had facial recognition, alerting her phone whenever a stranger entered. Lin Yaoyao had been called on this trip at the last minute to rescue a film project. The movie's leading actress had been involved in a scandal. All her scenes were pulled, and the replacement actress' voice didn't match, so she had to provide the voiceover. After a busy day, she soaked in a hot bath and then lounged lazily on the bed. She was about to sleep when a notification popped up from the monitoring app on her phone. Initially, she didn't pay much attention, assuming Jiang Han was feeling restless again and had brought another woman home. She didn't mind this kind of behavior. After all, a man with his stamina was bound to have strong needs. Lin Yaoyao casually tapped on the camera feed to see who it was. What she saw made her do a double take. The face on the screen was unmistakably Qiu Xiao. She was the one in their 6-girlfriend group closest to Shen Qingning, and also her own distant cousin. In the surveillance footage, Qiu Xiao was carrying several bags, following obediently behind Jiang Han. She was bustling around like a personal maidservant, even in high heels, insisting on carrying things for him. About 30 minutes later, Qiu Xiao came out of the house. As she left, she looked back 3 times, always glancing up at the lit bedroom window, unable to hide her reluctance. In the video, Qiu Xiao clenched her fist and whispered, "Jiang Han, I will definitely have you." Seeing this, Lin Yaoyao was wide awake, trembling with excitement. Jiang Han was a genius. Why hadn't I thought of that? Compared to her own rivalry with Shen Qingning, getting to Qiu Xiao would hurt her far more. It wasn't just the sting of seeing an ex-boyfriend doing well, but also the rage of being betrayed by a close friend. This was truly a masterstroke of revenge. Amidst her excitement, Lin Yaoyao was also a bit puzzled. How exactly did Jiang Han get together with Qiu Xiao? As far as she knew, they hadn't seen each other in years. Their last interaction was 7 years ago, when Qiu Xiao first entered university. Curious, Lin Yaoyao scrolled through her contacts and sent Jiang Han a message. "You naughty man." At that moment, Jiang Han was lying in bed checking the China Merchants Bank app to familiarize himself with the benefits for private banking clients. At today's dinner, Yuan Li had helped Qiu Xiao complete the card upgrade process and presented her with a black card featuring a custom number. Just as Jiang Han was browsing through the details, Lin Yaoyao's message popped up on his screen. "Missing me? Stop being cheeky. I'm exhausted from work. I don't have time for you." Jiang Han. Then why are you finding time to chat with me in the middle of the night? You know exactly what you did. I did do something yesterday, but I've been a good boy today. Lin Yaoyao, you brought Qiu Xiao home, and you're still trying to fool me. Jiang Han knew about the cameras at the villa's entrance. He hadn't intended to hide it anyway. After all, Lin Yaoyao didn't object to him seeing other women. But how did she even know Qiu Xiao's name? A bad feeling rose in Jiang Han. Could it be that his sense of familiarity with Qiu Xiao wasn't just a coincidence? Do you know her? Of course I do. She's my good best friend. Jiang Han frowned when he saw the message. Lin Yaoyao continued typing. And that's not all. Qiu Xiao is also Shen Qingning's distant cousin and her most trusted sister. Come on, tell me, when are you planning to sleep with her? Need any help? Jiang Han was stunned. No wonder she looked so familiar. No wonder Qiu Xiao bore a resemblance to Shen Qingning. Even those long, exquisite legs were clearly from the same lineage. If Qiu Xiao found out about his history with her cousin, wouldn't he be branded a scumbag? How could he possibly make a move on her then? Wait, something's not right. Qiu Xiao is Lin Yaoyao's best friend, which means they have each other's contact information. And it was said that the six of them had dozens of group chats. That meant Qiu Xiao had seen the intimate photos of him and Lin Yaoyao and knew what he looked like. Jiang Han quickly asked Lin Yaoyao, "Does Qiu Xiao know who I am?" "Of course she does. You're quite the celebrity among my friend group. All the recent gossip is about you." That confirmed it. Qiu Xiao definitely knew who he was, but why hadn't she exposed him? It might have been awkward in front of their boss, but they had plenty of time alone tonight. "Lin Yaoyao, Jiang Han, do you want to sleep with Qiu Xiao?" Hey, you're my girlfriend. Why would you want to give yourself a green hat? Just tell me, will you do it or not?" Lin Yaoyao, alright, I understand. I need to go tell Shen Qingning this good news right away. I want to make sure she doesn't get a wink of sleep tonight. Do whatever you want. I'm turning off my phone and going to sleep. Nothing can disturb my sweet dreams. With that, Jiang Han said goodbye and immediately shut down his phone. Let them make a fuss, the more chaotic the better, ideally, all ending up in his bed. As luck would have it, he encountered a customer manager from China Merchants Bank who surprisingly managed to get tangled up with his ex-girlfriend. This time he had truly stumbled into Shen Qingning's den of best friends. First Lin Yaoyao, now Qiu Xiao. If memory served, there were still 3 more beauties yet to appear. Might as well come at me all at once, I'm in a hurry. After finishing her conversation with Jiang Han, Lin Yaoyao straightened her back with a grave demeanor and cleared her throat seriously. She was dead serious about provoking Shen Qingning. Lin Yaoyao first opened the surveillance app, precisely extracted the footage of the two entering the door one after another from the entrance recording along with a clear image of Qiu Xiao's face. She saved it to her album, then deftly opened the chat window with Shen Qingning. "Qingning, are you feeling any better?" At this moment, Shen Qingning was lying alone in bed, overcome with an indescribable restlessness, tossing and turning without being able to sleep. Last night and the night before, she had been immersed in Jiang Han's gentle embrace, never worrying about sleep. Each time she was so exhausted from the turmoil that she drifted off naturally. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. In other words, after getting used to Jiang Han's fierce resistance, Shen Qingning had become addicted to the point that it severely affected her sleep. Suddenly the phone screen on the bedside table lit up, accompanied by a crisp notification sound. She sat up, abruptly reaching for her phone in the dim light of the room. Subconsciously she thought it was Jiang Han contacting her. But instead of the man she longed to see, it was the woman she least wanted to encounter. "Oh, so you do know how to care about others." "Imperfectly fine. More than fine, I'd say. You wouldn't know what that feels like." Hee, hard words. "Oh, if you're so confident, go ahead and try it. See if Jiang Han wants you." "Lin Yaoyao, as the saying goes, there's plenty of time. Jiang Han lives at my place. Plenty of opportunities." Shen Qingning clenched her fists, seething inside, but she couldn't show it or she'd fall into the other's trap. "It's late at night, and you have nothing better to do than chat with me. Want me to order you some takeout? I know a few male models in the industry. Want me to recommend a couple at? Just keep them for yourself." Lin Yaoyao wasn't the least bit angry, though she held a trump card and didn't care about the other's petty attacks. "Have you met Qiu Xiao recently?" "Why? Do you need something from her?" "No, just checking on a good sister. Haven't seen her in a while. Wondering how everyone's doing." "Shen Qingning, don't trouble yourself. Yaoyao is doing just fine. Mom, I heard she's been eating well." "Are you crazy? Talking nonsense. Don't disturb my sleep." Lin Yaoyao, sensing the foreplay was enough, selected the photo from her album, clicked on the original, and confirmed the send. "Oh my, how did I discover something outrageous in the surveillance footage at the villa entrance? Who is this woman? So hard to guess." With a sly, teasing tone, she slapped the 2 pictures in front of Shen Qingning. Like a whip, it struck deep into her soul. Boom. Shen Qingning hadn't even opened the images, but from the thumbnail in the chat, she instantly recognized Jiang Han's figure and the villa complex surroundings. And the girl walking beside him was none other than her good sister Qiu Xiao. She was dressed to the nines, wearing an exquisite long dress Shen Qingning had never seen before. Her cheeks glowed with a rosy sheen, and she carried various shopping bags. At first glance, she looked like a young wife returning from a shopping trip with her boyfriend. "Lin Yaoyao, I don't mean anything by it. After all, we're all sisters. I figured I shouldn't keep you in the dark, right? Good night, Qingning. Sweet dreams, moi." Lin Yaoyao ended the conversation with a smug tone, then casually tossed the conflict aside, as if nothing had happened. She was the epitome of someone who loves to stir the pot, determined to make her nemesis suffer. Shen Qingning zoomed in on the photo, focusing on Qiu Xiao's face, repeatedly confirming. Yes, the person beside Jiang Han was indeed her best friend. Her blood pressure skyrocketed, and her heart rate shot up to over 200. Fine. So you're all playing me like this, huh? Lin Yaoyao, I could forgive. She's never been on good terms with me anyway, and we've often crossed each other before. But Qiu Xiao, with those big, innocent eyes. You've betrayed the cause. I've never seen you dressed so beautifully in all my life. The moment you go after a man you reveal everything. Shen Qingning was furious. She wanted to confront Xiao Xiao face to face and ask her why. Why seduce Jiang Han? Didn't she know he was her ex-boyfriend? Besides, Jiang Han was now ostensibly Lin Yaoyao's boyfriend, a married man so to speak. Now you're jumping and clearly acting like a mistress. Shen Qingning tapped on Xiao Xiao's profile picture. Text messages weren't enough, as she wanted to make a voice call directly. But just before pressing the call button, she hesitated. Something's off. What's wrong? Shen Qingning forced herself to calm down and think logically. Who would benefit most from seeing her and Xiao Xiao tearing each other apart? Lin Yayao, of course. Not only did she steal a man, but she also wanted to drive a wedge between the sisters. Shen Qingning suddenly understood the pieces falling into place. She had told Xiao Xiao everything about her relationship with Jiang Han down to the details of their breakup. Even the intimate exchange from last night. She had shared that too. Earlier this evening, Xiao Xiao had specifically sent a message asking about their progress, clearly keeping her sister's troubles close to heart. She approached Jiang Han for my sake. Her goal was to push Lin Yaoyao away from Jiang Han. Thinking this, Shen Qingning felt a chill of fear. She had almost fallen for Lin Yaoyao's trap. She swiped her phone screen and typed, "Yaoyao, where are you now?" Xiao Xiao had stepped into a ride-hailing car from the villa entrance and was heading home feeling uneasy. Suddenly, she saw the WeChat message from Shen Qingning, and her heart tightened. Countless possibilities flooded her mind. Had she been seen? Should she confront her now, or buy time? Within 3 seconds, Xiao Xiao quickly formulated a plan. It wasn't the time to clash with Shen Qingning Heaton. She had to wait until everything was certain before engaging in a direct confrontation. Since Shen Qingning was asking now, she must have discovered something. The best move was to be honest about her whereabouts. "Qingning, I wasn't planning to tell you, but tonight, I made an excuse to go to Lin Yaoyao's place." Shen Qingning saw the reply and let out a long sigh of relief. Her good sister had honestly admitted to being at the opposite villa, showing she had nothing to hide. Xiao Xiao continued, "As soon as I heard that Lin Yaoyao was bullying you, I was so anxious I couldn't help but want to go over and teach her a lesson. Unfortunately, she wasn't home tonight, so she got off easy." Shen Qingning, "Yaoyao, you're truly a dear sister to me." Xiao Xiao felt a little embarrassed by Shen Qingning's heartfelt confession. "Sister Qingning, am not as good as you think. No, Yaoyao, you are absolutely the most reliable and trustworthy one among all my sisters." "Thank you for the praise, sister." Shen Qingning, "Seeing how devoted you are to my affairs, I must also pull myself together." Xiao Xiao, "I believe Sister Qingning can do it. Love isn't everything in life. Even if things don't go as expected, you have to keep looking forward, right? Yaoyao, you've really grown up speaking with such wisdom. He'll learn from you." Sister Qingning, you should get some rest. Let me know if anything comes up." Xiao Xiao hastily ended the conversation, wanting only to give Shen Qingning an early warning so she wouldn't be too shocked when she discovered the truth later. Instead, she had inadvertently hyped herself up. The next morning, after a full night's rest, Shen Qingning felt refreshed and energetic. She knew she wasn't fighting alone, as she had the support of her dear sisters behind her. When sisters are of one heart, they can cut through metal. Xiao Xiao was working so hard, even venturing alone into the enemy's camp late at night. As the one directly involved, she had to take the initiative. Shen Qingning sat at her vanity and began to dress meticulously. She applied foundation, shaped her eyebrows, and finished with a coat of vibrant lipstick. Then she went to the walk-in closet and searched through her clothes for her manslayer outfit. Jiang Han loved her legs, especially when she wore stockings. With that in mind, a pencil skirt and black stockings with high heels were the obvious choice. After changing, Shen Qingning stood before the full-length mirror, turning around to inspect herself. Her legs were straight and long, extending from her slender waist, accounting for nearly 60% of her total height. Her knees were round and delicate, without an ounce of excess flesh. Her calves were toned, and her ankles were so slim they could be encircled by a single hand. The black pencil skirt hugged her pert bottom tightly, its hem ending just above mid-thigh, perfectly conforming to her bodice curves. Shen Qingning chose a pair of 30D semi-transparent ultra-thin stockings. The texture on her upper thighs was fine and smooth, like a second skin shimmering faintly under the sunlight. After putting on black stilettos with red soles and slinging a Chanel lambskin bag over her shoulders, Shen Qingning tucked her side hair behind her ears, nodded in satisfaction, and walked out with confidence. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was still fast asleep. With no pressure from life or worries about earning money, he slept more soundly than ever. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell at the main entrance echoed through the intercom on the fourth-floor corridor. "Who is it?" Jiang Han opened his hazy eyes, cursing the visitor's ancestors in his mind. He irritably tapped the video intercom, and Shen Qingning's exquisite face suddenly appeared on the screen. "What? Spit it out if you have something to say." "Honey, I made you some noodles with 2 fried eggs, the kind with runny yolks you like." What the hell? Jiang Han was completely baffled. In 2 years of cohabitation, they had always called each other by name. After breaking up and sleeping together a few times, she's suddenly calling him honey. How cheap is that? Before he could get a word out, Shen Qingning continued. Let me in first, okay? Otherwise the noodles will get soggy and lose their taste. Fine. Jiang Han admitted it. This gentle offensive was working on him. Door unlocked, please enter. He clicked the unlock icon on the screen, and a confirmation sound followed. Thanks honey, I'm coming in. Stop with that damn honey crap, people might get the wrong idea. Jiang Han yelled. There was no response from the other, and only the rhythmic clacking of high heels on the floor. Shen Qingning's proactive strike was well prepared. On one hand, Lin Yaoyao was out on business, providing an opportunity to slip in. On the other hand, Xinhua Media had given a clear response, willing to offer Jiang Han a job. Everything was ready except for the final push. All Shen Qingning had to do now was fully display her charm and value as a woman. The chicken soup was simmered overnight, and the noodles were cooked fresh in the morning. Her thoughtfulness almost moved herself to tears. Jiang Han walked to the living room on the first floor and opened the door. Shen Qingning slipped in swiftly and headed straight for the kitchen. Honey, I brought it in a thermos, let me pour it into a bowl for you. She didn't change her shoes, her high heels clicking loudly on the marble floor. The carefully chosen black stockings and pencil skirt accentuated her figure exquisitely. The ultra-thin stockings, while showcasing the shape of her beautiful legs, naturally exuded an aura of allure. They were like two black jade pillars steadily supporting her tall figure as she moved gracefully. Damn, that's a sight. Jiang Han cursed inwardly. Mornings were when his yang energy was strongest, and he always had a certain reaction that took a while to subside. Shen Qingning's arrival undoubtedly exacerbated this physical state. 2 minutes later, she brought out several bowls and dishes from the kitchen. A large, thick bowl contained chicken noodle soup. A smaller plate held 2 fried eggs with runny yolks, and there were also 2 small dishes of delicate pickled vegetables. Honey, come eat before it gets cold. Jiang Han was annoyed by the constant honey. Can you stop calling me that? We're not in bed right now. Am I not allowed to call you that? Shen Qingning hung her head, her voice trembling slightly. No. Jiang Han was not going to give in. Alright, just try it, and see if it tastes okay. Shen Qingning seemed to know it wouldn't be easy and gave up the affectionate term for now. Jiang Han took the chopsticks she offered, and the rich aroma of chicken soup wafted from the bowl. Besides the soup, there were also morel mushrooms, deer antler mushrooms, cordyceps flowers, and other nourishing ingredients. He blew on it to cool it down, and took a sip of the clear broth. The saltiness was perfect without a trace of grease, leaving a subtle sweetness as it slid down his throat. The noodles were chewy, cooked just right, having absorbed the savory flavor of the soup without becoming overly soft and mushy. Jiang Han had to admit Shen Qingning had played her cards well. The exquisite meal immediately dispelled his morning grumpiness. I didn't know you could cook, he asked between slurps. I never had the chance before. Shen Qingning rested her chin on her hand, watching him eat with delight. She wasn't lying. Before, Jiang Han wouldn't even let her into the kitchen. Forget making chicken soup, she couldn't even make instant noodles. Alright, what do you want? About that promise I made to help you get a job at Xinhua Media, are you free to go today? Shen Qingning's plan was clear. She had to attack on all fronts with Jiang Han. Her most advantageous card right now was the job offer she had secured as compensation for the breakup. Huh, you still remember that? Jiang Han retorted irritably. Of course. I, Shen Qingning, always keep my word. If it's convenient, they'll take you there this morning. Jiang Han didn't look up, his mind already calculating his next move. Jiang Han pondered for a moment before giving an affirmative reply. Alright, I'll head over in the morning. Shen Qingning, seeing the plan proceeding smoothly, let out a few delighted squeals. These uncharacteristic sounds sent a chill down Jiang Han's spine. I say, great star Shen, have you had a change of heart? You've changed so much in just 2 days. Do you like it, eh? Shen Qingning didn't answer directly, instead tilting her head with a playful counter-question. It was truly bizarre. When he treated her well, she was exceptionally cold. Yet when he ignored her, she pursued him with unmatched enthusiasm. Could it be she has some peculiar inclinations? Meanwhile, at the Xinhua Media Co. Ltd. office building, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair dressed in a suit and tie was leisurely sipping an Americano. His name was Li Mingbo, the Vice President of Human Resources at Xinhua Media. As a member of the management team, he fully enjoyed the benefits brought by the company's performance growth. His annual income increased year by year, and with the company's continuous expansion, his status within the industry rose accordingly. Li Mingbo looked at the 2 chat records on his phone and shook his head helplessly. One message said to nurture Jiang Han carefully and give him ample care. The other insisted on crushing him completely and humiliating him freely. Both Shen Qingning and Ji Buochang had approached him simultaneously, presenting starkly contrasting demands. A difficult situation indeed. Li Mingbo shook his head and complained, but his face showed no sign of being troubled. What else could he do? Play both sides. Say what suits the audience, act as the occasion demands. The benefits must be accepted, but whether the deed was done depended on fate. Miss Shin, just bring Jiang Han over this morning. Start him in the music business department for a 2-day internship. He'll make sure he gets plenty of attention. My friend, you're too kind. I owed your father a favor back in the day. This small matter is certainly handled. He sent these 2 messages to Shen Qingning and Ji Buochang respectively, offending neither. His relationship with Shen Qingning was purely professional. They had only met a few times. With Ji Buochang, however, there was a deeper connection. The Ji family had shown him kindness, especially old Ji. Although Li Mingbo adhered to his usual principle of impartiality, deep down, he leaned slightly towards helping Ji Buochang. After all, the benefits he offered were tangible. Moreover, the other party had other collaborative ventures in mind, hoping to secure a role in an upcoming television drama. He offered a 4,060 split of the remuneration, willing to hand over 60% of the earnings. Upon receiving Li Mingbo's reply, Ji Buochang bolted upright from the hard bed in his rented room. Finally, he could exact revenge on Jiang Han and make him taste the bitterness of humiliation. For sleeping with his woman, Jiang Han had to pay a sufficient price. As for Shen Qingning, he hadn't been able to reach her for 2 consecutive days. He had called countless times, always going unanswered, indicating his number was still blocked. He had lost count of how many WeChat messages he had sent, all met with exclamation marks indicating failure. Bitch. If it weren't for the money, he would have loved to slap Shen Qingning across the face. She had promised they would soar together after the breakup, and Ji Buochang had believed her only for her to turn around and sleep with another man. It didn't matter that she was now tainted goods, but why did she have to disappear? Being unreachable meant all his plans were forced to a halt. His savings were dwindling, nearly depleted, and he simply couldn't wait any longer. Just then a notification popped up on his cracked phone screen. Ji Buochang stared at the notification excitedly and leaped off the bed. Upon learning of Shen Qingning's whereabouts, he knew he had to go. He believed that as long as he expressed his magnanimity in person, claiming not to mind her past, he could surely move her to tears. Then he would pull Shen Qingning into his arms to comfort her, stealing a kiss while he was at it. First base, second base, and finally a home run. While Jiang Han was being tormented at Xingyue Media, he would have already smoothly molded Shen Qingning back into his own shape. Just thinking about it made his hunger disappear. At 10 a.m., Shen Qingning, driving her own Porsche, arrived at the entrance of Xingyue Media with Jiang Han. You're a veteran in the entertainment industry now. You've done some behind-the-scenes planning for me before, and the results were excellent. Gold shines wherever it is. You're bound to succeed. Shen Qingning stared intently at Jiang Han, offering words of encouragement. Setting aside their emotional entanglements, she genuinely admired Jiang Han's abilities. His past choices of scripts and casting had been remarkably astute, instantly identifying what the market favored, significantly boosting her career. How could she have been so foolish as to want to break up? The more Shen Qingning thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Jiang Han was handsome no less than any male star in the industry. He doted on her, never strayed, and offered sound judgment in critical moments. A man like him was impossible to find, even with a lantern. Shen Qingning ultimately chalked it up to her own long unfulfilled desires having driven her temporarily insane. After getting out of the passenger seat, Jiang Han looked up at the towering structure before him. The CBD of the southern city was dense with skyscrapers, and the Xingyue Media sign was embedded in the glass curtain wall of the 20th floor. The sun blazed brightly, and the gilded light washed over the 4 characters of the sign, gilding this new darling of the entertainment industry with an air of golden prestige. All of this was his future property. Just this office building alone as a fixed asset was worth a fortune. The company's own productivity was even more immeasurable in monetary terms. Jiang Han, let me take you to meet President Li. Perform well, and don't be as rough with him as you are with me. Shen Qingning spoke with earnest sincerity. What the hell do you know, woman? Jiang Han shot back, without even turning his head. So manly, so full of masculine charm, she loved it. Instead of getting angry, Shen Qingning's face uncontrollably flushed crimson, and her heart even beat a little faster. Your little woman, hee. After locking the car, she grabbed her Chanel bag and quickened her pace to catch up with Jiang Han. Xingyue Media's corporate structure was simple and straightforward, without many convoluted layers. At the top was the board of directors responsible for specific investment decisions. Below them was the management team of 1 president and 3 vice presidents overseeing the film TV business department, music business department, marketing department, as well as support departments like finance, HR, and logistics. In essence, Xingyue Media's business was about creating dreams. In film, they invested in theatrical blockbusters, aiming squarely at box office revenue and awards. Low-budget web films focused on popular genres like urban drama, suspense, and high martial arts, generating income through revenue sharing on video platforms. The music department not only produced OSTs for their film and TV projects, but also scouted new talent for singles and albums, integrating the industrial chain through a film music linkage strategy. The two entered the office building with the reception desk directly facing the entrance. The administrative receptionist, dressed in a black work uniform, carried herself with poise and elegance. Though not a match for Shen Qingning, she was certainly a beauty in her own right. Jiang Han was quite pleased. It was like reading the autumn from a single leaf. He had truly stumbled into a den of beauties. Shen Qingning swayed her alluring hips as she walked to the reception desk. Hello, I have an appointment with President Li Mingbo. One moment, please, the receptionist replied with a polite smile, while checking the computer records. I found it. Please go to the right, take the executive elevator to the 26th floor, and head to the west side office. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Upon entering, Jiang Han's gaze wandered everywhere, taking in the surroundings with a look of deep gratification, like a parent seeing their child grow up successfully. Shen Qingning, thinking he was just nervous as a newcomer, offered some gentle reassurance. Don't worry, I've already put in a good word. This meeting is just a formality. Why would I be nervous? This feels like coming home. That's good to hear. As long as you work hard and stay committed, you'll have a bright future. Don't forget to share some opportunities with me then. Why so talkative? Just lead the way. Jiang Han retorted irritably. Shen Qingning felt a pang of frustration, but simply turned and walked briskly towards the elevator hall. They soon reached the 26th floor, and following the signs arrived at the door of the Deputy General Manager's office. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Shen Qingning rapped on the door. Come in. A middle-aged man's voice called from inside. Shen Qingning pushed the door open, and the moment she stepped in, she instantly switched to her professional business mode, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Oh my President, it's been so long. Following convention, she would have stepped forward to shake his hand, but remembering Jiang Han disliked her being in contact with other men, she instinctively withdrew her hand. Ahem ahem. Shen Qingning coughed lightly, feigning illness. I've recently come down with the flu, so I'd better not shake hands. My apologies. Li Mingbo remained seated in his executive chair, unmoving. Even with your busy schedule, Star, you must take care of your health. Please, both of you have a seat. He then instructed his secretary to serve hot tea. Jiang Han sat down steadily, casually surveying the office's interior decor. Various pieces of modern and contemporary art adorned the walls, and a complete set of high-end purple clay tea sets sat on the table. The coffee table, desks, and chairs were all made of expensive-looking rosewood furniture. Calling the overall opulence excessive would be an understatement. Jiang Han was displeased. It was blatantly obvious this was wasting his own assets. How could a mere deputy occupy an office space of over 100 square meters? Expensive items were visible everywhere, clearly indicating he had been lining his own pockets considerably. After a brief glance at Jiang Han, Li Mingba's attention was fixed entirely on Shen Qingning. Those long, gorgeous legs, that impossibly slim waist. Her black stockings seemed to absorb the sunlight's heat, and along with it, his very soul. Stunning. Absolutely stunning. Why didn't any of his own contracted artists measure up to this level? Otherwise, had definitely tried to get her into bed. Shen Qingning endured the middle-aged man's lecherous gaze, feeling extremely uncomfortable. But for Jiang Han's sake, she tolerated it. President Li, this is the good friend I mentioned, Jiang Han. How would you like to arrange things for him? Li Mingbo snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Let him get some training in the music business department, first see how he does. Thank you for your help, President Li. They'll treat you to a meal sometime. Shen Qingning flicked her hair and offered a feigned smile. Don't worry about a thing. Leave it to me. After a moment, Shen Qingning leaned close to Jiang Han's ear and whispered, I need to get going. Let me know if anything comes up. She stood up, pulled several shopping cards from her bag, and tucked them inside the notebook on the desk. Having done that, she bid Jiang Han a reluctant farewell. She had fulfilled every promise from their breakup agreement, including the cash and the referral opportunity. Her proactive cooking this morning had also been a positive step. Although Jiang Han was still unwilling to reconcile, at least he was speaking to her again. The moment Shen Qingning stepped out of the office, her face turned ice cold. She didn't need to guess what was going on in Li Mingba's mind, as she had seen that look in the eyes of many men. Who do you think you are? A toad lusting after a swan. Jiang Han is the only one worthy of my affection. Shen Qingning took the elevator to the first floor and click-clacked out of Xinyu Media on her high heels. Qingning. Qingning. Suddenly 2 urgent calls came from nearby. Shen Qingning looked up and saw Ji Buochang jogging towards her. Qingning, I need to talk to you. Shen Qingning felt a surge of annoyance. She thought she had made herself perfectly clear about cutting ties with Ji Buochang. Why was he sticking to her like glue? Ji Buochang, don't you get it? We're not right for each other. Shen Qingning said coldly. Qingning, please don't go. Just hear me out, okay? Ji Buochang stepped forward, attempting to grab her arm. But Shen Qingning was quick, sidestepping to avoid his touch. Say what you need to say, but keep your hands to yourself, or I'll scream. Seeing her stop, Ji Buochang breathed a sigh of relief. Qingning, I know all about you and Jiang Han. I don't blame you, I really don't. What nonsense are you talking about? What happens between me and Jiang Han is none of your business. Ji Buochang paused, his expression turning serious, as if he had made a decision. Jiang Han is a scumbag. He deceived you. He tricked you into being with him. You're worried I'd be upset, so you're forcing yourself to cut ties with me, right? What? Shen Qingning was utterly bewildered. She couldn't fathom what kind of twisted logic could produce such a bizarre statement. I. Ji Buochang clutched his chest, stammering, enduring immense inner turmoil. I don't mind. As long as you have me in your heart, even if your first time was with someone else, they'll still treat you right. Shen Qingning was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe a man could be so pathetic. Ji Buochang, I don't know where you heard these ridiculous stories about me and Jiang Han, but you've got it all wrong. So let me make this absolutely clear for the last time. Listen carefully. First, Jiang Han didn't deceive me. Everything I did was my own free will. To put it more bluntly, if he ever gave the word ID, be ready to fulfill his every desire. Second, I cut ties with you simply because I was afraid he might misunderstand. It's not as complicated as you think. And frankly, whether you mind or not, nobody cares. Third, stop showing up uninvited, stop bothering me, and stop interfering in my personal life. Do I make myself clear? A sneer touched Shen Qingning's lips as she rattled off her words like a machine gun, each one striking Ji Bochang's heart. His expression visibly shifted from shock to hurt, and finally to utter despair. By the time Shen Qingning had stormed off, Ji Bochang could no longer hold his ground and collapsed to the floor limp. The goddess he had yearned for wasn't just taken, she was completely and utterly devoted to someone else. Leaving Star Moon Media, Shen Qingning drove her Porsche straight to the film set. Her knuckles were white as she gripped the steering wheel, Ji Bochang's greasy, revolting face replaying endlessly in her mind. A wave of nausea churned in her stomach, threatening to spill over. How could she have been so blinded in the first place? Compared to Jiang Han, Ji Bochang was nothing more than a filthy stray dog by the roadside. Jiang Han. Just the thought of his name made her heart race inexplicably. Before the breakup, he had been gentle and restrained. After the breakup, he became savage, rough, and utterly possessive. He no longer kissed her forehead tenderly, but pinned her against the wall instead. Tearing, toying. A possession that was both painful and intensely thrilling, pulling Shen Qingning into a state of abandon. She knew she should resist, yet her body responded truthfully to his every roughness. Shen Qingning shook her head, trying to banish those images. But the more she suppressed them, the stronger that strange excitement grew. By the time her car turned into the set's parking area, her heartbeat was already erratic. At Star Moon Media, after leaving his office, Jiang Han followed the corridor signs to the music business department. He stopped at the door of the department head's office and knocked. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Come in, it's open. Jiang Han pushed the door open and walked in. At the desk sat a man with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses, busily approving an OA workflow. Teacher Fong, it's you. The man looked up abruptly, startled by the long-unheard title. You're Jiang Han. Fong Chongwen's surprise was evident. Teacher Fong, weren't you at the Media University? Why did you leave? Fong Chongwen stood and walked around the desk, looking Jiang Han over before patting his shoulder warmly. I left academia about 5 years ago. The past is hard to dwell on. 5 years. You resigned right after our class graduated. Yes, I got caught up in a public relations scandal. To appease the situation, the university had no choice but to. Jiang Han hadn't followed his alma mater's news, so he was unaware of these details. After Fong Chongwen explained, Jiang Han learned that he had been made a scapegoat by a female student. To make a living, the once distinguished professor had to join the newly founded Star Moon Media. Unexpectedly, the company grew larger and larger, turning misfortune into a blessing. You haven't changed a bit since your school days. Fong Chongwen teased. Who says? I'm even more handsome now. Jiang Han's smile was radiant. He hadn't felt much connection to his past experiences in this world, but Fong Chongwen in his memories was an exception. When Jiang Han first got into the Media University, he had just suffered a family catastrophe, bankruptcy, his mother's suicide attempt, and his father abandoning him. The series of blows nearly drove him to give up on his education. At that time, Fong Chongwen was an associate professor and their class counselor. Upon learning of Jiang Han's difficulties, he personally handled his student loans and special scholarships. Over the 4 years, Fong Chongwen was both a mentor and a friend, a caring elder to Jiang Han. He was strict in academics, but deeply concerned for his well-being. Teacher Fong, I'm here to report for duty today. I heard from Li Mingbo. So you're the one he mentioned. Jiang Han felt a bit embarrassed in front of his teacher, just here to see the world. Fong Chongwen took off his glasses. Did you offend someone? Others use connections to ask for favors, but you. Li Mingbo told me to make things difficult for you. He said to give you 2 days to compose the theme song for a TV drama. Heh. Jiang Han wasn't surprised. Don't worry, I have no love for that man. Others in the company fear him, but I don't. Fong Chongwen gestured for Jiang Han to sit on the sofa. This serendipitous meeting filled Jiang Han with genuine delight. He had absolute faith in Teacher Fang's abilities and integrity. They sat side by side, unbound by any superior-subordinate dynamic, chatting as kindred spirits. They talked about everything from past life experiences to the current entertainment industry, the room filled with the joy of hearty conversation. Yet subtly, Jiang Han caught glimpses of worry occasionally flashing across Fong Chongwen's face. Jiang Han, you might not have come at the best time. If you had come 2 years earlier, I could have definitely trained you into an industry expert. What's happening? Fong Chongwen sighed. Rumors are flying around. The company is at a critical point of being acquired. Soon the boss behind it all will change. You know my temper. I can't stand those who betray the company or embezzle funds, and I refuse to engage in sycophancy. So I've offended many people inside and out. Once the shareholders change, who knows what gossip will be spread behind my back. In a private company, you can be promoted or demoted. Maybe tomorrow it'll go from department head to an ordinary employee. Jiang Han thought it was something serious, but it was just worry over the acquisition. His teacher was overthinking it. Soon he would understand that his position would indeed change not with a demotion, but with a promotion. Enough, let's talk about the matter at hand. Fang Chongwen had learned from Li Mingbo about the task assigned to Jiang Han. 2 days to compose a film score is tight, but I can arrange a team of my best staff to assist you. We should be able to manage. Jiang Han was deeply moved watching his former teacher, still looking out for him as always. In this profit-driven society, such pure teacher-student affection was especially precious. Teacher Fang, to be honest, I already have a general direction for the song. Fang Chongwen was taken aback. Your undergraduate degree was in performance, and I remember your second major was cultural industry management. The vocal music courses in that program only covered basic techniques. Jiang Han smiled. So I need some professionals skilled in composition to help. That's no problem. I'll arrange the specific production work. The key is the lyrics and melody. If I just hum a tune, can they extract the corresponding score and then arrange it? Fang Chongwen looked astonished. This intuitive way of creating belongs to true geniuses. In their daily lives, such people occasionally burst out with wonderful melodies, humming a few lines that become widely popular hits. He didn't recall Jiang Han showing this talent at school, but he also remembered that Jiang Han wasn't one to speak carelessly. Jiang Han patted his chest, seeing the teacher's incredulous expression. Times change, and he'll definitely impress you. All right. Fang Chongwen beamed, repeating the word 3 times. In the past 6 months, exhausted by internal company struggles, he had gradually lost his passion for music production. Now he felt as if he had rediscovered the version of himself that once fought tooth and nail for the Golden Melody Award. Jiang Han wasn't blindly confident. His confidence came from the vast treasury of his past lives' Chinese music. The entertainment industry in this world lagged behind his previous life, with many chronological confusions and deviations. The Xinxia TV drama he had just taken on was similar to the legendary Xinxia 3 that once swept the nation. Although the protagonists were not Hu Ge and Demi Mi, the plot followed roughly the same trajectory. This meant the theme songs, ending songs, and even interludes from his past life could be directly repurposed. Writing songs was definitely beyond Jiang Han, but humming a few lines was effortless. If he weren't about to acquire Star Moon Media outright and become its secret boss, he wouldn't have been willing to bring out these golden hits. Jiang Han tried to recall the melodies and lyrics. Teacher, do you have a recording studio here? Fang Chongwen nodded. Of course. All the audio equipment is ready. He'll arrange it immediately. With that, he picked up the desk phone. Shall he call Tingting and Ajia over? Wait, also have that Mao Bai, who joined yesterday, come. Fang Chongwen's decisive action showed Jiang Han the reason behind Star Moon Media's success, acting without hesitation. But when Jiang Han heard the last name, his heart skipped a beat. No way. Could it really be a star before fame? 3 minutes later, a group of 4, 2 men and 2 women, entered the office. Jiang Han's eyes fixed on the chubby young man standing in the corner. His long bangs covered his forehead, black-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, and his gaze never met anyone's. Damn, it really is him. Fang Chongwen stood up, his expression serious. From now on, the 4 of you drop all your current tasks and fully assist Jiang Han in song creation. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. If needed, adopt the 24-hour shift system. The usually affable department head suddenly became so stern that the 4 young people were infected with a sense of urgency. Jiang Han trusted that the music department's employees were skilled enough to extract scores. It was the most basic skill. The melodies and lyrics themselves were top-notch, and as long as the arrangement wasn't too shoddy, it would do. Seizing the moment, Jiang Han leaned close to Fang Chongwen's ear. Teacher, is that Mao Bai assigned singer with our company? Fang Chongwen. He came to us 2 days ago wanting to become a professional singer. I listened to a few of his original songs and decided to keep him for observation. Oh, I trust your judgment. Jiang Han silently praised. This was more than keen insight, it was a true eye for talent. He had to sign a 50-year contract with him. Fang Chongwen returned to his seat and waved the others over. Everyone sit down. Let's discuss the division of labor first. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Han, one of my most outstanding students from Communication University. He's taken on an urgent task, to create songs for a Xinxia TV drama within 2 days. What? Did I hear that right? 2 days? Exactly, it's way too short. Impossible. What kind of clueless client? Do they think we're machines? The 2 girls complained noisily, while the young man, named Xiao, he burst out cursing. Only the inconspicuous chubby young man pouted, a stubborn gleam in his eyes. Fang Chongwen cleared his throat. It's Vice President Li Mingbo's request. The boastful Xiao he immediately deflated. The great President Li is wise. This humble one is incompetent. This clearly showed how unpopular Li Mingbo was in the company. He must have been oppressing the lower-level employees all along. He's a damn fool. Fang Chongwen snorted coldly. The 3 young people said nothing, but nodded in agreement. All right, enough about that idiot. Jiang Han, tell us your specific ideas. Yes, teacher. This TV series called Xian Yuan is about a group's adventure to seal the demon locking tower by finding the 5 spirit beads. It involves the past life and present life bonds of the protagonists and the eternal karma of the battle between gods and demons. So, I think the song should focus on the emotional entanglements of the characters across reincarnations. Fong Chongwen nodded in agreement. The theme song should align with the central theme of the drama, effectively resonating with the audience and achieving synergy between sound and picture. What about the specific content? With such a tight schedule, we have no room for error. Jiang Han was confident. I've already conceptualized most of the lyrics and melodies. There might be a small part that needs your input. He almost let it slip. It had been a while, so he couldn't guarantee he could sing every word perfectly. But the most important captivating parts were no problem. Fong Chongwen made the final call. In that case, let's start immediately. Use Studio 1. With his command, the four young people led Jiang Han into a room filled with professional equipment. Fong Chongwen, tied up with other work, couldn't be there personally. But he repeatedly urged Jiang Han to inform him immediately of any issues or creative blocks. Pushing open the heavy soundproof door, the environment instantly pulled them into a tense work mode. The room was rectangular with a diffused nebula-patterned ceiling. In the center sat a massive L-shaped console, primarily a classic SSL 9000K analog mixing desk. Various external effects processors were scattered across the surface. Behind the console were four 32-inch monitors displaying professional recording software. Additionally, the room was equipped with a full set of instruments, guitars, bass, jazz, drums, and more. Jiang Han walked up to the microphone. He'll sing the general melody and lyrics of the first song in my head. Record it, then you arrange the corresponding chords and accompaniment. Any questions? The four nodded earnestly and quickly took their positions at the console. Jiang Han cleared his throat, closed his eyes, and began to sing a cappella. Let yesterday be void, now you stand before me. I want to love, give me a chance, if I'm wrong, ill bear it, I know you are the answer. Jiang Han sang with deep emotion, and as he reached the climax, he even recalled the tangled love affairs of his past life. I told you I want Dodge, I insist on doing this. Even if you want, listen, I'll love you all the more, striving harder to make you understand. There's no other path to take, you decide whether you'll stay by my side. You want, listen to my preference, watch me love, by feeling, waiting for your reliance. My preference for you. Even the pain is a pleasure. As the song concluded, the recording studio fell into silence. The room was already soundproofed, and now it was so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. The shy Mao Bai was the first to speak. The writing is quite good, it's very soothing to listen to. I quite like it. It was just like his usual style of commentary. The girl named Tingting, clearly moved by her own romantic experiences, had slightly reddened eyes. Wah. It's obviously super good. Brother Jiang Han, did you write this originally? Jiang Han shamelessly replied, of course. If there's any resemblance to something else, they must have copied me. You're amazing. Let me guess the song's name. How about preference? It's a recurring word in the lyrics, and it perfectly highlights the theme. Congratulations, you guessed it right. It's called preference. Yeah. Tingting waved her arms excitedly and pulled the other three to get to work. No one can find fault with this as the theme song. Brother Jiang Han, tell me secretly, have you ever had a love that you pursued without hesitation? Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. Usually it's the girls who are madly in love with me. Upon hearing this, the two young men, Xiao He and Ajia, exclaimed that this guy was way too good at pretending. How long do you need to complete this song? The lyrics and melody are ready. 2 days are enough. What? 2 days? Jiang Han exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his reaction, Tingting said, didn't Director Fong just say we have 2 days? You can't go back on your word now, right? Jiang Han spread his hands. But I didn't say there's only one song. Hearing this, even the usually calm Mao Bai was taken aback. Based on their previous discussion, it had only been about an hour since Jiang Han received the creative task. To have sung one song so brilliantly, using his talent alone, was already a sign of a rare genius. Could it be that in such a short time, he had also come up with the interlude and the ending theme? Jiang Han stared at Mao Bai with a smile, deciding to seize this opportunity to win over the future superstar. Mao, calling me. I'm being called that for the first time. Mao Bai said blankly. Jiang Han patted him on the shoulder. There will be many more people calling you that in the future. There's a song I think suits your temperament perfectly. I suggest you be the lead singer for it. Mao Bai blushed with embarrassment. I am still a nobody, I don't have a company. Don't worry, given my relationship with Teacher Fong, he'll definitely take my advice. That's great. Thank you, Brother Jiang Han. You're welcome as long as you sign with Xingyue Media. Mao Bai, like a dreamer seeing the dawn of the future, wouldn't let go of such a golden opportunity. Of course he'll sign for 10 years now. Let's make it 20 years. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Jiang Han firmly grasped Mao Bai's hands. The next song, Forgetting Time, will be sung by Mao Bai. With that, he sat back down in front of the recording equipment and began to perform with abandon. Silently walked. How far have I gone? Lifting my head, suddenly I realize I've been retreating back to the starting point. Gradually forgetting can't catch up to tomorrow. I just need to hold on tightly to the longing. Tomorrow your smiling face will be gone. Gradually forgetting time. I just need to follow the path of memories. Just as the four young people were getting lost in the mature timbre of Jiang Han's voice, he suddenly stopped. Tingting stamped her feet anxiously. Brother Jiang Han, why did you stop singing? Keep going. Sorry. My inspiration suddenly ran out. That's all I have for now. Frowning Jiang Han gazed deeply at the ceiling, as if immersed in the atmosphere of artistic creation. Damn it. Why can't I remember the rest of the lyrics? Mao, did it sound good? It's very atmospheric and the lyrics and melody fit together perfectly. Are you really going to let me sing it? Jiang Han nodded. He had chosen the style most suited to Mao Bai among the three theme songs. It wasn't about showing off high notes or tricks, but about touching people's hearts with a gentle melody. I'm a bit tired. Jiang Han pretended to rub his temples. Mao, you can complete the rest. We'll share the credit as co-writers of the lyrics. He had no choice, he really couldn't remember, so he had to pass the unfinished work on. Tingting looked at Jiang Han with admiration, fully understanding his state of mental and physical exhaustion. Brother Jiang Han, go get some sleep in our staff lounge. I know how tough high-intensity creation can be. Well, the other three also voiced the same suggestion, so Jiang Han reluctantly accepted. Thank you for your hard work. Once these two songs are done, I'll sing the last one. There's more. They'll treat you all to a meal later. I'm too tired. I'm heading out first. With that, Jiang Han opened the recording studio door and headed out. Tingting quickly followed. Brother Jiang Han, let me take you to the lounge. Inside the room, the remaining three music professionals sighed silently. They finally understood the meaning of the saying, genius is merely the threshold for meeting me. Mao Bai put on the monitoring headphones and repeatedly played the song, forgetting time. They'll complete this song first, and you guys arrange the other one. In the staff lounge, Tingting brought out her own folding bed used for afternoon naps, laid out the mat, and handed over a fragrant blanket. Brother Jiang Han, you can sleep on my bed. There are many employees and conditions are limited, so this is the best we can do. Sorry for the inconvenience. Jiang Han waved his hand. It's fine, I don't mind. I've also brought some hot water and snacks. Feel free to have some if you're thirsty or hungry. All right. Okay. For a moment, Jiang Han saw in the young girl's face a longing for art. The kind that's utterly devoted. Ahem. You should get back to work. We don't have much time left. Tingting nodded firmly and clenched her fists in encouragement. Brother Jiang Han, I'll give it my absolute best and produce an arrangement worthy of your talent. I'm best at playing the flute. I promise to use my best skills, and it'll definitely make you satisfied. With that, Tingting bounced out of the lounge, leaving Jiang Han alone and bewildered. What nonsense was she talking about? Jiang Han silently walked to the bed in the corner, fluffed the pillow, and the blanket still carried the faint scent of the young woman. He quickly slipped into the covers, enjoying some off-the-clock leisure during work hours. This trip to Xingyue Media had been quite fruitful. Not only did he see through Li Mingba's true nature early on, but he also met his former mentor and won over the rising star of the new generation in the music scene. It was truly killing three birds with one stone. Just as Jiang Han was about to put down his phone and rest, Shen Qingning sent him a caring message. Shen Qingning, how's work? Are you settling in? Jiang Han glanced at his phone screen, his irritation rising. Although he knew that Li Mingba's actions were certainly not instigated by Shen Qingning, he couldn't help but feel a pang of displeasure. Without the abundant reserves from his past life, he would have been utterly unable to cope with Li Mingba's provocations. Jiang Han, it's all right. I need to get busy now. Shen Qingning, oh okay. He used work as an excuse to end the conversation, but before he could even put down his phone, a message from Qiu Xiao arrived right behind it. President Jiang, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up soon. The bank has prepared a small gift for you. Would it be convenient for me to deliver it now? Jiang Han looked at the message, unable to guess Qiu Xiao's intentions. From the perspective of a bank client manager, actively getting closer to an ultra-high-net-worth client was indeed not wrong. But the key issue was that she was Shen Qingning's best friend and knew about the situation between the two of them, which changed the nature of it entirely. Qiu Xiao clearly recognized his identity, but deliberately concealed it. He couldn't figure out what she was planning. However, Jiang Han was not flustered in the slightest. He would deal with whatever came his way. He was curious to see what scheme Qiu Xiao was concocting. Sure, you can come find me, Jiang Han replied. Okay, President Jiang, I'll be at your place right away. I'm out, not at home. Location, Xingyue Media Co. Ltd. Wow. You've already completed the acquisition of the company. No, I'm here for work, just an ordinary intern. President Jiang, you're so funny. Seeing that he couldn't clarify things, Jiang Han didn't bother wasting his breath. Qiu Xiao paused for a few seconds. President Jiang, I'm out running errands and happened to pass by a very famous trendy restaurant. Let me bring some food over for you to try. I want lobster and abalone, thank you. Oh, okay, I'll go find some. Jiang Han flopped onto his bed with a grin, sending Qiu Xiao a big smiling emoji. If she were just a client manager with no special connection, he would have definitely declined the meal offer, let alone asked for specific dishes. Consider this compensation for you hiding your relationship with Shen Qingning. At noon, Fang Chongwen finally finished a busy morning of trivial matters and had time to check on the progress of the creative team. He pushed open the heavy door of Recording Studio 1, only to find 4 young people busily working at the equipment. Mao Bai, wearing monitoring headphones, was strumming a guitar. The other 3 were fiddling with mixing and arranging. Where's Zhang Han? Why isn't he here? Fang Chongwen scanned the room, not seeing the main figure, and asked with confusion. Seeing the leader arrive, Tingting looked up and explained, Brother Zhang Han was too tired, so he went to rest. What a joke. This is clearly his task. How come you helpers have become the main force? Fang Chongwen felt a sense of frustration, like wanting to see iron become steel. He turned to leave, intending to give his former student a proper lesson. President Fang, it's not what you think. Tingting quickly put down her work. Brother Zhang Han created 2 songs in one go. He really consumed too much mental energy, so he went to rest. Fang Chongwen stopped upon hearing this. He's already finished. And 2 songs. Yes, director. One is a complete set of lyrics and music, the other is about 80 complete. He asked Mao Bai to help supplement it. Slow work makes fine craftsmanship. Doesn't he understand this simple principle? Can those low-quality things he produces pass the test? Even at this point, Fang Chongwen still thought Zhang Han was being clever. Done. I've finally perfected the last line of the lyrics. Mao Bai, immersed in his own musical world, hadn't noticed the newcomer and suddenly shouted out. This shout caught Fang Chongwen's attention. Xiao Mao, come here. Okay. From what you're saying, you now have 2 songs with complete lyrics and music just needing arrangement. The 4 young people gathered together and nodded simultaneously. All right, let me see what Zhang Han can whip up in such a short time. Xiao Mao, play, and sing yourself a listen. Upon hearing this, Mao Bai sat on the high stool, and the moment he picked up the guitar, his entire demeanor changed. His originally somewhat timid expression instantly transformed into one full of confidence. President Fang, the song is called Forgetting Time. The main melody and most of the lyrics were done by Brother Zhang Han. I only added 2 lines based on the existing style. Understood, just sing it. Mao Bai took a deep breath and seriously began his performance. The intro was something he had improvised, a simple chord progression carrying the song's own melodic notes. After more than 10 seconds, he started singing with his unique, deep, and resonant voice. How far have I walked in silence? Lifting my head, I suddenly realize. Always retreating back to the starting point. From the first line, Mao Bai sang, Fang Chongwen felt something was off. The plain words were incredibly evocative, sketching a feeling of quiet passing, yet sudden awareness. There was no ornate embellishment in the lines, only a raw, unadorned truth that stung the heart. Then the song entered the climax of the chorus. Gradually forgetting everything, unable to catch up with tomorrow. As long as I hold on to the longing tightly, tomorrow will no longer have your smiling face. Gradually forgetting everything, forgetting time. I just need to follow the path of memories, even if the deepest part is only a moment. When the tears that fall are the final period in my heart, you have never walked away. The vows by my ears still echo. I will cherish the tomorrow that exists without you. Because Zhang Han had completely sung the A section and the chorus, Mao Bai only needed to supplement a small part of the B section lyrics, continuing with the existing tune. His vocal range leaned towards the mid-low register, especially stable and magnetic in the lower notes. It didn't sound sharp or harsh, carrying a natural warmth and thickness. During the performance, he even had the illusion, did Zhang Han deliberately leave this song for him? How else could it fit him so perfectly? Fang Chongwen was stunned. Even after Mao Bai played the final arpeggio of the outro, he remained rooted to the spot. Tingting, arms crossed, stared at the department head with anticipation. President Fang, give us your evaluation. Isn't it super good, super moving? Off. Fang Chongwen snapped back to reality. Are you sure Zhang Han just came up with this morning? 100% sure. Brother Zhang Han sang it right in front of us. Fang Chongwen had worked in the music division since joining Xingyue Media and had been the department head for a long time. He had produced many hit songs in the industry and had a particularly keen judgment for film and television music. Zhang Han's Forgetting Time perfectly matched the plot of the TV drama. It could fit both the reincarnation-crossing love story of the male and female leads in the Xinxiao drama and blend into the emotional entanglements of ordinary people. The melody was catchy with a simple intro, a memorable chorus, and a natural smooth transition between verse and chorus. Paired with Mao Bai's warm and thick voice, it perfectly balanced the line between pop and lyrical. Great. Absolutely fantastic. Hearing the leaders praise, Tingting was thrilled. President Fang, we've made a first version demo of the other song. You should listen to it too. Without waiting for Fang Chongwen's nod, she took the initiative to play the audio file. As the intro melody slowly faded out, Zhang Han's mature, male voice floated out from the professional sound system. I've said it, I want Dodge, I insist on doing this. Even if you want, listen, I'll still love you harder to make you understand. There's no other path to take, you decide whether you'll stay with me. Won't listen, just love, see how I feel. Loving you with partiality, even the pain is sweet. Fang Chongwen, who had been immersed in the soothing rhythm of the previous song just a second ago, suddenly heard a dynamic tune of a completely different style. He was shocked, speechless. The lyrics and musical styles of the two songs showed a huge difference, making it hard to believe they came from the same person. Fang Chongwen was a professional music producer and knew many friends in the industry with whom he had exchanged creative insights. When people create songs, they usually enter a corresponding emotional state, allowing inspiration to burst forth from sensibility. This kind of emotion lasts for a long time, making it very difficult to produce two vastly different musical styles in a short period. It's like you can't be talking about love 1 second and shouting kill 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 the next. President Fang, please give your evaluation. Qingning asked. Fang Chongwen looked up. The lyrics and composition are excellent, but the arrangement needs strengthening. His meaning was clear. Jiang Han's part was undoubtedly top-notch, but the others' arrangement skills weren't yet up to par. Hearing this, Qingting's head drooped. President Fang, don't be so demanding of the first demo. We'll work without eating or sleeping if we have to ensure Brother Jiang Han's new songs are perfectly produced. Fang Chongwen nodded on the surface, but his mind was already filled with curiosity about Jiang Han. Could his former student truly be a 9 million genius? Music relies on inspiration. Talent is far more important than effort. Clearly Jiang Han was the type that God personally fed. Meanwhile, Jiang Han was sitting on the sofa in the first-floor lounge area waiting for Qiu Xiao's arrival. Before long, a young woman dressed in a China Merchant's Bank uniform hurried through the glass doors. Because it was a workday, Qiu Xiao wasn't wearing the new clothes she bought yesterday, but she still had on those 10-centimeter stiletto heels. In her left hand, she carried 2 exquisite gift bags, and in her right hand a food container packed to the brim. She was completely loaded down, making it hard to imagine how such a slender young woman could carry so much at once. After entering, Qiu Xiao looked around, didn't see Jiang Han, and wanted to call him, but couldn't free up a hand. Seeing her from a distance, Jiang Han stood up and waved to her. Qiu Xiao, over here. Coming. Qiu Xiao, clacking in her high heels, broke into a little run. What she said was indeed true. She handled the 10-centimeter height, while managing even with heavy items in her hands. Qiu Xiao arrived in front of him, placed the several large bags on the coffee table, and started taking things out one by one. President Jiang, please accept this gift from the bank. Then one plate after another of exquisite dishes was laid out. Jiang Han clearly saw the abalone and Australian lobster he had ordered. Qiu Xiao was the first to open the seafood packaging, handing the abalone to Jiang Han. President Jiang, I got the things you wanted. They're super fresh. The owner scooped them right out of the water in front of me. Especially the abalone, so pink and tender. Jiang Han felt a bit speechless. Why were all the girls this morning talking in such suggestive terms? Faced with Qiu Xiao's expectant look, he had no choice but to pick up an abalone with his chopsticks and pop it into his mouth. It was springy and tender, juicy and delicious. Is it tender? Well bought. I just love them pink and tender. Hearing the positive confirmation, Qiu Xiao happily wiggled her hands, ready to open the remaining dozen or so dishes. Hold on. Jiang Han quickly interrupted her actions. There's too much for us to finish. I have some colleagues working overtime. Let's take it upstairs and share it with everyone. Hearing this, a faint blush crept onto Qiu Xiao's cheeks. He's introducing me to his colleagues already. An ugly wife must eventually meet her in-laws. Time to start practicing with Jiang Han's friends. Okay. Qiu Xiao quickly repacked all the dishes into the bags and obediently followed behind Jiang Han towards the recording studio. Along the way, she curiously observed the interior of Xinhua Media, unconsciously comparing it to the China Merchant's Bank office building. Both in terms of decoration style and overall layout, it was more fashionable and avant-garde than her old employer, exuding a youthful vibe. The bank was state-owned while Xinhua Media was a private enterprise. Through this comparison, she gained a more direct understanding of Jiang Han's capabilities. Soon the two returned to the music division. Jiang Han walked in front, pushing open the heavy soundproof door with both hands. Everyone put down your work and eat first, he called out loudly to the 4 young people inside. Upon hearing the leader's voice, they all gathered around. Talented, capable, and so considerate. Jiang Han's status in their hearts was instantly elevated by more than one level. Qiu Xiao, carrying the large bags of food, emerged from behind Jiang Han, nodding and smiling at the group. Brother Jiang Han, so it's sister-in-law bringing us food. Ajie came over and teased. Mao Bai was visibly happy. Besides music, food was his greatest love. Only Qingting's expression darkened slightly. She saw the girl beside Jiang Han was tall, stunningly beautiful, with a pair of well-proportioned legs that completely outclassed her own. The budding feelings in her heart were instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. It made sense that someone like Brother Jiang Han couldn't possibly be without a girlfriend. Qiu Xiao was overjoyed at hearing the term sister-in-law bustling about and inviting everyone to sit down quickly. As she opened the packaging and peeled off the plastic wrap, she also set out the disposable bowls and chopsticks. I specifically asked the owner for extra utensils. This should be enough. Qiu Xiao silently praised her own cleverness. If she had brought any fewer bowls, she wouldn't have managed. Mao, by not being shy at all, was already in eating mode, continuously piling various dishes into his transparent plastic bowl. Jiang, honey, you should try some too. Xiao Xiao had initially wanted to call him President Jiang, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't revealed his identity to the employees, so he must have his own plans. So she boldly used the address of a couple in a passionate relationship. That sweet call of honey almost made her swoon from her own sweetness. Jiang Han, holding a lobster leg, gave Xiao Xiao an imperceptible glare. Nice act. Once we're done eating, we'll have a good talk. The aroma of freshly prepared dishes wafted through the sealed recording studio. Xiao Xiao had dashed to 2 different restaurants procuring trendy, internet-famous delicacies and a feast of lobster and abalone. Both in taste and presentation, the food far surpassed the canteen offerings at Star Media. The young crew, able to enjoy a hearty meal during their break, found their earlier tension and fatigue quickly dissipating. Xiao Xiao figured that since she had already called him husband in front of everyone, she should commit to the charade. She attentively served Jiang Han, placing food in his bowl, especially the tender abalone, practically piling it all in front of him. I can't eat all this. Let's share some with the others, he said. Jiang Han stopped her from bringing the entire platter of seafood over. In just a few short days, first Lin Yaoyao had fed him oysters by hand, then Shen Qingning had stayed up late to brew chicken soup, and now Xiao Xiao was offering him abalone. His streak of good fortune with women seemed relentless ever since that breakup. Except for Tingting, who had no appetite, everyone else ate heartily, and it looked like even a dozen dishes wouldn't go to waste. A satisfied Ajia began discussing the morning's arrangement work. Brother Zhang Han Maobai has finished arranging your tracks, and we've also completed the first demo of our own arrangement. Manager Fong listened to it when he came by and gave high praise overall. Of course I have that much confidence in myself, Zhang Han said nonchalantly. Xiao Xiao, puzzled, asked, what song is this? Sister-in-law, don't play dumb. Brother Zhang Han composed 2 theme songs this morning for an upcoming Xinxia drama, and we're helping with the production. You should know his skills by now, right? Xiao Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then nodded faintly. Her mind raced as she processed what the young man had said. Not only did Zhang Han have 1 billion yuan deposited in CMB and was about to acquire Star Media, but he was also a music producer himself. Judging from their comments, the songs were of a high caliber, earning recognition from professionals. As a client manager for CMB Private Banking, Xiao Xiao had encountered many wealthy individuals. The self-made rich were mostly older, often in their 40s or 50s, and their demeanor and looks couldn't hold a candle to Zhang Han's. The second-generation rich, on the other hand, tended to be arrogant and overbearing, often disrespecting client managers due to their wealth. Zhang Han was the exception. Xiao Xiao had always sensed he was extraordinary, but he never ceased to amaze her with surprises. Could I listen to it? Of course. If you want to hear it, it's no problem at all. Ajia put down his chopsticks, walked over to the computer, and clicked on an audio file. The studio's external speakers were positioned in several corners of the room, creating a surround sound experience. The 2 songs, distinct in melody, played one after another. Xiao Xiao listened with her mouth agape, her shock evident. This sounds amazing, she exclaimed, feeling a pang of inadequacy. The gap between her and Zhang Han already seemed vast, and now it felt even more insurmountable. Could she really win his favor just by fawning over him? Could a female sycophant truly succeed? For a moment, Xiao Xiao's conviction wavered, but she quickly recovered, reminding herself that she couldn't give up halfway now. Honey, that's wonderful. Xiao Xiao mustered her courage, blinking her big eyes and staring intently at Zhang Han, her gaze almost syrupy with affection. Zhang Han, feeling unnerved by her stare, took a final decisive bite of the tender abalone. I'm done eating. You all need to work hard this afternoon. He'll come back tomorrow to create the final song. As for the afternoon, he planned to head home. Xiao Xiao started to clear the table, but Ajia stopped her. Sister-in-law, go and keep Brother Zhang Han company. You treated us to lunch, well, take care of the cleaning. Well, thank you. Xiao Xiao quickly thanked them and hurried to catch up with Zhang Han. Mr. Zhang, I saw that you were intentionally hiding your identity, so I pretended to be your girlfriend. I hope you don't mind. She immediately explained her actions, worried that being too direct might annoy him. It's fine, no big deal. I'm about to call a cab to go home. What are your plans? Mr. Zhang, is it convenient to go to your place now to discuss the investment plan for the funds in your account? No problem at all. Zhang Han replied readily, waiting for the trap to spring. All right, Mr. Zhang, I'll arrange the ride. Seeing his agreement, Xiao Xiao immediately booked a premium ride-hailing service through her private banking app. 5 minutes later, a black Mercedes-Benz E-Class pulled up in front of Star Media. Xiao Xiao opened the rear door for Zhang Han and then got in beside him. The streets of Jingzhou were bustling even in the afternoon outside of peak hours. In this thriving metropolis, an ordinary university graduate might struggle for most of their life just to find a foothold. A decent job with an above-average salary was hardly enough to keep up with Jingzhou's cost of living. The price of an apartment could easily consume a lifetime's earnings. Having seen true wealth, Xiao Xiao had a more pragmatic outlook on the future. Nothing was more important than seizing the opportunity that Zhang Han presented. Aside from discovering his financial strength, the bits and pieces she had heard from Shen Qingning had also subtly shaped her views on love and relationships. Zhang Han had been devoted to Shen Qingning for a full 10 years, What other man could do that? Forget 10 years. In today's fast-paced society, a man's faithfulness lasting over 2 years would already qualify him as a true romantic. Xiao Xiao had once fantasized about being the girl Jiang Han pursued, imagining she would have held out for a token 3 days of modesty before succumbing to his advances. Besides, now that Shen Qingning wanted Jiang Han to leave Lin Yaoyao, she was merely assisting as a friend. The higher-ups at the bank also encouraged client managers to prioritize the bigger picture and strengthen ties with ultra-high-net-worth clients. So her actions and intentions were not only helping her best friend, but also fulfilling her manager's directives. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of the villa in Bicui Manor. Returning here, Xiao Xiao's resolve was even stronger. Unlike her hesitation during her first visit last night and the guilt she felt towards Shen Qingning, she had now fully recognized her own desires and was truly acting in accordance with her thoughts. They entered the house, and Jiang Han settled onto the plush sofa in the living room, gesturing for Xiao Xiao to come closer. Mr. Jiang, the 1 billion yuan in your account is currently sitting in a demand deposit. If you don't have any short-term needs, I would suggest some asset allocation. Go on, tell me more. Xiao Xiao's expression turned professional as she delved into the topic. You can estimate the amount of liquidity you need to keep on hand, and then allocate the rest proportionally across various channels like daily redeemable wealth management products, short-term products, medium to long-term products, and trust funds. This can provide a relatively stable return on your assets throughout the year, which is much more beneficial than just leaving it in a demand account. Jiang Han nodded. He had money, but he wasn't against making more. If he could pocket an extra 10 to 20 million a year without lifting a finger, why not? You go ahead and formulate the specific plan then. But for now, I'd like to discuss something more important. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. Yes, Mr. Jiang, please go ahead. Do you know Shen Qingning? The name, Shen Qingning, struck Xiao Xiao's mind like a thunderbolt. She slumped onto the sofa, momentarily speechless. I'm asking you a question. Answer yes or no, Jiang Han said without any hint of gentleness. I know her. Since things had come to this, Xiao Xiao had to admit it face to face. What is your relationship? We're best friends, and she's my distant cousin. Did you approach me intentionally? Xiao Xiao abruptly raised her head, frantically waving her hands in denial. Absolutely not. My contact with President Jiang was purely a coincidence in work. Before attending the banquet, I never expected it would be you. Her body language and tone didn't seem fake. Since you recognized me, why didn't you say anything? Jiang Han continued questioning. I didn't know how to bring it up. The bank manager and department heads were all there at the time. Does Shen Qingning know? Xiao Xiao nodded, then quickly shook her head. Sister Qingning knows we've been in contact, but she doesn't know it's because of your assets qualifying for private banking. I told her I came to teach Lin Yaoyao a lesson and make her leave your side. From the moment she was exposed, Xiao Xiao never thought of lying again. She knew the man before her was intelligent. Since he chose to ask, he must have already figured out the whole story. Rather than continuing to make excuses, it was better to confess directly and seek leniency. Seeing her straightforward answers, Jiang Han's expression gradually relaxed. It's fine for you to say that to Shen Qingning, but what is your own purpose? A mere customer manager identity wouldn't go this far, would it? Xiao Xiao paused, biting her lip as if making a firm decision, and even her posture became upright. I like you. I want to be your girlfriend. As soon as the words fell, the room fell into a dead silence. Xiao Xiao was startled by her own blunt confession, and even Jiang Han didn't expect the young woman to speak so decisively. That's right, Jiang Han, I really like you. Over the years, I've seen how good you've been to Sister Qingning. Your tenderness and deep affection have already deeply moved me. Not only that, you're very handsome, just like a male celebrity on TV. Originally, I was already satisfied with these qualities, but then I suddenly discovered that you are exceptionally wealthy. I hope to have a sincere relationship and truly live the life I desire in Jingzhou. Jiang Han, I have fallen for you. As the saying goes, sincerity moves people the most. Xiao Xiao's unreserved outpouring of genuine feelings completely suppressed Jiang Han's original emotions. He truly hadn't expected the young girl to express herself so boldly. Jiang Han let out a long sigh. I just broke up with Shen Qingning, and now on the surface am in a relationship with Lin Yaoyao. Moreover, Shen Qingning's attitude has changed. Given your sisterly bond, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to get involved again? Xiao Xiao did not hesitate. I can't care about Sister Qingning's thoughts anymore. People have to think about themselves, right? It was she who proposed the breakup, she who didn't want to be with you. As for Lin Yaoyao, everyone knows you two are just putting on a show to make Shen Qingning angry. Besides, in terms of figure and looks, I'm not inferior to them. And I will treat you with all my heart, help you with laundry and cooking, give you massages to relax. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Jiang Han rubbed his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. The young girl's way of speaking was too straightforward. Her big, lively eyes blinked, and her fierce offensive was truly overwhelming. Xiao, don't be anxious, listen to me first. Faced with Xiao Xiao's blunt confession, Jiang Han instantly lost his original intention to interrogate her. How can I not be anxious? Shen Qingning is now staring eagerly from the sidelines, as if she wants to devour you. And Lin Yaoyao lives with you seeing each other every day, who knows what bad intentions she's plotting. Ah, this. Zhang Han was left speechless. By that logic, he was indeed very sought after now. I'm not planning to be in a relationship for now, Zhang Han said honestly. He was very aware of his own playboy nature. He simply couldn't commit to a serious relationship. Wealthy, handsome, and even possessing a system. With such conditions, how could he be expected to have a unknown relationship with a single heroine? I can wait for you. When you're ready to be in a relationship, come to me, okay? Xiao Xiao looked at Zhang Han with pleading eyes, her delicate appearance evoking pity. A successful man needs a virtuous wife to help him with trivial matters. I don't have great ambitions, I just want to quietly stay behind you. It must be said that Xiao Xiao's sincere expression won Zhang Han's approval. She clearly recognized the insurmountable gap between them, but accurately found her own position. No excessive demands, no affectation of a princess. She simply expressed her wish and the efforts she was willing to make based on that longing. Zhang Han looked Xiao Xiao up and down. The ordinary China merchant's bank uniform could hardly conceal the young woman's graceful figure. The pencil skirt design was rather conservative, with the hem extending to the knee, revealing only half of her calves wrapped in black stockings. Firm and slender, completely matching Shen Qingning. Zhang Han didn't mind having a fling, but he didn't want to get into trouble that he couldn't shake off, so some things had to be clarified in advance. Just as he was about to expound on his life philosophy of not taking the initiative, not refusing, and not taking responsibility, the sound of fingerprint unlocking came from outside the door. Beep, the door is open, please enter. Oh, am I disturbing your little private time? The voice preceded the person. Lin Yaoyao, dressed in flashy attire, pushed a large suitcase and walked in. Xiao Xiao, right. While I'm away, you're stealing men right into the house. Lin Yaoyao's tone was as nasty as could be, laced with belittlement, mockery, and anger, fully showcasing her top-tier voice acting skills. I didn't. Xiao Xiao was overwhelmed by the woman who barged in. Lin Yaoyao, not letting the matter rest, said, talking tough, huh? I'm asking you, have you seen the photo of me and Zhang Han kissing on moments? Xiao Xiao remained silent. Since you've seen it, you know our relationship. Now you come here repeatedly while the other's girlfriend is away. What's your intention? Lin Yaoyao was wearing a white long dress today with a cinched waistband that emphasized her slender figure and impressive bust. After putting down her luggage, she bounced over to the two of them. Xiao Xiao tried to calm her emotions and finally stabilized. Lin Yaoyao, you're just using Zhang Han to anger Shen Qingning. You have no right to interfere in his love life. I give him food and shelter. I took him in when he was in trouble. Why can't I interfere? Hearing this, Xiao Xiao almost laughed out loud. With Zhang Han holding 1 billion in cash, did he need another woman to take him in? Lin Yaoyao, let me tell you, you don't understand Zhang Han at all. No woman in this world has the right to take him in. Lin Yaoyao noticed that Xiao Xiao, who had been timid and hesitant moments before, suddenly became assertive when the topic of taking in Zhang Han arose. Could he have truly discovered some secret she didn't know about? Lin Yaoyao approached the sofa, her arm resting on the backrest as she looked down at Xiao Xiao from above. I don't know what you're trying to say. If you want to pursue Zhang Han, that's fine, but you have to compete fair and square. Xiao Xiao didn't understand her meaning. What exactly do you want me to do? It's simple. Just like when I made my public announcement on moments. You need to let all your besties know your intentions, including Shen Qingning. Lin Yaoyao had seen Xiao Xiao approach Zhang Han on the surveillance feed, and immediately informed her archrival of the news. But after waiting all night, and through the morning with no movement in the group chat, she suspected something was amiss. This meant that in Shen Qingning's view, Xiao Xiao's approach wasn't to steal her man, but to stand on the same side as her. Fine. I was going to let everyone know sooner or later anyway. Xiao Xiao showed no fear, immediately pulling out her phone and opening the 6-person bestie group chat. Starting today, Xiao Xiao will officially pursue Zhang Han, and I am determined to become his girlfriend. Xia Yutong. Eating melon emoji. Yao Yao, this is explosive. Zhang Han is Qingning's ex-boyfriend. Besties shouldn't be sharing the same chicken, you know. Xiao Xiao, Shen Qingning calling Qingning. What on earth is happening? Didn't Lin Yaoyao just make her official announcement? How did another rival pop up in the blink of an eye? Lin Yaoyao. Xiao Xiao, I didn't expect that. Despite your young age, you've got guts. You're brave. I acknowledge you. Lu Meng. Holy crap, 3 women fighting over 1 man. What kind of magic does Zhang Han have to bewitch you all like this? Shen Qingning. Lin Yaoyao replied to the group messages right in front of them, giving Xiao Xiao a thumbs up. The other's self-exposure in the 6-person bestie group chat had an effect no less impactful than her own moments post. Zhang Han, sitting nearby, caught a glimpse of the constantly scrolling messages in the group and had a sinking feeling. Xiao, you know the company is rushing to produce the songs. I need to be there to oversee things. You two chat, bye. With that, Zhang Han immediately made a swift exit, pushing open the villa door and striding away. He had no desire to be caught in the middle of women's squabbles. Don't even think of asking him who he wanted to be with. Ask him, and he'd say he wanted to sleep with all of them. The 6-person bestie group chat was in complete uproar, the women chattering away incessantly. Shen Qingning, having stayed up late the previous night to simmer chicken soup and risen early, had been catching up on sleep at home that morning. Her phone on the nightstand buzzed incessantly. She turned over, reached for the phone, and opened the group chat where her besties were all ing her. Boom! Shen Qingning's mind went blank when she saw the messages. Her heart flooded with disbelief. She rubbed her eyes hard, repeatedly confirming the conversation in the group. Qiu Xiao likes Jiang Han and wants to pursue him actively. Hadn't she just said yesterday as her closest sister that she would teach Lin Yaoyao a lesson and help her get even? How in the blink of an eye did she also want to become the leading lady? Shen Qingning furiously typed on her phone screen. Qiu Xiao, explain yourself clearly. What's the meaning of this? Is this the method you told me about to get rid of Lin Yaoyao from Jiang Han's side? Kicking her away to make room for yourself? Answer me. Qiu Xiao, Sister Qingning, I'm sorry for keeping it from you yesterday. I've thought it through now. I must face my own feelings honestly and pursue him openly and fairly. Shen Qingning, Jiang Han is my ex-boyfriend. We even slept in the same bed a couple of days ago. He's my man. Qiu Xiao, you're right, but your relationship now is ex's. So Jiang Han is single, and everyone has the right to pursue him. Lin Yaoyao, I never agreed to that. Don't forget we officially announced our relationship on Moments. Jiang Han even spoke with my mom on the phone. Xia Yutong, shocked emoji. Xiao Xiao, fight. Fight. Neither of you can back down. Go get him. Shen Qingning, Lin Yaoyao, stay out of this. This is between me and Qiu Xiao. Shen Qingning's fury was completely redirected towards Qiu Xiao. In comparison, Lin Yaoyao's deliberate act of taking Jiang Han seemed less infuriating. After all, everyone knew they were arch-rivals. Her actions were blatant provocation. But Qiu Xiao was her best friend, the closest among their circle for a long time, even sharing a distant family connection. So in Shen Qingning's eyes, the other's actions were nothing short of betrayal. Xiao Xiao, Yaoyao, when you succeed you must say this to Jiang Han, brother-in-law, don't stop him, my sister. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Qiu Xiao, I know you're all watching the drama, but I'm serious. No one knows Jiang Han's true situation better than I do. Shen Qingning, humph, you've only known him for a few days. I even know how many moles Jiang Han has on his butt. Can you compete with that? Lin Yaoyao, so what if you've slept with him? Are you bragging about it? You're the one who dumped Jiang Han, and now that you've had your fun you can't bear to let go, right? Shen Qingning, jealous. Xia Yutong, what are you guys talking about? I'm still a baby. Shen Qingning, Lin Yaoyao, stay out of it. This is between me and Qiu Xiao. Once I settle this with her, I'll deal with you. Qiu Xiao, Shen Qingning, I've said it clearly. Over these years you've often told me how Jiang Han cared for you, looked after you, and doted on you, in every way. Unknowingly, I started to put myself in your shoes, often fantasizing if only a man could treat me like that, how wonderful would it be? But you were never satisfied and constantly complained to me. Do you know how much I envied you back then? Qiu Xiao, when I heard you two had broken up, a strange thought crossed my mind, but I suppressed the impulse. It wasn't until fate brought me and Jiang Han together again that I discovered a side of him unknown to others. I believe this is an opportunity bestowed by heaven, making me realize that one must truly live for oneself, at least once. Shen Qingning, are you dead set on opposing me? Qiu Xiao, it's not about opposing you, it's about pursuing my own happiness. Shen Qingning, your happiness is built on my misery. You know perfectly well I want to win Jiang Han back. Qiu Xiao, did you ever consider his feelings when you initiated the breakup with him? Lin Yaoyao, Xiao is right. You have no idea how dejected and heartbroken Jiang Han was when I first brought him home. Lin Yaoyao was spouting nonsense in the group chat with the utmost seriousness. In short, as long as it could anger her archrival, she didn't care who among the women ended up with Jiang Han. After all, in the traditional sense, a man who could incite such jealousy among women was considered quality stock worthy of deeper connection. In the six-girl group chat, Xia Yutong, Xiao Xiao, and Lu Meng were bystanders. Xiao Xiao in particular relished the drama, constantly fanning the flames. Lin Yaoyao and Qiu Xiao stood on the opposite side of Shen Qingning, continuously rebutting her remarks. Fighting one against two, Shen Qingning soon felt overwhelmed. Lin Yaoyao, what's wrong with you? Qiu Xiao, confessed to your boyfriend in front of everyone. Are you even a woman? Your man is being stolen and you're just giggling on the sidelines. This was a tactic of sowing discord, attempting to turn the two-sided conflict into a three-way brawl. Lin Yaoyao replied, hell, I don't mind. Jiang Han had already slipped away, heading straight for Xingyue Media. Only Lin Yaoyao and Qiu Xiao remained in the villa at Biqui Manor. Among the six friends, only the two of them were both chatting in the group and physically together. Seeing Lin Yaoyao's nonchalant reply, a flicker of confusion passed through Qiu Xiao's eyes. She looked up, staring blankly at her sister before her. Oddly enough, apart from demanding that she announce her plan to pursue Jiang Han upon entering, Lin Yaoyao hadn't shown any anger. Especially during the group chat, she had subtly helped fend off Shen Qingning. Qiu Xiao guessed that Lin Yaoyao was probably just using Jiang Han as a prop to provoke Shen Qingning. Now that she herself had stepped in, it would better infuriate Shen Qingning, so naturally Lin Yaoyao chose to ally with her. Qiu Xiao put down her phone and faced the girl before her. Yaoyao, thank you for speaking up for me. You're welcome. Besides, I didn't really help you. After all, you and Jiang Han are publicly announced as a couple. Me actively pursuing him is clearly trying to steal you away. You're magnanimous, I don't mind, just exposes that the two of you are faking it, aren't you? Lin Yaoyao twirled a strand of hair by her temple, laughing merrily. Hee, I'm a traditional woman. I don't mind a man having multiple wives and concubines as long as it's not Shen Qingning by his side. Oh. Qiu Xiao was stunned speechless. This was way too traditional. With such spiritual depth, how could any other woman compete with her? Fine then. Yaoyao, are you and Jiang Han really a couple now? Qiu Xiao probed nervously. No, not yet. I'm still evaluating his genes. Lin Yaoyao replied casually. Genes, hey. Qiu Xiao felt something was off. When a girl uses the word evaluate on a guy, it usually means she's already satisfied with his looks and other external qualities. It's more about considering his character, personality, and other traits that need long-term observation. But what was this about genes? That's something you'd only think about when having children, right? Guessing Qiu Xiao's confusion, Lin Yaoyao explained with a smile. If Jiang Han passes my evaluation, we'll have children. At least 3, with no upper limit. Boom. Qiu Xiao was dumbfounded by her declaration. Her mind kept telling her this couldn't be real. Who would have thought that this seemingly innocent and cute voice actress held such extremely traditional views on love, solely focused on bearing children for her man? She couldn't even be considered a rival anymore. This woman didn't mind her man having multiple partners and saw it as her duty to continue the family line. No man could resist her terms, and no woman would want to compete with her for love. As long as Lin Yaoyao agreed, she would surely have a place in Jiang Han's life. Qiu Xiao quickly pieced together the situation, realizing this girl wasn't an enemy, but a potential future ally. She was the only one who knew that beyond his looks, Jiang Han possessed financial means beyond any girl's imagination. The 1 billion in liquid assets in his account marked him as a wealthy man, while Xingyue Media represented even greater development potential for the future. As for Jiang Han's own talent, it further enhanced his personal charm as a man. Faced with such excellent conditions, Qiu Xiao knew deep down that it would be difficult to demand Jiang Han have only her as his sole partner for life. In that case, why not try to be a traditional woman like Lin Yaoyao? Startled by her own thoughts, Qiu Xiao shook her head to clear her mind. It wasn't time for that yet. She should focus on how to get Jiang Han to agree to start this relationship. The discussion in the 6-girl group chat continued. Xiao, did I see that right? Yaoyao just said she doesn't mind. Have you been watching too many harem dramas? Xia Yutong, yeah. We're all independent women. You make it sound like you wouldn't mind your boyfriend finding other women. Lin Yaoyao, mind your own business. I can treat my boyfriend however I want. If the flag outside flies while the one at home stays upright, it just means the man has skill. Shen Qingning, you're determined to oppose me, aren't you? Let's see what other tricks you can pull. And Qiu Xiao will tell you one last time, I will definitely win Jiang Han back. Shen Qingning has left the group chat after sending her final message. She furiously hit the leave button. With a key member gone from the main 6-person group, the gossip enthusiasts lost their interest in spectating. Just as they were about to disperse, a message popped up in another group of 5, which didn't include Lin Yaoyao. Shen Qingning, Lin Yaoyao isn't in this group. Qiu Xiao, tell me the truth, are you using some strategy to lull the enemy? Qiu Xiao, I genuinely want to pursue Jiang Han. Shen Qingning has left the group chat upon seeing the message. Any last shred of hope for her former best friend vanished. She dove into her bed, slamming her phone onto the headboard. Finally, the long-lasting war in the group chat came to an end. Since Jiang Han wasn't there, Qiu Xiao had no reason to stay at Lin Yaoyao's villa. I'm heading off now. I have work this afternoon. Just letting you know, since Jiang Han lives here, he'll probably be visiting often. Lin Yaoyao didn't mind. I don't keep idle people here. Remember to bring groceries and clean up when you come. After leaving the village, Jiang Han quickly booked a ride-hailing car and returned to the entrance of Xingyue Media. According to the company schedule, the break time was from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Usually everyone would go to the cafeteria for lunch and then take a short nap at their desks. However, the 4-member creative team, after their big meal, showed no intention of resting and went straight back to their posts. They wanted to use every single second to help Jiang Han complete the song production. Beyond the tasks assigned by their leader, they felt a newfound sense of purpose. For professional music producers, having their name on an excellent song was an honor that transcended money. Upon arriving at the floor of the music affairs department, Jiang Han first stopped by Studio 1 to show his face. Seeing the 4 young men bustling about, he wore a benevolent smile like a proud father. These were his future troops. Jiang Han navigated through the studio's professional equipment to reach Mao Bai. Mao, this song is yours. Have them assist you with the recording. Consider it your debut piece. Mao Bai set down his guitar, his excitement overflowing, and he was nearly moved to tears. He hadn't received formal training, and his professional background had nothing to do with music. He persisted purely out of personal passion. For a long time, he lacked his family's support and professional guidance, and he felt he was on the verge of giving up. It wasn't until Director Fong of Xingyue Media gave him an internship that he had the chance to meet his benefactor Jiang Han. Mao Bai's voice choked with emotion. Brother Zhang Han, I will not let you down. Alright, I believe in you, Mao Mao. Zhang Han clapped him heartily on the shoulder. Do you have any other original songs? Why not take advantage of the buzz from the TV drama and have the company produce an album for you? I do have some, but releasing an album isn't something Director Fong can decide alone. Mao Bai honestly expressed his thoughts. He knew about the mentor-student relationship between Zhang Han and Fong Chongwen, but he also clearly recognized that releasing an album for an artist was a time-consuming and labor-intensive process. It required a dedicated project and approval from the company's senior management. Zhang Han smiled nonchalantly. Don't worry about the other aspects, just focus on delivering excellent work. Mao Bai didn't know where this confidence came from, but he inexplicably felt reassured. I do have a few original songs, but some lyrics and compositions need further refinement. Sing them for me, maybe I can offer some suggestions, Zhang Han said tactfully. He actually wanted to use Mao Bai to understand whether the timeline of this Blue Star world compared to Earth in his past life was completely chaotic or followed a discernible pattern. Because of his intervention, Mao Bai had skipped the talent show and was getting a chance to release a single and an album. Could he still create the hit song that had taken the world by storm back then? Mao Bai, now full of trust in Zhang Han, began to discuss his list of original songs. There was one song he liked a lot, but hadn't named yet. He then hummed it softly right beside Zhang Han. After a few lines, Mao Bai paused. It's mainly the latter lyrics I haven't figured out. A toast to the morning sun, what should come next? Zhang Han was instantly intrigued. This song was all too familiar. It was Mao Bai's signature hit, Xiao, Cho Drowning Sorrows. It seemed that changes in the timeline didn't affect a person's talent. The Mao Mao he had his eye on was still that gifted creator with a full capacity for creativity. Zhang Han cleared his throat. I can offer a suggestion. After toasting the morning sun, you can also toast the moonlight. For the next chorus, you could sing a toast to my hometown, a toast to the distant place. No hidden meaning, just for your reference. Your own ideas take priority. The lyrics Zhang Han casually uttered left Mao Bai speechless with astonishment. It was an epiphany. He realized that the lyrics he had racked his brains over came to the other man effortlessly. Brother Zhang Han, when you have time you must teach me. Well, I wouldn't call it teaching, just exchanging ideas. Zhang Han then briefly discussed the song production progress with the other three. They held his opinions in high regard, even taking his casual ramblings as expert insights. After rambling a bit more, Zhang Han felt he was dangerously close to a layman advising the expert, so he quickly made an excuse and slipped away. He wandered around the floor of the music affairs department, and his pacing eventually brought him right to the door of Fong Chongwen's office. The door of the head's office was shut tight, but the sound of Director Fang's loud voice came from within. Li Mingbo, if you have the guts, go ahead and report me to the chairman. As long as Zhang Han is here, no one is going to make things difficult for him. 3 days to compose a theme song for a film or TV series is already outrageous. You might as well just drive him out. Oh, so you're waiting for the company to change owners to kick me out? I'm telling you now, as long as I'm here, no one can touch a single person in the music affairs department. Smack. The sound of a phone slamming onto the desk echoed, and the room fell into silence. Hearing the conversation inside, Zhang Han silently withdrew his hand from the doorknob. For the first time, his expression turned into a chilling glare. It was also the first time since he arrived in this world that he truly felt disgust towards someone. Logically, Li Mingbo had no reason to deliberately make things difficult for him unless he treated everyone with the same hostility. He was used to using his position as a senior executive to suppress others for his own gain. Zhang Han, with a grim face, walked over to the rest area in the corridor and sat down. Just then a local Jingzhou landline number popped up on his phone screen. Hello? Who is this? Zhang Han, still annoyed, spoke with impatience. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Han? This is Zhang Han. Who are you? He asked for their identity again. Mr. Zhang, hello. I am Xia Guodong, the director of Junhe Law Firm. We have received your due diligence commission regarding the acquisition of Xingyue Media Co., Ltd., and the relevant cooperation agreement has been drafted. Thank you for choosing Junhe and for your trust in paying the commission fee up front. We will provide the highest quality legal services to ensure the smooth transfer of shares throughout the entire process. Zhang Han paused for 2 seconds, and a slight smile returned to his lips. Director Xia, hello. I've been waiting for you. He confirmed the full acquisition of Xingyue Media through the system and knew that a professional legal team would serve him. But this malfunctioning system, after its initial instructions, had remained unresponsive. Had it not been for the 1 billion yuan sitting in his account, Zhang Han might have suspected the system was just a delusion from his transmigration. On the other end of the line, Xia Guodong was extremely respectful. My apologies, Mr. Zhang. It was our oversight. We didn't meet the progress you required. Please rest assured, as the director of the firm, I promise you now that Junhe will complete the due diligence at the fastest speed in the industry. Alright, how long will it take? Zhang Han asked. We can have a comprehensive understanding of Xingyue Media's current assets, liabilities, and equity scale within a week at the earliest. I want to take over as soon as possible. Xia Guodong. I will immediately communicate with the transferor of Xingyue Media striving to enter the site tomorrow and the day after the current chairman will announce your acquisition plan to all employees. This way it will be convenient for you to start operations as soon as possible. What do you think? Fine, let's do it that way. Jiang Han replied decisively. He already had the first thing he wanted to do after formally taking over. Remove the tumor from the company. Meanwhile, in the Deputy General Manager's office of Star Moon Media, Ji Buochang sat before Li Mingbo, his eyes burning with a murderous rage. On the table before him lay 2 scrolls of calligraphy and a ceramic ornament that appeared to be aged. President Li, I've told you the whole story. That bastard Jiang Han has gone too far. He stole my woman and cut off my income. If you can help me get revenge, they'll give you all these family heirlooms. Li Mingbo glanced at the signature on the scrolls, his palm gently stroking the slightly yellowed rice paper. Rest assured, Brother Ji. Jiang Han is currently in the music business department, and its head is a stubborn fellow who always opposes me. When the company's boss changes, he'll be the first to be removed. With my seniority, he'll definitely be promoted to general manager. Given Jiang Han's amateur abilities, there's no way he can create a song. Even if he somehow manages to produce one, isn't the standard of quality ultimately up to me? Li Mingbo carefully rolled up the scrolls on the table, smiling at Ji Buochang. First, well, humiliate Jiang Han thoroughly in front of the new leadership, then kick him out of the company. What do you think? Excellent. Just what I was waiting for, President Li. Ji Buochang clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fury. Ever since Shen Qingning had rejected him outright at the entrance of Star Moon Media, the suppressed emotions within him had nearly driven him to internal injury. After returning home, he had repeatedly engaged in manual labor 3 times before gradually calming down. Especially Shen Qingning's words, if Jiang Han is willing, she would satisfy him at any time, had pierced Ji Buochang's heart like a knife, causing an endless bleed within him. Ji Buochang ransacked his home, finally digging out several family heirlooms left by his elders. He cared not for their value, and gave them all to Li Mingbo in one go. He wanted to embarrass Jiang Han, have him expelled from Star Moon Media, and completely blacklisted in the entertainment industry. Only by reducing him to worthlessness could Shen Qingning possibly turn back. For his long-term plan, Ji Buochang staked everything on Li Mingbo. On the other side, after leaving Star Moon Media, Jiang Han had no immediate destination. If he returned to Shen Qingning's villa, he would inevitably face a fierce battle, but he was not in the mood. Jiang Han recalled that Xiao Xiao's asset allocation plan had not been fully explained. Although he knew little about finance, he roughly understood that different products had varying annualized returns. Currently, his money was in demand deposits, the least profitable option. If he could earn more income annually while preserving the principal, why not? Jiang Han pulled out his phone and dialed Xiao Xiao from his contacts. Hello, where are you? After leaving the village, Xiao Xiao had returned to the private banking center of China Merchants Bank in Jingzhou. She had no specific tasks now. The bank leadership had assigned her the sole mission of serving Jiang Han well. President Jiang Im at the bank. What are your instructions? Receiving Jiang Han's call again, Xiao Xiao was both expectant and nervous. For the first time in her life, she had boldly and directly expressed her feelings to a man. Though she had received no clear answer, her heart still raced. Jiang Han did not mention her confession. I'm free this afternoon. Let's find a place to discuss asset allocation. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao quickly shut down her desktop computer and touched up her makeup before the mirror on her desk. She reapplied eyeshadow and painted her rosy lips with lipstick. After double-checking, she grabbed her handbag and prepared to leave. Her department head Yuan Li noticed and approached. Xiao Qiu, are you going to see President Jiang? Yes, President Yuan. President Jiang just said he has time to discuss asset allocation. Yuan Li nodded, revealing a charming smile befitting a middle-aged woman. Xiao Qiu, you must seize the opportunity. If you can allocate more of that 1 billion in cash to high-yield products like insurance, it will bring substantial intermediary income to the bank, and you'll earn more commissions too. I'll try my best to explain clearly to President Jiang. When necessary, you need to take the initiative, understand? Yuan Li blinked twice, making Xiao Xiao's cheeks flush. I understand, President Yuan. Xiao Xiao replied, quickly avoiding her superior's insinuation, and hurried toward the elevator in the hallway. Private bank relationship managers are among the professions most likely to encounter wealthy individuals, and many women hope to use this as a shortcut in life. Xiao Xiao understood Yuan Li's implication. She wanted her to make certain sacrifices for the sake of performance. And she was more than willing. Jiang Han's appearance was exactly her type. In terms of looks alone, it was hard to say who was taking advantage of whom. Keep trying, believe in yourself. Xiao Xiao cheered herself on in front of the glass door of the elevator. Soon she took a ride-hailing car to the agreed-upon cafe. As soon as she entered, she spotted that handsome, striking face in the corner. President Jiang, I'm here. Still calling me President Jiang. Weren't your words at noon sincere? Xiao Xiao froze, caught off guard by his sudden question. Husband. She mustered her courage and repeated the intimate address, her voice sweet and syrupy, even making herself cringe. Just call me by my name for now. Oh, Qiu Xiao was visibly disappointed, but the shift from President Jiang to Jiang Han was still a sign of closeness. Let's talk about asset allocation first. Jiang Han picked up his Americano, getting down to business. Okay. Qiu Xiao opened her backpack, pulled out a lightweight laptop, and clicked on the desktop PPT file. The file was titled Asset Allocation Plan for President Jiang. The first slide clearly listed 3 headings: purpose of asset allocation, specific allocation plan, and next steps for improvement. Jiang Han glanced at it. Just get to the point. Don't treat me like a regular client. Qiu Xiao's eyes sparkled, interpreting his words as a sign that their relationship had transcended the standard client process. She straightened her back and began discussing the specific plan. I suggest allocating 20 of the funds to daily redemption wealth management products, 30 to 6-month time deposits, and the remaining 50 proportionally to family trusts, equity funds, and bonds. How much annual return would that generate? Jiang Han asked directly. Excluding floating returns, the fixed annual return would be at least 5 to 6 percentage points. That meant Jiang Han, without taking on risk, could earn an extra 50 to 60 million yuan annually just by letting his money work. All right, proceed with your plan. Qiu Xiao nodded, confident in her professional skills. She was especially meticulous when handling Jiang Han's assets, selecting products only after thorough analysis and verification. Just as Qiu Xiao was about to guide Jiang Han through the mobile app to execute the asset purchases step by step, a pair of strong, powerful hands suddenly slid onto her slender waist from the side. Now that business is done, isn't there something else you want to say? Startled by the sudden physical contact, Qiu Xiao trembled. Well, what are you doing? Jiang Han curled his lips into a mischievous grin. Didn't someone boldly confess at noon? And even swore in front of your official girlfriend Lin Yaoyao and ex-girlfriend Shen Qingning. Exposed on the spot, Qiu Xiao's body flushed, as if on fire, her face burning red from her neck to her collarbone, all tinged with crimson. Typical bravado in front of others, but instantly cowardly when alone. Seeing her shyly lower her head, Jiang Han grew even more amused. Didn't you say you liked me? That you wanted to be my girlfriend? Didn't you? Qiu Xiao's head was almost buried in her chest, her voice barely a whisper. Jiang Han pressed on. What did you say? I can't hear you. Your voice is too soft. Speak up. Qiu Xiao's hands were tightly clasped together, feeling the intense masculine aura beside her, her heart racing nearly to her throat. Jiang Han's loud demand, instead of cowing her, sparked a rebellious streak in the young woman. Yes, I said I like you. Is it wrong to like someone? Qiu Xiao suddenly lifted her head, turned her neck, and stared intently into Jiang Han's eyes, her words resounding with conviction. But before she could receive his reply, she was met with a pair of fiery lips. Qiu Xiao instinctively pushed against Jiang Han's chest with both hands, but failed to stop his advances, only provoking an even more fervent kiss. Jiang Han's large hand traced a gentle path from her waist up her back, finally resting on her fair nape, sending an electric current through the young woman. Her mind went completely blank, and she subconsciously closed her eyes. In her daze, the clamorous noise of the cafe faded away. She seemed to hear, as if from a distance, the song Forgetting Time that Jiang Han had composed. Gradually forgetting time itself. Qiu Xiao was kissed senseless, forgetting where she was and the purpose of her visit. The hands that had originally intended to push Jiang Han away now uncontrollably wrapped around him. Her initial shock at the sudden kiss transformed into a willing response. After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Han slowly lifted his head. His hands had not been idle, practically confirming that Qiu Xiao's legs could indeed rival Shen Qingning's. When Jiang Han stopped, Qiu Xiao was at a loss. She dared not meet his gaze, instead burying her head in his solid chest like a delicate bird. Do you truly want to be my girlfriend? Jiang Han asked, his tone serious, as he stroked the hair coiled at the back of her head after their passionate kiss. Of course I'm serious. Qiu Xiao's reply was swift, almost a conditioned reflex. Jiang Han paused. You know the history between Shen Qingning and me. It started 10 years ago, and until recently, I poured an immense amount of feeling into that relationship. Qiu Xiao nodded, indicating she knew about his romantic history. Among their 6-girlfriend group, Shen Qingning had confided in her the most, so she had long heard of his devoted and infatuated behavior. Jiang Han hesitated, as if wanting to say more. It's okay, go on. Qiu Xiao tightened her embrace, her voice a small murmur from within his arms. I might not be able to start over seriously with another woman. Hearing this, Qiu Xiao fell silent, unable to speak, a shiver running through her. What do you mean? I gave too much in my last relationship. From my teens to my 20s, my entire youth revolved around Shen Qingning, and you saw how that turned out. Before he could finish, Qiu Xiao covered his mouth with her hand. Stop, I know. She doesn't want you, but I do. She never appreciated your devotion, but I will remember all the good you've done for me, and repay it 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Jiang Han grasped her delicate hand that was pressed against his lips, and let out a deep sigh. Qiu Xiao, if this were 10 years ago, I wouldn't hesitate to spend my life with you. But now, I can't see the end of love. That means being in a relationship is fine, but I can't do the whole marriage thing. Jiang Han had planned his approach from the start, aiming to lower the woman's expectations to the minimum. Dating, having fun, eating, and drinking together, no problem. But marriage? Absolutely out of the question. He wanted to make things clear up front. If Qiu Xiao could accept this, they could both proceed without any psychological baggage. He was a principled scoundrel, knowing exactly what he wanted and what he didn't. He was brazenly and unapologetically a jerk. Qiu Xiao fell silent, her blush gradually draining to a pale white. And being very clear. If you want to date me, I can agree right now, but don't hold too many expectations for our future. Jiang Han's body was pressed tightly against Qiu Xiao's, the heat between the young man and woman intense. In this moment of physical intimacy where sweet nothings are usually whispered, he chose the most direct words to deliver the cruelest outcome. I've said my piece. Do you still want to be my girlfriend? Jiang Han delivered the final question word by word, his hands gently stroking her beautiful legs, sheathed in silk stockings, over her fitted skirt. Qiu Xiao lifted her head, looking straight into his eyes from his embrace. I do. Even if I'm only ever just a girlfriend, I still do. Qiu Xiao gave her answer with equal gravity, word by word. Logically, she should have refused, or at least hesitated. Only romance, no marriage. Only the present, no future. For a woman, this was both a deeply irresponsible attitude and a stark bone-deep honesty. Still nestled in his arms, Qiu Xiao, continued Jiang Han, "I'm the only one who knows your financial situation and your hidden secrets. The other girls don't understand the gap between us, but I do. When you were with Shen Qingning, I often fantasized that if I were your girlfriend, I would repay your devotion and sincerity twofold." Her voice trembled slightly. "But when you two broke up, I discovered you were actually a billionaire full of talent, and there was an insurmountable class divide between us. Even so, I still really hope to be with you, even if the time we have is short. I know I'm not worthy of you, but I'll work hard to show you my feelings." Qiu Xiao spoke with such heartfelt sincerity that Jiang Han felt a strange wave of emotion. For a brief 2 seconds, he felt like an absolute jerk. But only for those 2 seconds. Let me add this: if I agree now, it's only because I'm attracted to your body. You're beautiful and have a great figure, and out of basic male instinct, I want to sleep with you. Besides, we haven't had much contact, so it's hard to develop feelings beyond desire. I understand. Qiu Xiao nodded. I just hope you can give me a bit more attention and time and see my other qualities beyond the physical. You want me? I'm yours. You can have whatever you want. But can you also give me some of the patience and care you once showed Shen Qingning? As she spoke, Qiu Xiao's breathing grew more rapid, her body trembling from the intense emotional turmoil. Summoning her courage time and again had drained her energy. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears and her hair pressed against his chest became disheveled. Her frankness and sincerity presented a feminine charm Jiang Han had never experienced before. In comparison, his own speech about only dating without commitment and his blatant desire for her body seemed particularly scummy. Jiang Han knew what he was doing wasn't right, but he had no intention of changing and planned to stick to his ways. You know my current situation with Lin Yaoyao, right? I saw your posts on social media. Nothing has happened between us yet, but I can't guarantee it won't in the future. I understand Sister Yaoyao is indeed very alluring. Jiang Han wanted to lay all the cards on the table. And Shen Qingning. She seems to be leaving the door open for me right now. I don't have feelings for her anymore, but I wouldn't mind the occasional satisfaction. Qiu Xiao nodded. I want you to know anything she can do, I can do too. At this point, Jiang Han had absolutely no reason left to refuse her. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and drew her fully into his embrace. I accept. Upon hearing his affirmative answer, an indescribable joy welled up inside Qiu Xiao, and she wished she could give her entire being to him. Honey, he'll be so good to you. Qiu Xiao's swift shift in identity left Jiang Han utterly astonished. Just moments ago, she had pretended to be his girlfriend in front of her colleagues at Xingyuan Media. Yet before long, through her own relentless efforts, she had genuinely secured the position. Diligence always yields rewards. Qiu Xiao's persistence perfectly illustrated the innate disparity between men and women when it came to the art of being a devoted pursuer. A man's desperate efforts often placed him merely behind the nice guys, unlikely to ever taste the warmth of reciprocation, even unto death. But a woman with merely passable looks could readily kindle a romance through simple initiative. Qiu Xiao rubbed her eyes, wiping away the lingering tears. Within a short span, her emotions had seesawed, dramatically, ultimately settling upon a gratifying outcome. Honey, this coffee shop has some delightful desserts. Let me get some for you to try. With that, she sprang up from Jiang Han's embrace and scurried to the counter with light, hurried steps. 3 minutes later, Qiu Xiao returned brimming with enthusiasm, carrying a tray laden with a chocolate mousse cake and a mango coconut sago dessert. Honey, try this. Shall I feed you? Setting down the tray, Qiu Xiao nestled close, scooped up a piece of cake, and offered it to Jiang Han's lips. Come on. Open wide, she cooed, coaxing him like a child. As Jiang Han parted his lips, the chilled mousse dissolved instantly on his tongue. It was sweet and fragrant, reminiscent of a young woman's vibrant spirit. The private banking service is certainly meticulous, Jiang Han remarked, savoring the pampered treatment and teasing Qiu Xiao. Of course our bank's private banking division consistently ranks at the top nationally. Professional service is my forte. You'll see for yourself soon enough, honey. Jiang Han watched the young woman's rapid transformation and found the sensation of being attended to quite agreeable. After finishing the desserts, he sipped some coffee to cleanse his palate. By the way, do you have photos of your other close friends? Yes, I do. Why? Qiu Xiao tilted her head in confusion. Suddenly a realization dawned on her, and she slapped her thigh. Oh no, honey, you're not thinking of having me introduce my other girlfriends to you, are you? Even though they might not measure up to you, they still yearn for a love that cherishes them. As she spoke, her face crumpled, and she looked on the verge of tears. Jiang Han tapped her on the head. What are you thinking? I just want to put faces to names to avoid the awkwardness of not recognizing each other again. He was a scoundrel, but he wouldn't resort to having women introduce him to their friends. If he had designs on someone's head, make his own move. Oh, I overthought it, Qiu Xiao said, a little embarrassed as she took out her phone and scrolled through the moments of her 6-woman friend group. Besides the familiar Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao, Jiang Han got reacquainted with Xia Yutong Xiao Xiao and Lu Meng. The women came from diverse professions and backgrounds, yet they shared a common trait. They were all beauties of distinct character. The adage birds of a feather flock together was made tangible in that moment. As Jiang Han browsed their posts, he noticed a flurry of group chat messages blinking on Qiu Xiao's WeChat. There were groups of 5, 4, even 3, and 2 members. Xiao, how many group chats have you girls created among yourselves? I can't recall exactly, but probably around 20, Qiu Xiao answered honestly. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow and gave her a thumbs up. Truly a testament to fair-weather friendship. Admirable. Qiu Xiao chuckled readily, accepting the assessment, for she was second to none when it came to betraying her so-called sisters. Let's see what's being discussed in your groups, Jiang Han said, curiously scrolling through her phone. He immediately saw 3 women hurling accusations at each other across several group chats. The source of the conflict was none other than Jiang Han himself. Lin Yaoyao was relentlessly attacking Shen Qingning, finding fault with everything she said. Shen Qingning in turn directed her anger at Qiu Xiao's betrayal, while also complaining about Lin Yaoyao's deliberate provocation. The fierce language and sharp words conveyed the barely contained fury within them, even through mere text. A good fight was welcome. When women got this heated, they were capable of anything, and he could simply wait to pick up the pieces. They lingered in the coffee shop for another hour until the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Taking advantage of the dim, warm lighting and the tranquil atmosphere, Jiang Han conducted a thorough and exhaustive exploration of the CMB uniform Qiu Xiao was wearing. From its fabric, to its cut, from its tightness, to its length, he familiarized himself with every detail. Qiu Xiao's cheeks were flushed, and her hair was slightly tousled. Xiao, isn't your uniform a bit tight? Honey, when they designed it, they didn't anticipate an extra hand slipping inside. But I've heard other sisters complain that the overall fit is indeed on the snug side. Jiang Han nodded knowingly. That's fine. I prefer it snug. I'm thinking of heading back. What about you? Qiu Xiao hesitated. Since becoming Jiang Han's dedicated account manager, she had been granted special permission by her department head to skip the daily evening meetings. Her primary duty was to serve Jiang Han, granting her full control over her time. Today marked the first day of their official relationship, and by all rights, she should be by his side. Her hesitation stemmed from 2 concerns. Jiang Han was currently staying at Lin Yaoyao's villa, and she was anxious about what he might expect from her tonight. Qiu Xiao stammered, honey, what's with the stuttering? If you have nothing else to do, come back with me. It's not like you're afraid of Lin Yaoyao, are you? Alright, I'll go with you. Qiu Xiao stomped her foot, resolving that having come this far there was nothing left to fear. Upon returning to the villa, they found the mistress of the house absent. Lin Yaoyao, having maintained a grueling work schedule during her business trip, had returned home at noon, freshened up, and gone straight to bed. The vast interior was left entirely to Jiang Han and Qiu Xiao. This was Qiu Xiao's 3rd visit in just a few days, yet her circumstances and status had undergone a seismic shift. Her first visit was as a bank account manager, full of curiosity and probing. Her second was a courageous confession, sounding the clarion call of love. And now she had truly become the girlfriend Jiang Han proclaimed her to be. As Qiu Xiao laid eyes on the plush bed in the bedroom, once more her expression changed. Could it be? Jiang Han, keenly aware of her nervous state, was reminded of the night he broke up with Shen Qingning and the crimson stain left on those sheets. His ex-girlfriend, outwardly the aloof star of the entertainment world, was in reality untouched, pristine in her original packaging. Lin Yaoyao was even more so. Her strict upbringing and deeply ingrained traditional virtues had kept her chaste for over 2 decades. Both of her close friends were like that. Could Qiu Xiao be as well? The thought made Jiang Han recall that when they first kissed, she had kept her lips tightly sealed, only learning the proper way to respond after much patient guidance from him. Xiao, have you never been in a relationship before? Qiu Xiao stood at the entrance of Jiang Han's bedroom, her eyes darting back and forth. Who said that? I have many suitors. I've been in several relationships. Faced with Jiang Han's blunt question, she stubbornly denied it, but her fidgeting body language completely betrayed her. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, slightly clicking his tongue inwardly. In today's society, encountering an untouched girl while dating is as good as hitting the jackpot. The probability of him meeting 3 in a row was no less than winning the lottery. Alright, so you've never been in a relationship. He'll teach you. Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up. Honey, you'll study hard. It's still early in the evening. Let's watch some TV first. Okay. The two returned to the living room on the first floor. As an inexperienced rookie in love, Xiao Xiao could only rely on her instincts and the plots she had seen in TV dramas to express her value. She first went to the kitchen to brew a cup of hot tea for Jiang Han, then took out some fruit from the refrigerator, cut them into a platter, and brought it over. Honey, have some tea. Honey, eat some fruit. Honey, are your shoulders sore? Want me to massage them? Xiao Xiao, like a fawning young wife, tried hard to please the man before her. Jiang Han patted the empty space on the sofa beside him. Stop fussing, come sit. Hearing this, Xiao Xiao sat upright, next to Jiang Han, her hands having nowhere to rest, so she laid them flat on her thighs. Throughout the evening, the two sat like that in front of the television. Apart from hugging and cuddling, Jiang Han made no other intimate moves. As time passed, the clock on the wall successively crossed the 9 and 10 o'clock markers. Xiao Xiao's heart raced faster and faster as the night deepened. They were already boyfriend and girlfriend. If Jiang Han asked for her body, she had no reason to refuse. But earlier she had confirmed from Shen Qingning that Jiang Han's exceptional prowess was no ordinary special talent. Through long-term practice, Xiao Xiao could handle 10-centimeter high heels, but she clearly had no adequate measures to deal with the challenge of 18 centimeters. If all else failed, she would just have to endure it. I'm going to bed. Oh, I still have to go to Xinhua Media tomorrow. At nearly 10:30, Jiang Han finally spoke. Xiao Xiao trembled all over and blurted out, I'm ready. Ready for what? Nothing. Alright, come upstairs with me. There are 2 empty guest rooms upstairs. You can choose whichever you want to sleep in. Tomorrow, I'll discuss it with Lin Yaoyao. If she has any objections, well, buy another house in the villa area and move. Oh, in the past, Xiao Xiao would have been amazed by Jiang Han's casual house-buying tycoon behavior. But now her focus was entirely on his proposal of sleeping in separate beds. Was Jiang Han not interested in her? He had gone to see Shen Qingning 2 days ago. Was she not as good as her? Xiao Xiao pondered and felt a little dejected. While she was lost in thought, Jiang Han had already stood up and walked upstairs. Hey, wait for me. Xiao Xiao quickly scampered after him. Jiang Han arrived at the bedroom and saw her flustered standing at the door. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the little girl had a very superficial understanding of the role of a girlfriend. Eating, playing, and sleeping together, all must be fully served. Jiang Han never considered himself a good person, so from the very beginning, he had made things very clear to Xiao Xiao. From a scumbag's perspective, he didn't deceive feelings, didn't give women expectations he couldn't fulfill, and instead exuded a kind of sincerity. Jiang Han had no plan to take Xiao Xiao directly tonight. He was currently living at Lin Yaoyao's house. Although she had taken him in out of a desire to spite Shen Qingning objectively, she had given him food and shelter. For him to go and have a night battle in the next room right in front of her would be too inhumane. Moreover, Xiao Xiao was an inexperienced young girl. The commotion she would make would be anything but small. A fish in the river and a fish in the bowl bring different mindsets. Jiang Han was in no hurry at all. You sleep next door, the sheets and bedding there are already prepared. Just tidy up a bit. With that, Jiang Han began to strip off his clothes, preparing to take a shower. He quickly took off his shirt, revealing broad shoulders, solid pectoral muscles, and clearly defined abs. The overwhelming masculine hormones instantly made Xiao Xiao blush. She shyly turned her head away, but couldn't help sneaking a few glances. Seeing him about to continue taking off his underwear, she finally came to her senses and quickly slipped away. How annoying. She was a pure maiden. How could she withstand such temptation? Xiao Xiao returned to the guest room next door. The room was warmly decorated with a pink, girly style, and even the bedding was pink and soft. She sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling restless. Since she had come directly from work, Xiao Xiao had no other change of clothes except the China Merchant's Bank uniform she was wearing. Fortunately, the bathroom had disposable toiletries. After a while, the night at Biqui Manor gradually fell into tranquility, with only the occasional croaking of frogs and chirping of crickets around. After his shower, Jiang Han changed into LV pajamas made of loose silk fabric that felt cool and smooth to the touch. He sprawled out on the bed and used his phone to search for the film and entertainment works of this world. Although it was not a cultural desert compared to the Earth of his past life, both songs and movies were significantly behind in development. Short videos, live streaming, and other mobile entertainment channels had not yet developed. The more Jiang Han learned, the happier he smiled. Once he fully took over the Xinhua Media Company, there would be too many directions to explore. System, are you there? Brother System, copy that. Please respond. Come out, counterattack life system. Jiang Han called out the system's name in his mind, but after several calls there was no response. He wanted to continue taking shortcuts. If the system could burst out another tens of billions, why would he need to bother opening a company? It would be even better if it could give him some special skills. Damn, it had crashed completely. His system had shown no activity since its first appearance and reward distribution. Jiang Han tried many times and finally came to the conclusion that it's better to rely on oneself than on others. With the abundant entertainment resources from his past life and his current capital scale, he believed he could make a name for himself on Blue Star. After an hour of scrolling on his phone until his eyes were sore, Jiang Han left the night light on and prepared to lie down and sleep. Suddenly the bedroom door was gently pushed open, letting in a beam of light from the corridor. Then the faint creaking sound of plastic slippers stepping on the wooden floor could be heard. With each step the sound paused for a moment. The visitor seemed to be trying hard to keep quiet. Jiang Han maintained a side-leaning position, his peripheral vision just able to see the direction of the door. He squinted and saw Qiu Xiao wrapped in a white bathrobe creeping closer. Well, the one who wanted to eat the meat was not in a hurry, but the meat waiting to be eaten couldn't resist coming to the door on its own. Jiang Han sighed inwardly. He rarely wanted to be a gentleman, but if you were going to test a cadre like this, he wouldn't be a human anymore. Qiu Xiao moved inch by inch, taking nearly half a minute to traverse the 7 or 8 meters from the door to the bed. After parting ways with Jiang Han, she was restless and ill at ease in the center of the room. Women, especially those who have given their hearts, secretly harbor expectations for a man's advances. If a man shows no desire to possess their bodies, they begin to doubt themselves, spiraling into self-questioning. They wonder if they aren't good enough, if their figure or looks are unappealing. Qiu Xiao was exactly this way. It wasn't until she opened the wardrobe in the guest room and saw the clean, neatly hung bathrobe that a thought surfaced, startling even herself. She took the shower gel from the bathroom and meticulously scrubbed every inch of her body, rinsing under the hot water several times. After confirming she smelled fragrant all over, she mustered her courage and slipped into Jiang Han's room. If he's asleep, I'll just quietly lie beside him. Just a little snuggle, absolutely nothing more. Qiu Xiao reached the head of the bed, and by the dim glow of the nightlight, she admired Jiang Han's features. Sharp, defined facial lines, a straight nose, thick eyebrows. He's so handsome, even when sleeping peacefully. I want to steal a kiss. Qiu Xiao crouched down, propping her chin on her hands, examining him closely at close range, a foolish, adoring smile curling at her lips. That good man who would hold his ex-girlfriend in the palm of his hand had actually become her boyfriend. Not only that, but he was also a hidden billionaire. Qiu Xiao felt incredibly happy, a sweet sensation permeating her entire being. Just as she was gazing at him, lost in thought, Jiang Han suddenly opened his eyes and with strong arms pulled her directly onto the bed. The sudden change made Qiu Xiao gasp in surprise. Shoo. Do you want Lin Yaya to hear us? Qiu Xiao quickly covered her mouth, feeling the heavy warmth of Jiang Han's breath. You? How are you not asleep? Jiang Han retorted. Why aren't you asleep either? I have trouble sleeping in a new place. It's my first night here. Qiu Xiao scrambled for an excuse. Then what are you doing in my room? I saw a sliver of light through the door crack and thought you were awake, but it was just the nightlight. Seeing her stubborn denial, Jiang Han turned over and switched on the ceiling light. Beneath the pristine white bathrobe lay another expanse of white, which had already slipped off considerably when she was pulled onto the bed. Qiu Xiao had spent so long in the shower that her skin was flushed a rosy pink, glowing through her fair complexion. The intense light hit her eyes, and the sudden exposure made her cry out while instinctively covering her face. When you can't cover everything with your hands, the best you can do is hide your face like an ostrich. That was Qiu Xiao's current state. Jiang Han unabashedly admired the girl's graceful figure, inhaling deeply with a look of intoxication. Besides the scent of shower gel, there was a faint, unique fragrance of her own. So fair and tender. Beautiful to look at, pleasant to smell. He half sat up against the headboard and gently wiped the undried water droplets from the tips of Qiu Xiao's hair. The girl's chest rose and fell visibly fast, just by looking one could tell how rapidly her heart was beating. At that moment Jiang Han understood that more than a gentleman, she needed a man who would take the initiative. He slowly lowered his head, pressing her arms gently against the headboard, exposing her delicate face to his gaze. Then he softly traced her earlobe, cradled her oval face, and kissed her. Compared to their kiss in the cafe, Qiu Xiao was more adept this time. As his warm lips met hers, she wrapped her soft arms around Jiang Han's neck, responding eagerly to his passion from beneath him. After a long while, Jiang Han paused. Qiu Xiao kept her eyes closed, adopting an expression of resolute surrender. Jiang Han keenly noticed her eyelids fluttering slightly, her long lashes trembling uncontrollably. Yao, I will treat you well. Qiu Xiao's response was crisp and firm, her arms tightening around Jiang Han's shoulders as if she wanted to meld into him. The bright ceiling light was turned off again, leaving only the dim atmospheric glow. The room was filled with an ambiguous, intimate atmosphere. Jiang Han's promise was an affirmation of the girl's courage, and Qiu Xiao's answer was a silent consent to what was to come. A stifled cry woke Lin Yao from her sleep. Half awake, she turned over, and hearing no further sound, she assumed it was a figment of her dream, tossed around a couple more times, and went back to sleep. Little did she know, in the next room a graceful girl had just undergone a life-changing transformation. Qiu Xiao bit tightly into the pillow, her face flushed red. She finally understood that some things couldn't simply be endured. Honey, should we take a break? Jiang Han wasn't an impatient young lad, and Qiu Xiao wasn't that ungrateful ex-girlfriend. In his eyes, the night Shen Qingning broke up with him, she had become someone else's field, and he didn't care if it was plowed too hard. But the girl before him was different. He was willing to show tenderness to an obedient and sensible woman. No, I'm fine. Qiu Xiao's body was tense, her nails nearly digging into the skin of Jiang Han's back, but her words remained stubborn. An hour later, her sweat had soaked the sheets. Jiang Han didn't push further. Instead, he gently pulled her into his arms, pressing her head against his chest. Honey, what would you like for breakfast tomorrow? He'll get up and make it for you, Qiu Xiao asked softly. Anything's fine. He'll fry you some eggs, toast some bread, and also. Jiang Han held her smooth shoulder, listening as her murmurs grew softer. Turning his head, he saw the delicate girl had already fallen asleep, her last words left unsaid. The next morning at 8 o'clock sharp, while Jiang Han was still sound asleep, a loud exclamation from the doorway startled him awake. Holy crap! You two lovebirds are sneaking around right under my nose. This is too much. After sleeping for over a dozen hours, Lin Yaoyao had finally regained her energy. She had gotten up early and waited for quite a while, but Jiang Han hadn't opened his door. So she stealthily turned the knob and entered the neighboring bedroom. The moment she stepped in, Lin Yaoyao saw the man and woman sleeping together on the bed. Qiu Xiao was clinging to Jiang Han like an octopus, lying on her side with all four limbs wrapped tightly around him. Lin Yaoyao could never have imagined that Qiu Xiao, whom she had just helped publicly pursue yesterday afternoon, had already slept with Jiang Han in the blink of an eye. Look, everyone, come look. My boyfriend has been stolen. Woken by the commotion and seeing the mistress of the house, Qiu Xiao shamefully burrowed under the covers, clutching the blanket corners tightly with both hands, refusing to come out. 5 Golden Flowers chat group, the one without Qiu Xiao. Lin Yaoyao, breaking news from the front lines. Qiu Xiao has succeeded. I've been cuckolded. Lin Yaoyao was loud and brash, her words firing off like a machine gun in an endless stream. Accusations like shameless manstealer, and she's certainly enjoying herself, rolled off her tongue without a second thought. As she spoke, she eagerly added embellished details to the group chat. Jiang Han spread his hands in a shrug, fully aware that she was just playfully putting on an act. In Lin Yaoyao's traditional mindset, a man's status was paramount, so why would she care about such trivial worldly details? Besides, they were only fake partners. Who he slept with was none of her business. Qiu Xiao, however, didn't see it that way. Huddled under the quilt, she felt wronged by the scolding. Tears streamed down her face. Whoa, I didn't. Jiang Han and I are a legitimate couple. I'm not a mistress. Her body trembled as she sobbed out her defense. Sensing her distress, Jiang Han shot Lin Yaoyao a signaling glance. Only then did the latter realize she had gone too far, and awkwardly stopped her muttering. Jiang Han carefully pulled back the blanket, revealing half of Qiu Xiao's head. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, her lips quivering as she hiccuped, "I'm not a mistress. I didn't steal a man. I'm not. Wah." She broke down into a full-throated wail, smearing tears and snot across the bedding. Lin Yaoyao was stunned, completely at a loss. Abandoning the exploding group chat, she rushed to the bedside and crouched down. "Xiao, I didn't mean it that way. I was just joking. Wah." Her explanation only made the other girl cry harder. "I'm sorry, please stop crying. It's big sister's fault for teasing you. You know, Jiang Han and I are only pretending to be a couple to get under Shen Qingning's skin. You're not a mistress, and you've done nothing wrong. As I said yesterday, as traditional women don't care about these things at all." Lin Yaoyao leaned over the bed, comforting her sobbing best friend. In their group of 6, she had always treated Qiu Xiao as a little sister and never had any intention of bullying her. When Lin Yaoyao had seen Jiang Han bring her back to the villa on the security monitor, her first thought was also that this was more ammunition to provoke Shen Qingning not to blame her for taking advantage of the situation. "Big sister was wrong, will you forgive me?" "Well, I am Jiang Han's girlfriend." Qiu Xiao choked out. Yes, you are." Lin Yaoyao quickly agreed. "I was here first." "That's right, absolutely no problem." Qiu Xiao's sobs gradually subsided. "But if you ever get together with my husband, you'll be the junior. Xiao, say whatever you want, just forgive me, okay? It's a deal, I forgive you." Qiu Xiao shot upright, blinking her bright eyes, and coquettishly said to Jiang Han, "Honey, did you hear that? She's willing to be the junior." Jiang Han was taken aback and looked down at Qiu Xiao. The tear stains on her cheeks were real, but her face was now wreathed in smiles. "So you were playing your big sister all along. Knowing I can't resist temptation and might slip up with Lin Yaoyao, you decided to secure your position in the family hierarchy first. Being your best friend really requires 1,000 extra layers of cunning." Lin Yaoyao was also dumbfounded. She was still evaluating Jiang Han's genetic quality, and now she suddenly had a big sister. "Wait, Qiu Xiao, since when did you get so scheming?" "That was the old me. The new me is terrifyingly shrewd." Xiao Xiao clung tightly to Jiang Han and stuck her tongue out at Lin Yaoyao, emboldened by her newfound backing. Meanwhile, the group chat was exploding with messages ing Lin Yaoyao. Xia Yutong, this is explosive. The guy in the photo is Jiang Han, but is that Xiao Xiao under the blanket next to him? Xiao Xiao, didn't they just confess yesterday? And he slept with her that very night. He's that bold. Lu Ming, wow, Jiang Han's pecs are incredible. How did I never notice when he wears clothes? Shen Qingning had just woken up and picked up her phone to a shock. She sent a barrage of question marks. Xiao Xiao, have you no shame? Are you that desperate for a man? Lin Yaoyao, you useless thing. You get cuckolded to your face and you're still chatting in the group. Shen Qingning was seething with hatred. She wanted to win Jiang Han back, but first Lin Yaoyao had cut her off, and now Xiao Xiao had betrayed her openly. Not only were her friends not helping, but they were all actively trying to sabotage her. Lin Yaoyao, it's my choice, what's it to you? Xiao is my good big sister now, and the three of us are living happily ever after. Xia Yutong. Xiao Xiao. Lu Ming, what are you all doing? Gone crazy over a man. What's so special about Jiang Han that he's got the three of you completely bewitched? Shen Qingning, are you all done? Have some decency. Lin Yaoyao voice message Jiang Han. Shen Qingning says you have no shame. Shen Qingning, huh? No, I didn't. Jiang Han, don't misunderstand, I was talking about them, not you. Lin Yaoyao, what's wrong, big star Shun? Your ex-boyfriend sleeps with someone else right after the breakup, and you're not mad. Shen Qingning, don't change the subject. It's clearly those two who seduced him. What fault does a freshly heartbroken man have? Lin Yaoyao laughed so hard at the reply that she clutched her stomach, her whole body shaking. She held the phone out to Jiang Han. Shen Qingning must be regretting it. Look at her now, would she have talked like this before? Jiang Han glanced at the group chat and shook his head helplessly. He understood the shift in Shen Qingning's mindset. Her former haughtiness had been completely broken by his rough treatment that night. Since then, the more he ignored her, the more she clung to him. The more he used other women to provoke her, the more she couldn't stand the loneliness. Xiao Xiao, seeing the messages too, was completely unconcerned. What were friendships compared to a man? Honey, I'll make you breakfast. Xiao Xiao swiftly changed the subject, bouncing out of bed and turning to head downstairs. But as soon as she stood up, she felt a chill. Xiao, let me get you some clothes. Lin Yaoyao said, glancing at the bathrobe at the foot of the bed. Oh. Xiao Xiao finally realized her state and covering her face dove back under the covers. In the group chat, Shen Qingning, seeing no replies from either of them, was getting frantic. She could only send a private message to her other good friend Xia Yutong. Yutong, please help me think of something. Xia Yutong, I don't get it. What's there to fight over? He's just a man. Shen Qingning, Jiang Han is different. Besides being handsome, I don't see any difference. Isn't he just one nose and two legs? I can't forget him. When I close my eyes, all I see is Jiang Han. Xia Yutong, I think you're obsessed. Anyway, I have to go. I'm attending the acquisition due diligence at Xingyue Media today. Talk later. Shen Qingning, you're going to Xingyue Media. Jiang Han is there too. Please, as my good sister, you have to talk to him for me. At 9:30 in the morning in the conference room of Xingyue Media Company. Xia Guodong, the director of Juanhe Law Firm, after meeting with the board of directors, formally initiated due diligence with more than a dozen elite legal professionals. To serve the largest client in the firm's history, Xia Guodong brought all the experienced partners. There were experts in economics and finance, specialists in civil and commercial law, and even individuals with extensive connections in the political and business worlds. Their sole purpose was to ensure the smooth progress of Mr. Jiang Han's acquisition. The men were all impeccably dressed in suits and ties, while the women wore business blazers and straight-leg trousers. Most of them were between 45 and 55 years old, fitting the impression that age and experience go hand in hand in the legal profession. However, in the seat next to Xia Guodong sat a young woman in her early 20s. Her delicate features were full of spirit, her oval face softly contoured, and her skin fair and smooth. Her bright, clear, almond-shaped eyes tilted upwards at the corners, carrying an innate sharpness and intelligence. She wore a slim-fitting gray-blue pinstripe blazer that was tailored, yet not rigid. Its single-breasted two-button design effectively cinched her waist. Beneath it, she wore a white silk blouse with a small bow tied at the collar. Her professional attire could hardly conceal her impressive bust. She paired this with a knee-length Aline skirt and nude-colored stiletto heels. Discreet nose-house socks covered her delicate feet, revealing her slender ankles. Despite her height of 172 centimeters, her feet were surprisingly petite. That I promise he'll do a great job, Xia Yutong said coquettishly to the middle-aged man beside her. Xia Guodong replied sternly, how many times must I tell you? Use professional titles at work. Fine, Director Xia. But can you at least tell us who the client is? Xia Yutong pouted, complaining. It was the first time since she started her career that she had encountered such a mysterious client. Apart from her father and the two senior partners, no one else knew who the client was. Protecting client confidentiality is our duty. No one should speculate until the client reveals their identity. Xia Guodong's words were directed at his daughter, but also served as a reminder to everyone present. The fact that Mr. Zhang Han had never appeared in person since commissioning them suggested he was a low-key and reserved individual. As a premier Red Circle law firm providing professional services, Juanha had to meet all the client's potential needs. The 3-year legal consultancy fee of 50 million yuan had already been paid in full, the most straightforward client Xia Guodong had encountered in over 20 years. Before long, the conference room door opened. Several young staff members following the working group's requirements wheeled in carts laden with documents and archives. These included shareholder meeting resolutions, board meeting resolutions, meeting minutes, financial statements, and other materials dating back to Xinhua Media's founding. Their work would begin with the mountain of paperwork. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Han finished the breakfast Qiu Xiao had prepared at home and drove his Ferrari to the company. At the elevator entrance, a notice about Juanha Law Firm's on-site due diligence was posted requiring all employees to cooperate fully. Zhang Han noted their office location, planning to drop by when he had the time. After all, he had paid for their services, so he might as well supervise. He first went to the music department's floor and headed straight for Studio No. 1. As he pushed open the door, rhythmic music filled the room. It was the very song Pianai he had hummed yesterday. The first thing that entered his ears was a clean piano melody with no extraneous noise. It unfolded slowly with the arrangement built on a foundation of piano and bass. When the song reached its chorus, the electric guitar kicked in with full force. The drum beats became crisp and clear, fully releasing the suppressed emotions from earlier. It perfectly matched the song's reckless, fervent, and stubborn spirit of choosing to love against all odds. Zhang Han listened intently to the entire song and nodded in satisfaction. Although there were slight differences from the version he remembered from his past life, their arrangement maintained an exceptionally high standard. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. He applauded to commend his team's hard work. Brother Zhang Han, how does it sound? Mao Bai was the first to approach. He had dark circles under his eyes and a hoarse voice, visibly exhausted, and the other 3 looked much the same. Did you pull an all-nighter? Zhang Han asked. Yeah, we couldn't let ourselves hold up the production of the hit songs. Zhang Han patted Tingting on the shoulder. Good work, everyone. They'll give you all raises and promotions later. Everyone assumed he was joking and didn't pay it much attention. On the computer screen, over a dozen audio files were lined up, labeled things like Demo 1, Demo 2, along with 2 files marked as final versions. These young people really knew how to work hard. They weren't motivated by money or fame, just a pure love for music. Zhang Han silently began forming a preliminary plan for their future career development. They had talent. They deserved recognition. Why don't you all go get some rest? They'll record the last song myself. No need. We've already arranged for 2 of us to take shifts to finish the arrangement for the 3rd song. Zhang Han gave them a heartfelt thumbs up. The revival of the Chinese music scene rests on your shoulders. He walked over to the microphone, put on the monitoring headphones, cleared his throat, and began to sing, Sheng Sheng, Sure, Sure Ai. Love has yet to arrive. Between heaven and earth the winds and clouds suddenly shift. Those with love and righteousness must return. A love will arrive, destined for a love in the next life, through life and death. Love and hate entangled through lifetimes. The unwavering conviction in my heart exists for you. No road is too far to stop us from once again having a warmth without distance. In lifetimes deprived of freedom, having love, but not knowing how to embrace, we missed the one we loved most. Sending a sword of blessing, then silently helping afraid, there's no future, unconsciously leaving a retreat. As the song came to an end, Zhang Han's mind was filled with images of his younger self, watching Chinese Paladin 3 in front of the television. The 4 young people in the room were deeply immersed in the music, their admiration for Zhang Han's musical talent already absolute. In just 2 days, he had independently composed and written 3 film and television songs in completely different styles. His formidable creative ability and innate musical sensibility left their admiration beyond words. I think Brother Zhang Han's 3 songs will definitely elevate the drama to an entirely new level, Jia praised. Mao Bai nodded in agreement. Zhang Han scratched his head. I'm just drawing on the experience of my predecessors. As soon as he finished recording, the 4-person team immediately threw themselves into dividing up the arrangement work. After offering a few words of encouragement, Zhang Han walked out of the studio. In the corridor, he spotted a man and a woman approaching from a distance. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Han clearly saw shock flash across both their faces. It was Xia Guodong and his daughter Xia Yutong. As part of the due diligence process, visiting each department of the company in person was a necessary step. Xia Guodong had seen Zhang Han's ID photo during the commissioning phase and immediately recognized the identity of his major client. Xia Yutong, who had learned from Shen Qingning that he worked at Xinhua, hadn't expected to run into him so soon. Dad, wait for me. I'm going to teach that jerk a lesson. Before he could respond, she stormed off toward Zhang Han, muttering, You dog of a man, driving a wedge between me and my sister. Xia Guodong was a beat too slow to react and couldn't hold her back. Zhang Han, with remarkable foresight, had already perused photos of every one of Qiu Xiao's close friends. He recognized the girl storming toward him as Xia Yutong. Her eyes blazed with fury, and she even rolled up her sleeves as she approached. What was she planning? Did she intend to start a fight? You despicable man. What kind of love potion did you feed Shen Qingning and Xiao Xiao? Two grown women are tearing each other apart over you. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. With that, Xia Yutong raised her hand and swung it toward Jiang Han's face. Stop. Suddenly the middle-aged man behind her shouted, his body erupting with startling energy. He wrapped his arms tightly around Xia Yutong, halting her action. Mr. Jiang. Hello, I am Xia Guodong of Juanha. She is my daughter Xia Yutong, and a lawyer by profession. This is all a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Xia Guodong nearly blurted out Jiang Han's name, but caught himself and changed it to Mr. At the last moment. He quickly identified himself, confident that the other man's intelligence would allow him to grasp the implications. Xia Guodong had never moved so fast in his life. His daughter had the audacity to try and slap their biggest benefactor. Why not just hit her old man instead? Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, glancing at Xia Yutong, who was struggling to break free. It's no trouble, Director Xia. Your daughter is a close friend of both my ex-girlfriend and my current one. Dad, let me go. He's a total scumbag. He deserves to be hit. Xia Guodong felt his vision go dark at his daughter's rebellious words. He quickly moved his hand to cover Xia Yutong's mouth. I apologize, Mr. Jiang, my daughter must be unwell. I'm so sorry, so sorry. Ignoring Xia Yutong's muffled protests, Xia Guodong dragged her away from the corridor. Only when they were back inside the elevator did he dare to let go. Dad, what are you doing? Do you know what Jiang Han did? He just broke up with his ex, and now he's entangled with two of my best friends. Because of him, my friends are about to become enemies. Nonsense. Xia Guodong roared. Xia Yutong, we are here representing Juanha for due diligence. If your reckless behavior negatively impacts both sides of the acquisition, can you bear the consequences? Xia Guodong spoke with authority, deliberately painting a grave picture. A team member assaulting a company employee shows you're bringing personal grudges to work. If the other party requests a replacement, there would be no reason to refuse. Seeing her father's serious expression, Xia Yutong realized her mistake. Dad, I'm sorry. I was thoughtless and impulsive. It's just that Jiang Han is so infuriating. Xia Guodong shook his head. He had provided legal services for elites for years and had seen many wealthy men. For successful men, romantic entanglements were trivial matters. Let me ask you, did Jiang Han cheat? No, he didn't. Did he deceive your friends? Was he two-timing? Xia Yutong hesitated. Probably not. She had seen photos of Lin Yaoyao and Jiang Han together, but assumed it was just an act. Xia Guodong straightened his suit. Jiang Han neither cheated nor lied, which means these relationships are consensual. Xia Yutong was left speechless. Since your friends both fancy him, it suggests Jiang Han has qualities you don't know about. Bullshit. He's just a pretty-faced pretty boy, an empty vessel. Xia Guodong was at a loss for words. His major client was indeed mysterious and low-key, so much so that even the women around him didn't know his true power. Could he be a wealthy heir testing love? Yutong, you can't judge a man by his looks alone. There must be reasons behind things that you don't know about. In any case, during the due diligence period, you are not to bother Mr. Jiang again. Otherwise, don't work at Juanha anymore. You're so capable, go find a job at another law firm. Xia Yutong was stunned. She thought her dad would just dock her performance bonus, but never expected him to kick her out. Understood, Director Xia. Xia Yutong backed down. Alright, go back and review the documents. Time is tight, and the task is heavy. After they returned to the working group's meeting room, Xia Yutong seized a moment during a bathroom break to share the latest update in the group chat. Shen Qingning, I ran into that scumbag Jiang Han at Xingyue Media and gave him a piece of my mind until he didn't dare to say a word. If my dad hadn't stopped me, I would have slapped him right across the face. Xiao Xiao Wow. Yutong, well done. Standing up for your sisters and rooting for you. Xiao Xiao, don't you dare bully my husband, or I'll have a word with you. Lin Yaoyao, Jiang Han was definitely going easy on you, right? Otherwise he could have slapped you right onto the bed. Shen Qingning, oh dear. Yutong, why did you scold him? Who told you to hit him? Didn't I ask you to talk some sense into him? Xia Yutong, so I'm the bad guy no matter what. She had sought validation from her friends, but instead she was being criticized from all sides. She could understand Xiao Xiao and Lin Yaoyao, but even Shen Qingning was blaming her. Xia Yutong, Shen Qingning, I want to stand up for you, and you're turning this around on me. Shen Qingning, I'm not angry at Jiang Han. I'm just mad at those two women for throwing themselves at him. Are you sure you didn't hit him? He doesn't think I sent you, does he? Shen Qingning was not grateful as Xia Yutong had expected. Instead, she started worrying about the man. She kept asking, is Jiang Han okay? Will he blame me? Watching this, Xia Yutong felt her blood boil, wishing she could slap her. Women. Xia Yutong has left the group chat. I must have been blind to think of helping you. You all like Jiang Han, right? They'll just have to see what's so special about him. While Xia Yutong was chatting in the group, Xia Guodong was busy apologizing to Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang, my daughter is naive and impetuous. Please don't take it to heart. It's my failure in teaching her. I sincerely apologize to you. It's fine. Let's talk in person. Of course. Would the West meeting room on the 8th floor be suitable? Xingyue Media has prepared a dedicated meeting room for our team. Okay, see you there. 5 minutes later, Jiang Han arrived at the designated spot. Xia Guodong was already waiting at the meeting room door. Mr. Jiang, I apologize for the spectacle. I never imagined our first meeting would be like that. It's alright. Women tend to be emotional. Yes. I've already given Xia Yutong a stern talking to. I'm sure she's learned her lesson. Following the other man's inviting gesture, Jiang Han entered the room first. As soon as he sat down, Xia Guodong courteously picked up the kettle from the tea cabinet and brewed a cup of hot tea for him. Mr. Jiang, please have some tea. You're too kind. Jiang Han blew on the hot steam and took a gentle sip. Director Xia, what are your thoughts on my acquisition of Xingyue Media? Old Xia was taken aback, realizing this might be a test of his market insight. Xia Guodong sat up straight. Mr. Jiang's acquisition may be at a 10 premium, but in the long run the prospects are vast. Oh, do tell me more. Xia Guodong had personally handled numerous non-litigation cases, including corporate mergers and acquisitions, bankruptcy restructuring, and backdoor listings. He possessed unique insights into the development of various industries. I believe Mr. Jiang's foray into the entertainment and media industry is quite visionary. From a global perspective, the cultural industry has held a significant position across different historical periods. Now with the rise of the internet, the reach of films, music, and other media is unprecedented, bringing vast audiences to the industry. Jiang Han nodded in agreement, recalling the scenes from his past life, where everyone was engrossed in short videos on their phones. Xia Guodong continued, before coming in I reviewed Xingyue Media's operating performance over the past 3 years, which shows a clear upward trend. The previous shareholder chose to exit due to health reasons, not because they lacked confidence in the industry's prospects. Jiang Han caught this key piece of information, realizing the seller had their own special circumstances. In any case, rest assured, Mr. Jiang, Juanhe Law Firm will safeguard your acquisition process throughout. Following this, the two discussed various procedural matters. Xia Guodong not only detailed the scope of the due diligence, but also introduced the benefits of being a long-term legal counsel. Juanhe would provide comprehensive legal services for both him personally and his enterprises. This access wasn't limited to the on-site team. The entire firm's elite lawyers were at his disposal. Jiang Han had to admit, you get what you pay for. The law is the ultimate authority. No matter how strong your fists are, can they be harder than the iron fist of the law? With a prestigious domestic Red Circle law firm as his backing team, as long as he didn't recklessly cross legal lines, he could rest easy on Blue Star. By the way, Director Xia, I sense there might be some misunderstanding between your daughter and me. Perhaps you could facilitate a proper reintroduction. What do you mean? Jiang Han smiled. It's fine for her to know my identity. After all, we'll be working together on the team for a long time. Xia Guodong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, how approachable Mr. Jiang was. No problem. Yutong has a bit of a fiery personality, but I can vouch for her professional competence. It's an honor for her to work with a talented young man like you, Mr. Jiang. You flatter me, Director Xia. Please just call her in. We shouldn't keep the other colleagues waiting. All right, one moment, please. Xia Guodong acted swiftly, calling Xia Yutong on the spot, instructing her to drop everything and come to the meeting room immediately. 3 minutes later, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Hearing her father's familiar voice, Xia Yutong pushed the door open and walked in. Jiang Han, what are you doing here? She widened her eyes, freezing on the spot. Dad, what are you doing? You're not making me apologize to this jerk, are you? She pointed at Jiang Han, complaining to Xia Guodong. She had initially wanted to stand up for her friends, but it backfired, and she ended up being blamed by all three of them. Resentful, Xia Yutong attributed all her problems to Jiang Han. Seeing him again, her anger flared up instantly. Come here. Sit down. Xia Guodong slammed his hand on the table, scolding his daughter loudly. His brows furrowed, exuding an imposing authority. The director, who routinely managed a firm of over 200 people, instantly cowed the young woman when he lost his temper. Feeling wronged, Xia Yutong tiptoed to an empty seat like a frightened little rabbit. She couldn't understand why her father would scold her over a mere ordinary employee. Jiang Han carefully observed the young woman across from him. Her refined professional makeup, paired with a neat short haircut, had a unique charm. No wonder office attire was always so popular. Who wouldn't want a taste of the office lady fantasy? Jiang Han paused for a moment, picked up an empty glass from the table, poured some hot water, and handed it to Xia Yutong. I'm sorry, Yutong. Regarding matters of the heart, perhaps I didn't handle things properly, which caused discord among you sisters. I apologize. A master hunter often appears as the prey. His tone was sincere, his gaze utterly earnest. By immediately acknowledging his own fault, he caught Xia Yutong completely off guard. It's fine. I just talked to my friends, and there was indeed a bit of a misunderstanding. Xia Yutong took the hot water, lowering her head and murmuring softly. Haha, Mr. Jiang is indeed magnanimous. Now that everything is cleared up, we can cooperate without any lingering resentment in the future. Seeing Jiang Han proactively defuse the conflict, Xia Guodong couldn't help but admire his breadth of mind. Hearing this, Xia Yutong asked in confusion, what cooperation? Ahem. Xia Guodong cleared his throat. Yutong per Mr. Jiang's wishes I formally introduce to you the acquirer of Xingyue Media and our firm's most important client, Mr. Jiang Han. Boom. Xia Yutong's pupils contracted sharply as she shook her head in disbelief. Jiang Han is the mysterious client. Exactly. Mr. Jiang Han has established a long-term partnership with our firm. Conducting due diligence on Xingyue Media is the first task he's assigned. Xia Guodong explained. Impossible. This can't be happening. Xia Yutong muttered to herself, unable to process it. Xia Guodong said, there's always a higher mountain, Yutong. You have to admit some people your age are simply more accomplished than you. You should look to Mr. Jiang as your role model, understand. Jiang Han rubbed his chin. Lawyer Xia perfectly embodies the image of a legal beauty I had in mind. I'm confident she'll excel in the work ahead. Xia Guodong smiled appeasingly. Yutong, why don't you shake hands with Mr. Jiang? Her mouth slightly agape, Xia Yutong mechanically extended her fair hand. Jiang Han grasped it firmly, playfully squeezing twice, snapping her out of her shock. In that instant, everything clicked into place for Xia Yutong. So Jiang Han wasn't a kept man living off women, but a billionaire with substantial assets, a talented young businessman. Given her line of work, Qiu Xiao must have known about Jiang Han's identity. That's why she rushed to give herself to him to secure this prime catch early. Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao probably knew too. After all this time, she was the only one left in the dark. Xia Yutong shuddered inwardly at the thought of how she almost slapped Jiang Han earlier. She sat in her chair, her gaze wavering. The glass in her hand radiated warmth. Xia Yutong took a couple of sips to steady her nerves. Not only had Jiang Han not held her insolence against her, but he had even proactively extended an olive branch and thoughtfully offered her hot water. He seemed much more considerate and gentle than she had imagined. With a sudden scrape of her chair, Xia Yutong stood up and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. I'm sorry, Jiang Han. I was too impulsive. Thank you for forgiving me. Her direct apology and exaggerated bow left Jiang Han utterly bewildered. The girl meant no real harm. Through the collar of her shirt, he caught a glimpse of black lace. Ho ho. Jiang Han mentally filed Xia Yutong in the same category as Lin Yaoyao. You've got size, so you've got the right. Xia Guodong, seeing his daughter humbly admit her mistake, revealed a gratified smile of an old father. Yutong had grown up. He hesitated for a moment before finally speaking. I'm not getting any younger, Dad. One day Jinhe will be handed over to you. Since we have a connection with Mr. Jiang, I'd like to take the liberty of making a request. Jiang Han nodded, signaling him to speak directly without beating around the bush. If you don't mind, Mr. Jiang, I'd like Yutong to learn from you. This. Jiang Han didn't mind at all. He could use all the free labor he could get. But if Xia Yutong got closer to him, wouldn't that completely disrupt their circle of close friends? Jiang Han scratched his head at a loss for words. Instead, Xia Yutong bit her lip and spoke up. Okay, Dad, I will fully assist President Jiang. Her reply was so decisive that both men beside her were quite surprised. Old Xia was scheming in his own mind. Jiang Han was young and accomplished with boundless prospects ahead. Having his daughter follow him would not only allow her to learn real skills, but also expand her network. A lawyer's profession is essentially a service industry. The most important thing is case sources, and case sources require long-term accumulation. By the time he retired, his daughter would be able to stand on her own. As for why Xia Yutong was willing, the reason was simple curiosity. She wanted to know Jiang Han's true character and uncover the secrets behind him. Furthermore, it was due to women's competitive nature. Her close friends had torn each other apart over Jiang Han, casting aside years of sisterhood. Especially Shen Qingning, who had gone completely mad and lost her mind after the breakup. Xia Yutong was deeply disappointed in her, utterly disappointed. I stood up for you, yet you not only didn't thank me, but dared to get angry with me. Want to win Jiang Han back, huh? Seeing other women around him makes you uncomfortable, right? Fine. They'll make you even more uncomfortable. President Jiang, please take care of me from now on. Xia Yutong assumed her proper role and took the initiative to greet him. Jiang Han, seeing her forced smile, felt a bit numb. Don't call me President, it sounds awkward. Just call me by my name. Old Xia, seeing them gradually getting acquainted, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Jiang, let Yutong accompany you. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to the work group. Alright, go ahead. They'll chat a bit more with Lawyer Xia. After Xia Guodong left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew awkward. The two stared at each other for over 10 seconds. Jiang Han, do they know about your situation? What do you mean? Being rich. You've already acquired Xingyue Media. You're not just ordinarily wealthy. Jiang Han chuckled. Qiu Xiao roughly knows, but the others probably don't. Does Shen Qingning not know either? Of course not. She even got me the job at Xingyue Media through connections. Xia Yutong slowly pieced together the whole story. Shen Qingning had recommended the job as a breakup compensation for Jiang Han. After all this, she, the ex-girlfriend, was the one kept in the dark the longest. After the breakup, he became a billionaire and slept with his ex-girlfriend's best friend. Jiang Han had perfectly played himself into the role of a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel. Xia Yutong brushed her hair behind her ear. What are your plans next? Jiang Han's smile tightened. Have a good relationship with Qiu Xiao, have a few chubby kids with Lin Yaoyao, and tease Shen Qingning when I have time. He was telling the truth, not a single lie. But she stubbornly refused to believe him. Xia Yutong waved her hand. Stop joking, President Jiang. If you really have the skill to make my 3 close friends willingly serve you, I'll join you too. Jiang Han nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. Don't be so sure of that, or you might regret it later. I'm serious. Do you have any plans for Xinhua Media? Jiang Han wiped his mouth and replied. First take over the company, and gain a thorough understanding of the business and personnel of each department, then find ways to expand operations. Xia Yutong nodded slightly, very pragmatic. A newly acquired company needs to be taken step by step. Since you've entrusted Junha regardless of any entanglements between you and my close friends, I will fully assist you. Jiang Han gave a thumbs up. Professional lawyer Xia. Of course I'm very capable. How capable? I can do the work of 2 people at the firm, and even old Xia, who is so strict, acknowledges it. Xia Yutong patted her chest, quite proud. Jiang Han nodded slightly. Capability is certainly good, but the key is for whom and how you work. Don't worry, the legal profession values reputation above all. Taking money and doing the job is basic professional ethics. Xia Yutong, the future 2nd-generation leader of Junha law firm, will definitely satisfy you. Jiang Han raised an eyebrow. Can I make a request? Of course. You got together with Qiu Xiao through a private banking relationship, right? Lawyers are similar. Both are service industries. Go ahead. Well, can I see your legs? Jiang Han said the most absurd request with the most serious expression. 1 second Xia Yutong was full of confidence, and the next she clenched her fists. You jerk. Her face flushed red with anger. She wanted to curse, but after a long pause only a few words came out, sounding like a spoiled child. Furious and anxious, she swallowed the profanity that was on the tip of her tongue, knowing he was Jun's major client. Jiang Han rolled his eyes. If you can't even meet this small request, what professional service are you talking about? I'm a lawyer. Director Xia told you to learn from me, and you'll inevitably attend business occasions. What's wrong with me checking your image in advance? Don't forget that Xinhua Media is an entertainment company. The people I bring out can't be embarrassing. Jiang Han spoke with great conviction, his expression serious and devoid of any personal emotion. I see. You think your figure can't compare to Shen Qingning's. Forget it, I won't push you. Jiang Han relaxed against the back of his seat, waved his hand, and pretended to give up. Slap. Xia Yutong slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and strode over to Jiang Han. She could tolerate anything, but not being told she was inferior to Shen Qingning. It felt like if you wanted to stir up trouble among a group of women, the simplest way was to ask each one, where's the prettiest one among you? Xia Yutong put her hands on her hips. I am the undisputed campus belle of the law school. I'm taller than Shen Qingning, and my legs are longer than her life. Jiang Han rubbed his chin and scrutinized her up and down. Xia Yutong's lean skirt was designed to be conservative, but from the fitted curves and the exposed half of her calves one could roughly see her long leg shape. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Jiang Han suddenly burst into applause. Lawyer Xia, great figure. Great looks. It's a loss for the domestic entertainment industry that you didn't become a star. Xia Yutong knew he was talking nonsense, but deep down she was still delighted. Oh. The damn vanity of women. So, satisfied. Jiang Han tilted his head playfully, but his eyes were fixed on the ground. How tall are you? 1.72 meters. Your shoe size seems really small. Jiang Han placed his size 45 foot next to hers for comparison. Xia Yutong blurted out, it's hereditary, naturally small feet. Don't compare, him only size 35. Then, can I see your feet? Jiang Han tilted his head, beaming with delight. His gifted little feet, what harm was there in wanting to take a look? Xia Yutong was dumbfounded and hastily withdrew her foot. Are you a pervert? Unable to contain her impulse any longer, she clenched her delicate fist and pounded it against Jiang Han's chest. The punch landed solidly on his firm pectoral muscle. The one struck showed no reaction, but Xia Yutong, the one who threw the punch, yelped in pain instead. Jiang Han straightened his back. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Just kidding. One must know the right measure and progression. Overstepping the bounds could easily lead to a misstep. Come on, accompany me for a stroll around the company. With that, Jiang Han left the meeting room on his own. Xia Yutong stuck out her tongue at his retreating back and followed along. The two were of similar age, both strikingly handsome and beautiful, drawing the gaze of many employees as they walked through the office building. Who are they? No idea, never seen them before. Must be new hires. That young lady has such a strong presence, striding with a commanding air. They sure are bold. The company explicitly forbids office romances, yet they dare to walk so closely together. Jiang Han looked around mentally, noting the young man who had unwittingly helped him. A promising talent shouldn't be left unrecognized. When the time comes, he'll send you some wedding candy. Xia Yutong, overhearing the surrounding chatter, put on a stern face and deliberately maintained a two-step distance from Jiang Han. She felt he was toxic. Women who got close to him either fell for him or lost their senses. She had to stay vigilant at all times and not get played by Jiang Han. At 1030 in the morning, it was precisely the time when employees of Xingyue Media were diligently working. From within the open plan office came the crisp, rapid clatter of keyboard strokes. Everyone was absorbed in their respective duties, busy with their customary rhythm. Jiang Han's mindset was akin to that of a senior leader on an incognito inspection, seeking to understand the employees' spirit and morale in the most direct way possible. Xia Yutong observed just as keenly. As a member of the due diligence working group, she instinctively assessed Xingyue Media's work atmosphere from a third-party perspective. Beyond examining the data on paper, a lawyer also gauges the true situation through the behavior of the employees. Financial statements can be falsified, but the grassroots employees cannot. Xia Yutong had once been on a project where the company under review appeared to be operating well on the surface. However, the employees all wore grim expressions, their resentment palpable from afar. A deeper investigation revealed that the boss had been withholding their wages for 3 months. Lawyer Xia, how do you find my company? Jiang Han clasped his hands behind his back, looking every bit the seasoned official. The due diligence isn't finished, so I can't give a conclusion on behalf of Juanha. Just share your personal impression. Xia Yutong paused for a moment. It seems very vibrant, full of energy. Jiang Han nodded in agreement. The entertainment industry inherently thrives on youth. The average age of ordinary employees at Xingyue Media was between 22 and 35. Let's go. Let's also check out the workspace for your working group. All right. With the client requesting a visit to the due diligence site, Xia Yutong had no reason to refuse. Clicking her high heels, she swayed into the elevator. As the two emerged, they immediately bumped into an old acquaintance of Jiang Han. Li Mingbo and Xia Guodong were standing together, engaged in a tug-of-war. Xia Guodong held an inconspicuous envelope in his hand, exclaiming it was against the rules while trying to shove it back. Director Xia, it's just a small token of appreciation, no other meaning. Absolutely not, this is a matter of principle. Xia Guodong retorted, fiercely, refusing without hesitation. Having navigated the legal world for years, this was the first time old Xia had been offered a bribe during a due diligence process. Setting aside the constraints of professional self-regulation, you think you can test the director with such a paltry sum. Upon seeing people arrive from the elevator, Li Mingbo had no choice but to put the envelope back into his pocket. After recognizing the other's face, he suddenly shouted Jiang Han's name in a fit of rage. He wanted to vent his baseless anger on his subordinate. Jiang Han, why are you wandering around the company instead of working? Is the song done? Do you still want your job? Simultaneously, Li Mingbo lecherously scrutinized Xia Yutong from head to toe. Which department are you from? What are you doing with Jiang Han during work hours? Li Mingbo's scathing rebuke left Xia Guodong and his daughter utterly bewildered. They exchanged a glance, then looked at the man before them as if he were a fool. His red-faced, furious demeanor made him look like a clown. Jiang Han, have you gone mute? Speak up, answer me. Xia Guodong was about to step forward to explain, but Xia Yutong spoke first. Hello, sir. I am Xia Yutong from Juanha Law Firm. According to our working group's arrangement, we have asked Mr. Jiang Han to assist us in touring the company's business premises. Xia Guodong quickly added, yes, that was my arrangement. Hearing this, Li Mingbo's face instantly fell, but he quickly forced a flattering expression. A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. I was just saying that lawyer Xia has such an extraordinary presence, clearly not an ordinary employee of our company. It turns out you're a top talent from your firm. Xia Yutong crossed her arms, ignoring him. In her view, a manager who loses his temper at subordinates without cause doesn't deserve his position. And reprimanding the future chairman, his career was as good as over. Li Mingbo said with a fawning smile, Jiang Han is new here. Let me find you a more familiar employee. Xia Yutong gave a light snort, no need. He's doing just fine. All right. Please go about your business. He'll be off then. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. As Li Mingbo slunk into the elevator, the father and daughter couldn't help but burst out laughing. Dad, did you see that? He actually dared to yell at Jiang Han. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Xia Yutong clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, completely abandoning any pretense of poise. Xia Guodong cleared his throat a couple of times. Yutong, mind your image. Mr. Jiang must have his reasons for not revealing his identity. Jiang Han didn't seem too bothered by the young woman's reaction. Director Xia, what was that all about with President Li just now? Xia Guodong said gravely. He came to offer a bribe and curry favor, and I turned him down flat. They'll have the team scrutinize the business areas under his purview later. Jiang Han nodded. The commotion caused by Li Mingbo had dampened his mood, and he no longer felt like meeting the other lawyers. I'm heading back to the music business division to check on the song's production progress. A thought struck Xia Yutong. Dad, I'll escort President Jiang over. She scurried over to Jiang Han's side and waved goodbye to her father. Xia Guodong naturally had no objections. Seeing his daughter in good spirits, he felt gratified. Having heard the mention of song production twice, now Xia Yutong's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Jiang Han, were you just talking about creating a song? Yeah, why? Shen Qingning never mentioned you had this kind of talent, Xia Yutong said, a glint of cunning intelligence flashing in her eyes. Jiang Han chuckled. There are plenty of things Shen Qingning doesn't know about me. That's true. She hasn't even figured out your identity yet. Xia Yutong quickly convinced herself. She followed Jiang Han to the music business division. Can I listen? Sure, anything to fulfill lawyer Xia's wish. Jiang Han pushed open the door to recording studio No. 1A, and from within came the sound of Mao Bai's completed vocals. Gradually forgetting, unable to catch up with tomorrow, holding tightly onto the memories. Tomorrow your smiling face will be gone no more. The melody was melodious and lingering, paired with Mao Bai's mellow voice. Xia Yutong was lost in thought, as if she could hear Jiang Han's innermost feelings within the song. Stubbornly persisting, fighting against time. Xia Yutong knew that Jiang Han had pursued Shen Qingning for many years, and these lyrics were a true reflection of his life. Was he trying to forget that decade-long relationship? This is a song you wrote? Xia Yutong asked, dazed. She bit her lip, trying hard to control her surging emotions. Jiang Han smiled frankly. Yes, I wrote it. Just a small sentiment. Upon hearing the affirmative answer, Xia Yutong lowered her head quietly. It was indeed his true feelings. Only through personal experience could one write such stubbornness into a song and the eventual letting go. At this moment, only Mao Bai and Ting Ting were in the recording studio. The other two had gone for a shift break. Brother Jiang Han, as you instructed, I recorded my own version. Mao Bai said shyly. You two go to sleep. Stop working, he commanded without room for argument. Just one last tiny tweak. Go now. Oh, okay. Jiang Han sent the last two young people who insisted on staying back to rest. They were the future hope of Star Moon Media. They couldn't be overworked. Xia Yutong entered the recording studio for the first time, gently running her hand over the novel equipment on the console, seeing many professional tools she couldn't name. Have you ever sung it yourself? I recorded an a cappella version first for the arrangers. Xia Yutong hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. Could I hear you sing it? All right, let me find the audio file. Jiang Han sat in front of the computer and found the demo labeled 8 in the desktop folder. In parentheses behind it was written Jiang Han's vocal version. Found it. But my singing isn't as professional as Mao Mao's. Jiang Han clicked play, modestly downplaying his own skills. The same lyrics, the same melody. Xia Yutong got goosebumps listening. Technically it indeed wasn't as good as the previous singers. However, in terms of emotion, she found Jiang Han's version more touching. Can I record this to share with my girlfriends? Xia Yutong tested the waters. That's not appropriate. The song hasn't been released yet. If someone hears it and produces it first, that would be a problem. Please. Xia Yutong clasped her hands together, ran in front of Jiang Han, swayed her body left and right, tilted her head up, and coquettishly begged. Oh my. The sudden contrast is too much to handle. Here she was looking like a professional elite with neat short hair, suddenly acting cute. Jiang Han shook his head helplessly. Only a short clip, and it must not be shared. Xia Yutong nodded vigorously. You're so kind, President Jiang. They'll only let my sisters have a tiny listen. So she opened her recording app and played Jiang Han's version of Forgetting Time Again. Huh. There are 2 more songs. Xia Yutong noticed the other file names on the desktop and asked curiously. There are 3 in total, all theme songs for film and television productions. I want to hear them. You mustn't share them, understand? Xia Yutong raised 3 fingers and vowed solemnly, rest assured, President Jiang. If anything leaks, him at your mercy. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, this was the second time Xia Yutong had made such a vow. His gaze followed her exposed calves down to her size 35 golden lotuses. Do I have a foot fetish? Jiang Han shook his head. He'll step out for a smoke. You stay here for a bit. Xia Yutong didn't turn around, still intently enjoying the music, just humming in acknowledgement. After all 3 songs played, as a first-time listener, she was already looking forward to the TV drama. What kind of plot could possibly match such moving melodies? Xia Yutong took out her phone and opened the 4 ladies group chat, which included Shen Qingning, Lin Yaoyao, and Xiao Sareo. Coincidentally, all of them were women recently closely connected to Jiang Han. Xia Yutong typed, guess what I saw at Star Moon Media? Jiang Han has composed 3 songs for a TV series. Xiao Sareo, they're awesome, right? Xia Yutong, oh. So the girlfriend gets special treatment. Sareo has already heard them. Xiao Sareo, yep. Shen Qingning, Could I listen to them too? Xia Yutong had planned to tease Shen Qingning before sending the message, and she took the bait quickly. Oh dear, the songs haven't been officially released yet. Jiang Han said we can't leak them. Xiao Sareo, that's right, copyright is crucial in the entertainment industry. It would be bad if they were stolen by bad people. Shen Qingning watched them go back and forth, feeling utterly left out, and grew anxious. Yutong, please let me listen. I promise I won't share it. I swear on my life that if it leaks, may I cease to be a woman immediately. Lin Yaoyao saw the messages, but didn't reply promptly. She only chimed in to like after Shen Qingning made her drastic vow. She was astonished by the fact that Jiang Han could compose music. Music production is intellectual work and intelligence was precisely Lin Yaoyao's main concern regarding Jiang Han now. A good baby needs a smart father. Lin Yaoyao sent it out for us to hear. If anyone in this group leaks it, it's definitely Shen Qingning, and he'll be the first to deal with her. Shen Qingning for once ignored her taunt. Soreo, you agree too, right? Xiao Soreo replied with a nodding dog sticker. With the atmosphere building to this point, Xia Yutong knew it was time to stop teasing. She selected Jiang Han's version of Forgetting Time from her phone and hit send. The other three women on their screens quickly loaded the audio file. They began listening to Jiang Han's voice, each in a different state of mind. Xiao Soreo was the most relaxed. As his girlfriend, who had already made it her man's talent, was her pride. Lin Yaoyao, on the other hand, had her mind filled with thoughts of having his child. Only Shen Qingning was utterly captivated by the lyrics. The promise of forever is broken, the unchanging hopes have all changed. What pale and powerless words. The decade-long bond Jiang Han had held on to was like a kite string snapped by her own hand. Only with closed eyes can I see those once warm and vivid scenes. Every birthday, every Valentine's Day, every city, they were all warm memories of Jiang Han accompanying her. When tears fall, it's the period. When Shen Qingning heard the final lyric, her emotions came crashing down. A sour swelling sensation lodged in her throat, and her body couldn't stop sobbing. Tears swirled violently before streaming down her pale cheeks. She forgot to wipe them away, murmuring the word period repeatedly. A period is an end mark placed at the end of a sentence, signifying its conclusion. But for Shen Qingning, it meant Jiang Han, after enduring the pain of a breakup and struggling, had finally chosen to let go. It was as if he stood before her saying, forget the past feelings, let them go with time. The stubborn persistence bore no fruit. Our relationship has come to a full stop. For women in different places listened to the same song. Xiao Xiao spoke first. Isn't my boyfriend amazing? Xia Yutong had to admit that Jiang Han's singing was indeed excellent. When I first heard it, I was stunned. Why didn't he use this talent earlier? Lin Yaoyao remained silent, deep in thought. After all, finding the father of her child was a serious matter. She would wait for the official release of the song and see how the market responded. Everyone's aesthetic differed, and perhaps they as sisters had injected too much personal emotion. What the masses loved and enjoyed was truly excellent culture. If the song became popular, it would mean Jiang Han had passed the IQ test at the passing grade. Lin Yaoyao made up her mind and asked in the group chat, when will the song be released? Xia Yutong replied that she wasn't sure, it should be around the time the TV series aired. The three women chatted enthusiastically, but Shen Qingning remained silent. She couldn't do it. On her phone, Jiang Han's voice played on loop. So familiar, yet so strange. The repeated chorus like a whip struck her soul with every word. Jiang Han wanted to forget, but she could not. Shen Qingning sobbed uncontrollably, her makeup ruined and eyes swollen. At that moment, she finally felt the depth of the pain Jiang Han had endured. The outburst on the night of their breakup was nothing compared to his suffering. If love had an expiration date, the supreme treasure wished it were 10,000 years. If she could make amends for the wrong she had caused, Shen Qingning was willing to pay the price 10,000 times. Meanwhile, in Xia Yutong's eyes, Jiang Han didn't seem so terrible anymore. Artists were supposed to be romantic. She chatted with the other two sisters for a while, but didn't see Shen Qingning reply. Qingning, how about evaluating your ex-boyfriend's song? After a long pause, the group finally showed two words, beautiful. Xia Yutong, there are two more songs. Who wants to hear them? Lin Yaoyao quickly sent a raised hand emoji. Shen Qingning simply said thank you. The words, ex-boyfriend, on the screen stung her deeply. Why didn't she cherish what she had when she had it, only to regret it after losing it? Numbly, Shen Qingning opened the newly received audio files. Love for life and death, and favoritism. Love, but not knowing how to embrace missing the one I loved most. Favoring you, even pain is pleasant. These two lines from the two songs perfectly captured Jiang Han's devotion in this relationship. By the way, the first song is the ending theme, Xia Yutong added. Shen Qingning stared blankly at the message, more convinced than ever that the three songs were a true portrayal of Jiang Han's journey from love to letting go. She could have been the object of his favoritism, but she had turned herself into an ex-girlfriend. Tears fell again, mingled with regret, remorse, and self-blame. Shen Qingning lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Han had no idea that his songs had caused a stir in the group chat. He was at the designated smoking area of the company bragging with a few young men. Tycoon is the best. Furong Wang has more kick. Amused to Yushi. No one knew that the man puffing clouds beside them was their future boss. Jiang Han tilted his head back and exhaled a stream of smoke. What do you guys think about the boss changing? He asked curiously. The young man with black-rimmed glasses gave a wry smile. What can us low-level employees think? As long as they pay well, they're a good boss. Yeah, if performance doubles ID, even call him dad. Jiang Han stubbed out his cigarette, made a few casual remarks, and turned to leave. The simple, unadorned working man. One day you'll have the chance to call him dad. When he returned to the recording studio, Xia Yutong was still sitting at the mixing console looking dazed. Hey! Jiang Han crept up and suddenly patted her shoulder, startling her. Xia Yutong turned around and saw who it was muttering softly, annoying. Her curiosity about Jiang Han grew uncontrollably. By the way, why did you give one song to someone else to sing, as she asked, puzzled. I couldn't find suitable people for the other two. Xia Yutong was surprised by his answer. You're not singing any of them. Jiang Han shrugged nonchalantly. Compared to being a public figure, I'd rather quietly be the capital behind the scenes. Others wanted fame to make money. Now that he was the boss, why would he personally run shows? After a moment of silence, Xia Yutong caught the information in his words. Do you think Mao Bai will become famous in the future? Jiang Han countered, what do you think? Well, he sings well, but he doesn't really have the look of a star. Xia Yutong was being tactful, but Jiang Han understood her thoughts. Compared to pop idols, Mao Bai was short, unremarkable in appearance, and even introverted. But the entertainment industry never lacked handsome men. What it lacked was creative ability. Jiang Han had a sudden inspiration. Dare to make a bet with me? Xia Yutong pursed her lips. Bet on what? I bet Mao Bai will become famous. If you win, he'll write a song for you. How about that? Great. Xia Yutong waved her little fists happily. What if you win? Jiang Han smiled, his eyes scanning the girl from head to toe, as if trying to see through her. Don't mess around. I'm not going to stake myself for a bet. Xia Yutong warned, covering her chest. A song is nothing compared to you. I don't bully people. Then, what do you want? Jiang Han had set the trap, and now revealed his true intention. He pointed toward the direction under the table. If Mao Bai becomes famous, let me see your... Xia Yutong wasn't stupid, as she immediately understood what he meant and instinctively curled her toes. Why was he always fixated on her feet? Was her chest not big enough, or her legs not straight enough? Xia Yutong thought it over and found the bet quite worthwhile. After all, in activities like swimming, she often went barefoot. And if Jiang Han's song was of the same quality, buying the copyright for the lyrics and melody would be worth a lot. With that thought, Xia Yutong nodded in agreement. Okay, I agree. Deal. They shook hands, sealing the gentleman's agreement. Jiang Han's vast Chinese song library was deep and vast. He could pick and choose freely. And Xia Yutong's bottom line would keep lowering. First look, then touch. That's not too much, right? Soon noon arrived. Xia Yutong received a notice that the due diligence team was having a meeting. Jiang Han stayed alone in the recording studio to study composition. The music knowledge from his university days gradually awakened, and he really began to grasp the basics. He sat for hours. When the four-person composition team returned from their break, Jiang Han was already able to operate the digital audio workstation on his own. Ting and Ajay stood behind him, showing no surprise. In their eyes, Jiang Han wasn't incapable, he just didn't need to do everything himself. His stomach growled in protest. He had been so absorbed in his research that he forgot to eat. Just then his phone buzzed in his pocket. It was a message from Shen Qingning. Using the pretext of introducing Jiang Han to Xingyue, she had read his contact. I've stewed some black chicken soup, or it's kept warm in the pot. Waiting for you. Jiang Han saw the message from Shen Qingning, and a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't eaten yet, so he might as well go over and pick up his laptop. Back when he served as her consultant, he had done a detailed analysis of the film and television industry. Many of those materials could probably come in handy. Jiang Han replied, do you have any fried rice? Shen Qingning answered, I've ordered from the delivery platform. It should arrive by the time you get here. All right, 20 minutes. Before leaving, Jiang Han sent Mao Bai a red envelope of 888 yuan, urging them to treat themselves to a good meal after work. The four young ones were deeply moved on the spot. In Jingzhou City, Bicui Manor, the wealthy villa district was as quiet and serene as ever. Two villas stood across a narrow asphalt road. Jiang Han stood at the crossroads, turning toward the place where he had lived for 2 years. Beep, the door is open. Please enter. The fingerprint on the password lock still worked, and the crisp electronic sound issued a welcome. Shen Qingning's door had remained open to him, even after their breakup. Stepping inside, the rich aroma of chicken soup greeted him. Jiang Han, you're here. Have a seat, Bill get you some soup. Shen Qingning's voice came from the kitchen, followed by the clatter of dishes. Jiang Han sat down at the dining table and looked around. The same decorations, the same layout. Unchanged since before the breakup. Logically, after a couple breaks up, they usually remove traces of each other's lives. Clearly, Shen Qingning hadn't let go. Here it comes. Before long, Jiang Han heard the click-clack of footsteps. Shen Qingning walked slowly with a steaming bowl of chicken soup. Seriously, you're dressed like that at home. Although she wore a dark blue apron, it was clear she had on a black bodycon dress underneath. The side of the dress featured a laced cutout design extending from the waist down to the thigh, revealing her fair skin through the gaps. She wore sheer black stockings, and even had on red stiletto heels. The kind of outfit that could go straight to a red carpet after taking off the apron. In contrast to her mature attire, Shen Qingning's face was relatively plain. No heavy makeup, not even her usual lipstick. Her originally bright eyes were terribly swollen, the upper eyelids completely puffed up. Her eyes were bloodshot, thick lashes stuck together, and faint tear streaks lingered at the corners. Have you been crying? Jiang Han asked. Shen Qingning placed the bowl and utensils in front of him, forcing a smile. It's nothing. I heard the song you wrote, and it moved me a bit. Go get the fried rice. With that she quickly turned and dashed back to the kitchen. When she returned, Shen Qingning brought 2 bowls, one with plain noodles and clear broth, and the other with fried rice. Jiang Han took the chopsticks and spoon she handed him. Faced with her intense gaze, he felt obliged to take a taste. Is it good? Not bad. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Shen Qingning's forced smile became more natural, her eyes curving into crescent moons. She stood by the table, unfastened her apron, and revealed her full outfit. The bodycon dress was made of tight cotton fabric clinging closely to her curves. It outlined her hemispherical upper body and rounded hips. Shen Qingning sat down beside Jiang Han, casually brushing a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. On a summer evening, the air still carried traces of heat. Jiang Han could clearly see several beads of sweat on Shen Qingning's delicate collarbone. Strangely, it added to her aura of a virtuous wife and good mother. Had she completely changed in just a few days? Like a ripe peach, full of vigor and allure. Eat the fried rice first, you can add noodles later. There's a chicken leg and wing at the bottom of the bowl. If that's not enough, there's more in the pot. Shen Qingning poured the golden fried rice into Jiang Han's bowl, then quietly stayed by his side. She didn't speak, just stared intently. Her gentleness and thoughtfulness combined with her seductive appearance almost made Jiang Han stiffen from the meal. Were you trying to make me eat chicken, or were you hungry for something else? Jiang Han hadn't eaten all day, so he slurped up the noodles and finally lifted the bowl to drink all the soup. Burp. I'm full. Is my laptop still here? Shen Qingning nodded. I haven't touched your things, they're exactly where they were before. Alright, thanks for the soup. They'll go get my stuff. With that, Jiang Han made to get up and head upstairs. Hey, wait. Shen Qingning had been longing for this moment. She had held back, trying to maintain a good impression. But if she didn't speak now, Jiang Han would leave. Is there something else? The song you wrote is beautiful. I really like it. Shen Qingning bit her lip, slowly searching for an entry point into the conversation. Well, thanks. Jiang Han replied calmly, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. They'll get you an ashtray. Seizing the opportunity to show off, Shen Qingning quickly retrieved a glass ashtray from the cabinet. She also held a metal lighter. Jiang Han was dumbfounded. He had planned to ask, but she had already prepared. Back in the old days, if he occasionally smoked a cigarette, he had to go out to the yard. Afterward, he'd wash his hands, use mouthwash, and still get criticized for smelling like smoke. Now she was even lighting it for him. Jiang Han put a Tycoon cigarette between his lips, and her slender jade-like hand immediately reached to his mouth. Open the lid, light it. SSS. Puff. A thick cloud of smoke blew onto Shen Qingning's chest. Damn. She actually smiled. Jiang Han toyed with the lighter on the table. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Wasn't this a DuPont? Known as the Hermes of lighters. It was the same model he had seen before, priced over 200 yuan. When had she bought it? Shen Qingning pressed her legs tightly together, unconsciously leaning toward Jiang Han. The tobacco scent in the air was Jiang Han's smell. It smelled wonderful. Feeling the atmosphere was right, Shen Qingning finally spoke. Jiang Han, I know I hurt you deeply. I felt that heart-wrenching pain truly. Jiang Han leaned back in his chair, enjoying the pleasure of a post-meal cigarette. It's all in the past. Let's both move forward. But I can't let go. Shen Qingning suddenly raised her voice, her shoulders trembling. I regret it. I regret it so much. I shouldn't have broken up with you. I shouldn't have taken your kindness for granted. I know emotional wounds are hard to heal quickly. I can wait. Wait until you're willing to forgive me. Jiang Han tapped the ash from his cigarette and gave a wry smile. Miss Shen, don't forget, I already have a girlfriend. In other words, do you want to be the other woman? I don't mind. As long as you give me a chance. Jiang Han shook his head. I mind. Just like when we were together. If I had been entangled with another woman, how would you have felt? Shen Qingning's face flushed. That's different. We've known each other for 10 years and lived together for 2. Xiao Xiao can't compare to that. Don't you have any lingering feelings for me at all? Jiang Han stubbed out his cigarette and looked over Shen Qingning's body bluntly. He knew the time was right. How could I not, my great star Shen? I have fond memories of that night. Shen Qingning's body trembled, her hands on her thighs clenched into fists. Is that all? Jiang Han admitted frankly. Yes, if there's anything left between us. It's your body. Shen Qingning stared at Jiang Han, a flicker of shock and loss passing through her eyes. Upon learning he was coming, she had donned his favorite outfit, a black silk pencil skirt that catered to his taste, her mind already bracing for what might unfold. But Jiang Han's words were too blunt, stripped of any pretense. Had he offered even a semblance of sweet talk, she would have yielded without hesitation. Yet he wanted only this. Nothing more. What? Can't accept it. Jiang Han asked with a mocking smile. It's fine. You're a famous beauty, you'll never lack suitors. Let's just cut ties and never meet again. With that, he pulled back his chair and headed for the stairs. His movements were resolute, without a trace of hesitation. Panic seized Shen Qingning, leaving her utterly bewildered. She felt as if Jiang Han were about to vanish from her life, forever disappearing without a trace. Taking with him not only his presence, but a decade of shared memories, and her very capacity to love another. No. Shen Qingning lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his. Don't go. I agree. Even if it's only this. He'll give it. Jiang Han halted, though he had never truly intended to leave empty-handed. Having come this far, how could he walk away unsatisfied? You? Sure, he asked, turning his head. The fish was hooked. Now he had to maintain the tension to keep it firmly ensnared. Shen Qingning pressed her cheek against his back, savoring the familiar warmth. After a pause, she gave her affirmative answer. Deep within, unbeknownst to her, lurked a sliver of joy. That he desired even this meant she still held a primal allure for him. If even this last vestige were gone, all hope would be lost. Moreover, Shen Qingning secretly cherished the memory of their breakup night and the subsequent late-night rendezvous. Rough, violent, authoritative, powerful. Every word epitomized his raw masculine vigor. In the depths of Shen Qingning's mind, it all coalesced into one word. Hard. Jiang Han struggled to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He turned, cupping her flushed cheeks in his hands. Would it be too cruel for you? Shen Qingning raised her head and shook it. It's my choice. I have no regrets. Her words were resolute, final. Even if it meant plunging into an abyss, she would charge ahead undeterred. Jiang Han dropped all pretense, wrapping one arm around her neck and the other under her legs, lifting her horizontally into his embrace. She insisted on giving, so who was he to refuse? The sudden motion sent her heart racing, and she dared not meet his gaze. She realized that against his unyielding strength, she inexplicably softened. All she wanted was to melt limply into his arms. Carrying Shen Qingning, Jiang Han entered the villa's elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. The doors opened like the rise of a theater curtain. He strode straight into the mistress' bedroom and flung her onto the plush bed. The mattress sagged under the impact before springing back. The room was filled with a delicate floral fragrance from the blooming jasmine on the nightstand. Its petals, pure and translucent with a soft sheen, mirrored the pristine white sheets. Following Jiang Han's gaze, Shen Qingning noticed him looking at the lipstick on the nightstand. Want me to put some on? Yes. She rolled over, picked out the one he had gifted her, and carefully applied it to her lips. She asked expectantly, do I look good? Beautiful. Shen Qingning naively believed he appreciated the outfit. The black silk skirt paired with vibrant lipstick accentuating her femininity. But Jiang Han had other intentions. He slipped off his shoes and leaned close to her ear. Those few words sent a blaze through her entire being. Use the lipstick to paint me red. It wasn't a request nor a question, but a command. Shen Qingning slowly slid down. At that moment, she gained a clearer understanding of her own true desires. Jiang Han preferred his chicken soup stewed until tender. And she yielded to the hard, not the soft. Time slipped by unnoticed. Through the gap in the curtains, the night sky was visible. When they had first entered, the estate was alive with birdsong, but now only the sporadic chirping of crickets remained. Shen Qingning lay quietly in bed, her head resting against Jiang Han's shoulder. Through the thin silk duvet, the rapid rise and fall of her chest was clearly visible. She was content. Though she hadn't managed to rekindle their past romance, she had at least possessed Jiang Han's body. Or rather, not possessed, but shared. It was a start at least. Jiang Han withdrew his arm from beneath her head and reached for his phone on the nightstand. It had buzzed several times. There were likely many unread messages. Unlocking WeChat, he saw 3 red notification dots. Xiao Xiao. Honey, are you coming home for dinner? What would you like me to cook? Lin Yaoyao, where the hell are you, you rascal? Came home from work and the place is empty. Xia Yutong, first day of due diligence wrapped up successfully. Exhausted. How are you going to compensate me? Jiang Han stared at the messages from the 3 women, feeling a headache coming on. Fortunately, they had texted instead of calling. Otherwise, what was he supposed to do? Answer or not? Just been busy, didn't check my phone. He replied to Qiu Xiao, then copied the same message and sent it to the other 2. Qiu Xiao was the first to reply. It's fine, honey, you go ahead and work. I've gone back to my own place. It feels a bit awkward staying alone in Lin Yaoyao's villa when you're not there. Her words reminded Jiang Han. It was about time he bought a place of his own. Get in touch with manager Wang, see if he has any good property recommendations. Help me vet them first. Will do. Qiu Xiao replied with a salute emoji, her heart brimming with joy. Buying a house meant she and her man would have their own private nest. Jiang Han put down his phone and gently stroked Shen Qingning's disheveled hair. The vibrant lipstick had long faded, replaced by a healthier rosy flush. He gave her a soft kiss. I'm going to get my laptop. Shen Qingning initially wanted him to stay longer, but quickly realized their relationship had shifted once again since the breakup. Text me next time before you come, she said calmly. Okay. Jiang Han got out of bed, dressed quickly, and retrieved his laptop from the guest room. Returning to the master bedroom to say goodbye, he saw Shen Qingning sitting on the edge of the bed, struggling to get up. Rest, no need to see me off. With that, Jiang Han, laptop bag in hand, walked out the villa's front door. Glancing back, he saw Shen Qingning's flushed face behind the glass window. Wrapped in the curtain, she managed a small wave. Jiang Han smiled, waving back without turning around. Then he pulled out a cigarette and lit it with a crisp flick using the S.T. DuPont lighter he had snagged on his way out. Jiang Han crossed the asphalt road and returned to the villa across the way. As soon as he stepped inside, the silvery bell-like laughter of a young woman drifted out from within. There sat Lin Yaoyao on the living room sofa, chuckling idly at an anime on the television. She wore a pink loungewear, set her legs hugged to her chest, her chin resting atop her knees. "What are you watching?" Jiang Han greeted her. "Huh, I thought you went to hang out with your girlfriend and weren't coming back." Lin Yaoyao was surprised by his appearance. "How could I? I haven't even met our mother yet, why would I be willing to leave?" Jiang Han teased. "Such a smooth talker." Lin Yaoyao lowered her legs, leaned back against the sofa, and stretched her sleepwear, clinging tightly to her skin. Jiang Han swallowed hard at the sight. "You're only wearing that flimsy thing, aren't you?" Luckily, he was in his post-clarity phase at the moment, or else. Unaware of his gaze, Lin Yaoyao slipped on her slippers and padded over to him. She frowned, and her little nose twitched suspiciously like a dog's, sniffing the air a few times. "You smell of a woman." Jiang Han lied. "You caught me. I was just with Qiu Xiao." Lin Yaoyao shook her head. "No way. Xiao doesn't have a habit of wearing perfume, and even if she did occasionally, it wouldn't be this strong a scent." She circled around Jiang Han, demanding, "Confess now, or I'll tell your girlfriend." Jiang Han held up his laptop bag. "I just went across to pick something up." A look of sudden realization dawned on Lin Yaoyao's face. "Uh-huh. So you weren't busy with work, you were busy with Shen Qingning." No wonder her latest post on Moments seemed so out of the blue. Jiang Han glanced at the phone screen and tapped on Shen Qingning's profile picture. "My lips are red only for you, and we have a long future ahead." The image showed a Chanel lipstick placed on the bedside table, along with a glimpse of a cheek and a slender neck. "Is that a proper lipstick? Is that a proper future? Is that a proper length?" Lin Yaoyao took her phone back and asked with a gossipy grin, "So you slept with the one across the street again?" Jiang Han nodded. "Haha, well, since you did the work, I'll keep your secret from your girlfriend." She patted him on the shoulder, striking a pose like a good buddy. With that, she grabbed a telescope and scurried upstairs, muttering to herself about whether Shen Qingning was worn out or not. The next morning at 9:30 a.m. in the office of the Deputy General Manager at Xinhua Media, Li Mingbo and Fang Chongwen sat facing each other. On the visitor's sofa nearby, Ji Bochang listened with a grim expression to their argument. "Jiang Han followed your instructions and produced 3 theme songs in just 2 days. What more do you want?" Fang Chongwen struggled to keep his temper in check, constantly reminding himself that he was lowering his head for the sake of his beloved apprentice. Li Mingbo tilted his chin up and shook his head dismissively. "Old Fang, my requirement was to create songs that satisfied me, but they just don't quite hit the mark. Do you even understand music?" Fang Chongwen, faced with this challenge to his professionalism, could no longer contain his fury. Jiang Han's 3 songs were by any measure of lyrical depth, melodic style, or cinematic fit absolutely top-tier works. No team could guarantee they could have done better, especially within such a tight deadline. Li Mingbo smirked and turned to Ji Bochang. "Xiaoji, you've heard them too. What do you think?" "They're complete garbage, not worthy of being called songs. They defile my ears just listening to them. I couldn't even eat after hearing them today." Ji Bochang racked his brains, spilling out every harsh criticism he could muster. Fang Chongwen was so enraged he nearly lunged forward to slap him twice. Li Mingbo, however, decided to play the peacemaker. "Xiaoji, I know you have high standards, but no need to be so harsh." He paused. Though they don't meet the standard for a film's theme song, they could barely be made into some viral internet tunes. Thwack! Fang Chongwen slammed his hand hard on the table, the impact knocking his pen to the floor. "You are insulting art. As long as I head the music department, no one will lay a finger on Jiang Han." Li Mingbo was startled by his sudden outburst, but quickly recovered. "Old Fang, watch your attitude. I am your supervising leader. An amateur leading the professionals, you don't know a damn thing." Fang Chongwen crossed his arms, his face flushed with anger. "I may not know music, but old Fang, you don't know people." Li Mingbo lit a cigarette and continued, "The chairman is introducing us to our new boss today. Who do you think he'll listen to, me or you?" Knowing further argument was futile, Fang Chongwen grabbed the music sheets from the table and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Inside the room, the remaining 2 exchanged knowing smiles. "Mr. Li, that was impressive." Ji Bochang clasped his hands in a salute, flattering him shamelessly. He had waited 2 days, and when no good news about Jiang Han came, he couldn't resist coming back to inquire. He had finally managed to stumble upon Fang Chongwen coming to report. What a thrill! Just thinking about Jiang Han's impending misery made Ji Bochang feel like he was flying. "Mr. Li, about that role in the web series. What do you think?" "Which series was that?" Li Mingbo frowned. Ji Bochang forced an awkward smile. "You're a busy man, easy to forget. It's called Just After the Breakup, They Surrounded Me." Right. I remember arranging a role for you. The male supporting character who gets cuckolded." Ji Bochang's lips twitched, his hands clenching into tight fists. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of personal connection to the role. "Mr. Li, do you think I could play the lead?" Li Mingbo stared at his face, then at his thin frame, and clicked his tongue. "Xiaoji, even if it's a web series, our audience has high standards. Your look just doesn't give them anyone to relate to. Hearing this, Ji Buchang gritted his back teeth, careful not to show any displeasure on his face. I know your standards are high, but I can improve. Fang Chongwen, unwilling to waste more words, brushed him off with an excuse. How about this? You go get more buff first, and we'll see later. Thank you, Mr. Li. Meanwhile, Fang Chongwen stormed back to the music division. Jiang Han and the four-person creative team were waiting on the sofa. Tingting, who was impatient and always casual even in front of the leadership, was the first to speak. Mr. Li must have been really pleased, right? He thought the songs were awesome, didn't he? Fang Chongwen pulled out a chair and sat down facing the young people and let out a long sigh. Jiang Han. Teacher Fang, please speak your mind. Jiang Han had already guessed the outcome. Li Mingbo said no. The young man called Xiao. He jumped to his feet. Is he an idiot? Tingting was on the verge of tears. Director Fang, please think of something. Fang Chongwen had actually already formulated his plan on the way back. He didn't answer Tingting, but turned to Jiang Han instead. Do you trust me? Of course. Good. Fang Chongwen said with a determined look. I'll resign, and then I'll form a team to help you release the songs. Screw this nonsense, I'm done with this. The usually refined leader's outburst startled and thrilled the four-person team. Director Fang, I'm with you. Count me in too. Mao Bai also raised his hand on the spot. Jiang Han felt a bit moved by the display of loyalty. Just then a knock came at the office door. It was Xia Yutong. Manager Jiang, the director, and the chairman are waiting for you. Xia Yutong wore a winered suit, the sharp shoulders cut at precise right angles. Her straight-leg trousers fell perfectly to graze the tops of her shoes, revealing delicate tips. The matte blended fabric promised a fine, subtle texture to the touch. Her spirited brows were softened by the gentle hue. Her shoulder-length hair curled slightly inward, and small silver studs adorned her ears. She was like a tightly gathered crimson flame struggling to suppress a smile before the company outsiders. President Jiang, please. Xia Yutong bowed, obediently gesturing with her hand. The unfamiliar title and respectful demeanor instantly left the five people in the room speechless. The chairman and the director were waiting for Jiang Han. The student Li Mingbo tormented was President Jiang. And the attitude of this elegantly dressed young woman towards Jiang Han. What was going on? Jiang Han saw their confusion. Teacher Fang, you'll understand after the morning meeting. He stood up, casting a covert glare at Xia Yutong, who was clearly enjoying her act. By the way, don't worry about the song and don't resign because of me. With that, he followed Xia Yutong out of the office with a swagger, leaving five people full of questions. Tingting was the first to speak. The chairman must have discovered brother Jiang Han's talent and decided to give him an important role. Xiao, he sounded pessimistic. Maybe Li Mingbo secretly complained about him. Only Fang Chongwen looked grave, carefully pondering Jiang Han's words, feeling things were not so simple. After the office door closed, Xia Yutong walked a few steps before she could no longer hold it in. President Jiang, how was my performance? She had volunteered for the guiding task just to witness the plot unfold like a satisfying web novel. Not being the protagonist, being a spectator enjoying the drama was just as thrilling. Jiang Han was speechless, very impressive. Maybe you'll get you a cameo in a movie sometime. Really? What role would I play? A useless wife. Wow. The female lead. Thank you. Soon the two arrived at the meeting room on the 25th floor. You go and I'll wait outside. Xia Yutong knew this meeting concerned the future of Xinhua Media, and her position wasn't high enough to be present. The heavy door slowly opened, and passing a driftwood screen, a large desk came into view. Xia Guodong sat on the guest side, while behind the desk was a man nearing 60. It was Hu Xiaozhong, the current owner of Xinhua Media. Jiang Han didn't care how the system had conducted the acquisition negotiations, as long as the legal handover was completed it sufficed. Seeing him enter, Xia Guodong quickly rose to greet him, and Hu Xiaozhong stood up as well. Xia Guodong, having met both men, acted as the intermediary and introduced them to each other. I knew Chairman Jiang was young, but seeing him in person still makes me marvel. The new generation certainly surpasses the old. Hu Xiaozhong was approachable and took the initiative to shake hands. Not at all just a bit of luck. Jiang Han was stating the plain truth, but everyone took it as modesty. Mr. Jiang, I mentioned your wish to expedite the acquisition to Chairman Hu, and he has no objections. As he spoke, Xia Guodong brought out the equity transfer agreement and a business confidentiality agreement. You two can first look over the draft agreement. The formal signing can wait until the due diligence is complete. Jiang Han casually flipped through the pages, glancing at the company's current asset-liability structure. Since he wasn't paying a cent, any company that wasn't insolvent was essentially free to him. He trusted the system's judgment. Jiang Han cleared his throat. No need to wait. Let's sign it now. This. Xia Guodong, as the lawyer commissioned by the buyer, was supposed to stand in Jiang Han's corner. Out of professional duty, he strongly wished to advise against it. But with the chairman present, he couldn't voice his concerns and could only signal frantically with his eyes. Haha, Chairman Jiang has real courage. Hu Xiaozhong laughed heartily, impressed by Jiang Han's unconventional style. He didn't think the young man was being reckless. Instead, he suspected Jiang Han had thoroughly understood the company's situation through other means. Sign. Let's sign now. The two bosses were in immediate agreement, leaving the lawyer who was there to handle the formalities feeling quite awkward. The way you two operate makes me look completely redundant. 10 minutes later, the two signed their names on their respective sides of the contract. As he put down his pen, Hu Xiaozhong leaned back in his chair, a hint of reluctance showing on his face. Chairman Jiang Xingyue is in your hands from now on. He firmly grasped Jiang Han's right hand with both of his, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. After all, it was a company he had built with his own hands, investing much effort and emotion. Although selling it had earned him a considerable sum, he sincerely hoped the company would continue to flourish in the future. Jiang Han said seriously, rest assured, Chairman Hu. Xingyue Media will become the largest entertainment conglomerate. Huh? Hu Xiaozhong laughed joyfully. Even if it was just a boast, it was one he was happy to hear. With your word, Chairman Jiang, I can leave with peace of mind. An employee meeting will be held at 11 a.m., with all middle management and above required to attend. He'll introduce you then. After speaking, Hu Xiaozhong instructed his secretary to pack up his things. Chairman Jiang, this office is yours. He'll go make the arrangements, you two chat. The moment he left the room, Xia Yutong, who was waiting at the door, rushed in. Jiang Han, how could you sign the contract already? What if there's a problem? It'll be too late to regret it. She placed her hands on his shoulders and shook him vigorously. Yutong let go. Although Xia Guodong didn't understand, he knew to respect his client's wishes. Dad, this isn't a small deal. How can we be so impulsive? Xia Yutong's expression was serious, showing genuine concern. What? Worried about me now? Jiang Han said with a chuckle. You can still laugh. You don't even know what's coming. Xia Guodong shot his daughter another glare. Mr. Jiang surely has his reasons. Let's just focus on our part of the job. He didn't believe that someone capable of acquiring Xingyue Media with such substantial financial strength would act foolishly. Suddenly Xia Yutong seemed to think of something. According to procedure, the next steps are to pay a portion of the funds, handle the business registration, and finally transfer the full amount. They'll notify the whole team right away to speed up the process and finish the core due diligence by the end of tomorrow. The moment she finished speaking, she darted out like an arrow from a bow. Xia Guodong didn't stop her. It was the first time he saw his daughter so dedicated to her work. Don't worry too much, Mr. Jiang. Even if some unexpected issue arises, Jiunhe can handle it. Jiang Han smiled, completely unconcerned. He stood up and carefully surveyed the room. The chairman's office was luxuriously appointed with standard furniture, a dedicated reception area, and a separate restroom further inside. It was entirely in Hu Xiaozhong's taste. But of course, if Jiang Han so wished, a single word could change the entire layout. He walked to the window, and through the panoramic glass wall overlooked the bustling cityscape of Jingzhou. A surge of ambition inexplicably rose within him. It was time to raise the stakes for the domestic entertainment industry. An hour later, in the Xingyue Media conference room. According to the office notice, all middle-level and above employees of the company were to attend the meeting. The meeting's topic was the most hotly discussed subject recently. Hu Xiaozhong, the founder and chairman of Xingyue Media, was transferring all his shares. This meant that the rapidly rising industry star was about to change hands. Li Mingbo and several senior executives sat in the first row below the podium, while department heads like Fang Chongwen sat in the second row. The remaining deputy department heads and team leaders were arranged in an orderly manner. At exactly 1100, Hu Xiaozhong stepped into the venue on time and walked to the podium. Accompanying him were board members and the current general manager. Unlike his usual habit, Hu Xiaozhong did not sit in the center, but took the seat to the left of the main position. Upon seeing the leaders enter, everyone gradually quieted down their chattering. Hu Xiaozhong scanned the room, cleared his throat, and prepared to speak. It's about time, let's begin. I believe you all have some expectations about Xingyue Media's future developments. Due to personal reasons, I have decided to sell the entire group. The agreement has already been signed. Hearing the chairman's own admission, a few murmurs of surprise arose from the audience. Hu Xiaozhong continued. You will continue to work at Xingyue Media in the future. As an old man about to step down, I sincerely hope that all of you will lead the company to go further. His words were sincere and full of emotion. Many subordinates who had followed him for years couldn't help but applaud. Hu Xiaozhong stood up, bowed, then pressed his hands downward to signal for silence. All right, just an old man's ramblings. Now let's get down to business. Let's give a warm round of applause to welcome the new chairman. With that, he turned toward the door and started clapping. Accompanied by the sound of the solid wooden door being pushed open, hurried footsteps were heard from the entrance. The double doors swung inward, and dozens of middle-aged men and women in suits entered one after another. They did not find seats, but stood in two rows. Typically, those capable of acquiring a company of Xingyue Media's level would have their own management team. Jiang Han was the exception. He was alone. To enhance the aura of their first meeting, Xia Guodong suggested that the team of lawyers from Jiunhe accompany him on site. Hence the slightly domineering entrance that had just occurred. The elite lawyers from the firm, dressed in formal attire, exuded the image and temperament of business elites. Standing neatly at the door, they instantly elevated the occasion, causing the Xingyue executives in the venue to silently marvel. The new boss really had a grand presence. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Han slowly walked into the conference room. He had changed into a dark gray shirt and black trousers. The tailored fit perfectly showcased his strong and broad physique. Facing the respectful welcome posture of the legal elites on both sides, the corner of Jiang Han's mouth twitched slightly. He never expected that purchasing legal services would come with a bonus. And right behind him was his personal fit legal counsel Xia Yutong. She wore a Weinerd business suit, her high heels clicking sharply. With exquisite makeup and a graceful figure, she presented the classic image of a workplace beauty. Xia Yutong, carrying a briefcase, followed closely 2 steps behind Jiang Han, ensuring she did not steal the protagonist's spotlight. Hu Xiaozhong, while applauding, came forward from the podium. He took the initiative to shake hands, giving Jiang Han ample face, for no other reason than to play his final role in the transition. This was to ensure that all middle and senior-level employees would obey Jiang Han's leadership in the future. Chairman Jiang, please take the seat of honor. Hu Xiaozhong made a gesture of invitation. Jiang Han responded with a smile and took the podium together with Xia Guodong. Xia Yutong and the other lawyers sat in the vacant seats below. Just as everyone was marveling at how young the new boss was, 2 people in the audience stared at Jiang Han with incredulous expressions. How could it be him? Impossible. It makes no sense. He was clearly just a hack who got in through a woman's connections. Li Mingbo's eyes widened, and he slumped in his seat. He simply could not understand how an ordinary employee he had easily manipulated had suddenly transformed into the new chairman. From the first second Fang Chongwen saw Jiang Han enter, his facial expression went through shock, surprise, and finally relief. He finally understood where the other's confidence came from, and also why he was not worried about the song release. The entire group company belonged to Jiang Han, a mere deputy general manager. Not worth a damn. Fang Chongwen took out his phone to tip off a few people in the music department in advance. Don't worry, just work in peace. Tingting replied quickly, have you met the new leader? Does he really appreciate brother Jiang Han? Fang Chongwen looked up at the podium, and his eyes coincidentally met Jiang Han's. In the other's eyes he saw high spirits and ambition. Tingting from now on call him Chairman Jiang. After Hu Xiaozhong guided Jiang Han to his seat, he formally introduced him to everyone. Then, following the meeting agenda, he reviewed the company's development history, organizational structure, major events in recent years, and so on. He dutifully completed his final shift, then handed the microphone to Jiang Han. Good morning, colleagues. Jiang Han said with a smile, organizing his words on the spot. It's our first meeting. I'm very pleased to join Xingyue Media. The company's achievements today would not have been possible without Chairman Hu's hard work. Let's first give him a round of applause. Jiang Han understood the formalities and gave full recognition to his predecessor's accomplishments. After the applause, he continued, to maintain the stability of the company's operations and development, I have decided to keep the current management structure. The general manager and department heads will remain unchanged. As soon as Jiang Han finished speaking, the sound of many people heaving a sigh of relief was clearly audible. The tense atmosphere instantly eased. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Li Mingbo and Fang Chongwen. Individual leadership adjustments will be announced by the Human Resources Department later. After the meeting, please have the heads of HR and the music department, as well as Vice President Li Mingbo, come over. In a corner of the venue, Xia Yutong blinked, her bright eyes staring at the center of the podium. She was surprised to find that Jiang Han, when serious, actually looked the part. His speech was steady, his demeanor elegant. There was no hint that in private he was a man obsessed with feet. Xia Yutong secretly raised her phone, zoomed in, and took a photo of Jiang Han. She opened the newly created bestie group chat, Good Sisters Forever, by the big sister Lu Meng. She selected the image and sent it. Quick look who's sitting on the stage. Qiu Xiao was the fastest to respond. Has it been officially announced? Xia Yutong replied. Yeah, I'm at the venue now, the frontline reporter. Lin Yaoyao was completely confused. Can you two stop talking in riddles? Announce what? Xia Yutong, Xingyue Media. Shen Qingning saw the message and excitedly took credit. Is it because Jiang Han's song was so outstanding that he was invited to share on site? It was me who recommended Jiang Han to Vice President Li Mingbo. Upon seeing the name Li Mingbo, Xia Yutong became furious. Shen Qingning, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known. Do you realize how badly Jiang Han was being suppressed by that Li in the company? Xia Yutong recalled the scene of their meeting with Li Mingbo. His arrogant demeanor disgusted her. Shen Qingning was puzzled. How could that be? I specifically greeted General Manager Li and even gave him a gift. Xia Yutong pressed on. Was it to instruct him to make things difficult? Qiu Xiao, tell me, has Jiang Han been in a hurry to write songs lately? Qiu Xiao gave a positive reply. When I went last time, he was busy creating with a few others, and it really seemed like he was pressed for time. Xia Yutong continued. Do you know why? Li Mingbo ordered Jiang Han to compose a film theme song within 2 days, and if it didn't satisfy him, he could pack his bags. Do you know what 2 days mean? Is this what you call greasing the wheels? Speak up. Shen Qingning held her phone stunned. I'm sorry, I really didn't know. He promised it to my face. I asked Zhang Han, and he said everything was going smoothly. Xia Yutong smoothly. You've heard those 3 songs. Li Mingbo insisted they were terrible. If that's not intentional, what is? Qiu Xiao learned about her boyfriend's ordeal at the company and was furious. Shen Qingning, even though you're Jiang Han's ex-girlfriend, I still regard you as my cousin. But if you're scheming behind the scenes, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yaoyao was both delighted and surprised by Xia Yutong's defection quickly piling on. Seductive and bed vicious out of it. I knew I was right about Shen Qingning. Xiao Xiao secretly lurking quietly eating popcorn. Lu Meng, what's going on? We just built this new group. Why are you fighting again? No one's allowed to leave. Let's talk it out properly. Shen Qingning suddenly found herself besieged by 3 women and felt deeply wronged. Introducing Jiang Han to that job was something I discussed with him beforehand. It was meant as compensation for the breakup. Lin Yaoyao, oh, so you had it all planned out. Your bad intentions are really hidden deep. Shen Qingning was almost in tears. I didn't. I swear if I had any bad intentions, may I never have a child who is whole, may I live forever as a widow and never see Jiang Han again. How is he now? He'll go find someone else. If not, switch to another company. Shen Qingning typed furiously, her words filled with urgency. The others were choked by her vicious oath, momentarily speechless. Even Lin Yaoyao had to admit that anyone who could utter such a curse probably had no guilty conscience. Lu Meng was the eldest among the 6 close girlfriends. Though only by a few months, she had always played the role of big sister. She couldn't stand seeing her longtime sisters fall out over a man, so she had recreated the group chat. Someone had to mediate to keep the situation stable. I believe Qingning. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Meng, thank you. Shen Qingning's earlier question had gone unanswered, so she anxiously mentioned it again. It was then that Xia Yutong realized the original intention of sending the photo. Just a hint. The man sitting on Jiang Han's left is Hu Xiaozhong, former chairman of Xingyue Media. Xiao Xiao asked curiously, former. Did the company leadership change? Xia Yutong tapped the screen. Exactly. Now let me reintroduce Jiang Han's identity. Songwriter, sole shareholder, and chairman of Xingyue Media, VVIP client of Juanhe Law Firm. Xiao, you take over from here. Qiu Xiao caught on. And ultra-high net worth client of China Merchants Bank Private Banking. The 2 women played off each other, listing Jiang Han's many titles. The length of his prefixes almost rivaled the king of the north. Xiao Xiao, who had been cracking melon seeds and watching the drama, was suddenly stunned by the earth-shattering news on the screen. She had been waiting for a chance to stir the pot. Wait, what are you 2 talking about? Jiang Han became chairman. The atmosphere of the group's quarrel was instantly forgotten by everyone. Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao both replied with a dozen question marks. Yutong, are you joking? Xiao, is what you said true? Lin Yaoyao sent a tsundere puppy emoji, her pride nearly overflowing the screen. Shen Qingning couldn't understand how had the ex-boyfriend she was sleeping with just last night shot to the top. She had been willing to give him anything he wanted just to salvage the relationship they once had. Now you tell me Jiang Han is not only a private banking client, but also the boss of Xingyue Media. How can I ever chase him again? Lin Yaoyao, beyond her shock, felt more surprise and delight. She didn't care about a man's financial status, but being able to make big money could indirectly prove the excellent genes in Jiang Han. Xia Yutong was satisfied with their reactions and continued her live report. Chairman Jiang just delivered an important speech and the attendees responded with warm applause. Chairman Jiang announced a personnel adjustment plan, which received widespread support. Chairman Jiang is about to hold detailed consultations with relevant department heads. Stay tuned for follow-up reports. After saying that, she said she had to catch up on due diligence work and slipped away. After Xia Yutong fled, Qiu Xiao became the target of everyone's questions. Xiao Xiao, spill it. Tell us the whole story from beginning to end. If you don't say it clearly, you'll die of frustration. Lu Meng was equally curious. I've never heard of this before. How did Jiang Han manage it? Qiu Xiao's phone was about to explode. The others were not only furiously ing her in the group, but also sending private messages. She could only reveal a rough outline of what she knew so far. I met Jiang Han because the bank manager invited him to dinner, offering him a private banking client. And then quite coincidentally, I became his dedicated client manager. Xiao Xiao finally got the gossip. So you ended up sleeping with the big money client. Qiu Xiao picking nose emoji, don't talk nonsense. I'm serious. Xiao Xiao, I don't care. Since Jiang Han is your boyfriend, now you have to bring him out to meet your girlfriends. Treating us to a meal is a must. Lu Meng gave a thumbs up. I agree. We sisters agreed. When someone finds a partner, we all have to vet them. Qiu Xiao hesitated to agree directly. He'll ask Jiang Han for his opinion once he's done with work. Xiao Xiao, sour love. Look at how obedient you are, Qiu Xiao. You're already Jiang Han's shape. Shen Qingning took a long time to accept the reality before her. She had already been humble enough in front of Jiang Han, putting on a full show of goodwill. She gave him whatever he wanted. When Jiang Han liked black stockings and bodycon skirts, she had put them on without a second thought. When he wanted to be covered in lipstick, she ordered more than a dozen shades overnight. But now facing the transformation of Jiang Han's status, Shen Qingning felt that it was far from enough. That man had truly changed. Meanwhile, Jiang Han announced the end of the meeting. Together with the board members, he escorted Hu Xiaozhong to the company entrance, thanking him for his years of dedication. He once again expressed his ambition. Then, following the schedule set before the meeting, Jiang Han returned to the small conference room. Some people are capable and should not be buried. And some bastards are not worthy of staying in high positions. The small meeting room located next to the chairman's office was reserved for the company's leadership to confer. At this moment, the general manager of Xingyue Media, the head of human resources, along with Li Mingbo and Fang Chongwen, were seated inside. Their facial expressions and inner states could not have been more different. The general manager, a 45-year-old woman named Zhou Min, was a company veteran like Li Mingbo. However, the difference lay in their abilities. Zhou Min possessed true talent. Xingyue Media's current success was largely attributed to the previous chairman's willingness to delegate authority to her. Ever since Jiang Han announced his plan to maintain the core personnel in their positions, the weight had lifted from Zhou Min's shoulders. Consequently, she had formed a favorable first impression of her new boss. He was young, yet he didn't rush to consolidate power, prioritizing the company's stability above all. Zhou Min glanced at the others present. She harbored a dislike for Li Mingbo, but had never openly clashed with him, mindful of his family background. She leaned towards Fang Chongwen and whispered, "Old Fang, I think the new boss is quite impressive. Someone as knowledgeable as you might finally get the recognition you deserve. Is that so?" Fang Chongwen's smile was wider than the Cheshire Cat's. "A woman's intuition tells me Chairman Jiang is no ordinary man," Zhou Min muttered. Just then the meeting room door swung open and Jiang Han entered, guided by his female secretary. Everyone rose to their feet. "Greetings, Chairman Jiang. Please sit down, no need for formalities." Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively and settled directly into the executive chair. Li Mingbo, his face dark, stared intently at the man before him, inwardly cursing Ji Bochang's entire ancestry. That bastard. Of all the people to mess with, he had to pick Jiang Han. Now he screwed it all up for good. Jiang Han accepted the tea offered by the young secretary, blew on the steam, and took a gentle sip. He glanced at Fang Chongwen, then addressed Zhou Min. "President Zhou, I called you all here for a few minor matters." Zhou Min flipped open her notebook, ready to jot down the leader's instructions. "Please go ahead, Chairman Jiang." "I've been working in the music division these past few days," Jiang Han said with a smile. "What? You were already at the company? We had no idea. That's a failure on my part." Zhou Min was visibly startled. Whether genuine or not, she certainly conveyed the appropriate shock. Jiang Han gestured for her to sit. "It's not your fault, President Zhou. I didn't reveal my identity. Over these days I've been deeply impressed by Fang Chongwen of the music department. I suggest promoting him to the position of Deputy General Manager." Zhou Min nodded in agreement. Old Fang was a professor at the Media University. His professional competence is beyond doubt. "I agree with your proposal." Lu Xiaowang, the head of HR, quickly chimed in. "I will immediately adjust the management structure and create a new deputy manager position." He was eager to respond to the new boss demands. Currently, the management roster was full, and the organizational structure needed slight modification. Jiang Han set down his teacup and shook his head. "No need for all that trouble. Don't you agree generally?" Li Mingbo, caught off guard by the direct address, trembled slightly and furrowed his brow. He hadn't yet formulated a strategy for dealing with Jiang Han. Logically, after being subjected to his constant harassment, Jiang Han would surely oust him now that he was in power. Yet a glimmer of hope flickered in Li Mingbo's heart. His family connections provided advantages in film distribution and other areas. This was precisely why the former chairman, Hu Xiaozhong, had retained him. Suddenly, smack. Before Li Mingbo could speak, Jiang Han slammed his hand on the table. He emanated an overwhelming, aggressive aura that startled both Zhou Min and Lu Xiaoguang. "I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf or mute? Weren't you quite talkative before?" Li Mingbo hadn't anticipated Jiang Han's bluntness, his sudden shift in demeanor. You. Jiang Han pointed directly at his nose. "You what? How did Xingyue Media ever end up with a fool like you? No skill, no competence. Even the cleaning lady is more useful than you. So you want to keep your job? Fine. They'll give you 2 days to create 3 songs that I find satisfactory." Jiang Han raised an eyebrow, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse. Zhou Min and Lu Xiaowang, bewildered by the sudden conflict, were too afraid to interject. Li Mingbo's face flushed crimson, with rage veins bulging on his neck. "Jiang Han, you're abusing your power for personal revenge. Do you have any idea how much I've contributed to this company?" Jiang Han grinned, turning to Zhou Min. "President Zhou, did you hear what he said? The entire company belongs to me. There's no distinction between public and private matters here." Zhou Min was unaware of the specifics of their conflict, but could guess it was irreconcilable. The choice of allegiance was clear. She straightened her back and declared, "Chairman Jiang, you are absolutely right. As the sole shareholder, you have absolute authority over Xingyue Media's strategic direction and personnel management." Jiang Han was done with the conversation. "You hear that, Li Mingbo? You can get lost now." Li Mingbo, red-faced and humiliated, couldn't believe Jiang Han wasn't just showing no mercy, but actively seeking to demean him. He had never been so insulted in his life. Li Mingbo retorted defiantly, "I'll leave on my own. Let's see how much success Xingyu's films can achieve without my connections." With that, he turned and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. The loud bang from the door startled the young secretary standing guard outside. Zhou Min shot a meaningful glance at Lu Xiaowang, who immediately understood. "Chairman Jiang, I will process Li Mingbo's dismissal paperwork as quickly as possible, ensuring full legal compliance, so he has no grounds for complaint." Even a fool could see the animosity between the two men. Lu Xiaowang added, "I suggest that General Fang take over the departments previously managed by Li Mingbo, temporarily holding them until a new head for the music division is appointed. What do you think?" Jiang Han nodded. "That's settled then. Also, President Zhou, please inform all department heads to submit a detailed summary report to me within 3 days. It should include their specific operational strategies, existing problems, and future work plans." "Understood, Chairman Jiang." Zhou Min quickly jotted down the instructions. "That's all. You may get back to work. General Fang, please stay for a moment." As the two departed, Jiang Han and Fang Chongwen were left alone in the spacious meeting room. "Ha ha, ha ha." Fang Chongwen could no longer contain his laughter, bursting out like an old kid. "Professor Fang, are you satisfied with this student of yours?" Jiang Han joked. "Chairman Jiang, don't flatter me." Despite his words, Fang Chongwen's face was beaming with pride. The once poor student had now become his superior. Jiang Han rubbed the back of his head, feeling a bit sheepish. "Professor Fang, when there are no outsiders, just call me by my name." "Absolutely not." Fang Chongwen refused decisively. "Let's keep things separate. In Xingyue Media, you are the boss, and the rules must be followed. Otherwise, it'll be hard to manage things later." Meanwhile, Li Mingbo stormed back to his office, intending to pack his things and leave immediately. As soon as he pushed the door open, Ji Bochang hurried over. "General Li, did Jiang Han get fired? Do tell, I need some good news." "He'll fire your mother." The sight of Ji Bochang's sleazy face sent Li Mingbo's anger surging to his head. He delivered a resounding slap across Ji Bochang's face. Ji Bochang, frail as he was, took the full brunt of a furious slap. Stumbling, he crashed to the floor. Clutching his stinging cheek, he looked up. "President Li, what is the meaning of this? Why would you strike me out of the blue?" "I'm hitting you precisely because you deserve it." Li Mingbo seethed with rage, raising his foot as if to kick. Ji Bochang scrambled away, cowering beside the sofa. "President Li, there must be a misunderstanding. Let's talk this through." "A misunderstanding? Are you deliberately playing me for a fool?" Ji Bochang waved his hands frantically. "What on earth is going on? Weren't things perfectly fine before the meeting?" Li Mingbo planted his hands on his hips. "Did you know that Jiang Han has acquired Star Media?" "What? You must be joking." "Oomph. Because of your paltry benefits, I've managed to offend him." Ignoring the pain from the beating, Ji Bochang scrambled up and edged closer. "Jiang Han is the new boss." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's nothing but a kept man relying on Shen Qingning. With no family power or influence, he'd be nothing without her." Ji Bochang refused to believe it, muttering to himself where he stood. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed. "Because of you, I've been fired." Ji Bochang crumpled to the ground. When he got up, both cheeks bore bright red handprints. He watched as Li Mingbo began packing up his personal belongings from the office. He stuffed various gifts from the drawers into a packing bag, then took down the calligraphy scrolls from the wall and the ornaments from the desk. A chill ran down Ji Bochang's spine, a wave of dread washing over him. He felt as if he had been slapped awake. Not only had Jiang Han not been fired, but he had transformed into the company's boss, kicking out Li Mingbo, the very man Ji Bochang relied upon. How could this be? Ji Bochang thought of how the man had not only slept with Shen Qingning repeatedly, but also now owned a media company. His chest felt tight and constricted, as if something was lodged in his throat, making it hard to breathe. It should have been me enjoying Shen Qingning's attentions. It should have been me in the spotlight. Jiang Han has stolen my live script. Ji Bochang's eyes bulged, the whites shot through with bloodshot veins. His clenched fists drove his nails deep into his palms, yet he felt nothing. He suddenly pounded the door, the sharp pain telling him this was no illusion. Ji Bochang gritted his teeth so hard they creaked. He turned his head to glare at Li Mingbo. "Are you just going to let this go? Just slink away like a clown?" If this place doesn't appreciate me, you'll find one that does. He'll make Jiang Han pay," Li Mingbo said coldly. Ji Bochang's eyes lit up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Even if he had been beaten, he stood at attention. He walked up to Li Mingbo and declared with righteous indignation, "Brotherly, I'm with you. When it comes to dealing with Jiang Han, I must contribute." Meanwhile, Jiang Han and Fang Chongwen left the meeting room together. He planned to first visit the music division to greet everyone, especially the 4-person team who had worked overtime tirelessly, willing to help without knowing his identity. They deserved better. As they entered the elevator, a young man was inside. Fang Chongwen pressed the button, ignoring the junior employee. After all, he wasn't from their department, and it was hard to remember everyone's name. Suddenly the young man blurted out from behind. Chairman Jiang, from now on I'll only smoke Tycoon. Tycoon is the best. Jiang Han turned around and couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the guy he had chatted with in the smoking area? He even remembered such a trivial thing. Work hard, you guys are the best. Jiang Han said a couple of words of encouragement before walking out of the elevator with a smile. On the way, everyone he met greeted him respectfully. Hello, Chairman Jiang. Hello, Chairman. The identity of the new boss had already spread throughout the company as the meeting adjourned. Jiang Han acknowledged each greeting with a nod. At the entrance of the music division, all employees notified by Fang Chongwen were waiting in the corridor. When the two appeared, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted. Tingting squeezed and the crowd excitedly tugged at Mao Bai. Mao, look. Jiang Han is really the chairman. We're saved. Fang Chongwen treated the young people of the music department like his own children, introducing them one by one. This is a Jie chairman, Jiang knows him. Zheng Yi specializes in rap songs. Tingting, come and greet the leader properly. Jiang Han understood Fang Chongwen's intentions. Regular employees rarely get the chance to meet the chairman. The teacher was recommending talent. 5 minutes later they arrived at the department head's office. Fang Chongwen offered Jiang Han the main seat, while he squeezed onto the sofa with the 4-person team. Since Chairman Jiang took office, the music division is the first he's visited, which shows how much he values us. Tingting nodded vigorously like a bobblehead, agreeing emphatically. Mao Bai remained in a daze. If Jiang Han writing songs for him before was a surprise, the change in his identity was now a shock. His music dream was truly about to come true. Jiang Han, meeting their fervent gazes, spoke up. You all have strong abilities. President Fang will reassign your positions later. Thank you, Chairman Jiang. Thank you, Chairman. As for Mao Bai, Jiang Han paused, then continued. After you sign with Star Media, focus on songwriting and get a new album out as soon as possible. Mao Bai was stunned into silence. What? Cack out your tongue. I didn't expect it to be this fast. Mao Bai answered honestly. Jiang Han explained. Strike while the iron is hot with the TV drama's popularity and make a name for yourself in one go. Then he chatted with them about future development plans before taking his leave. In the afternoon, Jiang Han sat alone in the chairman's office, browsing through documents and checking OA files. It wasn't until Qiu Xiao sent him a message that he realized several hours had passed. Honey, you've worked hard. Can I come pick you up from work? Dog acting cute sticker. Jiang Han rubbed his temples. Looking for a spanking. Hate you. I just missed you. Okay. Fine, come on over. Qiu Xiao heart gesture sticker. My girlfriend said they'd like to meet you. Jiang Han was speechless. Aren't your girlfriends just Shen Qingning and Lin Yao Yao? What's there to see again? Qiu Xiao sent a voice message, her voice sweet and coquettish. It's different this time. It's an official introduction. Do you want to or not? Please. Jiang Han smirked and typed. If I agree, how will you thank me? You name it. Wear a bank teller uniform. Qiu Xiao was puzzled at first, then reread the message word by word before it clicked. A blush instantly spread across her face. So hubby wants the uniform. After Qiu Xiao got his affirmative reply, she immediately notified the group chat. Everyone, dinner with Jiang Han tonight, are you free? Within 10 seconds 5 received messages appeared in perfect unison. The queue was as neat as if responding to a company leader. Qiu Xiao, the place for dinner isn't decided yet. Let's meet at the Star Media entrance first. I need to pick up Jiang Han. Swish. The 6 women, each in their own location, began to move. Some touched up their makeup, some applied a fresh coat. Some went to the restroom to check the mirror, while others headed to the closet to pick out an outfit, each of them harboring her own secret motives. At 6 p.m., a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. Xia Yutong, still at the company, freshened up her makeup and headed straight to the chairman's office. She slipped off her suit jacket, leaving only her blouse. To keep her look from seeming too formal, she had undone the bottom 3 buttons of the blouse. She tied the 2 sides of the blouse into a loose knot at her waist, revealing a slender fair midriff with her navel subtly peeking through. The fabric, pulled tighter by the knot, accentuated the gentle curves of her chest. Xia Yutong greeted him cheerfully. Good evening, Chairman Jiang. Jiang Han's gaze involuntarily lingered on her prominent figure. Was it an E or an F? Who was more endowed, her or Lin Yao Yao? What did these women eat to grow like that? His mind was flooded with these 3 urgent questions, and his innate curiosity, his drive to get to the bottom of things, stirred within him. Ahem, thank you for your hard work, Lawyer Xia, Jiang Han said deliberately, trying to shift his focus. Xia Yutong walked over to the desk, leaned against it, and stretched languidly. You have to treat me to a big meal. I didn't rest for a single minute this afternoon just to keep up with the due diligence work. No problem, it'll definitely satisfy your request, Lawyer Xia. Jiang Han turned off his computer, stood up, and left the office with her. As soon as he stepped out, the young secretary scurried over. Chairman Jiang, are you heading out? He'll notify the driver to wait downstairs right away. Jiang Han was taken aback for a moment, suddenly realizing how fundamentally his status had shifted. In a private enterprise, a sole shareholder who also serves as chairman holds a position akin to an absolute monarch. A single word from him could make or break anyone's career. Consequently, a dedicated driver and a personal secretary were standard perks. His needs were met promptly, and even casual jokes were interpreted as official directives. If he were more audacious, countless female subordinates would vie for his favor in exchange for resources. Jiang Han waved his hand dismissively. I'm having a private dinner with friends. No need to arrange a car. Very well, Chairman Jiang. The secretary reacted swiftly, dashing to the elevator entrance and pressing the button. Goodbye, Chairman Jiang. Even as the elevator door slid shut, he could see her maintaining her smiling wave. Her eagerness to climb the corporate ladder was practically written all over her face. Then Jiang Han and Xia Yutong walked out of the Xingyue Media building one after another. Qiu Xiao suddenly popped out from some corner, rushed forward, and gave him a big bear hug. She snuggled in Jiang Han's arms, whimpering softly. Honey, I missed you. It feels like we haven't seen each other in ages. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Xia Yutong, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch, sensing the overwhelming sweetness of their love. Xiao, can you tone it down a bit? I'm still here. Qiu Xiao looked up. I don't care. What's wrong with hugging my own boyfriend? Jiang Han patted her head and gently pulled the young woman out of his embrace. He noticed she was carrying a paper bag with the China Merchants Bank logo, clearly containing a change of clothes for later. Qiu Xiao linked her arm through Jiang Han's and led him towards the parking lot. Not far away, a white Audi A4 was parked, adorned with cute cartoon stickers. Unlike her other friends who either came from wealthy families or earned substantial incomes themselves, Qiu Xiao's situation was different. She had barely managed to save up for this BBA with her salary. Given her own preferences, a cheap little car would have sufficed. However, because her role as a private banking client manager occasionally required chauffeuring clients, she had opted for a more respectable vehicle. Xia Yutong didn't join them, instead heading towards her own BMW 7 Series. Just then the roar of engines echoed from the parking lot entrance. A red Ferrari, a white Porsche, and a black Land Rover drove in one after another. Before the cars had even properly parked, their occupants hurried out. Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao drove their own sports cars, while Lu Meng had hitched a ride with Xiao Xiao. The four women spotted Jiang Han and immediately converged on him, creating a curious scene of 6 women encircling one man. They were all meticulously dressed and brightly adorned. Shen Qingning was in her usual pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels with her lips painted a vivid red. Lin Yaoyao wore a Japanese JK uniform, her hair tied into twin tails, giving her an innocent, harmless look. Jiang Han, Lu Meng, and Xiao Xiao, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, curiously sized each other up. Lu Meng was dressed quite elegantly in a white chiffon long dress that flowed to just above her ankles. Her long hair reached her waist with slightly curled ends. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, wore denim shorts paired with a trendy brand t-shirt and black Martin boots, her expression revealing a girl's playful and mischievous nature. Their distinct personalities were clearly evident from their attire alone. Well, Jiang Han, you've been hiding quite a secret. Lin Yaoyao, who interacted with him most frequently and knew him better, rushed over, complaining about his hidden identity. Seeing this, Qiu Xiao stretched out her arms and stood firmly between them. Hey, what are you doing? Jiang Han must have his reasons. Jiang Han shrugged helplessly. You never asked. Taking advantage of their bickering, Xiao Xiao quietly sidled up to him, sneakily glancing back and forth. Wow, Xiao, you've hit the jackpot. Did you save the galaxy in your past life? Your boyfriend is both handsome and rich. Qingning, are you feeling a ton of regret right now? Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around, clearly enjoying the drama. After just praising Qiu Xiao's taste, she immediately tried to stir up trouble among the friends. Shen Qingning pursed her lips, standing aloof, watching Jiang Han laugh and chat with the others. She radiated resentment, the air around her seemingly frozen solid. Lu Meng, unable to stand it, went over and pulled Xiao Xiao aside. They're a couple who haven't seen each other all day. Why are you butting in? I'm single, can I be envious? Xiao Xiao stuck out her tongue. As soon as she said that, she let out a sudden gasp and pointed at 2 figures in the distance. Look, everyone, look. Isn't that Ji Buochang? What's he doing here? Qingning, come and see for yourself. Ji Buochang was seen carrying takeout boxes, following behind Li Mingbo like an errand boy. Shen Qingning followed her, pointing finger, a puzzled expression in her eyes. Why was he at Xingyue Media and walking together with Li Mingbo? Suddenly Shen Qingning recalled what Xia Yutong had said in the group chat. Li Mingbo was trying to suppress Jiang Han within the company. It all made sense now. He was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Shen Qingning's chest heaved rapidly, fury rising to her very core. She clenched her fists, face flushed with anger, and was about to charge over on her high heels. Ji Buochang, you're dead. The others were startled by her outburst. Xia Yutong, having pieced together the situation, quickly grabbed hold of Shen Qingning. Qingning, calm down. We're at the company complex, and you're a public figure. If this blows up, it'll be bad for everyone's reputation. She held Shen Qingning's hand tightly, pleading with her earnestly. Jiang Han said coldly, why bother with a clown? Come on, let's go eat. With that, he turned and got into Qiu Xiao's Audi A4. Seeing him take the lead, the other women also got into their respective cars. The Audi A4 led the way, followed by the convoy of Ferraris, Porsches, and other luxury cars. Even though the A4 was the least expensive car there, it held an undeniable dominance. And that was simply because Jiang Han was sitting inside it. On the road, Jiang Han sat in the passenger seat. Through the rearview mirror, he could see the Ferrari and Porsche behind them subtly vying for position. Lin Yaoyao and Shen Qingning, neither willing to concede, were even competing over who could tail them more closely. "Honey, where are we going to eat?" Xiao Xiao asked. "Pinwei Xian, I'll book the private room." "Sounds great." Xiao Xiao agreed readily. While waiting at a red light, she sent the destination to the group chat. The group of 7 arriving in 6 cars reached the entrance of Pinwei Xian one after another. At dinner time, the hotel was brightly lit. The doorman warmly welcomed the arriving guests. Lin Yaoyao and Shen Qingning, looking at the entrance, couldn't help but recall the scene of their magical duel here. Pinwei Xian was the very place where Jiang Han had encountered Shen Qingning and Ji Buochang having dinner the day after their breakup. After getting out of the car, Xiao Xiao linked her arm through Jiang Han's left, while Lin Yaoyao playfully grabbed his right. Before the other could speak, she chimed in, calling out, "Sister Xiao." The soft, ingratiating tone showcased her absolute prowess as a top-tier voice actress. The address struck a chord deep within Xiao Xiao. "Since you've accepted the role of the junior, I'll graciously allow you this intimate contact with our man." And so the hotel entrance witnessed the bizarre spectacle of 2 beautiful women flanking a single young man. Behind them walked 4 other equally striking women. As the group passed through the hotel lobby, they instantly drew the attention of onlookers. Whether it was the allure of black stockings and pencil skirts, the elegance of pure white gowns, or the youthful vibrancy of JK uniforms. Each sight left the men present secretly marveling, unable to tear their eyes away. Jiang Han was overwhelmed, eager to get to the private room. The task of ordering was left to the women. Soon the 7 of them were seated around the round table. Jiang Han sat in the host seat facing the door, with Xiao Xiao and Lin Yaoyao on his left and right. Shen Qingning sat in a lower seat, and looking up she could clearly see Jiang Han flirting with the women. Jealousy filled her heart. Every dish seemed to smell sour to her. After a while, Lu Meng was the first to raise her glass. Come, let's all have a toast. It's been so long since we sisters gathered." Jiang Han raised his glass as well. The red wine he chose was a Burgundy from Leroy. It was silky on the palate with precise acidity. Even Lin Yaoyao, who rarely drank, raised her glass in praise. Though the 800 yuan price tag was inflated, its quality was undoubtedly far superior to a few hundred yuan bottle. The second toast was proposed by Xiao Xiao. "How about we sisters toast Chairman Jiang together?" "All right, to Chairman Jiang." This dinner party frankly was orchestrated by Xiao Xiao, who encouraged Xiao Xiao to arrange it. She wasn't content with just watching the sisters bicker in the group chat, she had to witness it in person. "Qingning, say something too," Xiao Xiao egged her on. Shen Qingning put down her chopsticks, though she had hardly any appetite to begin with. "Jiang Han, seeing you succeed in your career, I'm truly happy for you. I'll toast you alone." With that, she stood up and downed the rest of her glass in one go, consuming a large half glass of red wine. She didn't taste the burgundy notes. All she felt was bitterness as it went down. Xiao Xiao clapped in approval. "Great drinking, Qingning. What do you think, Xiao?" Lu Meng, sitting nearby, couldn't stand it anymore, picked up a chicken leg from the plate and stuffed it directly into Xiao Xiao's mouth. Then Lu Meng deliberately changed the subject. "Jiang Han, now that you've taken over Xinhua Media, what are your plans?" "First, they'll get familiar with the company, continue the current development path for now, and focus on completing the projects already launched." "Oh, I see." Lu Meng nodded. Although she wasn't in the entertainment industry, she did manage a fairly large company. She strongly approved of Jiang Han's cautious approach. "Have you considered writing more songs?" Yutong shared your track in the group chat. "It's really beautiful." Jiang Han swallowed a bite of grouper and said, "I will write more. I happen to discover a talented young person in the company, and I'll be helping him produce an album." The speaker meant no harm, but the listener took it to heart. Xia Yutong's heart skipped a beat. She remembered Jiang Han mentioning Mao Bai and their bet concerning Jaja's bizarre adventure. Now that Jiang Han was the chairman, using the full resources of Xinhua Media to promote someone would certainly be no problem. Good thing she had only bet her toes back then, or she might have really gotten herself into trouble. Xia Yutong breathed a quiet sigh of relief. At the dinner table, Xiao Xiao attentively picked food for Jiang Han, diligently playing the part of a devoted girlfriend. She peeled shrimp for him and picked out crab meat. Shen Qingning watched from afar, drowning her sorrows in one glass after another. If only she hadn't been so difficult back then, she would be the one sitting beside Jiang Han now. The wine flowed, and the meal progressed. After over an hour of eating, everyone's pace had noticeably slowed down. Except for Jiang Han, the 6 women all had small appetites. They put down their chopsticks and chattered away about gossip. Xiao Xiao was silent for a moment before refilling her wine glass. As if she had made up her mind, she stood up and walked towards Shen Qingning. After all, she had promised to help her best friend, but in the end she had taken the initiative herself. A pang of guilt lingered in her heart. "Sister Qingning, I'd like to toast you alone. I hope we can still be best friends and confidants like before." Xiao Xiao's proactive move earned her full admiration from Lu Ming. The friend group needed someone who could unite the sisters. Shen Qingning had been drinking all night, and she was the type to drink without eating. By now she was flushed all over, a red glow spreading from her cheeks to her neck. Her head was spinning, and she was completely in a daze. She looked up at Xiao Xiao beside her, a smile playing on her lips that was both alluring and eerie. "Humph. Sisters," she sneered coldly. If she were sober, Shen Qingning would have gracefully shaken hands and made peace with Xiao Xiao. Not because she didn't want to win Jiang Han back, but because she cared too much. As Jiang Han had wished, their relationship had now evolved into a physical one. Since he was the one who initiated it, Shen Qingning would fulfill his desires without hesitation. But as luck would have it, she was drunk. Shen Qingning suddenly stood up, placing both hands on Xiao Xiao's shoulders. "You knew about my relationship with Jiang Han, so why did you take him away from me?" "Why?" Her voice was hoarse and sharp as she shook Xiao Xiao with both hands. The full glass of red wine couldn't withstand the jostling, spilling onto both of them. Dark red stains spread across their delicate clothing. Xiao Xiao watched with intense excitement. The trip hadn't been a waste after all. She had finally gotten the show she wanted. They're fighting. They're fighting. Spill it on her. Go on, spill it." Xiao Xiao waved her little fists excitedly, adding fuel to the fire. Xiao Xiao was at a loss, bewildered as to why the other woman would suddenly flare up when she was just trying to extend an olive branch for the sake of their sisterhood. Ignoring Xiao Xiao's antics, Lu Ming rushed over and pulled Shen Qingning away. "Qingning, you've had too much to drink. Let me take you home. I'm not drunk. I'm perfectly sober. Let me tell you all, Jiang Han loves sleeping with me, and he'll even use lipstick too." Lu Ming spat in exasperation, quickly clamped her hand over Shen Qingning's mouth, and signaled Xia Yutong to help her escort the drunk woman out. Lin Yaoyao, having thoroughly enjoyed the drama, leaned close to Jiang Han's ear and whispered, "Seeing women fight over you feeling pretty good, isn't it?" Lin Yaoyao's seductive voice sent shivers down Jiang Han's spine. He turned to see her flushed cheeks and wandering gaze, her smile eerily reminiscent of Shen Qingning's. "Damn it." Jiang Han cursed under his breath, knowing Qingning had downed several glasses in a row, so her state was understandable. "You useless thing, how did you get the same effect with just half a glass?" The whole private room's attention was on Shen Qingning, leaving Lin Yaoyao unnoticed. She pressed close to Jiang Han, her warm breath brushing against his earlobe. Under the table, Lin Yaoyao's hand crept onto Jiang Han's thigh as she leaned into him. Through the fabric, he felt a soft pressure against his arm. "You've had too much. I know, but seeing Shen Qingning make a fool of herself warms my heart." Lin Yaoyao covered her mouth with a giggle. Through the collar of her JK shirt, her curves swayed gently. "Jiang Han, we'll take Qingning home now. Thanks for the meal." Lu Ming and Xia Yutong each took one of Shen Qingning's arms and guided her to the door, then Lu Ming popped her head back in to say goodbye. "Let's head out together. I'm done eating too." Jiang Han called out. It was just an ordinary dinner, yet 2 out of 7 people had ended up drunk. Lin Yaoyao mid-sentence dozed off against Jiang Han's shoulder and was eventually carried away by Xiao Xiao and Xiao Xiao. 7 stunning figures had entered the restaurant with elegance, but their exit was far from graceful. The patrons in the lobby cast curious glances at Jiang Han. A man dining with 6 beauties and 2 pairs leaving with the women slumped over them, as if the numbers had been prearranged. Jiang Han pursed his lips, smoking a cigarette as he settled the bill at the bar. "Sir, your total comes to 90800 yuan. After rounding, it's 90000. The cashier respectfully handed over the receipt. Without a glance, Jiang Han pulled out his China Merchants Bank private banking card. "Hurry up, I'm in a rush." "Of course, sir, right away." When he stepped out of the restaurant, the designated drivers were already waiting. 2 drivers for the spacious Land Rover and BMW X7. Lu Ming, supporting Shen Qingning, said to Jiang Han, "I've been thinking, they're too drunk to be left alone tonight. We'll stay at their place." Jiang Han nodded, no objections. So the 2 cars drove back to Biqui Manor. Once home, Xiao Xiao and Xiao Xiao hauled Lin Yaoyao straight to the master bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. Exhausting. Even a meal turns into manual labor. Xiao Xiao pouted in complaint. "All right, everyone's tired. You should rest too." Xiao Xiao pointed to the guest room. "I'm going to shower first. I reek of alcohol, disgusting." Xiao Xiao muttered as she headed to the bathroom. Xiao Xiao glanced at Lin Yaoyao sprawled on the bed and turned her over. She was lying so flat it was a wonder she could breathe. "Honey, I'll stay with Yaoyao for a bit," Xiao Xiao said apologetically. The plan had been a private evening for the 2 of them, but even the prepared outfit was left forgotten in the car. Jiang Han didn't mind. "He'll go lie down. See you later." Meanwhile, in the villa across the way, Lu Ming and Xia Yutong struggled to strip Shen Qingning and tuck her into bed. Unlike Lin Yaoyao, who slept when drunk, Shen Qingning had been rambling nonstop, more energetic with every word. "I love it when Jiang Han takes me from behind. Oomph. He's incredible, you know. I'd do anything for him. Anything. Get it? Could you do the same?" Lu Ming was speechless. How did this usually aloof celebrity get so trained behind closed doors? She poured herself a glass of ice water and gulped it down. "Yutong, do you think Shen Qingning's been bewitched?" During their relationship, she was so dismissive, always complaining about Jiang Han. Now that they've broken up, she's clinging to him. Xia Yutong sat on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. Meng Jie tries seeing it from Qingning's perspective. How so? Lu Ming asked, puzzled. Xia Yutong tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Jiang Han used to treat Shen Qingning really well, right? That's true, we all saw it. He treated her like a princess. Qingning took his kindness for granted. Even if she won't admit it, she'd be hard-pressed to find a man more sincere than Jiang Han. Xia Yutong paused, then continued. But Jiang Han cut things off so cleanly, no hesitation, and that left Shen Qingning with a huge fall after the breakup. Lu Ming began to understand, so she regrets it. Xia Yutong shook her head. Rather than regret, it's more like she's finally faced her true feelings. You mean Qingning always loved Jiang Han? Exactly. Think about it. All these years she always badmouthed Jiang Han, but did you ever see her get close to another man? Or talk about one? Lu Ming nodded. True, not even Ji Buochang, she only mentioned him after he confessed. Xia Yutong analyzed. Jiang Han used to spoil Qingning too much, always respecting her wishes, but he missed one crucial point. Women are naturally drawn to strength, they need to be conquered. Shen Qingning is the type who responds to force, not kindness. Lu Ming suddenly got it. You're saying she's a masochist? Xia Yutong was confused. What's that? Never mind, not important. Go on. Jiang Han's cold indifference after the breakup is exactly what hits Shen Qingning's weak spot. Lu Ming nodded, hitting the nail on the head. Xia Yutong ignored the odd phrase. And not just that. Jiang Han is even more outstanding than any of us realized. True. At that, the two women fell silent. Unbidden, an image of Jiang Han surfaced in both their minds. Handsome and brilliant, a young boss of Xingyue Media. Lu Ming slapped her forehead. Damn, no wonder Shen Qingning's acting like this. If it were me, I'd have lost it long ago. No way I'd sit through a meal. Women always understand women best. After their analysis, they looked at the now sleeping Shen Qingning and felt a mix of pity and sympathy. On the other side, Jiang Han lay in bed browsing entertainment news, quietly plotting his future plans. He checked the time on his phone, 11 p.m., and Xiao Xiao still hadn't come. Slipping on his slippers, he headed to the next room. As he opened the door, a slender figure tumbled into his arms. It wasn't Xiao Xiao, it was Xiao Xiao. She was the shortest of the group, barely 1.6 meters. Xiao Xiao had been buzzing with excitement all night. On a whim, she had crept to Jiang Han's door and pressed her ear against it, hoping to catch some juicy sounds. She had been gathering material for her next prank. But then Jiang Han suddenly opened the door, and she, leaning on it, tumbled headfirst into his chest. What are you doing outside my room? Xiao Xiao felt as guilty as a thief caught red-handed. She had just taken a shower and didn't even dry her hair. Pressing against Jiang Han's chest, she left a large wet patch on his pajamas. I, too. Her eyes darted around, channeling the cleverness she used when taking the college entrance exam. She absolutely couldn't tell the truth. How could she say she wanted to eavesdrop on Xiao Xiao's pillow talk? Or that she wanted to verify whether Jiang Han's specialty was real? I'm looking for a hairdryer. Yes, a hairdryer. See, my hair is soaking wet, and I can't sleep, it's so annoying. Xiao Xiao quickly invented an excuse. Her eyes darted left and right, never daring to meet his gaze. Jiang Han was speechless. The hairdryer is right next to the sink. Didn't you see it? No. I'm not familiar with this place. Thanks, I'll go now. Get some rest. Good night, bye. Xiao Xiao rattled off the words and quickly made her escape. Wearing oversized plastic slippers, she stumbled and nearly fell. Ignoring the pain, she fled in a panic, using both hands and feet. Jiang Han watched her retreating figure with amusement. The girl's personality was famously lively and mischievous. Her petite frame concealed 800 wiles. Jiang Han clicked his tongue, thinking he had found accurate classifications for all 6 best friends. Shen Qingning and Xiao Xiao were in one group, sharing a distant kinship and the legacy of slender, shapely legs. Lin Yaoyao and Xia Yutong were similar, able to compete in terms of upper body dimensions. Lu Ming and Xiao Xiao were completely opposite, the former being a caring older sister type. More and more interesting. Muttering to himself, Jiang Han walked toward the adjacent master bedroom. He stood at the door for a moment, hearing no conversation inside. Slowly turning the doorknob, he found it unlocked. Pushing the door open a crack, he peered in. The room was dark. Through a beam of light from the hallway, he could see Xiao Xiao and Lin Yaoyao both lying on the bed. It was nothing unusual for female best friends to share a bed, but were their feelings so deep that they needed to cuddle while sleeping? Stealthily, Jiang Han entered and studied the 2 sleeping women from the edge of the bed. Lin Yaoyao, after drinking too much, had been stripped of her jacket and was only wearing underwear. Xiao Xiao, like a little kitten, burrowed her cheek into the other's chest. Jiang Han clearly saw her pressed against the soft area of Lin Yaoyao's chest, one small hand accurately resting on the peak. Good sisters sharing a blanket. He hoped they would remember their promise about who would be the first wife and who the second. Also remember the sisterly affection of sleeping cuddled up. Jiang Han shook his head with a smile and quietly left the room. The night at Biqui Manor remained tranquil. The 2 villas faced each other across the street. The drunken women under the influence of alcohol slept deeply. Meanwhile, the sober women tossed and turned unable to fall asleep. Xiao Xiao, having been caught red-handed, still felt her heart pounding even after lying down. However, she had accidentally confirmed that Jiang Han's physique was indeed excellent. Lu Ming pondered the night's conversation, trying to use empathy to untie the knot in Shen Qingning's heart. Yet she discovered that in love, once a woman fell and she only sank deeper and no one could pull her out. Xia Yutong curled up under the covers, scrolling through photos on her phone. In the images, Jiang Han sat at the center of the podium, speaking eloquently to all the executives. Confident, composed, neither humble nor arrogant. It was hard to imagine this was a guy her own age. Xia Yutong didn't notice the smile at the corner of her lips, but was startled by the sudden thought in her mind. If Jiang Han weren't dating Qiu Xiao, with her connections from working at the law firm, maybe she could have gotten together with him first. The next morning, outside the window, the crisp chirping of birds came intermittently. Jiang Han stretched, rolled over a few times, and bounced out of bed. He enjoyed the pleasure of sleeping with women, but that didn't stop him from liking the joy of having a big bed all to himself. Many men's foreplay and post-coital tenderness were like a merchant's pre-sales and after-sales service. Carefully introducing products to customers was to make them pay. Providing thoughtful after-sales service was to make them come again. It was all just procedure. Jiang Han pushed open the door. The adjacent master bedroom and guest room doors were both open. The three women had already gone downstairs. He arrived at the first-floor living room and heard the clatter of dishes being arranged in the kitchen. "You're up, eh?" Lin Yaoyao, wearing cartoon pajamas, greeted him. Xiao Xiao sat nearby, deliberately avoiding eye contact. "So the two of you were just waiting here to eat, letting his girlfriend do all the work." Jiang Han went to the kitchen and saw Qiu Xiao with her hair up and wearing an apron. She was watching the fried dumplings in the pan while keeping an eye on the congee. In the gaps, she also cracked a few eggs. The morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on Qiu Xiao, making her look radiant. Men could play and fool around, but when it came to marriage, they wanted the virtuous wife and good mother type. "Xiao, you don't need to make so much. Just enough for the two of us is fine," Jiang Han joked. Qiu Xiao turned her head. "You're up, eh? It's fine, just something I'm doing anyway. Go wait in the living room. It'll be ready soon. Take the fresh milk from the fridge." After giving these instructions, she resumed her bustling. With nothing to do, Jiang Han gathered a few sets of bowls and chopsticks, fetched the milk, and returned to the living room. Lin Yaoyao spotted the daily essential drink and muttered to herself that she would stop drinking alcohol from now on. It was bad for her health and would affect having a baby. With that, she took out folic acid vitamins and calcium tablets from the coffee table and swallowed them all with the fresh milk. The smooth, practiced operation left the timid Xiao Xiao dumbfounded. Having a baby. You don't even have a boyfriend, and you're already thinking about pre-pregnancy. Too competitive. Other people's kids are competitive about prenatal education and early childhood education, but you're taking it to the extreme. Don't just stand there. Go help Xiao. You can't cook, but you can at least serve the congee right. Jiang Han glared at Xiao Xiao, who, feeling guilty, quickly went to help. Just then the doorbell rang in the living room. "Is that Jiang Han?" "Open the door. We brought breakfast." In the video intercom, the figures of the three women from across the street appeared. After entering and changing shoes, Shen Qingning looked around the room awkwardly. After waking up, Lu Ming had recounted her embarrassing behavior from last night in full detail. This included her open provocation toward Qiu Xiao at the dinner table and the detailed description of bedroom activities after returning home. Shen Qingning was dumbfounded. She had no memory of it at all. Chatting about bed matters with close friends might be forgivable, since many girlfriends exchange such things. But when Qiu Xiao had proactively offered a toast, Shen Qingning had ungratefully retorted. Shen Qingning carried a large insulated food container which held layers of steamed crab roe soup dumplings. After placing it on the table, encouraged by Lu Ming, she steeled herself and went to the kitchen. "Xiao, I'm sorry. I drank too much last night. Please don't blame me, okay?" Hearing this, Qiu Xiao's shoulders trembled. Her attitude and view of Shen Qingning had undergone a fundamental change. The initiative she had taken yesterday to show goodwill was because she felt guilty. But no matter what, Jiang Han was now her boyfriend. You making a scene in front of everyone was just slapping your own face. Drunken words reveal true thoughts. If not for the drinking, I wouldn't have known your persistent intentions. Qiu Xiao turned her head and said coldly, "I need to bring breakfast to my husband. Don't block the way." Qiu Xiao's tone was icy cold, showing no intention of reconciliation. She had only become involved with Jiang Han after his breakup. In terms of both morality and friendship, she had done nothing wrong to Shen Qingning. On the other hand, Shen Qingning had repeatedly and blatantly tried to steal him away. This fake sisterhood was not worth keeping. "Xiao, let me explain." Shen Qingning pursed her lips, wanting to say more. "What's there to explain? You were clear enough last night." "That's not what I meant." Qiu Xiao glared at her. "Yes, it is. You blame me for taking your boyfriend, can't stand seeing me happy, and want to take Jiang Han back from me. Isn't that right? Answer me." Shen Qingning, seeing her usually gentle best friend suddenly turn fierce, instantly wilted. She stammered. I did try to win him back, but he rejected me. Qiu Xiao's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Really? Hearing the confirmation, a warmth spread through Qiu Xiao's heart. Jiang Han had rejected his ex-girlfriend's advances for her, the woman he had loved for 10 years. And she was also a stunningly beautiful celebrity. Qiu Xiao was deeply moved feeling Jiang Han's recognition of her. Shen Qingning continued, Xiao, you're so lucky. Jiang Han treats you as his real girlfriend. Unlike with me. He has no other thoughts about me except he's still willing to sleep with me. Boom. Qiu Xiao's jaw dropped in disbelief at Shen Qingning's words. Sleep with him? Was that something you said in front of your girlfriend? Provocation, absolute provocation. Qiu Xiao exploded. You shameless thing, I was wrong about you. Trying to seduce my boyfriend with your wiles. Let me tell you, anything you can give I can give. Anything you can do I can do better. The sudden shouting from the kitchen drew everyone from the living room. Xiao Xiao perked up, hiding behind Xia Yutong, covering her mouth to stifle a gleeful laugh. Why are you two fighting again? Qingning, didn't I tell you to talk nicely? Lu Ming asked in confusion. She had been worried sick about her friend group and had urged Shen Qingning to apologize first thing in the morning. But I'm just telling the truth, Shen Qingning said, looking wronged. You just won't give up. Jiang Han doesn't like you anymore. What more do you want? Trying to steal a man with your bedroom skills. Anyone can do that. Qiu Xiao continued her fierce outburst, completely unlike her usual obedient persona. That's right. That's right. Lin Yaoyao rushed forward, linking arms with Qiu Xiao and cheering her on loudly. Stop arguing, you're both angry. Calm down first. Seeing that she couldn't mediate for now, Lu Ming quickly separated the two. She knew her friends too well. With Lin Yaoyao and Xiao Xiao egging them on, there was no telling what outrageous things they might do. The originally warm breakfast atmosphere was completely shattered. The 7 people split into 2 groups, sitting in the living room and the dining room respectively. Only Jiang Han ate happily, enjoying both Qiu Xiao's fried dumplings and Shen Qingning's crab roe buns. Like with women, he had to sample both. Xia Yutong ate a few bites. Jiang Han, are you heading to the company later? Want to go together? She was thinking about the investigation progress. If not for last night's dinner, she would probably be working overtime at Xingyue Media. Sure, I can't let anything delay my earning money. Jiang Han wiped his mouth and said, Xiao, come with me. Okay, honey. Qiu Xiao replied sweetly, deliberately shooting a glare at Shen Qingning to assert her claim. The others finished their breakfast and also got ready to leave for their own tasks. Can't you at least wash the dishes before you go? Just finish and run, huh? In the large villa, only Lin Yaoyao's petulant complaint echoed. At the Xingyue Media office building, the moment the BMW X7 stopped at the main entrance and Jiang Han stepped out of the passenger seat, the entire company buzzed into action. A security guard took the car keys from Xia Yutong to park the car. 2 receptionists simultaneously led the way in front. As administrative front desk staff, their figures and appearances were strictly selected. They had to be at least 7 meters tall and had undergone specialized etiquette training. Their main duty was registering visitors, but the most important task of the day was seeing off and welcoming leaders. The elevator directly to the chairman's office was already waiting on the first floor. The elevator doors were kept open via remote control by the property management staff. Chairman Zhang, please. The 2 receptionists, bowing slightly, stood on either side of the elevator entrance, gesturing for him to enter. After Jiang Han stepped in, one of them followed to press the floor button. Qiu Xiao watched in awe. Even the top leader of their bank didn't command such a spectacle. She had vastly underestimated the status of a chairman in a private enterprise. Even she, simply by being beside Jiang Han, received respectful glances from everyone. The 3 arrived at the office. Inside, except for the immovable furniture, all personal items belonging to the previous chairman had been cleared away. The floor was polished to a gleaming shine and the desk was wiped spotless. The potted plants in the corner had been replaced with new varieties by the supplier. The fresh air system had been running efficiently for 2 hours before Jiang Han's arrival. Everything was prepared to ensure a comfortable environment for the chairman's work and life throughout the day. It must be nice to be the boss. Xia Yutong pouted enviously. What? Is lawyer Xia eager to take over from old Xia? Jiang Han joked. Not being a lawyer is ultimately a service industry, always having to read people's expressions. She spoke the truth. The relationship between a lawyer and a law firm is different from typical employees. They are nominally subordinates, but lawyers are more like affiliates. Anyway, envy won't get me anywhere. I'm off to work. Xia Yutong waved and left the office alone. Jiang Han sat in the executive chair, taking a sip of the green tea that was at just the right temperature. Go lock the door, he said to Qiu Xiao. Huh. The young woman, thinking it was something important, complied. When Qiu Xiao locked the door and returned to his side, she was met with a playful gaze. He looked her over from head to toe unabashedly. Qiu Xiao got goosebumps from his stare. His gaze was intense and deep, making her feel as if she were naked, seen through completely. Blushing, she slowly lowered her head. Honey, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Jiang Han turned his head and opened his computer. The lipstick looks nice. Really? I picked the color specially. I'm glad you like it. Xiao Xiao had her little scheme, but she had deduced from Shen Qingning's social media that Jiang Han preferred a bright bold red. So yesterday she had deliberately gone to the counter to buy several shades. Jiang Han clicked the mouse approving several OA documents that required the chairman's sign-off. Without looking at Xiao Xiao, he said calmly, lipstick on your lips isn't just for looking at. Jiang Han pushed his chair back, leaning back comfortably. Xiao Xiao blinked her big eyes. Besides looking, what else can it be for? Jiang Han, oh. The door of the chairman's office was shut tight. When the young secretary saw a department head coming to report, she could only inform them via the intercom. Chairman Jiang, General Manager Fong, and Mr. Zhou Feng from the Film and Television Division are here to see you. Understood. Ask them to wait a moment. Very well, Chairman Jiang. Upon hearing the conversation, Xiao Xiao immediately quickened her pace. As an obedient and understanding virtuous wife, she must never delay her husband's work. 10 minutes later, Jiang Han informed the secretary to let them in. Xiao Xiao sat on the nearby sofa, reapplying lipstick to her lips. Her husband was simply too mischievous, making her do such things in the office. Her heart fluttered like a deer, filled with both nervousness and satisfaction, because she had accomplished what Shen Qingning could never achieve. How could you ever compare to me? Soon Fong Chongwen entered with Zhou Feng. Old Fong first glanced at the woman on the sofa, his brows involuntarily twitching, but he quickly adjusted his expression. After all, Jiang Han was a vigorous young man with outstanding abilities. It was all understandable. Chairman Jiang, sorry to disturb you. Fong Chongwen strictly adhered to the hierarchy of superior and subordinate, never presuming on his former role as a teacher. His career had once been nearing its end due to his personality. But Jiang Han's appearance had instantly sparked a second spring. The care he had shown his student in earlier years had finally borne fruit years later, making him believe in karma. Jiang Han adjusted his belt and casually tossed the crumpled tissue from the desk into the trash bin. General Manager Fong, is there something on your mind? Fong Chongwen collected his thoughts and said, Chairman Jiang, this is Zhou Feng from the Film and Television Division. I'm here on behalf of the Music Division to report on the TV series Xian Yuan. Jiang Han nodded. This drama was the annual flagship production of Xingyue Media, a key project the company was promoting this year. He had reviewed the content of the series. Simply put, it was a budget version of Xianjian 3. Though it couldn't compare to the blockbusters of his past life in the entertainment star of Blue Star, it would surely dominate. Jiang Han asked, is the theme song progressing smoothly? Fong Chongwen replied, the 3 songs you created have been recorded. Besides Mao Bai, we've invited 2 other singers to perform. Currently, the post-production team is synchronizing the music with the dramatic content. Jiang Han nodded. It sounded like everything was on track. But Zhou Feng, standing beside Fong Chongwen, remained furrowed and visibly worried. President Zhou, speak your mind. No need to beat around the bush. Jiang Han noticed his unease. Since the music side was fine, the trouble must be in the film and television department. Zhou Feng cleared his throat and said, Chairman Jiang, I'm truly sorry to throw a problem at you right after you took office. It's all for the work, just say it. Zhou Feng sighed. Chairman Jiang, you must have heard about Li Mingba's family connections. And then, Xian Yuan was originally scheduled to premiere on Jingzhou TV station. His elder relative is the station director, and they had agreed quite readily. This morning we received word that the primetime slot is fully booked, and they are no longer considering purchasing the broadcast rights for Xian Yuan. Jiang Han sneered, is that all? He thought it was a much bigger deal. If Jingzhou TV station has no vision, well, switch to another one. Besides traditional media, we can also consider online new media. Zhou Feng hesitated, but the buzz might not be as high. Jiang Han dismissed it. President Zhou, what's the most important thing for a TV series? It's the content. Whether it becomes a hit has never depended on some broadcasting platform. Fong Chongwen nodded, agreeing with Jiang Han. Chairman Jiang is right, old Zhou. You need to have confidence. Li Mingba's deliberate sabotage is actually costing them the guarantee of high ratings. With both the chairman and the vice general manager expressing their stance, Zhou Feng finally allowed his worries to ease somewhat. I trust Chairman Jiang's judgment. He'll immediately have the team contact new distributors to secure the summer vacation window. A large portion of the audience for Xinxia dramas is students, so airing during the holidays would undoubtedly boost the hype. Li Mingbo knew that Xingyue would find new channels, but abruptly breaking the contract could disrupt Xingyue Media's plans. Jiang Han turned to Fong Chongwen, first release a single of Mao Bai's Forgetting Time interspersed with clips from the drama to edit into an MV. Fong Chongwen earnestly noted it down. Then promote it on music platforms and short video platforms. Don't worry about the budget. Jiang Han, following the traffic playbook of his past life, laid out a combination punch. By the way, are there any music variety shows lately? Get him on one. Fong Chongwen thought for a moment. There's a new show called Tomorrow's Star that contacted us. Let him go. But Mao Bai is rather shy. I'm not sure he's suited for a talent show. I'm worried. Jiang Han interrupted, it's fine. The industry is just lacking this kind of persona right now, appealing to both men and women. For the first song, he'll sing Forgetting Time to promote the drama. For the second, let him sing his own dispelling sorrow. President Fong helped vet the song in advance. Seeing the arrangements in place, Fong Chongwen nodded in agreement. Qiu Xiao, who knew nothing about the entertainment industry, sat quietly in the corner. She listened to Jiang Han speak eloquently before the two middle-aged men, his manner mature and steady. The admiration in her heart was nearly overflowing. After Qiu Xiao sat down, the sharp-eyed secretary promptly brought her a cup of tea. Being mistaken for Jiang Han's girlfriend also filled her with delight. Qiu Xiao drank several sips of tea to ease the soreness in her cheeks and throat. She watched her man in peaceful silence. Fong Chongwen, seeing that the report was nearly finished, prepared to leave. Just then Zhou Feng recalled something. Chairman Jiang, there's one small matter. Go ahead. Li Mingbo had previously spoken to me about casting for a web drama. I knew the web drama had a small budget and didn't meet the criteria to report to you. Zhou Feng explained the reason. Jiang Han mentally cursed Li Mingbo's entire family. That bastard was gone, but left behind so many messes. What drama? Did he arrange for a connected person to join the cast? The drama is called Just Broke Up, They Surrounded Me. What a tacky name. Jiang Han complained. Yes, web dramas rely on gimmicks to attract viewers. Was the lead role arranged by Li Mingbo? Zhou Feng shook his head. No, it was just an ordinary male supporting character named Ji Bochang. Jiang Han laughed. In urban web dramas, supporting male characters either get cheated on or get humiliated by the protagonist's show of power. It really fit Ji Bochang's real-life persona, a role he could play naturally. Chairman Jiang, should we replace him? Zhou Feng probed. No, tell the screenwriter to add more cuckold plots for him. This. Understood. Jiang Han paused. His name is unlucky. Tell him if he wants to act, he should change his stage name. As you instruct, I'll have the director pass it on. Instead of Ji Bochang, change it to Ji Buduan. As the two middle-aged men departed, Qiu Xiao shyly approached, her eyes brimming with admiration. Honey, you look so handsome when you're focused on work. Jiang Han playfully swatted the young woman's backside. You were quite captivating during your work as well. Me? I wasn't working online, or I was listening to you two talk the whole time. Who says? You were clearly putting in effort. Qiu Xiao was puzzled until she caught the mischievous grin on Jiang Han's face. You're so naughty. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully protested. Don't you need to go to the office? Jiang Han inquired. Qiu Xiao shook her head. My boss said my primary job is to take good care of you. All the clocking in and out the meetings, it's all for performance metrics. She was already well taken care of by Jiang Han, so she didn't need to bother with the usual routine. You certainly do provide good service. Right? I put a lot of thought into your asset allocation. Qiu Xiao said proudly. According to the bank's philosophy, they naturally hoped major clients would opt for more products with high commissions like insurance. But Qiu Xiao, driven by personal feelings, crafted a plan for Jiang Han that was entirely in his best interest, completely disregarding her superior's revenue requirements. After all, she could clearly distinguish between her own man and other clients. Jiang Han smiled, emphasizing the word service once more. Qiu Xiao increasingly felt something was amiss. Oh honey, stop talking about that. She suddenly realized that Jiang Han's words were echoing his earlier ones, circling back to the same topic all along. It made her, a young woman new to such matters, wish she could hide in a hole. Just then Jiang Han changed the subject. By the way, any progress on those properties I asked you to look into? President Wang's friend recommended a few. Do you want to see them? I can schedule a time with the owners. Set it up, we'll go later. First, accompany me to buy a car. Jiang Han laid out his plan. Constantly borrowing a woman's car had its inconveniences. It was time to get a man's own ride. Lin Yaoyao and Shen Qingning drove sports cars, cramped seating, limited space. Most importantly, no back seats, which meant no practical value. All show no go. The model he had his eye on, however, had practical capabilities that were off the charts. Xiaoru, arrange a driver. I'm heading out. Jiang Han instructed his secretary. Yes, Chairman Jiang. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the city's Mercedes-Benz 4S store in an Alpha van. Qiu Xiao looked around, puzzled. This place seems familiar. The owner might be a client of my colleague. She promptly called a colleague from her department to confirm and quickly got a positive response. Honey, he really is one of our private banking clients. I had my colleague inform the manager, hoping we can get a friendly price. Pretty impressive, right? Go on, praise me. Qiu Xiao cheered, seeking credit. Jiang Han silently gave her a thumbs up. He wasn't short on money, but seeing Qiu Xiao's loyalty warmed his heart. She was rather endearing. As soon as they entered, a salesperson approached them. Good day, sir. Welcome to Ben. The woman stopped mid-sentence, changing her tone. Xiao, is that you? Bringing a client to see cars. Qiu Xiao was also taken aback. Senior Wei Wei? She hadn't expected to run into an old acquaintance from her university club here. A friend of yours? Jiang Han asked. Qiu Xiao replied hesitantly. As the other woman led the way, she leaned close to Jiang Han's ear and whispered. Zhang Wei. She was in the outreach department back in school. Had a bit of a reputation. Back then she had just graduated and found a guy in his 40s. Didn't work, just lived a leisurely life. Fancy seeing her selling cars now after 2 years. Jiang Han understood, summing it up in 2 words. Gold digger. Just then a man in his early 30s with slicked back hair emerged from the back. You must be Mr. Jiang. I'm Wang Hao, the store manager here. Our boss just called specifically instructing me to take good care of you. Jiang Han nodded, suspecting the private bank's network was already at work. Zhang Wei stood behind the store manager, curious about the man being treated with such deference. Do you have a Mercedes Maybach GLS 600 in stock? Yes, we do. Zhang Wei, why don't you show Mr. Jiang the car right away? Hearing this, Zhang Wei stepped forward immediately. Mr. Jiang, right this way. Being a private banking client coupled with the boss' special attention clearly marked him as a wealthy man. With a scheming smile, she squeezed herself between the two, deliberately pushing Qiu Xiao aside. Jiang Han noticed a brow slightly raised. Soon they stood before the vehicle. The dazzling three-pointed star emblem, the vertical grille, the 23-inch multi-spoke wheels, the exclusive badges. All exuding the prestige and luxury of a classic high-end marque. Zhang Wei smiled as she opened the rear door, inviting Jiang Han inside. Mr. Jiang, please have a seat and feel the comfort. As soon as Jiang Han was seated, Zhang Wei hurriedly followed him and slammed the door shut, leaving Qiu Xiao standing outside. The GLS 600 is equipped with a 4.0 LV8 bi-turbo engine producing 557 horsepower. It features 4-zone automatic climate control in the cabin and a rear seat entertainment system. While explaining, Zhang Wei pressed close to Jiang Han, her black-stockinged leg rubbing against him persistently. Xiao, why don't you check out the driver's seat? Okay, sure. Qiu Xiao, slow on the uptake and unaware of her senior's intentions, happily got into the car. Zhang Wei, however, frowned, clearly displeased. Mr. Jiang, do you need to ask the bank manager for permission when buying a car? I'm the professional here. Jiang Han was speechless. He finally understood that Qiu Xiao's assessment wasn't unfounded. Once a gold digger, always a gold digger. You could smell the opportunism from a mile away. Forget the fact that Qiu Xiao earned her position at the bank through her own efforts, climbing from a branch teller to a private banking manager. Her pure intentions and her chastity maintained for over 20 years put you, a common salesgirl, to shame. Regardless of whether you knew each other before, in business all customers are equal. Judging people by their wealth and bringing your gold-digging mentality to work means you don't deserve this deal. Jiang Han sneered. You may leave now. Huh? Zhang Wei was utterly astonished. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Mr. Jiang, is there something I did wrong? Zhang Wei panicked, pressing her chest tightly against Jiang Han's arm, as if trying to latch onto him. Honey, what's wrong? Qiu Xiao asked, innocently, completely oblivious to being undermined. What? You called him honey? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Qiu Xiao looked a bit embarrassed. Well, he's still my boyfriend for now. Jiang Han, looking at Zhang Wei's flustered state, said contemptuously, do you get it now? Zhang Wei slunk out of the car. Soon the sound of Wang Hao's scolding echoed from nearby. Then he hurried over with two sweet-looking female sales associates. Mr. Jiang, I truly apologize. This is my failure for giving you a poor experience. I hope you can forgive me. Wang Hao gave a crisp, deep 90-degree bow of apology. Jiang Han shook his head. Forget it, it's not your fault, Manager Wang. Wang Hao looked up. Mr. Jiang, to express my apologies, I'm willing to offer you the maximum discount and service within my personal authority. Jiang Han understood his meaning. I'm not one to tattle behind people's backs. Thank you. It's just that the professional competence of some of your salespeople leaves much to be desired. Yes, you're right. He'll personally deal with it later. At that moment, Wang Hao was silently cursing Zhang Wei's entire family. That sly fox, if it weren't for her ability to close deals with her loose attitude, I would have fired her long ago. He nodded and bowed outwardly, but inwardly, he was vowing to discipline his staff. Jiang Han didn't press further. He wouldn't let one bad apple ruin his mood for buying a car. He settled into the driver's seat, while Qiu Xiao obediently moved to the passenger side. The young woman's heart was sweeter than honey at this moment. She finally understood the reason for Jiang Han's earlier anger. It was solely because the senior saleswoman had been cold to her. The new saleswoman was clearly more emotionally intelligent. Except for introducing key features, she gave the customers ample space to explore on their own. Xiao, what do you think? Huh, I don't know much about cars. Choosing one should be a man's forte, right? Just get what you like. Jiang Han had already decided to buy before he came. The Maybach GLS 600 had ample spacious interior with independent executive seats that could easily recline into a flat position. Most importantly, it also had the brand's exclusive effort-saving mode. Jiang Han turned to the saleswoman behind him. Miss, let's try out the effort-saving mode. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. The saleswoman pressed a button inside the car immediately upon hearing this. A faint professional smile remained on her face, even though she knew the effort-saving mode was actually the escape mode. Thanks to the car's active hydraulic suspension, the Maybach could raise and lower its four wheels independently, creating a rhythmic rocking and bouncing motion. The purpose was to help the tires regain traction when the car was stuck without the owner having to lift a finger. Hence it was named the escape mode. As the function activated, the vehicle began to sway up and down. Caught off guard, Qiu Xiao quickly grabbed the door handle. Jiang Han leaned back into the plush seat, enjoying the rocking rhythm. Truly the boss effort-saving mode. No need to exert oneself, the car just vibrates on its own. As Qiu Xiao swayed, she happened to catch the familiar mischievous smile on Jiang Han's face, and finally understood the additional use of this effort-saving mode. Oh, that naughty husband of mine. She had lost count of how many innuendos he had made today. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, yet she couldn't help but steal a few more glances at Jiang Han. Not bad, very practical. Jiang Han muttered to himself. A simple, unassuming man like me needs such practical features. He switched off the special mode and turned to discuss the price. What's the total cost to get it on the road? The saleswoman quickly responded, the 1-year test driving is the GLS 600 Night Series. The base price is around 2.8 million, and with all fees it's over 3 million. Qiu Xiao knew the car was expensive, but she was still taken aback by the quote. It was more than 10 times the price of her Audi A4. Although this money was nothing to Jiang Han. Jiang Han was very satisfied. What man wouldn't want a luxury car that could vibrate on its own? Alright, I'll take it. Go prepare the purchase contract. The saleswoman's face lit up with a huge smile upon hearing the customer order on the spot. No need for lengthy persuasion or multiple test drives, it was just that simple. And it was all thanks to Zhang Wei's poor service that this commission had fallen right into her lap. Jiang Han turned to Qiu Xiao. My card limit should be enough for a direct swipe right. Of course the payment limit was adjusted when you upgraded to private banking. That's good. With that, Jiang Han took out his private bank card and handed it to the saleswoman. While waiting, they were invited into a private exclusive VIP lounge. The interior was elegant and comfortable, with a fresh fruit platter and delicate snacks and desserts laid out before them. Jiang Han sipped some coffee and, following the instructions, quickly completed the car purchase procedures. Sir, please keep your card safe. The saleswoman held the card with both hands and, crouching slightly, returned it to Jiang Han. At the same time, a warning message popped up in the customer management system on Qiu Xiao's phone. Client Jiang Han account ending 1388, transaction 31850 yuan merchant, Huanqing Mercedes-Benz Auto Sales Service Co. Ltd. In the same second, her corporate WeChat also buzzed with an alert. The flow of funds from major clients is a daily focus for account managers, directly affecting the bank's AUM assessment. As Jiang Han's account manager Qiu Xiao received the transfer notification instantly, she felt no anxiety over the money outflow, but rather a sense of unreality. That man who just bought a Maybach in full was her boyfriend. Just then the store manager Wang Hao walked over with a beaming smile. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang, on your new car. May the Maybach accompany you on smooth roads ahead, and may all your wishes come true. And bliss and love. His words flowed like a charm, spouting a stream of auspicious sayings. As for our store's exclusive after-sales VIP privileges, lifetime free basic maintenance, door-to-door pickup and delivery services, I will personally ensure everything is arranged for you. Feel free to contact me anytime if there are any issues. Jiang Han initially wanted to decline the suggested commemorative photo, but seeing the eager anticipation on Qiu Xiao's face, he agreed. In the photo, they stood by the driver's side. Qiu Xiao held Jiang Han's arm, stood on her tiptoes, and turned to plant a kiss on his cheek. The young woman's eyes were full of love. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower, radiant as a star. Half an hour later, the temporary license plates were ready. The 4S shop manager and the 2 saleswomen gathered around Jiang Han, placing the purchase documents, vehicle registration certificate, and other papers into a file bag. Qiu Xiao carefully checked everything several times, confirming nothing was missing before placing it in her bag. Jiang Han patted the young woman on the head. All set, Mom. Get in. At Jiang Han's command, the 2 saleswomen opened the driver's and passenger's doors respectively. After the guests were seated, they gently closed the doors. Even as the Maybach drove away from the entrance, the women could still be seen waving goodbye in the rearview mirror. In a corner, unnoticed by anyone, Zhang Wei watched, her eyes red with jealousy. The streets of Jingzhou were bustling with traffic. Sunlight streamed into the car, coating the Maybach in a layer of golden light. Honey, the car is so smooth. Qiu Xiao exclaimed in genuine admiration. Jiang Han smiled. After all, it was a luxury car known for its glide. How could it not be smooth? He teased, a good car is one that can stay steady when it needs to and move on its own when it should. Qiu Xiao pouted. After spending so much time with Jiang Han, she felt she was being corrupted too. She couldn't help but think of something else. Was his move the proper kind of move? Was his car really just a car on the road? Or should I be a bit more proactive next time? The crux of the matter was the matter of the crux. In this unbalanced relationship, Qiu Xiao was fully aware of her position. For her, Jiang Han was a step up. Were it not for the dual connections of being his private bank relationship manager and his ex-girlfriend's best friend, she would never have crossed paths with him. Even as a couple, their bond was not destined for permanence. Shen Qingning refusing to let go schemed day and night for a reunion. Lin Yaoyao watched with a covetous eye, ready to strike when the moment suited her. And with Xia Yutong drawing closer to Jiang Han, due to work, Qiu Xiao's sense of crisis was far from unfounded. She mulled over his words, biting her lip. Honey, let's go pick up the car at Pinwei Xian. Oh sure, we can grab lunch there too. Jiang Han didn't think much of it. They had left the car in the hotel parking lot after drinking the night before. My work uniform is in the car. Qiu Xiao murmured, revealing her intent. She lowered her head, her neck flushing a deep red, shrinking shyly into the leather seat. Taking the initiative was far more daunting than merely following his lead. Qiu Xiao was resolute. Huh. Jiang Han was taken aback, then comprehension dawned. So soon. He floored the accelerator, and the Maybach roared in response. At 70 miles an hour, a feeling of pure freedom. Jiang Han whistled jauntily, his hand resting possessively on Qiu Xiao's silk-stocking thigh. Its smooth, slender feel combined with the subtle resistance of the sheer fabric was just right. It was a gear shift fit for a luxury car. Shift. Shift. Who said automatics lacked driving engagement? Listen to the engine's alluring roar, one wave after another. Jiang Han never considered pre-owned vehicles, even less so those with multiple previous owners. Even if the exterior was restored, one could never be sure of the internal condition. Even if a used car didn't need breaking in and could be driven immediately, it was a no-go. Because it was someone else's customized machine. 30 minutes later, Lu Meng arrived in her Land Rover, bringing Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao to fetch their cars with Xiao Xiao in tow. She kept Xiao Xiao pinned in the passenger seat, ensuring the little troublemaker was under control. In the back, the two rivals sat together, forced into proximity. Their mutual disdain was palpable, filling the car with tension. Qingning, tell me, why do you keep chasing after Jiang Han? Is it because he's so good that you can't forget the weakness in your legs? Hee. Lin Yaoyao crossed her arms and leaned forward, taunting her. Shen Qingning retorted without backing down. Yes. You figured it out. It's a feeling of being a woman you'll probably never understand. Pretending to be his girlfriend only to have Qiu Xiao steal him right from under your nose. How humiliating is that? Lin Yaoyao's chest heaved, admitting you enjoyed it. You're truly shameless. Xiao Xiaoman, fight. 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 Lu Meng sighed. Alright, that's enough. I was just trying to be nice by giving you a ride. Grab your cars and go home. She had given up on mediation after repeated failures. Shen Qingning crossed her legs. Sister Meng, you've met Jiang Han too. Tell me, is it wrong for me to want to get back together with him? He's so outstanding. Lu Meng had to admit that Jiang Han, in terms of both looks and financial standing, was the complete package, possessing all the qualities to attract the opposite sex. If it weren't for the complicated web of friendships, she would have wholeheartedly supported Shen Qingning. But Jiang Han's new girlfriend was Qiu Xiao. They were all good sisters, and favoring one meant hurting another. I don't care about anything else. Just don't you dare bully Xiao. The six of us coming together is fate. I don't want any more rifts between us. Lu Meng spoke earnestly from the heart. But her words were instantly undone by Lin Yaoyao. Sister Meng, she's just regretting the breakup and can't stand seeing a sister happy. She deserves it. Lu Meng's head throbbed, and the sight of the Pinwei Xian sign felt like a lifeline. We're here. Get out, hurry. Let them argue and fight, it was none of her business. Slap. Slap. Two resounding car door slams, each trivial matter a point of contention. Xiao Xiao rolled down her window, not missing any opportunity for a show. She watched Shen Qingning following her gaze into the depths of the parking lot. Huh. Why is that car rocking? Sister Meng, look. She pointed out the window. Lu Meng glanced over and chuckled. You don't know? Let me enlighten you. You know Maybach. Xiao Xiao nodded. Heard of the brand, not sure about the model. That's a Maybach GLS 600. It's rocking because the traction control mode is activated. Traction control. Lu Meng gripped the steering wheel. Exactly. It's to help the owner get unstuck if the tires get stuck. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. But this is all smooth pavement. How would it get stuck? Look closely, it's a new car with temporary plates. You're right. That means the owner hasn't had it long, Lu Meng said confidently. Maybe they're testing out the new features or showing it off to a friend. Oh, that makes sense. You know so much, Sister Meng. Xiao Xiao, where are you headed? I can give you a lift. Thanks, Sister Meng. To the office. As they drove away, Xiao Xiao noticed the Maybach was still rocking. She couldn't understand why the demonstration would take so long. He must be showing off to a friend. What a show-off. Meanwhile, inside the Maybach, Qiu Xiao had changed into her China Merchants Bank uniform, a complete ensemble of inner top and jacket. Now Jiang Han had stripped it down to just her blouse and skirt. Her face was flushed, and she leaned back in the fully reclined seat. Upbeat music played from the car stereo. In the energy-saving mode, the vehicle rocked in a steady rhythm, coincidentally syncing with the beat of the song. And Jiang Han was intentionally or unintentionally matching the rhythm. In a brief pause, Qiu Xiao caught a glimpse of Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao entering the parking lot through the window. She gasped in alarm. Honey, stop, someone's coming. Jiang Han was even more energized. That's the point. He took her cries as part of the game, thinking she was full of surprises. I see Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao. Qiu Xiao braced her hands against his chest, trying to halt his movements. Damn. The familiar names drew an involuntary curse from Jiang Han. How could he have forgotten their cars were also left at the lot? Having someone pass by was thrilling, but having them pass by was pure terror. Jiang Han paused, but the Maybach did not. Turning off the traction control required tapping the center screen, which was out of his reach. Viru. Zoom. Zoom. Just then the sounds of two rivaling sports cars' exhausts echoed from a distance. Xiao Xiao crouched down, only her eyes visible above the dashboard. They should be gone. Jiang Han gave a sharp slap, spurring his steed onward. And the music played on, and so did the dance. 3 days later, the due diligence on Star Moon Media conducted by Juinhe law firm concluded smoothly. The final verdict indicated no significant legal risks, a clear asset liability structure, and a transparent equity framework. Xia Guodong, as the head of the firm, submitted a due diligence report spanning over 200 pages. The report covered the historical evolution of Star Moon Media, key financial data, and more. Jiang Han feigned interest in flipping through it, while inwardly pondering the suggestion that Xia Yutong be retained. According to standard legal workflow, the due diligence team would have fully withdrawn after completing their tasks. Mr. Jiang, since you have entered into a long-term partnership with Juinhe, our services cannot be limited to a single project. Yutong is absolutely capable. In the early stages of taking over the company, you are bound to encounter various trivial matters. Let her stay as our representative. Xia Yutong sat beside her father, silent and unusually composed. Wouldn't that interfere with lawyer Xia's other work? Jiang Han feigned reluctance. Not at all. Serving you is her most important task. Isn't that right, Yutong? Xia Yutong nodded. Very well then. I look forward to working with you. Jiang Han offered a symbolic handshake. After Xia Guodong left the office, Xia Yutong burst into laughter. Chairman Jiang, please assign me some work. Jiang Han covered his face. This girl was determined to stay for good. Today Xia Yutong wore a sharp professional suit, a black shirt paired with tailored trousers. Her size 35 feet were encased in transparent high heels. Ultra-short socks left her fair ankles exposed. Well, for now you can serve as the chairman's assistant, primarily responsible for legal review of all documents. Yes, Chairman Jiang. Xia Yutong's reply was loud, energetic, and full of spirit. Jiang Han used the intercom to summon his secretary and asked her to prepare an office for the assistant in the adjacent room. He then opened his computer and browsed the web. Early yesterday morning, Mao Bai's new song, Forget Time, was released for the first time. Nearly 20 hours had passed since then. Jiang Han wanted to gauge its online popularity. He wondered how far the song could go with no fan base, relying solely on its quality and capital-driven promotion. Seeing the room empty, Xia Yutong dragged a chair over and sat beside him. Jiang Han first opened NetEase Cloud Music. According to the promotion plan reported by the music department, users would encounter promotional materials in the app splash, add homepage focus banners, and more. The platform would also conduct high-frequency insertions through daily recommendations, private radar, private DJ, and other features. In short, Star Moon Media used a flood of capital to ensure the song appeared on ordinary users' interfaces. From splash screens to daily recommendations, from playlists to charts, from comments to communities, every resource position was precisely covered. He intended to use the shortest time and the most powerful resources to forcibly elevate a rookie singer in a new song. Aggressive traffic promotion had both advantages and disadvantages. If the work itself lacked quality, it could easily backfire. But Jiang Han was confident. The song, validated by his past life, paired with Mao Bai's voice, would be formidable. Sure enough, the play count of Forget Time skyrocketed from the initial few hundred. It broke through the 1 million and 10 million marks, with the number of favorites climbing visibly. On NetEase's various charts, it first forcefully entered the top 10 of the surging chart, then surged all the way to directly claim the top spot of the surging chart. Jiang Han clicked on the playback page, and amid the melodious music examined the market reaction. Xia Yutong's heart tightened. This was really going to make Mao famous. Her feet hidden beneath the desk involuntarily curled up, sensing a crisis of her jade-like feet being at stake. You cheated. Huh. Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, then recalled their gentleman's bet. No rush. I'm just using capital to ignite a spark. Whether Mao Bai ultimately becomes famous depends on himself. Xia Yutong hadn't expected Jiang Han to be so magnanimous, not considering the heated online discussions as a breakout. She murmured a soft, "Oh," but felt a faint, inexplicable sense of loss. After checking the music platform, Jiang Han opened Weibo. Star Moon Media's planning team had launched trending topics in advance, helping relevant keywords storm into the hot search list. New singer Mao Bai. Mao Bai's voice is so healing. TV series Fairy Karma theme song. The author of Forget Time. Jiang Han quickly scrolled through the popular hashtags. The first 3 were easy to understand. They directed traffic to the singer and the TV series. What was the last one about? Since when did everyone respect creators so much that someone specifically asked on Weibo? He clicked on the music video. His own name appeared prominently in the composer and lyricist credits. The font size was enlarged, even placed before the singer's name. Some subordinate was trying to curry favor, finding a roundabout way to please the chairman. Such behavior must be severely criticized and greatly encouraged. The MB's content primarily used clips from the TV series fairy karma, interspersed with a few shots of Mao Bai in the recording studio. The visuals fully showcased the Xinxia drama's fight scenes and special effects. And the most important part, the female characters. In his past life, the song of Chinese Paladin 3 was popularized by the TV series. The protagonist, Hu Guo as the singer, already had a certain fan base. Jiang Han, however, adopted a song-first strategy to create a synergy where the song and the drama mutually boosted each other. After all, Star Moon Media's forte was creating momentum. Xia Yutong leaned on the desk following Jiang Han's mouse as they browsed the web together. At the same time, she opened the Weibo app on her phone and typed in the hashtag, the author of Forget Time. The most liked and replied post was someone asking who Jiang Han was. Xia Yutong pursed her lips and replied, I know him. He's handsome. Within 2 seconds, her notification page received over a dozen messages. Some were comments on the page, others were private messages. Sis, can you introduce me to him? Could you take a photo? I want to see what the person who wrote such a moving melody looks like. He's so talented. I want to be his girlfriend. Xia Yutong instantly had a face full of question marks. Not ladies listening to a song, you don't chase the singer, but instead inquire about the producer. He has a girlfriend, Xia Yutong replied to a comment. That's fine. I don't mind. Artistic men with rich emotional experiences are normal. Not your turn. Xia Yutong angrily left those 4 words, then blocked the other person. Meanwhile, several established music distribution giants also noticed the sudden dark horse. Universal Music Greater China headquarters. I understand Star Moon Media pushing a new singer, but how does a composer and lyricist of this caliber have no reputation in the industry? President Jiang, I checked the TV series they are about to release. The other 2 theme songs are also by Jiang Han. Jiang Guangyao raised an eyebrow. Find a way to contact him. See if we can poach him. Well, the subordinate hesitated. What? Any difficulties? It's just a matter of price. We can afford it. President Jiang, the new boss of Star Moon Media, is also named Jiang Han. As time went by, Mao Bai's new song caused a huge stir within the industry. The buzz spread from music platforms to Weibo and self-media. Even the lyricist Jiang Han and the TV drama Fate of Immortality trended on hot searches. For a time, they were the center of attention. A newcomer's first song paired with a songwriter making their public debut became the dark horse the entertainment circle hadn't seen in ages. It was a result of Xinhua Media's capital power, but more so the ultimate proof of the song's sheer quality. Fang Chongwen sat in his office, unable to suppress the smile on his lips. Mao Bai was initially kept in the company by him, purely attracted by his unique voice and creative talent. But Fang Chongwen didn't hold much hope, merely expecting him to reach the level of an average singer. If not for Jiang Han's strong push, Xinhua Media wouldn't have allocated such a massive promotional budget. Watching the real-time song rankings and topic discussions, he couldn't help but admire the new chairman's unique foresight. After all, in this era where traffic reigns supreme, having the audacity to promote a new artist with average looks required significant courage. Mr. Fang, the recording schedule for Rising Star is set. Ting rushed over to report on the talent show's progress. Fang Chongwen nodded. How's Maomeo's original new song coming along? The lyrics and melody are done, and we're currently polishing them further. Oh, that was fast. Fang Chongwen was slightly surprised. Ting said proudly. Chairman Jiang gave him some guidance before, which helped unlock his inspiration, so it went smoothly. Jiang Han again. Did his talent have no limits? Fang Chongwen stood up. Let's go. Let's hear it. He followed Ting to recording studio No. 1. As the new generation singer, personally chosen by the chairman, the entire music division was working around Mao Bai. The recording studio had become his exclusive workspace. Mao Bai himself was determined. He knew this opportunity was hard-won. Many musicians never meet a benefactor like Jiang Han in their lifetime. He wasn't tall, wasn't handsome, so he could only repay this debt of gratitude through relentless hard work and creation. Mao, how's the preparation? Fang Chongwen asked with a smile, his eyes full of appreciation for the young man. Hello, Mr. Fang. I'm practicing my singing techniques. I'm afraid I'll get nervous on stage. Mao Bai replied, shyly aware that his weakness was his personality, especially being unable to loosen up in crowded situations. Fang Chongwen patted him on the shoulder to encourage him. Come on, sing it for me. It's dispelling sorrow, right? Yes, Mr. Fang. At this, Mao Bai sat on the high stool and casually picked up the acoustic guitar beside him. After a few simple notes as an intro, he began to sing softly with his rich, mellow voice. As you step into this carnival of joy, carrying all your dreams and thoughts, faces painted in various hues, no one remembers your face. A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight, awakening my aspirations, softening the years of hard study. A toast to my hometown, a toast to the distant lands, guarding my kindness, urging me to grow. A toast to tomorrow, a toast to the past. A toast to freedom, a toast to death. As the song ended, Fang Chongwen stared blankly at the young man before him, as if he were radiating light. There was no ornate vocabulary, yet it built a complete microcosm of life, using the most everyday imagery. 8 toasts, each dedicated to the morning sun, moonlight, hometown, distant lands, tomorrow, the past, freedom, and death. Each cup sought to awaken a different layer of emotion. The lyrics were meticulously balanced, the artistic conception gradually elevating. You wrote this? Fang Chongwen asked, astonished. Mao Bai pursed his lips, not taking all the credit himself. The melody is mine, but the lyrics are mainly Jiang Han's work, especially the toast part. He guided me. Of course. Melody creation requires inspiration and professional music theory, but lyrics test the author's cultural cultivation and depth. The lyrics of Dispelling Sorrow didn't seem like they were written by a young person. Without certain life experience, one couldn't capture that world weariness and clarity beyond one's years. At this moment, Fang Chongwen was absolutely convinced that Mao Bai would become famous nationwide. The domestic entertainment industry had suffered from traffic-focused stars for too long. It was time for the Chinese music scene to return to its musical essence. As a veteran in the music industry had seen many singers get carried away after becoming famous, so he couldn't help but offer a preemptive warning. Xiao Mao, you must stay grounded. The work itself is our foundation for survival in this circle. Don't look at how many people praise you online now. The same people might curse you if you fall from grace one day. Mao Bai scratched his head. I'm just a nobody. Who would praise me? Tingting noticed Fang Chongwen's confusion and quickly explained. Mr. Fang, he stays in the company all day, doesn't watch the news or follow gossip. He's completely focused on writing and singing. Fang Chongwen suddenly understood. Mao Bai didn't even know his new song had topped the music charts. This kind of dedication was truly commendable. Alright, continue your work. If you need anything, just let me know directly. Mao Bai hesitated, then spoke up cautiously. Mr. Fang, I have a request. Go on, tell me. If I happen to make it to the second round of the talent show, could I invite Brother Jiang Han to come and perform with me? This. Fang Chongwen was at a loss for words. The request was clearly beyond his expectations. If Mao Bai had asked for personnel support or company promotion, he would have readily agreed within his authority. But directly inviting the chairman to perform, Fang Chongwen couldn't make that call. That would depend on Chairman Jiang's wishes. They'll ask him for you later. Okay, thank you. Mao Bai put down the guitar and bowed deeply. He wanted to express his gratitude to Jiang Han in the most sincere way possible. Meanwhile, the impact of Forgetting Time's explosive popularity was still unfolding. Ji Buchang sat in a dark bedroom, a ferocious expression contorting his face as he stared at the computer screen. He hadn't moved from his chair for a full 3 hours. Trash song, pretentious whining. Where did this little fatty come from? Looking like that, and wanting to be a star. Jiang Han's lyrics are crap, and the melody has 0 highlights. Ji Buchang frantically commented and replied under the Weibo super topic, single-handedly battling against the power of Xingyue Media's capital. He was almost moved by his own persistence. The comments and replies were exploding. Every message he posted drew a barrage of attacks from countless fans. You hater'll smash your F. You idiot, why don't you try writing something yourself instead of barking here? Keep talking, and he'll find someone to track you down. What Ji Buchang didn't know was that among those arguing with him were Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao. These two real-life rivals had ironically united on the internet. After listening to Jiang Han's new song, they kept a close eye on online discussions. Amidst the chorus of praise, they suddenly noticed someone spewing nonsense and attacking everyone. So they relentlessly went after Ji Buchang. Sis, you're really fierce when you curse. I love it. Oh, you flatter me. You like this song too. Yeah, it's amazing. Jiang Han is so talented. Wow, I'm not the only one who noticed the songwriter. Truly, gold shines everywhere. We really click. If we ever get the chance to meet, we should definitely have a good chat. Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao were having a delightful conversation in their private messages. No one would have guessed that the person on the other end was the very rival they fought with daily. Lin Yaoyao had no work today, lounging on the bed in a red silk nightgown. She lay on her back, because lying face down was simply uncomfortable given her figure. Clutching her phone, she had just finished a collaborative online spat with a newfound sister, and the thrill of verbally sparring left her in high spirits. The speaker on the bedside table looped a melodious tune. It wasn't the officially released version by Mao Bai, but a rendition sung by Jiang Han that Xia Yutong had shared in their group chat. Beside the speaker sat a tall glass half filled with the remnants of a cocktail. Lin Yaoyao wasn't in the habit of drinking, yet upon learning that Jiang Han was about to buy a house and move out, she inexplicably mixed herself a drink. He feeling a bit tipsy. Just then the sound of the front door opening drifted up from downstairs. Only 2 people knew the entry code to this villa, which meant Jiang Han was back. Lin Yaoyao sprang up from the bed in an instant, the sudden movement intensifying her dizziness. She steadied herself for a moment, then walked toward the living room, her hand brushing along the wall. My boyfriend's back, she cooed, a flirtatious smile blooming on her face flushed crimson under the influence of the alcohol. Even her voice was dripping with sweetness. I scolded some haters online for you. Aren't I amazing? She wobbled unsteadily, pressing herself against Jiang Han, proudly showing off her achievement. You've been drinking? Jiang Han's arm was firmly pressed against by two soft mounds, and amidst the fragrance of her youthful scent, he caught a whiff of alcohol. Just a little. I can hold my liquor, you know. Lin Yaoyao's silk nightgown was loose and soft, clinging to her curves. She leaned against him, her whole body feeling languid. Why are you drinking for no reason? Go upstairs and sleep it off. Lin Yaoyao didn't budge, instead pressing even closer. Her heart was in turmoil. Although she often acted carefree, always talking about having children, she was actually under immense pressure. As a deeply traditional woman, she had to be extremely cautious when choosing a man. It was either a grand gamble that paid off, or a lifetime of solitary misery. She had only one chance, and she could give herself to only one man. Through their time together and her observations, Jiang Han's height and looks met her standards for fathering her children. From the frequency of his nights with Shen Qingning, she could also deduce his robust constitution. Furthermore, his talent for music and his ability to acquire a media company proved his intelligence. In short, he met all the criteria for an ideal partner in terms of physique, appearance, and intellect. Yet one lingering doubt remained. Lin Yaoyao didn't mind a man having multiple partners, but she cared deeply about whether he would truly love her. You could flirt, you could be drawn to other women, but you had to always reserve a place in your heart for her, a special corner of affection. Could Jiang Han do that? She didn't know. Lin Yaoyao barefoot stood on the cold marble floor of the living room. She tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering with 1,000 emotions, her long lashes fluttering slightly, captivating enough to steal one's soul. Her thick, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, radiating a cuteness that belied an undeniable sensuality. Jiang Han felt the warmth against his arm, and after a slight nudge reached a startling conclusion. No, brah. He swallowed hard, wondering what this woman was truly after. Am I pretty? Lin Yaoyao's voice was soft and coquettish, more like a plea than a question. Jiang Han didn't answer directly. You're drunk. I am not. I can hold my liquor better than you, all right. Lin Yaoyao retorted with feigned righteousness, tightening her grip on his arm. I just thought about you moving away soon, and I feel a bit reluctant. Jiang Han was taken aback. Did Xiao tell you? She said you've already shortlisted 5 or 6 houses and are going to see them in the next couple of days. Jiang Han turned to face her, placing his hands on her shoulders, then gently tilting her chin up with his finger. In her eyes he saw a longing, confusion, and even a hint of conflicting emotions. You don't want me to leave? Jiang Han echoed her earlier words. A little. You haven't answered my question. Am I pretty? Jiang Han took a half step back, his gaze sweeping over her from head to toe. She possessed striking feminine features that were impossible to forget once seen. Beautiful. Jiang Han answered truthfully. The attraction to a full figure was an instinct etched into a man's genes. Do you want to see? Jiang Han was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he looking at her right now? Did she mean seeing her without any reservations? Following his gaze, Lin Yaoyao grabbed the hem of her nightgown, twirled it gracefully, and spun around twice. The silk skirt traced a perfect arc in the air, brushing lightly against Jiang Han's cheek and releasing an intoxicating fragrance. His breath quickened, his heart thumping wildly. I'm a scumbag. I've never hidden my flaws from women. But you all just have to challenge me. It's so hard being me. Jiang Han stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Lin Yaoyao's waist. Are we still boyfriend and girlfriend? Startled by the sudden embrace, Lin Yaoyao's chest heaved rapidly. Yes, my status on moments is still up. Her voice was soft, yet every word was clear. The vocal training of a voice actress was indeed impressive. At that moment, Jiang Han had no time to praise her professional skills. He lowered his head and kissed her pink, glossy lips. Lin Yaoyao's lips were delicate and soft, carrying the lingering sweetness of the cocktail. His hands were not idle, either, naturally encircling her slender waist. The term curvaceous did not exaggerate Lin Yaoyao's figure in the slightest. Her waist appeared exceptionally slim, accentuated by her generous bust and pert derriere. Then Jiang Han continued to hold her with one arm, while freeing his other hand. His hand wandered from her waist. It was time to verify the voice actress' real assets. Jiang Han couldn't kiss without using his hands. It was as natural as holding the steering wheel while driving. Lin Yaoyao, dizzy from the kiss, instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head back to eagerly meet his embrace. For a fleeting second, she yearned to ask Jiang Han if he truly liked her. The kind of genuine affection, not a hollow reply. But the thought was quickly swept away by the warmth of his lips and the pressure of his touch. Lin Yaoyao was breathless. The kiss lasted for a long time, moving from the center of the living room to a corner against the wall. When they finally parted, Lin Yaoyao clung tightly to Jiang Han's chest, burying her head deep within. Time seemed to stand still. After a long while, Jiang Han felt her breathing inside his embrace become calm and steady. He glanced down out of the corner of his eye. The drunk Lin Yaoyao had quietly drifted off to sleep. He spat in self-disgust. I really am an Jiang Han cradled Lin Yaoyao's neck and waist, gently lifting her into his arms. The young woman pursed her lips slightly, her eyelashes fluttering faintly, yet she did not wake. Instead, she nestled closer to his chest, resting like a tranquil fawn in slumber. Jiang Han took the elevator to the master bedroom on the 4th floor, laid Lin Yaoyao securely on the bed, and tucked her in. He might be a scoundrel, but he wouldn't take advantage of a drunken woman. Such matters must be conducted while both parties were sober and consenting. Otherwise the woman might accuse him of assault the next day, and he couldn't escape the consequences. Being a scoundrel only violated morality and invited a few harsh words. Taking advantage of a drunk could indeed be illegal. That said, Lin Yaoyao's body was remarkably soft, fair and supple and fair. The preliminary inspection had confirmed her genuine quality, and the next step would be a thorough investigation. Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel that since parting with Shen Qingning, both his career and his romantic fortune had flourished. His life during this period was more vibrant and colorful than the past decade combined. Bank presidents, law firm directors, one social elite after another had become his subordinates. Shen Qingning and Qiu Xiao had fulfilled all his masculine desires and delightful experiences. Now, even Lin Yaoyao, who was only pretending to be his girlfriend, had nearly lost herself to intoxication. Beyond that, the various beauties he encountered daily, whether the company's young secretaries or the saleswomen, all lowered their postures before him, serving him with utmost respect and deference. This was how a man should live. Subsequently, Jiang Han leaned back on the bed and picked up his phone. After returning in the evening, he had been preoccupied with Lin Yaoyao and hadn't had a chance to check his WeChat messages. The screen displayed numerous unread messages. Jiang Han opened Fang Chongwen's chat first, prioritizing business before women. Chairman Zhang, the first episode of Tomorrow's Star has aired. Mao Bai advanced smoothly, and the song has received excellent feedback. Video link. Jiang Han tapped the link, watching Mao's soulful performance on screen, and in the post-performance interview, he lavishly praised Jiang Han. He declared his gratitude to brother Jiang Han for the gift of a second chance, vowing to dedicate eliminating sorrow to him, hoping to dissolve all his lifelong worries. He repeatedly emphasized that Jiang Han had written the lyrics. Kid, your path is widening. Fang Chongwen's second message mentioned Mao Bai's hope to invite Jiang Han for a live duet performance. Jiang Han hesitated briefly before agreeing. On one hand, it fulfilled Mao's expectations. On the other, the company's boss appearing on the show would generate substantial buzz. And buzz translated to traffic, which could further fuel the momentum. After replying to Fang Chongwen's messages, Jiang Han turned his attention to the women's messages. Qiu Xiao informed him that the property viewing appointment had been set for the next day. Jiang Han replied. Another message came from Xiao Xiao, which surprised him. Apart from the night of the gathering, they rarely had any contact. His impression of her remained that of a mischievous little girl. Hey, Chairman, are you asleep? Cute cat peeking emoji. Not yet. Xiao Xiao replied swiftly. I watched your company's signed singer on the variety show, and he said he wants to invite you to sing with him. Are you going? Jiang Han couldn't fathom her intentions and said casually, I'll go. Why wouldn't I seize a free opportunity to promote the company? Wow. I'll tell the other sisters we'll come cheer for you. Jiang Han. So this was her game. She wanted to gather all the women in one place and stir up trouble. It's settled then, Chairman Jiang, good night. The young woman ended the conversation immediately, fearing he might change his mind. Jiang Han shook his head with a wry smile. Just then another notification popped up. It was Xia Yutong. Jiang Han, I watched the show. Another one. Why hadn't he noticed their interest in music variety shows before? Before Jiang Han could reply, the chat window persistently flashed the typing indicator. Moments later, a photo arrived. From the background, Xia Yutong was lying on her bed, wearing a milky white camisole nightgown. Her face wasn't visible. The camera focused instead on her lower legs. The taut lines of her legs led to perfectly proportioned ankles. Her delicate joints were exquisite without any awkward prominence. Further down, the tips of her upturned feet were subtly revealed. Fulfilling our bet. Xia Yutong added. Whoa. Jiang Han couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The image was slightly blurred, yet he could still discern that Xia Yutong's feet were extraordinary. Exquisitely small and adorable. We agreed, I'd only look at your feet. Why include your calves? What do you take me for? Please immediately adjust the camera and retake the photo. I must conduct a serious critique. At Sherdai Jiguang Residential Complex, in the sprawling flat. Xia Yutong stared at her chat with Jiang Han reading his reply and pouted in annoyance. What a pervert. He clearly harbored a twisted fascination, yet he insisted on making excuses and shifting all the blame onto her. It instantly dispelled the shyness Shed felt about sending the photo. Xia Yutong had returned home that evening and watched the live broadcast of Tomorrow's Star. When Mao Bai finished his performance, the camera panned across the audience, and she saw many women with red-rimmed eyes. At that moment, Xia Yutong knew she had lost the bet. As a legal professional who honored her word, she agonized for a long time before summoning the courage to take a photo. But Jiang Han had the audacity to push for more. Xia Yutong sat up, gazing at her feet, fair, delicate, with big toes painted in red polish, and her heart raced faster. Were they really that attractive? She crossed her legs and squeezed her plump, rounded toes, watching all 5 flex open and close. Yet her mind drifted to the image of Jiang Han assigning tasks to his subordinates at Xingyue Media, mature and composed, stern and commanding, radiating authority. Unconsciously, Xia Yutong picked up her phone again. She instinctively angled the camera. Click, click. I am a lawyer. I am a legal professional. Honoring agreements and fulfilling obligations is central to my professional integrity. Blushing, Xia Yutong bit her lip and tapped the add photo icon. She selected 3 photos from different angles and sent them. Then with a muffled groan she dove under the covers, wrapping herself completely. Eep. Wog. Jiang Han is so wicked. Bikui Manor Villa. After teasing Xia Yutong, Jiang Han browsed entertainment news to gauge the market's reaction to the new song Eliminating Sorrow. He immediately contacted Fang Chongwen, instructing him to have Mao Bai record a single as soon as possible to be the lead track of his debut album. He needed to capitalize on the show's popularity and fuel the rising momentum. Suddenly 3 consecutive message notifications sounded. Jiang Han opened the images and swiped through them. The iPhone's high-definition camera rendered every pore clearly visible. The size 35 lotus-like jade feet were laid bare before him. Jiang Han stared at the screen, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, a deepening smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The photos must have been filtered. He'd definitely have to find an opportunity to critique them in person. Early the next morning, when Lin Yaoyao arrived at the living room with sleepy eyes, she saw Jiang Han wearing an apron preparing breakfast in the open kitchen. Due to the alcohol, she woke up parched and dry. Only after gulping down a full glass of warm water did she feel somewhat relieved. In her hazy memories, Lin Yaoyao vaguely recalled that Jiang Han had kissed her last night. The kind of kissing and touching. My first kiss. Stolen so easily. I'm no longer pure. Upon waking, the first thing she did was instinctively tug at her underwear. Thankfully, it was still on her. Aside from some stains, there were no red marks on her underwear or the sheets. This made her heave a sigh of relief. Jiang Han was at least a decent man, not taking advantage of her vulnerability. A traditional lady of virtue would be scorned if she lost her chastity without clarity. Lin Yaoyao walked to the refrigerator and poured a glass of fresh milk. You're awake. How did you sleep last night? Jiang Han heard the sound and greeted her. The sudden voice startled Lin Yaoyao. Pretty good, she stammered, her voice weak with guilt. After last night's experiment, Lin Yaoyao realized that her theoretical knowledge and practical skills were severely out of sync. She had boasted about being a traditional woman and promoting Chinese virtues, but when it came to execution, she couldn't do a thing. It was truly agonizing. If she remembered correctly, when Jiang Han pressed his lips to hers, she had clenched her teeth nervously. In the end, he forced them open with sheer power. Indeed, he was a scoundrel who had slept with Shen Qingning and Qiu Xiao. His moves were mature and experienced. In his hands, she felt like a little rabbit being toyed with. Literally pinched, it hurt. Lin Yaoyao sat at the dining table, picked up 2 glasses, and filled them with fresh milk. Soon Jiang Han brought over the prepared breakfast. 4 sunny-side-up eggs, 5 steamed meat buns, 2 bowls of rice porridge, and a plate of spicy shredded potatoes as a side dish. Eat up before it gets cold, Jiang Han said, placing the bowls and chopsticks in front of Lin Yaoyao. Then he grabbed a soft, white, and fluffy bun with one hand and picked up a glass with the other. He ate and drank without ceremony, leaving a noticeable ring of milk residue around his mouth as he devoured the food. Lin Yaoyao took a few bites as well. It tasted good. The sunny-side-up eggs were cooked to perfection, rich with egg aroma. The surface was crispy while the inside was soft and tender. She hadn't expected him to know how to cook. Lin Yaoyao was slightly surprised at Jiang Han's culinary skills. But then she recalled that he had taken care of Shen Qingning for so long, so his various life skills were certainly maxed out. Another plus point for being a good father. Lin Yaoyao ate absent-mindedly and hesitated for a long time before finally mustering the courage to ask, Jiang Han, why did you kiss me last night? Jiang Han wiped his lips, thinking she had brought up the very topic he wanted to avoid. He had deliberately steered clear of it, but Lin Yaoyao had bluntly asked. Because you're beautiful. Baby-faced, big chest, fair skin, and a great figure. Jiang Han didn't hide anything, speaking with both sincerity and frankness. After the breakup, he lost the ability to love only one person, but gained the talent of loving every woman equally. He was especially eager to experience Lin Yaoyao's traditional theory. Upon hearing Jiang Han's straightforward truth, Lin Yaoyao burst into laughter. Are all men like this? Jiang Han nodded firmly. Not 100, but at least 99 of men react the same way when they see a beautiful woman. If you say you bear the task of preserving culture, then we men shoulder the burden of continuing human civilization. Men are not lascivious. We carry heavy responsibilities on our shoulders. We really toil under this burden. Jiang Han spoke with righteous nonsense, leaving Lin Yaoyao dumbfounded. But he was on a roll and didn't stop. The lower head controls the upper head, so we can pass on the generations. The day the upper head takes over, no one will bear children. At the word children, Lin Yaoyao tensed up as if triggered by a safety word. Was it really that serious? No babies at all? Jiang Han had completely derailed the conversation about why kissing was necessary. But everything he said came from experience. In his past life, many men from neighboring countries had awakened and completely given up. The lower head no longer controlled the upper head, and smart intelligence reclaimed the high ground. Eventually, many men who didn't date, marry, or have children appeared. That won't do. Babies are so cute. Lin Yaoyao said seriously. Alright, as long as you understand. He'll leave the dishes to you. I'm going out to look at houses. Jiang Han saw that the topic had been successfully diverted and prepared to make his escape. Are you moving out once you buy a house? Yeah, it's not right to keep staying at your place. Then, can I come over? Lin Yaoyao asked tentatively. Of course. You've hosted me for so long. My home is your home. They'll set up your fingerprint later. With the affirmative answer, Lin Yaoyao's frown relaxed, and she happily began clearing the tableware. At 10 a.m., Jiang Han drove the Maybach to Yunqi Villa. Qiu Xiao was already waiting at the entrance. She was wearing a fresh light-colored dress made of beige cotton linen fabric. The hem reached her knees, the collar was a small square neckline, and the sleeves were designed in a lantern style. Paired with white canvas shoes on her feet, her entire demeanor exuded girlish charm. With a selfish motive, Qiu Xiao deliberately chose not to wear her work clothes, but instead carefully dressed in a homey outfit. After all, this was the first time in her life she was going house hunting with a man. She wanted to create a sense of home from the very selection stage. When Jiang Han stepped out of the car, Qiu Xiao ran over quickly, threw herself into his arms, lifted her head, and offered a sweet kiss. These past few days she had been busy surveying properties in Jingzhou City. Not being able to stay with Jiang Han had filled her heart with longing. After a long while, Qiu Xiao reluctantly released her arms from around his neck and instead linked her arm with his. Looking around, the community consisted either of row houses with 3 connected units or small standalone villas with their own yards. Yunqi Villa is a high-end residential project by Green City Real Estate in Jingzhou. It faces the lake in front and backs onto the mountains with 5 level scenic areas on both sides. Qiu Xiao had done her homework and introduced the property information as they walked. Because it's near the scenic area, the air is rich in negative oxygen ions known as a natural oxygen bar, and the marketing emphasizes the natural environment. Jiang Han followed Qiu Xiao's direction, taking in the surrounding scenery. Taking a deep breath, he could clearly feel the air passing through his nose. Refreshing, neither dry nor stuffy, carrying a cool, clean sensation. The two strolled slowly through the villa area like a young couple on a spring outing. Meanwhile, at Biqui Manor, after finishing the breakfast dishes, Lin Yaoyao immediately began packing her luggage. She packed 3 oversized suitcases and 2 storage bags, stuffing all her daily clothes, cosmetics, and toiletries inside. Jiang Han thought her mention of the new house meant just a visit, but Lin Yaoyao interpreted it as moving in. From taking in a man to going to a man, what an unexpected delight. Listening to Qiu Xiao's introduction, Jiang Han soon arrived at their destination. They were in the exclusive villa district of Yunqi Villa Estate. More precisely, these were ultra-high-end residences individually designed to harmonize with the surrounding terrain. They were not merely monotonous rows of identical houses. Each house occupied a different plot size, and the one they were viewing stood out even among the villas. The two could have driven straight in, but chose to walk to better observe the estate's environment. As they reached the courtyard gate, the silver-gray electric doors slowly opened, revealing the unique manor within. A modern-styled villa came into view. 4 stories tall, its gray-white exterior was clad entirely in marble, presenting an image of minimalist grandeur. As the gate opened, several people emerged from inside to greet them. Mr. Zhang, had I known you were walking over, I would have come to receive you personally, a middle-aged man in a suit said, stepping forward to greet him. Qiu Xiao, who had been here before, whispered to Jiang Han. He is Sun Yinglong, the sales director of Greentown Real Estate. Jiang Han shook the offered hand and replied with a smile. You are too kind, Director Sun. I was drawn in by the scenery and fancied a stroll. Of course. The air quality in this forest oxygen bar is unparalleled. Sun Yinglong's face was wreathed in smiles, his demeanor radiating a certain worldly savvy. It is an honor for Greentown Real Estate to host a successful individual like you. He walked to Jiang Han's right, gesturing with his eyes for the 2 saleswomen to lead the way ahead. Mr. Jiang, shall we begin our tour from the entrance? Sun Yinglong made a welcoming gesture. Jiang Han nodded. The 2 saleswomen walking ahead were around 1.7 meters tall, dressed in the typical black and white sales attire, fitted white short-sleeved shirts, black pencil skirts, paired with black stockings and high heels. To persuade a client to part with their money, one must provide comprehensive emotional value, naturally, including one's presentation. Mr. Jiang, you can drive directly in. The courtyard has 5 parking spots, each equipped with a charging station, one saleswoman said, pointing to the parking area on the left. The courtyard features rockeries and a stream designed by professional landscapers following the principles of classical Suzhou garden design. Over on the right side, we've built a wooden pavilion where you can admire the flowers, enjoy tea, or host guests in your leisure time. Soon they crossed the central atrium, catching the fresh fragrance of the greenery. Mr. Jiang, we've transplanted many flowers and an expansive lawn in the yard. We provide lifetime pruning and maintenance services. Jiang Han gave a slight nod, noting that this villa had a larger footprint than Biqui Manor. Much more thought had been invested in the courtyard's design and renovation. Privacy was heavily emphasized with generous spacing between the buildings. Unlike the residences of Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao, which were separated only by a narrow asphalt road. Xiao Xiao walked quietly beside Jiang Han, neither speaking nor offering opinions. She was well aware that despite being his girlfriend, she had no right to influence his decisions. With a transaction price exceeding 10 million, his preference must take precedence. She couldn't view things merely from a woman's perspective. Of course, she was deeply enamored with the villa herself. The courtyard alone was vastly larger than her current residence. Had it not been for Jiang Han, she wouldn't even dare to dream of living here. Sun Yinglong, judging that the exterior tour was complete, suggested, "Mr. Jiang, shall we take a look inside?" "All right. Please, after you." The saleswoman entered the security code, and the two of them pulled the heavy doors open from either side. They bowed slightly respectfully, ushering Jiang Han inside first. The motion sensor lights in the entryway foyer flickered to life, welcoming the guests. "Mr. Jiang, all the interior fixtures you see are from renowned domestic brands, including natural stone and solid wood flooring," Sun Yinglong added. "Greentown Real Estate never blindly worships foreign imports. When it comes to craftsmanship, our country is the best." They passed through the foyer and entered the ground floor hall. The living room boasted a double-height ceiling nearly 10 meters high, devoid of the oppressive feeling common in smaller units. Jiang Han looked up to see a luxurious crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling by metal chains. Hundreds of crystal facets refracted the light, dazzling to the eye. The interior color palette relied heavily on black, white, and gray, creating a minimalist and modern style. To temper the coolness of the scheme, warmer accents had been incorporated into the soft furnishings. A brown leather sofa with its fine and supple texture spanned the center of the living room. The TV feature wall was clad in solid wood panels, lending a warm and cozy feel. Lush indoor plants adorned both sides. On the other side of the living room lay the dining area, separated by an oversized floor-to-ceiling aquarium. The dining room and kitchen were open-plan, featuring a long rectangular solid wood table capable of seating over a dozen people. It could double as a tea bar. "Mr. Jiang, all home appliances are fully installed. Besides the usual TV, air conditioning, and refrigerator, the kitchen is equipped with ovens, dishwashers, and everything else you might need. It can fully meet your wife's daily cooking needs." Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up at the saleswoman's address. "Wife. Oh, haha, keep talking, please." "And Mrs. Jiang." Her cheeks flushed with a rosy glow, and her body pressed against Jiang Han's arm visibly softened. Jiang Han's left arm encircled Xiao Xiao's slender waist. Stealing a moment when no one was looking, he let his hand drift down and gave her a playful pat on her rear. "MH." A soft, barely audible gasp reached his ear, tingly sweet and pleasant to hear. The saleswoman, oblivious to the flirtation behind her, finished the tour of the living room and prepared to lead them to the indoor elevator. "Mr. Jiang, the lower ground floor is equipped with a private gym, massage room, wine cellar, and storage. Would you prefer to see that first or head upstairs?" "Let's go upstairs." "Certainly, Mr. Jiang." The saleswoman pressed the corresponding button. On the second floor, following the guide's lead, they toured the leisure areas, including a media room, study tea room, and a gaming room. "Mr. Jiang, this room is currently vacant, allowing the future owner to customize the layout according to their preferences." Jiang Han thought for a moment, considering it could serve as a recording studio. He had already gained a preliminary understanding of common music production software and equipment. With his vast repertoire of Chinese music, he could create popular songs at any time. The entire villa is equipped with a high-end fresh air system that monitors indoor air quality around the clock, she continued. "It ensures that even if you smoke or enjoy a cigar indoors, it won't affect the health of your future children." Xiao Xiao leaned against Jiang Han's shoulder, mentally praising the saleswoman to the skies. Not only did she use the term Mrs. Jiang, but she also thought about their future children. Finally, they reached the third floor. This level housed the villa's bedrooms, including the master suite, children's rooms, a walk-in closet, and 3 guest rooms. In the master bedroom, a luxurious 3-meter-wide bed dominated the space. It featured a leather headboard, a custom-made mattress, and silk quilts wrapped in dust covers, all promising to safeguard the owner's nights. As Jiang Han listened to the saleswoman's introduction, he pinched Xiao Xiao's waist. She shivered, her body writhing with a slick, slippery motion. Xiao Xiao understood perfectly well. This was probably the place she'd be spending a lot more time in the future. The beautiful saleswoman focused the third-floor tour on the master bedroom, elaborating on its interior layout and key features. "Mr. Jiang, the master bedroom features floor-to-ceiling glass windows facing south, ensuring abundant sunlight. The view is expansive with no obstructions, offering a clear sight of the lake scenery." The saleswoman pulled open the wardrobe, revealing a hidden walk-in closet. "Mr. Jiang, you and your wife's seasonal attire can all be hung in here. This is the bathroom. Please follow me." The bathroom was adorned with dark marble tiles, a large circular bathtub standing prominently in the center. It could comfortably fit at least 5 people. The vanity and shower area were separated into wet and dry zones with black tiles covering the countertop. Besides the makeup mirror, a full-length mirror hung on the interior wall. Jiang Han quietly commended the designer for placing a large mirror right in front of the bathtub. What an absolute genius. One couldn't conceive such an idea without years of experience in certain films. Subsequently, they passed through the remaining bedrooms in turn. Except for one guest room, all had en-suite bathrooms. Finally, they reached the 4th floor. The ceiling height was generous with low meditation cushions, bean bags, and minimalist side tables placed in the corners. Mr. Jiang, the top floor's purpose hasn't been determined, yet we've only done some basic hard furnishing. You can renovate it according to your needs. Outside, it connected to a vast open-air viewing terrace. It was furnished with rattan tables and chairs along with numerous lush ornamental potted plants. After the general tour concluded, the group returned to the living room. Jiang Han and Xiao Xiao sat on the sofa, while Shen Qingning and the saleswoman stood respectfully before them. Mr. Jiang, how do you find it? We have several other units vacant in the villa area. Oh, would you like to see them? Jiang Han turned to ask Xiao Xiao for her opinion, which flattered the young woman. Me? I don't know. She shook her head repeatedly. Just tell me if you like it or not. Xiao Xiao responded flustered. Anything you like I like. Wherever you are I'll follow. The bond between you and your wife is truly enviable, haha. Shen Qingning seized the opportunity to flatter. Jiang Han smiled and cut to the chase. Alright, what's the price? Though his expression showed concern over the price, he had already resolved to purchase it. Currently, the real estate market on Blue Star had experienced a period of growth and was now in a consolidation phase. Many experts predicted an inflection point soon, leading to a downturn. But Jiang Han knew the bigger picture was yet to come. Even though villas as high-end properties had poor market liquidity, buying now still guaranteed at least a 100% profit margin. Seeing that the client was discussing price upon the first viewing, Shen Qingning sensed his interest, and a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. He picked up the tea from the coffee table and offered it over. Mr. Jiang, since you're sincerely looking to buy, I won't quote you a vague price. You must be well aware of the quality and service of Yunqi Villa Estate. The market price for this property is 30 million. We will provide long-term housekeeping, garden maintenance, and comprehensive upkeep. Hearing the price, Jiang Han calculated silently. Jingzhou was a top-tier national city with a long-term population influx. Yunqi Villa Estate was currently in the suburbs, but with urban expansion, it was destined to become the city center in the future. This was like getting a villa in the city center for under 100 million. How is this different from getting free money? Jiang Han was thrilled internally, but his face remained impassive, even frowning slightly. Shen Qingning keenly caught the expression on his face and immediately softened his stance. Mr. Jiang, if you truly like it, the price is negotiable. After all, it was the company's profit that would decrease. The sales commission was his own. Jiang Han looked at Xiao Xiao again. Before he could even speak, the young woman shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Her expression seemed to plead, don't ask me. Jiang Han was amused by her cuteness. 28 million final offer. If that works, we sign the contract. He wielded his bargaining power, slashing off 2 million. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but gasp. The amount he just negotiated off was enough for her to buy a small high-rise apartment. This? Shen Qingning hesitated. The sales commission for ordinary residential properties at Greentown Real Estate ranged from 0.3 to 1.2, but for high-end villas it reached 2. This meant a loss of 4,000 in commission. Xiao, you had appointments with other listings, right? Jiang Han deliberately squeezed Xiao Xiao's shoulder and asked. The young woman caught on quickly. Yes, 7 or 8 properties. One owner has been calling, urging us to come over. Although Xiao Xiao was a private banking manager earning around 2,000 annually, saving her husband 2 million would be equivalent to 10 years of her salary. Just then her phone buzzed with a message notification. Xiao Xiao took out her phone, looked at the balance reminder on the screen, and said, Honey, they're urging us again. Maybe we should go take a look first and decide later. No, 28 million is fine. Shall you get the contract for Mr. Jiang? Shen Qingning panicked. A smaller commission was better than none at all. In the current market, few could afford such a property, and finding a buyer who liked it was pure luck. He couldn't let a competitor steal this deal. Jiang Han took the paper contract and glanced over it. Do you have an electronic version? I'd like to send it to a friend for review. Yes, Mr. Jiang, one moment please. The saleswoman, named Xiaoya, bent down, crouching in front of Jiang Han. May I add you on WeChat? He'll scan your code. She used sending the file as an excuse to add him as a friend, overjoyed at the opportunity. Even if she couldn't land a wealthy man, a little extra benefit from his circle would be enough. Jiang Han received the electronic contract and forwarded it to Xia Yutong. Buying a house. Check if there are any issues. Quickly waiting to sign. At that moment, Xia Yutong, sitting in the chairman's assistant office, was bored and flipping through various company documents. Since she was a lawyer for Juanhe and her personnel file wasn't with Xingyue Media, no one assigned her work. Xia Yutong opened the chat window and could still see Jiang Han's previous comment about her feet. Oh dear. She let out a coy exclamation as unpleasant memories resurfaced. She quickly downloaded the PDF and sent several messages in succession, pushing the earlier embarrassing conversation out of sight. Received. Chairman Jiang. He'll review it right away. He'll make sure everything is perfect. Salute emoji, attention emoji, cute pout emoji. Jiang Han sent one contract, and his phone vibrated incessantly. He glanced at the messages. All useless chatter. She must be on her period. Jiang Han's actions undoubtedly earned him more respect from Shen Qingning. The wealthy earn their money for a reason. While waiting for the response, the beautiful saleswoman frequently refilled his tea, topping it up the moment he took a sip. 20 minutes later, Xia Yutong gave the all-clear. Jiang Han put down his teacup. Let's sign. After he signed, Shen Qingning brought out the prepared company seal and stamped it in the seller's section. With the 28 million deal finalized, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Can we move in today? Jiang Han asked. Of course. You can move in first, and we'll arrange for someone to assist you with the property transfer procedures later. Qiu Xiao watched the buyer and seller complete the signing, covering her mouth in excitement. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. In Jingzhou, she finally had a home. Jiang Han made his decision on the spot. They would move today. Shen Qingning, upon hearing this, offered his congratulations in succession. Allow me to extend my best wishes for your new residence in advance, President Jiang. Would you require our moving services? Jiang Han pondered for a moment. He didn't have much luggage himself, but he couldn't say the same for Qiu Xiao. All right, I'll need you to make stops at 2 locations. A beaming smile spread across Shen Qingling's face. It's no trouble at all. It's an honor to serve you, President Jiang. Meanwhile, the transfer for the property payment had been completed, and Jiang Han took the bank card handed over by the saleswoman. Qiu Xiao, still basking in her joy, snapped back to reality and glanced at the notifications on her phone. The China Merchants Bank app, with impeccable timing, alerted her about a significant outflow of funds from a client, urging her to review the details promptly and maintain stable average daily deposits. As a bank account manager, an outflow of funds from her managed accounts should have caused her anxiety, as it directly impacted her performance review. But as Jiang Han's woman, she was overjoyed. Metrics and targets. To hell with them. Shen Qingning proved to be highly efficient, quickly arranging a moving company that partnered with Greentown. Without lingering, Jiang Han took Qiu Xiao's hand and returned to the Maybach. He led the way, followed closely by a medium-sized truck. 20 minutes later, both vehicles arrived at Bicui Manor. As Jiang Han stepped into the villa, he saw the living room floor neatly stacked with suitcases and packing bags. He wondered if Lin Yaoyao was that eager to see him leave. But upon closer inspection, he realized his luggage wasn't nearly this much. President Jiang, should we load all of these? 3 men in blue work uniforms stood before him, waiting for his confirmation on what needed to be moved. Wait, hold on a moment. Just as Jiang Han was about to head upstairs to ask Lin Yaoyao, the indoor elevator door slid open. Lin Yaoyao emerged, clutching 2 giant plush toys nearly as tall as herself, wedged in the elevator, trying to find the right angle to get out. Phew. Finally done packing. A crisp, youthful voice chimed from behind the toys, and Lin Yaoyao's head popped out, her twin tails bouncing. Jiang Han, you're back. I'm all ready. Qiu Xiao looked back and forth between the two, utterly confused by the situation. Wasn't this supposed to be about moving her man out? Why was her best friend frantically packing her own things? Jiang Han teased. What's the matter, Miss Lin? Am I leaving, and you can't bear to stay in the villa anymore? He assumed Lin Yaoyao had only been living at Bicui Manor to spite Shen Qingning. Now that he was moving out, she had lost her motivation and was preparing to leave as well. But you already agreed. The young girl set down the plush toys, panting heavily. Having been doing physical labor, her chest heaved with each breath. Jiang Han was puzzled. Agreed to what? To stay at your new place? I've been packing non-stop until now. A man must keep his word. Lin Yaoyao placed her hands on her hips, clearly displeased with his questioning. Didn't I ask you this morning if I could come over? You said yes, and even mentioned you'd register my fingerprint for the lock. Jiang Han pinched his chin, thinking this was quite a predicament. He had thought she meant a casual visit, not cohabitation. Sister Yaoyao, you have to vouch for me. Seeing Jiang Han's hesitation, Lin Yaoyao ran over to Qiu Xiao, wrapped her arms around hers, and shook it vigorously. Sister Yaoyao, you're the primary one, always the primary. Shouldn't the eldest sister help her younger sister? Lin Yaoyao, with her top-tier voice acting skills, pulled out all the stops, acting cute and adorable. She lavished Qiu Xiao with praise, placing her on a high pedestal and pleasing her immensely. In her relationship with Jiang Han, Qiu Xiao often felt she held the lower position, but now being treated as the rightful wife by her best friend gave her a secret thrill. Sister Yaoyao, last night, when you weren't here, Jiang Han, Fine, you have to go. Jiang Han quickly interrupted her spell. You there, hurry up and load the luggage onto the truck, don't leave anything behind. If he didn't agree, Lin Yaoyao would surely start talking about how he kissed her, how he touched her. Jiang Han cleared his throat twice. Xiao, when I broke up with Shen Qingning and had nowhere to stay, Yaoyao took me in. I'm a grateful person, so. Qiu Xiao offered a gentle smile. Honey, you don't need to explain. I told you when we got together, as long as you have a place for me in your heart, I'm content. As for everything else, do as you wish. I'll always support your decisions. Jiang Han was taken aback for a moment. A woman's love-struck mind was truly formidable. He should definitely encourage this. Best if combined with Lin Yaoyao's traditional theories. After dealing with the two women, Jiang Han led one of the movers to the upstairs bedroom. He didn't have many belongings, just some everyday clothes. The movers confirmed all the items to be taken and began working with focused urgency. The sounds of rolling suitcases and shifting boxes shattered the tranquility of Bikui Manor. Shen Qingning, lying in bed in her room, was disturbed by the noise outside the window. What's all this commotion in the middle of the day? Doesn't the property management do anything? She muttered as she walked onto the open balcony and saw Jiang Han and her two best friends standing in the middle of the road below. The truck beside them was emblazoned with the words, "Local Moving." The packed luggage was being loaded into the cargo hold by the middle-aged men. Shen Qingning's first thought was, has Jiang Han finally broken up with Lin Yaoyao? After all, he was dating Xiao Xiao now, so it was time for him to move out. Then she saw the movers load two enormous plush toys into dust-proof bags. A snow-white bunny and a brown teddy bear. Those were definitely not Jiang Han's. She then noticed Lin Yaoyao's attire. She had changed into a pink one-piece dress, wore white cotton knee-highs, and had a backpack slung over her shoulder. This was clearly not a farewell, but a sign that she was also heading out. Boom. A sense of dread flooded Shen Qingning's mind. Even though she had accepted the fact that Jiang Han had started a new relationship, becoming a couple with Xiao Xiao, and had come to terms with the fact that the only value she could offer him now was her body, Shen Qingning could not accept a new competitor appearing by Jiang Han's side. If they ever broke up, she had to be the one to take his place. Lin Yaoyao, what are you doing? Shen Qingning stood on the balcony and yelled down at them. Her exclamation caused the three of them to look up simultaneously. Seeing Shen Qingning's flustered and furious state, Lin Yaoyao could barely contain her excitement. She had been standing next to Jiang Han and Xiao Xiao, not acting overly intimate. But Shen Qingning's shouts stirred her competitive instincts. Lin Yaoyao circled around to Jiang Han's left, took his left hand, and wrapped it around her waist, then raised her head with a beaming smile. Dear neighbor, I'm moving away. I won't get to see you stumbling along the wall anymore. You. Shen Qingning was so angry her neck turned red, and she was at a loss for words. Where are you going? Lin Yaoyao pressed herself even closer to Jiang Han. Why, I'm going to live with my boyfriend. Boom. Shen Qingning's head throbbed with a buzzing sound. She couldn't understand how Lin Yaoyao could so brazenly utter the word cohabitation right in front of Xiao Xiao, while she herself could only be secretly and roughly taken from behind in the shadows. Shen Qingning leaned trembling against the balcony railing, barely able to stand upright. Her gaze was fixed on the three figures below. Xiao Xiao had her arm linked with Jiang Han's, showing little reaction to the wildly rebellious words just spoken. Lin Yaoyao, that little vixen, was pressing herself against Jiang Han, writhing feverishly. Xiao Xiao, aren't you going to stop her? She's moving in with your boyfriend. Do you even understand what that means? Shen Qingning screamed until her voice cracked, desperate to leap down and slap Lin Yaoyao across the face. But her cries went unnoticed. Lin Yaoyao only twisted more brazenly, her chest shamelessly rubbing against Jiang Han's arm. Xiao Xiao, in contrast, kept a serene smile, her face showing only the joy of moving. Yaoyao, wake up. Xiao Xiao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Shen Qingning, today, I'm moving into my new home. Please don't cause trouble. Cause trouble. I'm doing this for you. What's wrong with me living with my good sister? Jiang Han has already agreed. Hearing this, Shen Qingning nearly lost her grip on the railing. She was furious. In looks and figure, she was no less than either woman below. In terms of true capability and playfulness, she refused to believe any woman could be more entertaining than her. The night she proposed to break up, the late-night rendezvous, the time Jiang Han came for his computer. He played harder each time, his ideas growing more numerous. She had endured it all. Her sacrifices far exceeded anyone else's. It was one thing for Jiang Han to live with Xiao Xiao. It was mutual and legitimate. But what was Lin Yaoyao? Trying to turn pretense into reality? Or had they already crossed that line? Shen Qingning's chest tightened with panic, her heart racing. When Jiang Han lived across from her, the intervals between his visits grew longer. If he moved away, would she ever see him again? She was terrified. She didn't ask for the same treatment as Xiao Xiao. She had long accepted her identity as an ex-girlfriend, a sinner who had made grave mistakes. So if Jiang Han only wanted her body, she would give it. She only wanted to outdo Lin Yaoyao. Was that too much to ask? Shen Qingning forced herself upright. Jiang Han, let me move in with you too. I'll come downstairs right now, no luggage, no delay. With that, she steadied herself against the wall, ready to go downstairs. No need. Jiang Han's voice was soft, but to Shen Qingning it struck like thunder. Her face drained of color, all strength gone from her body. Bang! The moving workers slammed the truck's cargo door, shut, the sound echoing. Mr. Jiang, everything's loaded. Shall we head off? Let's go. With Jiang Han's reply, the truck's engine roared to life, heading toward the estate entrance. Jiang Han and Xiao Xiao climbed into the Maybach, while Lin Yaoyao followed in her Ferrari. A world where only Shen Qingning was hurt dawned. Overwhelmed by the dual pressure of body and soul, she collapsed onto the ground. The marble tiles on the balcony were icy cold, yet not as cold as her heart. Jiang Han, why must you punish me so cruelly? Sob. Breaking up was my fault, and I've been trying to make amends. Why? She murmured to herself, but no one answered. The moving company, following Jiang Han's instructions, took a detour past Qiu Xiao's place. She had rented a small one-bedroom apartment not far from the China Merchants Bank, building a compact unit with a living room and a bedroom. Inside it was neat and tidy, all daily items arranged orderly. It was Jiang Han's first visit, and he looked around curiously. Compared to a woman's outward glamour, her living space revealed more of her inner self. Some people dress up flashy outside with black stockings and high heels, yet their homes stink like a trash truck. Qiu Xiao's place was small, but decorated with warmth. Even living alone, she treated life with care. Honey, wait for me a bit. I'll be done soon. Qiu Xiao poked her head out from the bedroom. She hadn't expected the first house she viewed today to close so smoothly, nor that she would move the same day. Nothing had been packed in advance. No rush, take your time. Jiang Han settled onto the living room sofa. He took out his phone, opened Shen Qingning's WeChat chat, and a meaningful smile curled on his lips. First suppress, then soothe. That was his usual tactic with his ex-girlfriend. After several rounds of back and forth, Jiang Han had fully figured out Shen Qingning's personality. She was the type who responded better to harshness than gentleness. The more you denied her wishes, the more she craved them. Give her a slap, and though it stung, she would only anticipate the next one more. How to put it? A bit like a certain type of female protagonist in a manga. Jiang Han knew that his cold refusal during the move would surely leave Shen Qingning heartbroken. Now it was time to offer her a sugar cube. Only after tasting bitterness can one truly appreciate sweetness. After all, Jiang Han still intended to sleep with Shen Qingning. Those incredibly sexy legs and black stockings. He had no reason to refuse them. This was what they called training. Jiang Han typed on his phone, stop crying. Crying too much ruins your beauty. I like you when you smile. If you really want to cry, I hope it's in my arms. After sending the message, Jiang Han was startled by his own toxic side. How did such manipulative words roll off his tongue without a second thought? Was it really a talent? Soon Shen Qingning replied. Sob, sorry, I couldn't help it. I was afraid that once you left you'd never come back. At least living across from me gave me hope. I wash myself clean every night and wait for you in bed. Sometimes I even dream that you come to me while I'm asleep, only to leave before I wake up. Jiang Han, I can't live without you anymore. The typing indicator kept flickering in Shen Qingning's chat box, messages pouring in endlessly. The effect exceeded Jiang Han's expectations. She seemed more deeply entangled than he thought. Do you want to be with me forever? Shen Qingning replied instantly, yes. Forever and ever. Jiang Han, even boyfriends and girlfriends break up. Even marriages end in divorce. Shen Qingning paused for 2 seconds. Isn't there a stable long-term relationship between a man and a woman? There is, but... Jiang Han deliberately trailed off, keeping her in suspense. Tell me. I'll agree to anything. Please, I can't take this torment anymore. Will you be obedient? Shen Qingning answered without hesitation, yes. Absolutely. Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa and continued typing. Can you give yourself completely wholeheartedly to me? Haven't I already given myself? Not enough. Jiang Han felt the moment was ripe to reel her in. It's not just your body. What I want is submission, absolute obedience, the loss of self. The typing indicator kept blinking, but no new message appeared. It meant Shen Qingning had typed a lot, then deleted it. A minute later. I can't. Jiang Han smiled. Then what should you call me? Shen Qingning was puzzled, unable to guess. Call me Master. She stared at the title on the screen, her breathing quickened. Not a girlfriend, not a lover, but a lower status, a plaything. Or perhaps not even that. Shen Qingning didn't notice that her tightly furrowed brows had already relaxed. She looked at her phone and firmly typed those 2 words. Master, good girl. After sending the last message, Shen Qingning felt an unexpected relief. The lingering uncertainty finally settled. No discomfort, no shame. So this was what she truly wanted. Lin Yaoyao noticed Jiang Han chuckling at his phone screen and leaned in to ask, what are you laughing at? Is it because you're happy about the move? Jiang Han swiped his finger to exit the chat interface. Just watching a funny pet video. Lin Yaoyao seized the topic. You like puppies too? I almost got one for the villa once. The only hassle was having to walk it every day. Jiang Han replied. Walking a dog is fun, but you've got to keep it on a leash. True, I've seen plenty of biting incidents in the news. Aren't you afraid of getting bitten? Jiang Han could barely contain his amusement. Bitten? Not afraid. I'd like to try it. Lin Yaoyao was utterly baffled by his strange replies. While the two were having their mismatched conversation, Qiu Xiao quickly finished packing her personal belongings. Not wanting to keep Jiang Han waiting, she only took clothes for the season and a few toiletries and cosmetics, planning to retrieve the rest later. Honey, I'm all packed. Qiu Xiao emerged from the bedroom, pushing a silver-gray suitcase and a medium-sized packing bag. As for the furniture and appliances in the house, they were all left behind. There was no need to take them. The group then returned to their respective cars and headed towards Yunqi Villa. As the Maybach passed through the villa gates and cruised along the internal road toward the house, the sound of enthusiastic celebratory salutes filled the air outside. Brilliant fireworks shot into the sky and firecrackers crackled on the ground. They're here, get ready, begin. Shen Qingning from Greentown Real Estate saw the vehicle approaching and quickly signaled to the dozens of sales ladies beside him. Welcome home, President Jiang. May every day in your new home be smooth, worry-free, and filled with joy. May family gather in leisure, and the hearth's light be warm and dear. The ladies had changed into festive bright red cheongsams slid up to the thigh wearing trendy nude stockings. The 12 of them stood in 2 rows at the villa's entrance, their movements perfectly synchronized, their voices loud and energetic. Jiang Han lowered the car window and waved. The young ladies responded with well-rehearsed cheers, delivering their enthusiasm with perfect pitch. He parked the car, and the beauties immediately rushed over to open the doors. Welcome, President Jiang and Madam, to your new home. Just as they finished speaking, a red Ferrari roared up and parked steadily beside the Maybach. Lin Yaoyao got out of the car and walked straight over to link her arm with Jiang Han's. The sight of the 3 walking side by side instantly left the real estate ladies speechless. The woman who had accompanied them to view the house earlier was Mrs. Jiang, so what were they supposed to call the one who had just appeared? She's already holding his arm. She can't also be Mrs. Jiang, can she? Lin Yaoyao, unconcerned with others' opinions, walked boldly into the villa's grand hall with Jiang Han. The movers, strong and burly, unloaded all the luggage in a flash. Shen Qingning followed them in. President Jiang, we have professional organizers available. Would you like their assistance? Jiang Han didn't answer, instead turning his gaze to Qiu Xiao. Qiu Xiao smiled and waved her hand. They'll handle it myself, no need for the trouble. Shen Qingning didn't press the issue, understanding that some owners value their privacy and dislike outsiders handling their personal items. Then we won't disturb you any further, President Jiang. If you need anything at all, please don't hesitate to contact the property manager. We're on call 24 hours a day. With that, the Greentown real estate team departed, leaving the house to its owners. Lin Yaoyao was the jewel of the Lin family from a wealthy background. Although the villa's decor was luxurious, it wasn't enough to astonish her. Pushing her 2 suitcases, she asked, which floor are the bedrooms on? 3rd floor. She pressed the elevator button upon hearing this, and took a brief tour of the entire floor. The master bedroom was easy to identify. It was the largest room, facing south. Lin Yaoyao's eyes darted around before she dashed straight into the room next to the master bedroom. Sister Yaoyao, can I have this room? She didn't ask Jiang Han for his opinion, but instead turned to Qiu Xiao. She knew Jiang Han well enough to know he'd be thrilled if they both shared his bed. Qiu Xiao, having spent years in the service industry, was accustomed to flattering others. But only in front of Lin Yaoyao she found herself being flattered repeatedly, which went straight to her head. Sure, the room's empty. Isn't that right, honey? I have no objections. With that, Jiang Han went back to the living room sofa and sat down, leaving the unpacking to the women. Qiu Xiao entered the master bedroom and hung Jiang Han's clothes one by one in the walk-in closet. Only after his belongings were neatly organized did she start on her own. Lin Yaoyao, however, wasn't in a hurry to unpack. Instead, she took out her phone and snapped photos of the villa's interior. Then she lay flat on the bed in the guest room, switched to the front camera, raised her arm high, and flashed a cheerful peace sign. Click, click, the selfies were done. She opened her group chat with her close friends and sent the pictures. I've moved into a new place. The house is huge and the bed is super comfy. Xiao Xiao, who loved to be in the middle of the action, was the first to reply. Miss Rich Girl, you have a villa, and you're not living in it. Where have you run off to now? Lin Yaoyao had her answer ready. To live with my boyfriend, of course. Boyfriend? Who? Xiao Xiao had assumed Lin Yaoyao's relationship with Jiang Han was just for show. She thought Lin Yaoyao would have stepped aside once Qiu Xiao was confirmed as his girlfriend. Jiang Han, of course. You're a terrible bestie, never paying attention to your sister's love lives. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Jiang Han moved to a new house, and you moved in with him. You guessed it. A brief silence fell over the group chat. But what about Xiao? Lin Yaoyao answered nonchalantly, Sister Yaoyao is here too. Xiao Xiao felt her brain might short-circuit. Both of her best friends were living with the same man, and they were calling each other sisters. Did I hear that right? Has the world turned upside down? Qiu Xiao was busy tidying up the house, and didn't have time to check her phone, so she remained silent. While Xiao Xiao was still in shock, she roughly pieced together the situation. It was true that Jiang Han and Qiu Xiao had publicly announced their relationship, and it was also a fact that he and Lin Yaoyao were pretending to be a couple. But it seemed like their act was slowly turning into reality. Xiao Xiao spotted the drama. Shen Qingning, Shen Qingning, Shen Qingning. Qingning, have you seen the messages? Something big is happening. Reply ASAP. Shen Qingning, your home has been raided. Stripped clean, not even a crumb left. Lu Ming couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Xiao, can you stop causing trouble? Why are you so concerned about other people's love lives? If you have that much free time, go find yourself a boyfriend first. Xiao Xiao retorted, Sister Ming, I care about my friends. Besides, everyone is making a move on Jiang Han, and I'm just curious. There's an old saying, good sisters share everything. Lu Ming was getting angry. Xiao Xiao. Shen Qingning saw the messages in the group chat and was surprised to find that she wasn't as angry as she used to be. Her mindset had subtly changed. She remembered what Jiang Han had said. Whether you're a girlfriend or a mistress, these relationships won't last. Unlike me. Shen Qingning typed on her phone screen. My relationship with Jiang Han is different from all. Xiao Xiao was astonished to see Shen Qingning reply so calmly. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. In the past, she would have flown into a rage, cursing the other woman with every vile name imaginable. Why was she so unresponsive today? Xiao Xiao guessed the poison wasn't potent enough. Qingning, we all know your relationship with Jiang Han has changed. You used to be lovers, but now you're just the ex-girlfriend. Oh, that's not quite accurate. You're the regretful ex-girlfriend trying to win him back. Xiao Xiao refused to believe it. If they still didn't clash after Shed pushed this far, she was truly at a loss. She hugged her phone in anticipation, counting down 3, 2, 1 in her mind, waiting for Shen Qingning to explode. Yet all she received was a faint, indifferent reply. Forget it. You've never experienced it, so you wouldn't understand. Every woman who saw the message was stunned. Xiao Xiao's provocative jab felt like punching a cloud of cotton, utterly futile. But she still refused to back down. Shen Qingning, your ex-boyfriend slept with Qiu Xiao, and now he's about to sleep with Lin Yaoyao. He's using all the tricks he used on you on your best friends. If Qiu Xiao calls you in the middle of the night, don't pick up. They're playing their little games. Lu Ming was furious. Xiao Xiao, say one more word, and he'll kick you out of this group. Yet Shen Qingning remained as calm as ever. Jiang Han really loves the chicken soup I make for him. They'll cook it often and bring it over for him. A smiley emoji that doesn't reach the eyes thud. Xiao Xiao's phone dropped to the floor. That smiling face sent a chill down her spine. Could Jiang Han's treasure truly possess such magical power? Every sisterhood tried it had fallen under its spell, losing all reason. Shen Qingning was completely under his control. Xiao Xiao was burning with curiosity, an itch she couldn't scratch. Lin Yaoyao's original intention in posting those photos was also to provoke Shen Qingning. She found it strange, but wasn't as agitated as Xiao Xiao. Lin Yaoyao's purpose for clinging to Jiang Han had gradually shifted from initially enraging her rival to evaluating him as the father of her future child. Compared to having a healthy baby, the petty rivalries between girlfriends were merely child's play. Meanwhile, Xia Yutong sat in the chairman's assistant office. After reviewing Jiang Han's property purchase contract, she continued to peruse the company's internal documents. She hadn't missed a single message in the group chat yet. She didn't know how to interject. Lin Yaoyao was refusing to leave Jiang Han's side. Shen Qingning had suddenly changed her tune. Her woman's intuition told her that when things are abnormal, there must be a reason. Xia Yutong didn't have many thoughts about Jiang Han buying a house and living with Qiu Xiao. It was a legitimate boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Moving in together early was normal. But Lin Yaoyao's behavior stirred a strange feeling within her. What did you think you were doing moving in with him too? Jiang Han was looking at him wide feet. Unable to contain herself, Xia Yutong asked in the group, Yaoyao, are you planning to stay there long term? Lin Yaoyao, of course. I've packed up everything and brought it all over. Come visit whenever you're free, make yourselves at home. Xia Yutong was speechless. She replied with a string of ellipses, an inexplicable emotion spreading through her heart. She thought of her bet with Jiang Han, of his comments about her feet. She even thought of the serious expression he wore when composing songs. Xia Yutong swiped out of the group chat and tapped on Jiang Han's profile picture. She typed a long message, then deleted it all. This afternoon, Director Fong is bringing Mao Bai over to discuss the songs for your guest performance. After struggling for a long time, she finally settled on discussing work matters. Unaware of the drama unfolding in the group chat, Jiang Han lounged comfortably on the sofa. He checked the Greentown Real Estate Service account and discovered he had been upgraded to a lifetime premium member. He could enjoy a wide range of exclusive benefits. From housekeeping appointments to customized dining, everything could be ordered with a single tap on his phone. While browsing, he received a message from Xia Yutong and replied casually, Got it. He'll contact Mao Mao shortly. If you have nothing else to do, feel free to leave early. No need to stay at the office all day. Okay. Xia Yutong's reply was plain, but her heart felt warm. How did you sign the contract so quickly? You should have let our firm's real estate lawyer inspect the property in person. Jiang Han, it's fine, I trust your professional judgment. He'll call Mao Mao now. Come over to the house when you're free. Xia Yutong unconsciously curled her toes. Okay. He'll come by later to warm up your new place. Jiang Han found Mao Bai in his contacts and dialed his voice number. After a few rings, the call connected. Brother Jiang Han, you wanted to see me. Mao Bai's voice was as shy and timid as ever. Even though he had become one of the hottest newcomers recently thanks to his 2 singles and the talent show's popularity, Jiang Han got straight to the point. Any ideas for the duet song? Be confident. Act like a superstar, okay? The only thing Jiang Han wasn't satisfied with was his personality. Anyone else with such talent would be insufferably arrogant by now. I haven't decided yet. I want to sing an original song, but none of them feel good enough. Jiang Han pondered his answer for a moment. That shouldn't be the case. Haven't you written quite a few songs? I have, but they're not worthy of brother Jiang Han. Alright, you sure know how to flatter. Jiang Han thought of the hit song from his past life and tested the waters. Have you ever written a song describing a person? I don't think so. Jiang Han was puzzled. Could his own appearance have derailed Mao Bai's creative path? He dropped the pretense and asked directly, do you have a song called People Like Me? No. People Like Me sounds too pathetic. No money, no job, no height, no looks, no girlfriend. If I were to write about anyone, it'd have to be someone like you, brother Jiang Han. Mao Bai's voice grew quieter as he spoke. Jiang Han could tell from his tone that Head had a rough time before. Since you haven't written it, this song is mine now. He reassured him, don't worry about the song. Leave it to me. I promise to get you into the finals. I only trust you, brother Jiang Han. Mao Bai's reply was decisive, showing his genuine respect for Jiang Han. The call ended, and it was time to get to work. Thanks to an elective course he took in university, Jiang Han had some practical experience with music arrangement. He grabbed his laptop and headed straight into the study on the second floor of the villa. Before closing the door, he called upstairs. Xiao, take a look at the private chef menu and pick something you like. I need to work first, just save me some. Okay, honey. A sweet feminine voice came from the top of the stairs. Confirming they had heard him, Jiang Han locked the study door. He opened his laptop and launched the recording and arrangement software. The setup was basic, nowhere near the quality of Xinhua Media's recording studio, but it was more than enough to put together a demo. At the top of the stairs on the third floor, Lin Yaoyao poked her head out, a bewitching smile on her face. Honey. She opened her mouth, but the voice that came out was identical to Qiu Xiao's. 3 days later, at the recording site of the music program, Tomorrow's Star, the entrance was a sea of people packed with female fans who had come to cheer for their idols. Zhou Zhenan. So handsome. Ma Buqian. Over here. Zhong Yishuan. I want to have your baby. The female fans waved their light sticks, screaming fervently at their favorite contestants with more excitement than if they had seen their own fathers. Although Tomorrow's Star boasted amateur contestants, most of them had already signed with talent agencies, making them seasoned veterans returning for another round. They hoped to regain fame through the show's popularity and thus seized every opportunity to appear in the spotlight. The male contestants mostly followed the idol path, dressed in flashy attire with hair caked in gel. Even as they passed through the entry area, they wore cool, stoic expressions while their assistants held back the excited fans. In contrast, Mao Bai, waiting at the door, looked like a raw greenhorn. Mao Bai, I heard you asked your company's boss to come and perform with you. Zhou Zhenan asked with a smile as he passed by. Yes. Everyone either finds a powerful singer or someone with online buzz, but asking your own boss is something I've never heard of. Zhou Zhenan held his head high, his tone dripping with disdain for his competitor. He was still bitter about Mao Bai's last performance, believing the voting results were rigged by the company. Brother Jiang Han sings wonderfully. Mao Bai replied calmly, his gaze fixed on the vehicle entrance. Is that so? Well, good luck. Zhou Zhenan adjusted his shirt cuffs and walked into the venue amidst the frenzied screams of his fans. Shortly after, a black Maybach came into view and Mao Bai hurried over to greet it. The car door opened and Jiang Han and Qiu Xiao stepped out. He wore a tailored handmade suit that accentuated his strong physique, exuding a dense masculine charm. Compared to the young pretty boys present, he was on an entirely different level. Qiu Xiao had specially put on an exquisite dress of white chiffon, its hem falling just above her knees, revealing slender and fair calves. Their arrival immediately drew the attention of many. Hey, who's that handsome guy? I haven't seen him on the last episode. Maybe he's someone's guest performer. He doesn't look like a celebrity. How is he even more handsome than my favorite idol? Jiang Han, ignoring the whispers of the onlookers, wrapped an arm around Qiu Xiao's waist and walked into the studio hall with Mao Bai. I know. He's the company boss Mao Bai mentioned in his interview last time. The boss who helped him write the lyrics for Drowning Sorrows. Yes. I checked the business registration for Xinhua Media. His name should be Jiang Han. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a boss better looking than the artists. Come on, let's follow them and take a look. Backstage in the studio hall, the 8 contestants and their guest performers had already finished their makeup. Each group was assigned a dressing room of about 10 square meters stocked with various snacks and drinks. Jiang Han lounged on the sofa looking relaxed and composed. Mao Bai, on the other hand, was visibly nervous, pacing back and forth while repeatedly muttering the lyrics. Hey Mao, this isn't your first time on stage. Why are you still so tense? Jiang Han asked. I'm afraid of letting brother Jiang Han down. Believe in yourself. Just follow the rhythm from last time. Mao Bai nodded in response. Then he pulled a bottle of erguota liquor from his jacket pocket and took a couple of sips. Qiu Xiao rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the sight. She dashed over to Mao Bai in a flash and snatched the bottle from his hand. She smelled it first, then checked the label. This is real liquor. Are you insane? Drinking before going on stage? Qiu Xiao didn't care about Mao Bai's stage performance. She was worried that Jiang Han's debut appearance would be ruined. A silent burp escaped Mao Bai's lips. With the strong smell of alcohol, his cheeks quickly flushed, and the smile on his face became more natural than before. Jiang Han paused for a moment. So you were also drinking before your last performance? Yes, you found me out. Mao Bai remained completely unfazed by Qiu Xiao, instead exuding an air of growing confidence. Jiang Han understood now. So this is how you relieve your nerves, by drinking. Oh no, what should we do? Should we ask the production team to adjust our slot? Qiu Xiao paced anxiously around the room, nearly tempted to slap Mao Bai back to his senses. Don't worry, sister-in-law, drinking for me is like warming up my voice. I perform better this way, burp, sister-in-law. Qiu Xiao caught the key word sharply, then looked at the blushing chubby young man, and found him a bit endearing. Jiang Han patted Qiu Xiao's shoulder. Relax, Mao Mao knows what he's doing. Look at his presence now. He's got the free-spirited vibe of a superstar. He wasn't worried about the recording. Jiang Han's purpose for having Mao Bai on Tomorrow's Star was simply to ride the wave of popularity and generate buzz for the company's TV dramas and new talent. Whether he became famous for singing or for drinking on stage, it was all publicity. Jiang Han took a sip of hot tea to moisten his throat. He picked up his phone, which displayed numerous unread messages. Xia Yutong, Chairman Jiang Im here with 200 people from Xingyue Media, all seated in the audience. If anyone dares not to clap, well, go over there. Lin Yaoyao, Jiang Han, go out there and sing your best. My mom heard you're performing and is watching the live stream at home with her friends. Xiao Xiao, what song are you going to sing? Can't wait. Lu Ming, good luck. Stay calm. I'm sitting with Shen Qingning, and I'm keeping an eye on Lin Yaoyao. I promise they won't cause a scene down there. Shen Qingning, master. I will listen carefully and watch closely. I promise to take it all in heart and soul. Jiang Han looked at the messages from his women and replied to each one. Unknowingly, he had rekindled a relationship with his ex-girlfriend and also become close with her friends. Apart from Qiu Xiao, who was now his official girlfriend, the others seemed to be getting closer to him. Lin Yaoyao, whom he had touched, Xia Yutong, whose feet he had seen. Xiao Xiao, whom he had accidentally bumped into. Thinking about it carefully, only Lu Ming still maintained their previous ordinary friendship. At 7:30 p.m. the recording for Tomorrow's Star officially began. The show was broadcast live, allowing viewers to vote in real time via online platforms. The audience in the front rows was mostly made up of professional extras hired to wipe away tears whenever the camera panned to them. Some were background actors, others were college girls. For a fee of 200 yuan per show, they had to sit on the sidelines all night and cry on cue at key moments. Among the vast audience, 5 women dressed in flamboyant attire stood out noticeably. Lu Ming tightly held Xiao Xiao's hand, not daring to let go for a second. Acting as the peacemaker, she kept an eye on the troublemakers while using her body to separate Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao. She looked around nervously, afraid her friends might suddenly lose their temper. Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I just came to watch a show, why is it so exhausting? Lu Ming only learned that Jiang Han was going to perform as a guest vocalist after seeing the message Xiao Xiao sent in their group chat. Given her personality, she hadn't planned on coming to watch the commotion. But Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao insisted on going. Naturally, Xiao Xiao wouldn't miss the chance, and even Xia Yutong eagerly agreed. This forced her, the unofficial leader of their group, to show up at the show venue ready to handle any unexpected situation, and to salvage their precarious friendship. On her left sat Shen Qingning, who, mindful of her celebrity status, was wearing a black mask and bundled up tightly. Yet her gaze was fixed on the performance stage, seemingly oblivious to all external distractions. On her right, Xiao Xiao was the complete opposite. She kept looking around, glancing at Shen Qingning, then at Lin Yaoyao. Every time she tried to speak, Lu Ming would pinch her thigh. Xia Yutong, meanwhile, was chatting with the employees of Xingyue Media. The young people from the music division beside her were buzzing with excitement, rehearsing their cheerleading moves to root for their boss. As the studio director's countdown ended, the white lights dimmed, and the stage lights blazed to life. 2 male and 1 female hosts took the stage. After thanking the sponsors and exchanging a few pleasantries, they officially kicked off the singing competition. The first to perform was Ma Buqian. As soon as the intro played, Lu Ming was shocked to see a young woman to her left clutching her chest, sobbing uncontrollably. It completely stunned her. That's way overacting. Especially since the song was an upbeat hip-hop track with nothing remotely lyrical about it. The second contestant was Zhong Yishuan, who chose to cover a classic Hong Kong-style love song. He was quite invested emotionally, delivering a performance that was above average overall. The third was Zhou Jinan, whose fans were the loudest, their desperate screams audible from several rows away. Brother, you're so handsome. Nangu, you're the best. Xiao Xiao watched the electrifying performance on stage, bombarded from both sides by the electronic music and the fans' shouts, and had to cover her ears. Finally, enduring that ordeal, the next 3 singers were relatively normal, but their performances were merely adequate. Their guest singers were mostly industry professionals brought in due to company affiliations or personal connections. The performances centered on the contestants, with the guests mainly providing backing vocals. After the 6 singers finished, Mao Bai was scheduled to perform second to last. During the interlude, the host took the stage to amp up the crowd. Thank you to all the contestants for their wonderful performances. Next up is last week's number 1. Mao Bai. As you may have seen in the behind-the-scenes interviews, Mao Bai's guest singer is someone very special, his company's boss. They'll be performing another original song. Let's give a warm round of applause for Mao Bai and Jiang Han. As soon as the host finished speaking, the Xinhua media employees turned on their phone flashlights and chanted in unison, President Jiang, the most handsome boss. President Jiang, the boss who sings well. President Jiang. Compared to the cheers for previous contestants, their volume wasn't the highest, but their spirit was definitely not lacking. The key difference was that they weren't cheering for the contestant, but for the guest. The director cursed inwardly and quickly cut the camera away from the audience. Backstage, Qiu Xiao clenched her fists, holding them to her chest, praying that Mao Bai's drinking wouldn't mess things up for Jiang Han. In the audience, the 5 friends watched the center of the stage anxiously. Shen Qingning and Lin Yaoyao, who usually didn't get along, had temporarily set aside their differences to cheer for the same man. Xia Yutong, seated near the Xinhua media employees, was completely swept up in the surrounding support and joined in chanting boss boss. Even the mischievous Xiao Xiao and the detached Lu Meng found themselves getting nervous. The spotlight hit the stage, revealing Mao Bai. Dressed in a blue suit, he sat on a high stool, strumming the intro on his guitar. His signature whistle started first light, yet carrying a hint of melancholy. A person as outstanding as me should have lived a glorious life. But here I am, over 20 years still adrift in the sea of people, Mao Bai sang slowly, enunciating every word clearly. He wasn't the original songwriter, but he felt a deep resonance with the lyrics Jiang Han had written, pouring his own quiet melancholy into the performance. After graduating from university, he followed his parents' wishes and got a job repeating the same mundane routine every day, seeing the end of his life stretched out before him. Cramped in a rented room, squeezing onto the subway every day like a speck of dust adrift in the crowd. He refused to accept defeat, refused to settle for that life, so he chose to leave his hometown to chase his dreams. The lights shifted, and in the next moment, they focused on Jiang Han, who was standing. A person as smart as me had already said goodbye to naivety long ago, but how did I still trade a piece of my heart for a body full of scars? Whoosh! As Jiang Han's deep voice boomed from the speakers, a visible stir ran through the audience. The ambitious employees of Xinhua Media never expected their boss could actually sing. Lu Ming clearly felt Shen Qingning's body tremble and couldn't help but sigh. A body full of scars, just as expected from Jiang Han's lyrics. The inspiration must surely come from that decade-long tangled relationship with her friend. Shen Qingning's mind raced, feeling that every line of the song was a mockery of the mistake she had made. Smart. She had been so smart, thinking that ending the relationship would let her start a new life and find a new home. And what was the result? She had inflicted an unhealable wound on Jiang Han, and she herself was deeply trapped in it. Lin Yaoyao stared intently at the center of the stage, feeling that Jiang Han was radiating brilliance. The talent that emanated from him made her instinctively forget to breathe. Was this the song Jiang Han had written in just 2 hours locked in his room at the villa? Lin Yaoyao knew his creative process best. From the moment he told her to order food for herself to when he walked out of the study, it was only a short time. Ordinary musical talent couldn't describe it. He was simply a genius. Jiang Han finished his part and prepared to hand the stage back to Mao Bai after the interlude. He glanced sideways at Mao, who was seated, and saw him with his eyes tightly shut, lost in his playing with no intention of taking over. The lighting technician, following the original plan, focused the spotlight back on Mao Bai. But he just kept playing his guitar, not singing a single note. He played the interlude again after it ended. Jiang Han was dumbfounded. Who said drinking doesn't cause problems? He had no choice but to continue singing, and the guitar accompaniment quickly synced back up with his vocals. A person as lost as me, a person as searching as me, a person as ordinary as me, how many more have you seen? The director scanned the audience for reactions in the camera feed and was surprised to find several middle-aged spectators with moist eyes. They weren't hired actors, they were genuinely moved by the song. As the camera panned, it revealed a row of 5 beautiful women. At that moment, Shen Qingning had already taken off her mask. Shen the star? Quick, get her. And those beauties next to her. The live director of Tomorrow's Star saw Shen Qingning in the audience along with the beautiful woman beside her and quickly switched the camera. The live broadcast image jumped back and forth between the stage performance and the audience. He had even thought of the program's promotional copy in advance. Shocking. A female star moved to tears during the recording. A song that made the sister group cry. Haven't you heard it yet? Compared to the paid audience, the genuine emotions of the beauties were more eye-catching. Jiang Han, unaware of the audience's state, focused on singing. He did not look at anyone but stared into the distance with deep eyes. Damn it, Mao, is he going to sing or not? Every time he stopped to wait for the other to start, Mao Bai automatically switched to pure instrumental accompaniment mode, only playing and not singing. Except for whistling in special passages, he did not sing any lyrics. Jiang Han had no choice but to be forced to take the lead, transforming from a guest singer to the main vocalist. A vulgar person like me never liked to pretend to be profound. How come when I occasionally hear an old song, I suddenly lose my mind? A cowardly person like me always holds back in everything. How come I once thought of risking everything for someone? A passionate male voice came from Jiang Han's mouth, the melody melodious and touching the soul. Not only the live audience, but also the other contestants in the backstage area were deeply shocked. They almost forgot that this was supposed to be Mao Bai's competition. In the lounge, they watched the stage movements in real time through the monitoring screens. Zhou Jinan clenched his fists in disbelief, while Zhong Yishuan couldn't help but close his eyes to listen. The contestants had different reactions, but in their hearts, they had the same judgment about the first place in this match. In the backstage, the program director and music director looked at each other in dismay. Old Zhang, what do you think? A masterpiece. A rare masterpiece. Both the lyrics and the composition have reached top-tier standards. The chief director Zhang Beihai nodded, lost in thought. People like me shares the same musical style as Xiao Chou, with a strong personal style and high recognition, most likely also penned by Zhang Han. Mao Bai's voice was deep and rich, and Zhang Han was equally impressive, singing with the charm of a man. The music industry has produced a genius who excels in both singing and songwriting. I heard he is also a company boss. Truly remarkable. While Zhang Beihai sighed in admiration, he couldn't help but frown. According to the program's competition rules, guest singers should not dominate the performance. The focus should be on showcasing the contestants' abilities. Obviously, Jiang Han had violated the rules. According to the regulations, Mao Bai should be disqualified. However, Zhang Beihai hesitated. Tomorrow's Star is meant to find promising singers, and besides evaluating the contestants' own singing and creative abilities, they also had to consider the teams behind them. Some people have good looks and strong skills, but their original songs are really hard to describe and could never gain market recognition. Immediately convened the working group for discussion. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to make a collective decision based on the principle of majority rule. On stage, Mao Bai felt the same way, and under the influence of alcohol his emotional response was more direct, his tightly closed eyes already slightly reddened. Backstage, Qiu Xiao looked at Jiang Han's profile, feeling his intense affection, and trembled with excitement. Offstage, the five women unconsciously held each other's hands. Lin Yaoyao was smiling while Lu Ming and Xiao Xiao had wide eyes and open mouths. Only two were crying inconsolably. One was Shen Qingning, deeply immersed, who took every lyric as Jiang Han's reflection on his emotions. Pain. So much pain. This heart-wrenching agony could only be filled by complete submission to Jiang Han. The other one who shed tears was Xia Yutong. Even she couldn't figure out why, but she felt uncontrollable in front of the singing that struck straight to the soul. She thought of the confusion during her college years and the resentment under her father's shadow. And Jiang Han's various pasts. What kind of person was he exactly? The one who talked nonsense, bullied her, and looked at her feet was Jiang Han. The one who acquired companies, was talented, and dominated the business world was also Jiang Han. Two opposite images might just make a real man. As the final chorus entered, the live audience spontaneously joined in the chorus. From a scattered 2 or 3 people to a dozen, and finally to a full house sing-along. This new song, making its debut in public, had no audience base, no prior rehearsal, relying only on its catchy melody and sincere emotions. How many people in this world are like me, unwilling to be ordinary? As the last lyric was sung, the guitar strummed and the outro faded. Until the notes completely faded, the venue erupted in thunderous applause. Clap, 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 clap. Mao Bai, Jiang Han, Mao Bai. Someone led the crowd in shouting the contestants' name, cheering while applauding. Gradually, more and more people shouted Jiang Han's name, eventually forming a uniform wave of sound. Jiang Han, Jiang Han, Jiang Han. Everyone seemed to forget that he was just a guest singer and regarded him as the protagonist of the stage. Applause and screams lasted for a long time. Jiang Han pulled Mao Bai up and they bowed together in acknowledgement, but he did not follow the procedure to exit after thanking. He first waved to the audience, then pressed his hands down to signal everyone to be quiet. Jiang Han picked up the microphone from the stand. "Excuse me, taking up the program's time, I want to say a few words." As soon as he finished speaking, the director's voice came through his earpiece. "Director Jiang, please mind the time, we are live." Jiang Han softly hummed in acknowledgement, surprised that the program team did not stop him, but instead gave a friendly reminder. He stood straight, holding the microphone, and continued, "Please allow me to apologize to everyone on behalf of Xinhua Media Company and Mao Bai. Due to Mao Bai's health condition, the parts that should have been sung by him were performed by me as a guest singer. This violates the program rules and shows disrespect to other contestants. Therefore, we have decided to withdraw from the competition. Thank you for your support and affection. Farewell." Whoosh. As soon as Jiang Han finished, the venue erupted in murmurs of disappointment. Some felt regret, others could understand. But more than anything, there was admiration for Jiang Han. Offstage, applause erupted again, sending them off. The working group had previously deliberated and was willing to relax the rules, invoking the final interpretation clause to help Mao Bai advance. Unexpectedly, he too recognized the issue and voluntarily withdrew. As Jiang Han walked toward the stage, Qiu Xiao rushed forward and threw herself into his arms, embracing him tightly. "Honey, I will treat you well. In my heart you are the most handsome, the most amazing, and the most capable man. No matter what kind of person you are, I will always be your woman." Jiang Han gently stroked Qiu Xiao's silky hair and placed a soft kiss on her forehead. After returning backstage from the performance, several singers took the initiative to greet Jiang Han. Their demeanor was respectful, acknowledging not only the quality of his songs, but also the authority of an industry boss. "Mr. Jiang, it's truly a pity that you voluntarily gave up your advancement. I hope we have the chance to collaborate in the future. Your performance was incredible. The writing and the singing were both superb. It's bound to become a hit. Mr. Jiang, would it be convenient to add you on WeChat? Please consider me for your future songs. Thank you so much." Jiang Han responded to each of them politely, neither aloof nor overly enthusiastic. After seeing the guests off, only he, Qiu Xiao, and Mao Bai remained in the lounge. Mao Bai's intoxication had completely vanished the moment Jiang Han announced his withdrawal. "Brother Jiang Han, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I failed to seize the opportunity of this talent show." His face was pale, the flush of alcohol gone, and his voice trembled. Mao Bai's relinquishing of the lead vocal part on stage was not a premeditated act. After hearing Jiang Han sing, he felt in that instant that the song belonged to him. His own voice felt like a superfluous intrusion and insult to the music itself. Immersed in the beautiful melody, Mao Bai unconsciously yielded his part. He hadn't anticipated the consequences of his impulsive action and was now filled with regret and remorse. With a sober mind, Mao Bai understood Jiang Han's decision to withdraw. Rules are rules. Since it was a duet assistance round, the roles had to be clear. Even if the show made an exception, advancing would invite criticism. Withdrawing was the best choice under the circumstances. Mao Bai felt he had let down Jiang Han's expectations, failed the company's cultivation, and wronged the staff, who worked silently behind him. Jiang Han smiled, his expression relaxed, and patted Mao Bai on the shoulder. "Don't drink fake liquor next time." With that, he sat down on the sofa and started cuddling with Qiu Xiao. "Huh." Mao Bai was stunned. The anger he had anticipated never came, not even a single word of reproach, as if leaving the show wasn't a big deal at all. "Brother Jiang Han, you're famous now, you should be drinking Matai, you know." Mao Bai stood rooted to the spot, taking a long moment before nodding firmly. He resolved to dedicate himself to songwriting and stage presence, repaying Jiang Han's mentorship with his best performance. On the lounge's monitor, the duet assistance round of this episode of Tomorrow's Star concluded as the final contestant finished. The host took the stage to speak, followed by a commercial break. Jiang Han was informed by a staff member that contestants were needed on stage to hear their rankings. "Do we still need to go up, even though we withdrew?" he asked in confusion. "Yes, Mr. Jiang, our director specifically requested your presence." "All right then." Jiang Han didn't refuse again and returned to the stage with Mao Bai. The 8 teams lined up in order of appearance behind the host. After the intense vote tallying, we are about to announce the final rankings for this duet assistance round. The top 4 will advance to the next round. Who will claim the title of Tomorrow's Star? The host deliberately built up the suspense as the background music shifted to a tense tone. 8th place, Oh Zhang, 7th place, Niu Dehua. The rankings were revealed from last to first, with Zhong Yishuan securing the top spot with his Hong Kong-style love song. As the results were announced, applause echoed from the audience, but the host showed no sign of wrapping up. Contestant Mao Bai's withdrawal is a great loss for us. His performance with Jiang Han of Someone Like Me resonated with many of you. Am I right? Yes. Yes. Jiang Han is awesome. I voted for him anyway. The audience reacted fervently. They didn't understand the technicalities of music, but they could certainly tell which songs sounded good. The host paused before continuing. According to our back-end statistics, despite Mao Bai's withdrawal, their online and music critic votes have set a record for the highest in the show's history. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd with someone starting a whistle. The host waited for the commotion to die down before speaking again. After discussions with the production team, we sincerely invite Mao Bai to perform as a guest at the finals. What do you all say? Great. Respecting both the rules and the art, no problem. Only Mao Bai. What about Jiang Han? Can we get Jiang Han to sing too? Right? Even just Jiang Han would be fine. The host's expression faltered slightly at the audience's shouts. How could he ask for a guest performer when the audience was demanding a contestant? Just as he hesitated, the director's instructions came through his earpiece, telling him to invite Jiang Han on the spot. "Mr. Jiang Han, you've heard the audience's calls. Would you be willing to sing for everyone once more?" Jiang Han took the microphone. "Thank you for your support, everyone. Xingyue Media is committed to being an entertainment company that creates what the public loves. Since there's a demand, I must respond enthusiastically." Facing the camera, he didn't forget to sneak in a plug for his company. Jiang Han's core purpose for sending Mao Bai to the talent show was promotion. Whether he participated as a contestant or a guest was irrelevant. Appearing on the variety show as the boss also boosted the company's profile and indirectly drew attention. Agreeing to perform satisfied the audience and gave the show talking points, a win-win-win scenario. The 2.5-hour recording finally ended. The live stream cut off and contestants exchanged farewells. 6 women, each with a distinct allure and graceful figures, eagerly rushed onto the stage. Jiang Han, well done. You truly deserve to be the man I chose as my boyfriend. Lin Yaoyao spoke first, grabbing Jiang Han's arm and shaking it, playfully pressing against him softly. Xiao Xiao, mischievous as ever, treated Jiang Han like family and gave him 2 hearty pats on the back. Mr. Jiang, you're a legend. Xia Yutong's cheeks bore traces of tears, her eyes slightly swollen. That was such a beautiful song. She hesitated for a moment before leaning close to Jiang Han's ear, whispering in a voice only he could hear. Mao Bai is more popular than I imagined. I can grant you one more request. With that, Xia Yutong blushed and hurried away. Jiang Han's heart skipped a beat at her words, his mind instinctively drifting to little feet. Shen Qingning stood quietly nearby, watching her girlfriends surround her ex-boyfriend, a swirl of conflicting emotions churning within her. On one hand, as his ex-girlfriend, had she not been so difficult, she would have been the one proudly celebrating his success. On the other, their new dynamic filled her with a secret thrill. Shen Qingning fixed her gaze on Jiang Han, and the moment their eyes met, she parted her lips. She formed the words, silently mouthing them in a way only he would understand, uttering those 2 words, master. Jiang Han read Shen Qingning's lip movements and narrowed his eyes into a smile. He raised his index finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Hush, our relationship is known only to you and me. On stage, besides the 6 women, many audience members rushed over after the show to ask for autographs. Mao Bai, once an unknown nobody, had transformed into a popular singer with a fanbase. He clumsily took the pen and carefully signed each name, writing with neat, deliberate strokes. Mao, you need to practice your signature. Make it illegible. Jiang Han teased. Huh. Mao Bai was taken aback. Just turn your signature into a personal trademark. Even if the characters aren't recognizable, people should guess it's you from the shape. Oh. At that moment, 2 bold female audience members approached Jiang Han. Excuse me, could you sign an autograph for me? Hearing the fans' request, Qiu Xiao was so proud, she almost wagged an imaginary tail, while the rest of her friends also looked at Jiang Han. Sorry, but let Mao Bai sign it. I'm not in a position to. Jiang Han declined politely. As the boss of Xinhua Media, his handwritten signature represented the company. He couldn't casually scribble it on blank paper. If someone with ill intentions got hold of it, there could be trouble. Xia Yutong watched Jiang Han's reaction and nodded appreciatively. She had already decided that if Jiang Han agreed, she would have stepped in to dissuade him. Meanwhile, Tencent Video Platform premiered the first 2 episodes of the drama Xian Yuan at exactly 9 p.m. Everything was carefully orchestrated, timed perfectly to coincide with the end of the Tomorrow's Star live broadcast. With the early release of the theme song, Forgetting Time, the drama's promotional campaign had made significant progress. Many people, after hearing the song, followed the promotional materials to discover the series. Likewise, Jiang Han and Mao Bai's joint performance had built enough buzz for the premiere of Xian Yuan. The audience, still immersed in the beautiful music, was eager to find out everything about the duo. When they suddenly discovered that the newly aired drama was also a Xinhua Media production, they naturally had to check it out. Tencent Video accurately seized the market trend, promoting the series on the homepage and app splash screen to maximize the platform's recommendation algorithm. The casting was meticulous. Both leads and supporting roles were stunningly attractive with impeccable physiques and looks. This quickly captured the attention of younger viewers. Tencent Video also launched a discussion channel for the drama, allowing fans to chat freely about the plot. The story begins with 2 jade pendants introducing the serendipitous meeting of the bickering leads, gradually weaving in xianxia elements amidst lighthearted humor. The first 2 episodes primarily focus on character introductions and world building with a slower but engaging pace, ending on a suspenseful cliffhanger. As the ending theme plays, the credits roll across the screen. The producer credit reads, Xinhua Media Co., Ltd., a name synonymous with top-tier production standards in the entertainment industry. Unexpectedly, besides the single Forgetting Time, sung by Mao Bai, the other 2 songs of completely different styles were also written by Jiang Han. Combined with Xiao Chou and Someone Like Me, he had now released 5 new songs as a creator. In the discussion channel for Xian Yuan, fans not only expressed their love for the xianxia drama, but also talked about Jiang Han. Handsome, exceptionally talented as a creator, and to top it all off, he was the company boss. It's a good thing he didn't debut, otherwise how could our idol ever compete with him? In Jingzhou City, within a standalone mansion in the city center, a magnificently dressed middle-aged woman sat on the sofa, barely able to contain her excitement. Her name is Lin Xiujuan, the mother of Lin Yaoyao, a quintessential example of a traditional woman. Originally named Xiujuan, she had added her husband's surname before her own name after marriage. Ever since seeing her daughter's posts on social media, she had been dreaming of becoming a grandmother. As soon as she heard Jiang Han would appear on a TV show, Lin Xiaojuan stayed glued to the television all night. She held her phone, the screen displaying a photo of Lin Yaoyao and Jiang Han together. She zoomed in on the image, focusing on the young man. He looks even more handsome in the video than in the photo, well-proportioned, features a calm and steady demeanor. His height, which isn't obvious in the photos, can be estimated based on the other contestants. He's at least 1.8 meters tall. As the matriarch of the Lin family, Lin Xiaojuan effectively managed most of the family's business after her husband fell ill. She could engage in lively banter with business partners externally and maintain harmony with her sisters-in-law internally, making her the true pillar of the Lin family. At this moment, her face only bore a kind, gentle smile, one of satisfaction with her future son-in-law. Oh dear, would calling now disturb Yaoyao while she's trying to make a baby? Lin Xiaojuan muttered to herself, but her fingers had already opened the chat window with her daughter. Forget it, I won't be able to sleep tonight without saying a word to my new son-in-law. With that thought, she pressed the voice call button. After Jiang Han left the broadcast hall, Qiu Xiao drove the Maybach, taking him and Lin Yaoyao back to Yunqi Villa. Back inside, he collapsed directly onto the living room sofa and turned on the 120-inch TV to watch Xian Yuan. Qiu Xiao headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the next day, leaving Lin Yaoyao alone by his side. At this moment, Lin Yaoyao's mindset had undergone a fundamental shift. From initially pretending to be Jiang Han's girlfriend to adding him to her evaluation list, she had now fully embraced his identity as the father of her future children. Lin Yaoyao felt as if she were enveloped in a wave of estrogen, wishing she could cling to Jiang Han every single moment. The moment Qiu Xiao was out of sight, she leaned in. Her head rested on his shoulder, her arms wrapped around his, and she pressed her soft curves against him. Lin Yaoyao felt completely weak and finally understood what her mother had said. No matter how independent or successful a woman is, she ultimately needs a man who can command her respect. Only then can you truly experience the happiness of being a woman. This hypergamous instinct etched into their genes for the sake of the next generation had become a woman's nature. Yaoyao. What is it, boyfriend? Lin Yaoyao tilted her head, her voice sultry and alluring, her eyes sparkling with a bewitching glint. With hormones surging during her ovulation period, her entire body felt tingly and soft. Just as Jiang Han was about to speak, he was interrupted by the sudden ring of Lin Yaoyao's phone. Incoming call, mommy. Seeing the screen, Lin Yaoyao sat up straight with a jolt. Oh no, my mom's calling. She must have seen the show tonight. Just answer it. It's not the first time. Lin Yaoyao nodded and pressed the answer button. Hello, my dear daughter, are you with your boyfriend? Mom, why do you always ask about him first? Don't you care about me? Lin Xiaojuan chuckled. You wouldn't understand my feelings, dear. You'll get it once you're a mother yourself. Hurry, let me have a word with my son-in-law. Lin Zijuan's voice was so loud that even without the speakerphone on, Jiang Han could hear her clearly. Lin Yaoyao awkwardly scratched her head and glanced at Jiang Han. Give it to me. Oh, Lin Yaoyao murmured, handing over the phone, a sweet feeling blossoming in her heart. Hello, Auntie, this is Jiang Han. Son-in-law. No, Xiao Jiang, hello. I hope I'm not disturbing you and Yaoyao. Not at all, we just got back from the studio and are resting at home. That's good. Annie watched your performance, you sang wonderfully. You flatter me. If it sounds good, it sounds good, no need to be modest. Oh, it's getting late now, shouldn't you and Yaoyao be getting on with your business? Jiang Han paused for a moment. We've been busy all night, I am a bit tired, planning to rest early. Lin Xiaojuan quickly added, go on. I don't have anything particular in mind, just wanted to invite you for a meal. Are you free anytime soon? Well, he and Lin Yaoyao were publicly known as boyfriend and girlfriend, having made it official on their social media. If you want to meet and have dinner with her mother, wouldn't that be like meeting the parents? Lin Xiaojuan quickly amended, if you're busy, it's fine. As long as you two get along well. Jiang Han hesitated, realizing that the mother and daughter shared the same traditional mindset. They weren't just ordinary elders. All right, Auntie, there's no time like the present. How about tomorrow noon? Great. Wonderful. See you tomorrow. Jiang Han had just handed the phone back to Lin Yaoyao when the call ended on the other side. Though she said she wanted to talk to her daughter, her real target was clearly Jiang Han. Your mom said she wants to treat me to lunch tomorrow. Huh? Lin Yaoyao's mouth fell open, her eyes wide with disbelief. She's way too eager. Let me call her back. Jiang Han waved his hand. It's fine, no big deal. I think Auntie is a nice person. Lin Yaoyao raised an eyebrow. She knew her mother all too well. With Jiang Han's height, looks, and career achievements, he had definitely hit the mark with his mother. She might have even already picked out names for their future grandchildren. Jiang Han took a sip of tea, a sly smile spreading across his face. Yaoyao, since we're going to see your mom, shouldn't we adjust the terms of our fake relationship? He admitted that his initial agreement to be her boyfriend was indeed attracted by her figure and looks. Simply put, it was physical attraction. Lin Yaoyao had an innocent, pure face, but possessed a top-tier figure, a natural-born beauty with a baby face and ample assets that no man could refuse. Earlier while she was drinking, they had already kissed and touched. Except for the final most crucial step, their relationship had long surpassed that of ordinary friends. Lin Yaoyao willingly moving into the villa also showed her stance on the matter. Moreover, she got along quite well with Qiu Xiao, often calling each other sisters. On the other hand, Jiang Han had been upfront about his player attitude towards relationships from the very beginning, with Qiu Xiao mentally preparing her. All this preliminary groundwork had created ample conditions for starting a harem. Hearing Jiang Han's words, Lin Yaoyao was momentarily stunned. You? What do you want? Instinctively, she covered her chest with her hands, but due to her generous assets, she couldn't fully conceal them. Let's start with a kiss to warm up for tomorrow's meeting, Jiang Han said. Lin Yaoyao let out a long breath, realizing it was just a kiss. She had no resistance to this level of intimacy. In fact, she even dreamed of embracing and kissing Jiang Han. She was only worried he might ask for more right now. Lin Yaoyao was a traditional woman who believed in only having one man in her life. She valued her first time more than most other girls. Staring at Jiang Han's smiling face, a few blushes slowly crept onto her cheeks. She leaned in close to Jiang Han, so near she could feel the air from his breath. MWA. Imitating their last kiss, Lin Yaoyao pecked him lightly on the lips. It wasn't their first kiss, but it was the first time she had initiated it. Gosh, so embarrassing. But it felt so soft, so nice. In her clear state of mind, Lin Yaoyao could clearly hear Jiang Han's heartbeat and smell his masculine scent. This feeling. The very air seemed to grow more humid. After that one peck, she couldn't help but kiss him again. Lin Yaoyao wrapped her arms around Jiang Han's neck, pressing her body tightly against his chest, and even hooked her fair legs around him, clinging to him like an octopus. The night at Yunxi Villa was exceptionally quiet, far from the city's clamor, with only the faint chirping of insects around. Honey, the bathwater is ready. Qiu Xiao's voice came from the stairs, startling Lin Yaoyao, who sprang away from Jiang Han. The sudden movement caused her to fall off the sofa and onto the floor. Ouch! It hurts. Jiang Han couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. This girl always called Qiu Xiao sister and acted like she was willing to be the junior, but their conversations were mostly just jokes. When it came down to almost getting caught, she reacted as if she were at a scene of an affair. Stop laughing, help me up. Lin Yaoyao pouted, reaching a hand behind her to rub her sore bottom. Jiang Han stood up, but didn't offer his hand as she asked. Instead, he bent down, scooped Lin Yaoyao up in his arms, and gently placed her back on the sofa. He then kissed those glossy, rosy lips once more. His hands naturally wandered over Lin Yaoyao's body. After a while, only when Qiu Xiao's urging voice came again, did they finally part. Lin Yaoyao was panting heavily, her chest heaving, lying limp on the sofa like a puddle too weak to move. For a moment, she felt that if Jiang Han had chosen to go further, she would have willingly complied. I'm going to take a shower, you should rest early too. See you tomorrow. Jiang Han waved, heading upstairs without looking back, leaving Lin Yaoyao alone. Ugh, he's too good at this. Lin Yaoyao complained inwardly. He had stirred up her primal desires only to deliberately stop, leaving her with a sense of unfulfilled longing. Was this what they called edging? Although Lin Yaoyao came from a well-off family, she had her own career as a successful voice actress. Besides films and TV dramas, she also dubbed anime and series. She was quite familiar with various internet slang and trends. She quickly matched Jiang Han's behavior to the term edging. Lin Yaoyao propped herself up, slowly sitting back against the sofa, still savoring the feeling. She now understood why Shen Qingning couldn't walk properly and needed the wall for support. She hadn't even started and was already feeling overwhelmed. And Shen Qingning had been slept with 8 times in one night. She couldn't even imagine the impact that must have had. If it were her. Forget walking with support, she'd be lucky to even stand. At noon the next day, Jiang Han drove his Maybach with Lin Yaoyao in the passenger seat. She wore a light blue dress today, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, looking exceptionally pure and charming. Yet her fingers kept twisting the hem of her dress, her face unable to hide her nervousness. What's wrong? You've barely said a word the whole way. Nothing. Lin Yaoyao scratched her head. It's just, my mom invited someone else today. Who? An elder, Lin Yaoyao stammered. You'll find out soon enough. The car entered the villa district in the southern part of the city, where the architectural style was vastly different from Yunxi Villa. It leaned towards traditional Chinese garden aesthetics, gray bricks, dark tiles, and winding paths leading to secluded spots. Following the navigation onto a private road, they spotted an imposing Chinese-style villa in the distance, with a middle-aged woman in a cheongsam standing at the entrance, peering in their direction. They're here. They're here. Before the car even came to a full stop, Lin Zheng Xiujuan bustled over enthusiastically. She was exceptionally well-preserved, looking only around 40, with features bearing a 6 or 7/10 resemblance to Lin Yaoyao's, but with a more mature and alluring temperament. Her eyes curved into crescents when she smiled, clearly revealing a warm and vivacious personality. Mom. Lin Yaoyao got out of the car first. Hello, Auntie. Sorry to disturb you. Jiang Han followed, greeting her politely, while retrieving the prepared gifts from the trunk. Don't call me Auntie, so formal. Lin Xiaojuan looked Jiang Han up and down, her eyes growing brighter with each glance. Yao Yao has excellent taste. Hee hee. Mom. Lin Yao Yao's cheeks flushed at her mother's blunt words. Come, let's go inside and talk. It's hot out here. Lin Xiaojuan held her daughter's hand with one arm, while gesturing to Jiang Han, with the other radiating boundless enthusiasm. The villa's interior was decorated in an antique style, rosewood furniture, calligraphy scrolls, and vases, all exuding traditional charm. Jiang Han noticed another woman sitting quietly in the living room sipping tea. She appeared to be around 30 with her black hair coiled up, revealing a fair, slender neck. Her features were delicate and refined, her demeanor gentle and composed, sitting upright in the rosewood chair. Jiang Han followed Lin Yao Yao into the living room, his gaze naturally falling upon the unfamiliar woman. She must be Yao Yao's cousin or sister-in-law or something. He put on a polite smile and took the initiative to greet her. Hello, sister. I'm Jiang Han. The moment he spoke, Lin Yao Yao beside him burst into a fit of coughing, her face turning bright red. The woman set down her teacup, a flicker of surprise passing through her eyes before transforming into a gentle smile. She pressed a tea napkin lightly to the corner of her mouth, finding the address of sister rather endearing. What's going on? Jiang Han asked Lin Yao Yao in a low voice, sensing something was off. Lin Yao Yao tugged at his sleeve, wishing she could bury her head in the ground, and murmured in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She's not my sister. The woman stood up and walked over to Jiang Han, her voice carrying the characteristic softness of the Jiangnan region. So you're Xiao Jiang. Indeed, a handsome young man. She paused, a smile playing at her lips. But calling me sister makes me sound far too young. Lin Yao Yao steeled herself and introduced her. Jiang Han, this is Song Wanqing. I usually call her seventh little mother. Reputation paled in comparison to meeting in person. The Lin family was truly committed to promoting traditional culture. Song Wanqing was long accustomed to the shock people displayed upon learning of this connection. It's no trouble. By seniority, you should call me seventh mother, but feel free to be more casual. Jiang Han snapped back to his senses and immediately offered a proper greeting again. Hello, seventh aunt. My apologies for the earlier blunder. He deliberated carefully before choosing to address her as seventh aunt. Calling her seventh mother felt too intimate, while sister would have disrupted the generational hierarchy. Ha ha ha. Lin Xiaojuan laughed heartily, her smile not fading since she first laid eyes on Jiang Han. Xiao Jiang, mistaking her for a sister, must have secretly delighted Wanqing. Come sit down and have some tea. Don't just stand there. Lin Yao Yao took the opportunity to lean close to Jiang Han's ear and whispered, I'm sorry. I should have told you earlier. Jiang Han squeezed her hand, signaling it was fine. Lin Xiaojuan led them to sit on the sofa, pouring tea and offering fruit. Xiao Jiang, when you opened your mouth on stage yesterday, I got goosebumps even through the screen. Yao Yao's father loved to sing when he was young too, but compared to you, he's nowhere near. You flatter me, Andy. No flattery at all. Lin Xiaojuan waved her hand dismissively, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Jiang Han and Lin Yao Yao. Xiao Jiang, tell Annie honestly, what do you think of our Yao Yao? Lin Yao Yao picked up her teacup and pretended to take a sip, but her ears were bright red. Jiang Han glanced at the fidgeting Lin Yao Yao beside him. Yao Yao is wonderful, gentle in nature, and very considerate. Right. Lin Xiaojuan's eyes curved into crescents, every wrinkle on her face radiating satisfaction. Not to brag, but our Yao Yao has been a good girl since childhood. She's pretty, has a great figure, and with those wide hips, she can definitely. Mom, have some water. Lin Yao Yao abruptly stood up, shoving a cup of tea in front of Lin Xiaojuan, her blush spreading all the way down to the base of her neck. Lin Xiaojuan pushed aside her daughter's teacup, utterly unbothered. Xiao Jiang, I won't beat around the bush with you. All the women in our family believe in one principle: when a man is capable, he should have multiple wives to serve him well. Look at Yao Yao's father. He married 7, and every single one lives in harmony, never jealous or quarrelsome. Now that Yao Yao is with you, she feels the same way. She will never cause you any trouble. Jiang Han had anticipated something like this, but such a direct and forthright attitude was still shocking. He wanted to call her mom on the spot. She truly was a real mother-in-law. A mother actually encouraging her son-in-law to take more women. Such a thing would be utterly unimaginable in an ordinary family. Mom, can you not bring this up right away? Lin Yao Yao protested in a small voice. Alright, I won't say any more. Lin Xiaojuan stood up with a smile. The food is all prepared. Let's eat first. She gestured for everyone to move to the dining room, where a table was laden with a dozen or so dishes, all looking and smelling delicious. Clearly the result of considerable effort. At the table, Lin Xiaojuan's intensity eased somewhat, though she still occasionally picked up a piece of food and placed it in his bowl. Song Wanqing spoke little, interjecting only occasionally with her soft, gentle voice, and her dining etiquette was extremely graceful. Jiang Han noticed that this 7th little mother, despite appearing young, carried a composed and steady air in her every word and action, forming a striking contrast to Lin Xiaojuan's boisterous nature. Wanqing, what do you think of Xiao Jiang? Lin Xiaojuan suddenly turned and asked in a low voice. She had invited her sister over specifically to help with the assessment. Song Wanqing set down her chopsticks and replied, Xiao Jiang is a fine young man with a calm and steady temperament. He and Yao Yao make a perfect match. Anyone Yao Yao is willing to bring home willingly must be someone special. This single remark turned Lin Yao Yao's face red as well, and she buried her head in her rice, not daring to look up. Lin Zheng Xiujuan beamed with joy, continuously piling food onto Jiang Han's plate. Eat more, eat more. Come by often from now on. Treat this place like your own home. The meal was lively and warm, and before they knew it, it was already early afternoon. Lin Zheng Xiujuan had the servants clear the dishes and brought out fresh tea and pastries, showing no sign of letting them leave. Lin Yao Yao secretly nudged Jiang Han's foot under the table, and the two exchanged a look of helpless amusement. Suddenly Lin Zheng Xiujuan stood up and clapped her hands. Yao Yao, take Xiao Jiang upstairs to see your room. Let the young people have some time alone, Wanqing, and I will tidy things up here. Lin Yao Yao didn't react in time. What's there to see in my room? You silly girl. Lin Zheng Xiujuan shot her a glare. It's Xiao Jiang's first time here, you should show him around. Go on, don't just stand there. Pushed and pulled by her mother, Lin Yao Yao had no choice but to stand up, blushing as she tugged at Jiang Han's sleeve. So, want to go upstairs and sit for a bit? Jiang Han didn't overthink it and followed Lin Yao Yao up the stairs. The villa had 3 floors, and Lin Yao Yao's room was at the far end of the second. As the door swung open, a faint fragrance of gardenias wafted out. The room was spacious, complete with an ensuite bathroom and a walk-in closet. The decor matched the downstairs style, classical Chinese, and a half-percentile plush bear sat by the head of the bed. This is the room I've grown up in, Lin Yao Yao said, scratching her head sheepishly. After college I don't come back often, but my mom has someone clean it every week. Jiang Han glanced around, his gaze landing on the voiceover equipment on the desk. You work here too? Sometimes when I come home for a couple of days I do the recording right in this room. Lin Yao Yao walked over to the desk, picked up a photo frame, and handed it to him. Look, this is me in high school. In the photo, Lin Yao Yao wore a school uniform, her hair in a ponytail with a trace of baby fat on her face, utterly youthful. Jiang Han was about to speak when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out. It was a message from Xiao Xiao. How's the meal going? Just as Jiang Han was about to reply, a soft click came from behind him. He turned around. Lin Yao Yao was standing at the door, her hand still on the handle, her expression just as bewildered as his. Why is the door? She turned the handle, pulled it inward twice, then pushed it outward twice. The door didn't budge. Their eyes simultaneously fell on the lock. It was an old-fashioned external lock bolted from the outside with a key. There was no way to open it from within. My mom locked the door, Lin Yao Yao said, her voice trembling. Her face flushed red, then paled, then turned an even deeper red like a boiled shrimp. Jiang Han put away his phone, walked over, and tried the door himself. It was indeed firmly locked. From outside, Lin Zheng Zijuan's hearty voice rang out, her tone laced with barely concealed amusement. Yao Yao, you and Xiao Jiang get some rest. I'm heading out to buy groceries with your 7th aunt. I'm taking the key with me. You two just relax, no rush at all. Hee hee hee. Footsteps faded away, mixed with the faint, indistinct conversation between Lin Zheng Xiujuan and Song Wanqing. Big sister, is this really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? That's how your old Lin and I got together back in the day. The voices grew fainter until they disappeared completely. An eerie silence fell over the room. Jiang Han leaned back against the door, watching Lin Yao Yao. She stood in the middle of the room, not knowing what to do with her hands, and finally just covered her face. My mom. She's just what? Just crazy. Lin Yao Yao squeezed the words out from between her fingers, her voice muffled. Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh. He looked around, walked over to the bed, sat down, and patted the spot beside him. Come sit. Since we can't get out, standing there is just tiring. Lin Yao Yao peeked through her fingers, shuffled over reluctantly, and sat down a good half-meter away from him. Why are you sitting so far? It's not like I'm going to eat you. I'm afraid you might. Lin Yao Yao blurted out, immediately regretting it as her entire face turned a deep crimson. Her utterly flustered state only piqued Jiang Han's teasing instincts. He deliberately scooted closer. Before he could even touch her, Lin Yao Yao sprang up as if she'd been burned. Don't move. Lin Yao Yao actually didn't have any aversion to Jiang Han's forwardness, but this was her home. Her mother said she was going out for groceries, but who knew if she'd suddenly come back? Was eavesdropping from the doorway some kind of ancient tradition in the Lin family? Flustered, Lin Yao Yao stepped on the hem of her skirt and lost her balance, toppling backward. Quick as a flash, Jiang Han caught her around the waist, and they both tumbled onto the soft bed. Lin Yao Yao lay sprawled on Jiang Han's chest, so close she could count his eyelashes. She could feel his breath on her face, smell the faint scent of tobacco on him, and hear the powerful thumping of his heart. Yao Yao, Jiang Han's voice was low. Your mom went to all this trouble to arrange things. If we don't do something, wouldn't that be disrespecting her effort? Lin Yao Yao's brain short-circuited on the spot. She thought of that lingering kiss on the couch last night, of the image of Shen Qingning walking while holding the wall. Her life flashed before her eyes. The door was locked by her own mother. The key was taken away. What kind of noise would her mother need to hear before she'd open the door? All the conditions toppled like dominoes in her mind, leading to an inescapable conclusion: she was doomed. She would never dare to mock Shen Qingning again. Can you promise me one thing? Lin Yao looked up, her eyes rimmed with red, not from crying, but from sheer nervous tension. Tell me. Be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. She looked utterly pitiful enough to melt anyone's heart. Lin Yao had fantasized about countless beautiful romantic scenarios, but never once about being sold out by her own mother. And in her own home, her own room. Jiang Han's smile faded, his gaze turning serious. He reached out, gently stroked her cheek, and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm some kind of monster. I'm afraid it'll hurt. Lin Yao's voice was thick with tears. Shen Qingning had to hold the wall to walk the next day. What am I supposed to do? Jiang Han nearly lost his composure. He never expected her to be worrying about that at a moment like this. The white gauze curtain was half drawn, filtering the afternoon sunlight into a soft, hazy glow. The scent of gardenias in the room seemed to intensify. Lin Yao's phone buzzed with a message notification, mingling with the sounds in the air. The screen lit up with a message from Lin Xiujuan. Good girl, you've got this. Mom supports you. But at that moment, the phone's owner was already preoccupied. The phone lit up a second time, again from Lin Xiujuan. I've brewed some all-nourishing tonic soup, good for the kidneys and blood. You both can have some. Lin Yao had no idea if her mother was listening outside the door. She bit her lip hard, trying to suppress the sounds until she could hold back no longer. The plush bear by the bed sat there, innocently smiling, its furry face looking on quietly as their shadows intertwined on the floor. In the living room, Song Wanqing set down her teacup, having heard a muffled, startled cry from upstairs, followed by silence. Big sister, when you and old Lin were together, did your mother-in-law lock you in a room like this too? Lin Xiujuan, rummaging through the fridge, burst into laughter. You bet she did. The wisdom of our ancestors passed down through generations. It works like a charm. Hee hee hee. Inside the Lin family villa, two women busied themselves in the kitchen, savoring the rare moment of preparing a meal together. A short, startled cry came from upstairs, followed by a muffled thud. Big sister Yao seems to have bumped into the bedside table. Song Wanqing said calmly. Young people are always a bit reckless, that's normal. Lin Xiujuan turned on the faucet to wash vegetables without changing her expression. Wanqing sliced that beef. As she chopped scallions, she hummed a tune. It was the very song Jiang Han had performed on the show. The melody was completely off-key, but she was in an exuberant mood. A long while later, in the second-floor bedroom, the air conditioner hummed, and the plush bear lay toppled on the floor. Lin Yao carefully extricated herself from Jiang Han's embrace, moving as stealthily as a thief. Awake! Jiang Han's voice came from above, tinged with a lazy huskiness. Not awake. Lin Yao instinctively buried her face back into him, realizing how stupid that sounded only after she said it. She peeked open her eyes and met Jiang Han's amused gaze. You? When did you wake up? I've been awake the whole time. Then why didn't you say anything? Watching you pretend to sleep was amusing. Lin Yao grabbed a pillow and swung it at Jiang Han, but the moment she raised it, she realized her upper body was only covered by the pillow. Jiang Han laughed unrestrainedly, pulled her, pillow and all, back into his arms. Are you feeling any discomfort? Lin Yao nestled in his embrace, slowly relaxing, and carefully assessed her body. Aside from a slight soreness, there was none of the excruciating pain she had imagined. She shook her head gently, then added in a small voice, my legs are a bit weak. Jiang Han looked down at her, the curve of his smile growing more pronounced. What are you laughing at? Nothing. You're laughing again. Your shoulders are shaking. I'm not laughing. You? Lin Yao angrily bit his shoulder. Her teeth had just touched him when she couldn't bear to apply pressure, turning it into a gentle nibble. Villain. The clock on the wall showed the time, 6 p.m. From downstairs came Lin Xiujuan's vigorous voice. Yao, when you're done, come down and eat. No rush, take your time. The words, no rush, were emphasized with particular force, as if she feared they might not understand. Lin Yao buried her entire face in the pillow. I'm never coming home again. Jiang Han patted her back with a laugh, then got up to retrieve the scattered clothes. His shirt, her dress. The scene was quite chaotic. Lin Yao watched Jiang Han's silhouette through the gap in the pillow, from his shoulders to his waist to his long legs. She suddenly felt that her mother's act of locking the door had been well worth it. From today onward, Lin Yao am Jiang Han's woman, for life. No amount of scolding or driving away will make me leave. I'll cling to him forever. Get dressed. Jiang Han handed her the dress and playfully tapped her nose. It took them a while to tidy up and look somewhat presentable. Lin Yao studied herself in the full-length mirror, ensuring everything below her neck was covered snugly. The flush on her face had mostly faded, but the delicate charm in her eyes and brows, the unmistakable sheen of being cherished, was impossible to hide. She applied toner 3 times, found it useless, and gave up. Let's go. Lin Yao opened the door, and sure enough, her mother had sneaked up at some point and unlocked it. Lin Xingzhuan watched the two come downstairs, her gaze sweeping over them, her smile, bright enough to light up the entire dining room. Come sit. Xiao Jiang, sit here. Yao Yao, you sit next to Xiao Jiang. Lin Yao Yao meekly sat beside Jiang Han, but the moment her bottom touched the chair, she sucked in a sharp breath. The movement was extremely subtle, but Lin Xingzhuan's eyes were sharper than an eagle's. She turned and fetched a cushion. Sit on this. Girls need to take care of themselves. Xiao Jiang, eat more to replenish your strength. As she spoke, Lin Xingzhuan frantically piled meat into Jiang Han's bowl until it formed a small mountain. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Han's voice came naturally. Lin Xingzhuan's chopsticks froze midair, her entire body, as if paused. Her eyes widened, her lips moved twice, but no sound came out, yet her eyes reddened visibly. You? What did you call me? Mom. Jiang Han held his bowl, his expression frank. Since Yao Yao and I are already like this, calling you Auntie doesn't feel right anymore. He had no family or friends in this world, and having encountered a future mother-in-law, who practically handed her daughter to him, his change of address came from the heart. Jiang Han believed any man in his place would have called her Mom. Lin Xingzhuan's tears streamed down instantly. She covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably, her voice cracking. Say it again. Mom. AI. AI. Lin Xingzhuan responded 3 times in a row. Her gaze toward Jiang Han had entirely transformed. Before it was the satisfaction and scrutiny of a potential son-in-law, now it was pure affection and pride for her own son. Lin Xingzhuan pulled her chair forward, leaned in, and her tone shifted from excitement to solemnity. Xiao Jiang, I'm telling you this now. No matter how things go between you and Yao Yao, this home will always have a key for you. If Yao Yao ever makes you angry, come to me, and I'll deal with her. Mom. Lin Yao Yao stared in disbelief. I'm your biological daughter, aren't I? Now the son-in-law is closer. Lin Xingzhuan said matter-of-factly. You're second. Lin Yao Yao was speechless and finally could only look at Jiang Han with a pitiful expression. Stop looking, eat some meat. Lin Xingzhuan watched their interaction, her eyes crinkling into crescents again. She raised her juice glass. Come, let's toast. The 4 glasses clinked together, the sound of glass crisp and pleasant. Xiao Jiang, when are you two planning to have a child? Lin Yao Yao nearly spat out her juice, choking and coughing. Mom, we just what? Since you're together, hurry up. Lin Xingzhuan turned to Jiang Han. Xiao Jiang, do you prefer a boy or a girl? I like both. Lin Yao Yao buried her head in her rice, the tips of her ears bright red, not daring to interrupt. 9 in the evening. Yao Yao, you two should head home, right? Lin Xingzhuan reminded. Huh? Lin Yao Yao was surprised. She had planned to stay overnight. Miss Zhang, Lin Yao Yao, please be aware of your current status. Her mother's words left Lin Yao Yao stunned. Not only had she been given a new surname, but she was also being driven away. When it came to tradition, she only had to admire her mother. Lin Xingzhuan accompanied them all the way to the car, the trunk stuffed to the brim. The car drove into Yunxi Mountain Villa. Lin Yao Yao felt an indescribable emotion welling up inside her. Previously, when she lived here, she had positioned herself as a borrowed friend, a fake girlfriend. Although she addressed Qiu Xiao as a sister, there was always a veil between them. But her mother had torn that veil away with her own hands. Upon entering the living room, light was still on. Qiu Xiao was curled up on the sofa, wrapped in a thin blanket. With a woman's intuition, she understood it all in one glance. You're back? I left some silver ear soup in the kitchen. Xiao Jia. Lin Yao Yao spoke. She stood at the entrance, hands at her sides, took a deep breath, and called out formally again, Jia. Qiu Xiao naturally took Lin Yao Yao's hand. The silver ear soup simmered for 3 hours with plenty of red dates, specially made for you to replenish. For me, of course. After Jiang Han finished his shower and stepped out, Qiu Xiao was sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for him. Tonight, I want to sleep with Yao Yao. Jiang Han paused, the hand drying his hair, freezing mid-motion. She just went through something today. She needs company. He'll stay with her and keep her company, Qiu Xiao said, standing up and taking the towel from his hand. Honey, can you bear sleeping alone tonight? Fine. Qiu Xiao stood on her tiptoes, kissed Jiang Han's cheek, and turned to leave the master bedroom. In the next room, Lin Yao Yao was already lying down. Qiu Xiao pushed the door open, didn't turn on the light, and used the light from the hallway to find her way to the bed. Scoot over. Lin Yao Yao shifted aside, and Qiu Xiao lifted the covers and slipped in. They lay side by side, neither speaking. After a long while, Qiu Xiao broke the silence. Yao Yao, from now on you are the older sister, and I am the younger sister. Lin Yao Yao turned on her side, trying to make out her face in the darkness. Xiao Jie, you were here first. Not everything is about who came first, it's about who fits best in front. Qiu Xiao stared at the ceiling. You come from a good family with open-minded parents. You're a proper daughter from a respectable home. When Jiang Han takes you out, people see a well-matched couple. I have nothing. Qiu Xiao's voice was very soft. My parents divorced early, and not close to anyone. In this world, I only have Jiang Han. As long as my husband loves me, that's enough. He needs a woman who can hold her own and support him. I don't have that confidence, but you do. Lin Yaoyao was taken aback, a wave of unexpected emotion washing over her. Xiao Xiao's actions were entirely for Jiang Han's sake, thinking from a man's perspective, which perfectly aligned with her own traditional virtues. Lin Yaoyao took her hand and didn't let go. From now on you are my younger sister, my dearest sister. No matter how many others come, well, always be on the same side. After a moment, they adjusted their sleeping positions, turning to face each other. Yaoyao Jia, how old are you? 24. Why? I meant your bust size. On E cup. Xiao Xiao was envious. Can I feel it? She was somewhere between a B and a C cup, and was very curious about the feel of an E. So soft. Tell me, does Jiang Han love them? Lin Yaoyao blushed, her face turning red. He can't keep his hands off them. He forget men, even I can't resist touching them. As they talked, they playfully poked and prodded each other, their laughter ringing like silver bells. The bond between the two young women quickly deepened through their heartfelt late-night conversation. Yaoyao Jia. Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke. Moi, have you ever thought about something? What? Xiao Xiao leaned close to Lin Yaoyao's ear, lowering her voice as if she were a thief. Do you think hubby would want to be with both of us together? Lin Yaoyao didn't catch on at first. Together for what? You know? Lin Yaoyao's face flushed crimson, though it was thankfully hidden in the dark. What? What are you saying? She was traditional, but had never deeply considered the dynamics of a polygamous relationship. I'm serious. Xiao Xiao's voice turned earnest. I've heard men really like it. How about we surprise Jiang Han? Lin Yaoyao buried her face in her pillow, her voice muffled. He'll do whatever you say. Xiao, you're amazing. Xiao Xiao laughed out loud, reaching over to pull Lin Yaoyao out from the pillow. Then it's settled. We'll find a good time, maybe for his birthday, or during the new year. Lin Yaoyao murmured in reply, turning her face away, her ears burning red. Xiao Xiao didn't tease her further. She turned off the small bedside lamp. They both fell quiet, their breathing gradually becoming even. The next morning, Xiao Xiao woke up first. She didn't disturb Lin Yaoyao, quietly getting out of bed and heading to the bathroom to freshen up. When she came downstairs, Jiang Han was already seated at the dining table. As Xiao Xiao was setting the breakfast on the table, Lin Yaoyao happened to come downstairs. Morning. The porridge is in the pot, help yourself. Lin Yaoyao ladled out some porridge and sat down at the table. After a few bites, she put down her spoon. Oh, there's something I wanted to discuss with you both. A few days ago, I got a voice acting offer. It's for an animated film, the Neza production team. Neza? Jiang Han looked up sharply. Yeah, the director's name is Jiao Zi. I heard he's incredibly picky. He can redo a single shot dozens of times. I'm a bit hesitant about whether to take it. Why, Xiao Xiao asked. I heard the production team doesn't have much funding, it might be a low-budget project. Plus the director's standards are high, and I'm afraid it'll be a wasted effort. Jiang Han sensed the scent of a big payday. He of course knew about this animated film. In his past life, after its release, Naja Birth of the Demon Child raked in 5 billion yuan, shattering the box office record for domestic animated films. Jiao Zi instantly shot from an unknown director to the top tier of the industry. But at this point in time, no one believed he could succeed. Yaoyao, take the job. Lin Yaoyao hesitated. But trust my judgment. All right then. Lin Yaoyao nodded. He'll take it. And one more thing. Set up a meeting with the director. I want to see him. Why do you want to see him? To invest. Lin Yaoyao opened her mouth in surprise. The market prospects for animated films aren't looking too good, you know. You're interested in animation. You've never mentioned it before. This one is different. Lin Yaoyao didn't ask any more questions. She pulled out her phone and made a call from her contacts. The phone rang a few times before someone picked up. Hello, is this Director Jiaozi? This is Lin Yaoyao. Hello. About that voice acting offer, I've decided to take it. That's great. When would be a good time for you to come in for a voice test? Let's discuss the voice test later. The boss of Xingyue Media Company wants to meet with you to talk about something. He heard about your funding situation and would like to discuss it in person. Lin Yaoyao initially thought of introducing Jiang Han as her boyfriend, but after a moment's consideration, she felt it was more appropriate to state his professional title. Okay. Jiaozi was pleasantly surprised by an investor coming to him proactively and agreed readily. After hanging up, Lin Yaoyao looked at Jiang Han. It's set. Tomorrow morning. Because it involved her professional field, Lin Yaoyao couldn't help but add a few more comments. Although a few domestically produced animated films with good reputations had come out in recent years, like Big Fish Begonia and Monkey King Hero is Back, there was still a significant gap compared to traditional film and television. Jiang Han and Xiao Xiao weren't very familiar with this, so they listened attentively to Lin Yaoyao. The general audience tends to view animated films as childish content, so their willingness to watch them in theaters is low. Apart from the Spring Festival releases like Boonie Bears and Pleasant Goat, which have established their brands, the rest don't perform well. Jiang Han nodded to himself, reflecting on his past lives' experiences. Animated films and cinemas had long been monopolized by foreign studios, whether it was Disney or those from Japan. It was precisely for this reason that when an excellent domestic animation like Neza appeared, it completely ignited public opinion. People suddenly realized that their own countrymen could also produce high-quality special effects and write brilliant scripts. If he remembered correctly, Neza, fueled by its massive base of passionate fans, became a milestone in the history. The next day, in Jingzhou City, within the CBD commercial district, a modern private dining restaurant nestled in the upper floors of an office tower, its floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the entire city's central business district. The restaurant's decor was minimalist, gray marble floors and matte metallic walls. Inside the private room stood a rectangular slate dining table with a geometric chandelier suspended overhead. Jiaozi sat at the table, his lemon water already refilled 3 times. Director Jiaozi, don't be nervous. Producer Chun Shi, seated beside him, couldn't help but speak as she watched his restless demeanor. I'm not nervous, not at all, Jiaozi said, lifting his glass. But who exactly is Jiang Han? Curiosity gnawed at him. Few people would voluntarily invest in an animated film. Chun Shi swiped through her phone screen, pulling up a page. There's actually more information about Jiang Han himself than we anticipated. He recently acquired Xingyue Media and released several songs as a producer and even appeared as a guest performer on the Tomorrow's Star show a few days ago. Jiaozi took the phone, revealing a music platform's chart page. 2 of the top 3 songs were credited to Xingyue Media. Chun Shi cleared her throat. Considering his background, being able to secure Xingyue Media shows he's not short on funds. As for his personal capabilities, he can write, produce, and even sing. No matter how you look at it, this is a rare opportunity for us. Jiaozi fell silent for a moment. We visited every investment firm in Jingzhou. As soon as they heard animation, they wouldn't even let us into the conference room. He had exhausted every avenue for his film Neza. The funding gap was widening, the post-production effects team was waiting for payment, and he was even considering mortgaging his own house. His recent experiences had taught him the bitter truth: seeking help from others was like swallowing a 3-foot sword. The doors of investors were not easily opened. They're here. Hearing the hostess greeting from outside, Jiaozi immediately sprang to his feet, nearly knocking over his glass in his haste. Chun Shi stood up as well, and both of them turned toward the door. The frosted glass door was pulled open by a server, revealing a young woman first. She wore a white silk blouse paired with beige wide-leg trousers, her long hair tied in a low ponytail, with a simple hair tie, and 2 small pearl studs adorned her ears. Behind her was a man in his 20s, dressed in a plain black t-shirt under a casual jacket. There were no excessive embellishments or logos, but the fabric's drape and the sharpness of the tailoring were unmistakably expensive to those in the know. His features were sharp and well-defined, with a calm poise beyond his years. It was Jiang Han and Lin Yaoyao. Jiaozi's gaze first fell on Lin Yaoyao. He recognized the renowned voice actress in the industry. She was even more youthful and beautiful than he had imagined. Then his eyes shifted to Jiang Han, his mind racing. Lin Yaoyao had said she would bring her boss, so this young man must be him. But judging by his appearance, wasn't he a bit too young? Director Jiaozi, sorry to keep you waiting. Lin Yaoyao spoke first. This is our CEO from Xingyue Media, Jiang Han. Jiang Han extended his hand with a warm smile. Director Jiaozi, I've heard so much about you. I've read a few pages of Neza's script. It's quite intriguing. Lin Yaoyao shot him a sidelong glance, thinking to herself that this man could really spin a tale. He hadn't read it at all, yet he spoke so confidently. Jiaozi quickly clasped his hand. Mr. Jiang, you've read the script? Yes, especially Neza's line. My fate is my own, not the heavens. The concept is very fresh. Lin Yaoyao was visibly taken aback by Jiang Han's words. How did he know the dialogue? Had Xingyue Media seen the plot through other channels? Jiaozi exchanged a glance with Chun Shi. Their earlier anxiety slightly eased. Being able to quote an unreleased line meant the man had genuinely looked into the project, not just showed up to offer empty pleasantries. Please sit down, Jiaozi gestured, then turned to the server by the door. You can start serving the dishes. Truffle mushroom soup, pan-seared cod, braised wagyu, black truffle pasta. One exquisite fusion dish after another was brought to the table, elegantly plated and delicately portioned. Mr. Jiang, about animated films. Chun Shi broached tentatively. Just call me Jiang Han, he said, waving his hand and placing a piece of cod into Lin Yaoyao's bowl. Today is just a casual chat. No need to be so formal. Since Yaoyao will be working with you, we're all on the same side. Lin Yaoyao smoothly took over. Director Jiaozi, Mr. Jiang heard about your project and was very interested, so he asked me to arrange this meeting. Jiaozi nodded repeatedly, but his curiosity only deepened. He knew Lin Yaoyao's standing in the voice acting world, and the young CEO's attitude toward her clearly went beyond that of a boss to an employee. Mr. Jiang. Jiaozi set down his chopsticks, deciding to stop beating around the bush. To be honest, I'm curious. Your company's main focus has been on music lately. Why are you suddenly interested in an animated film? Because you can reach the pinnacle of Chinese animated cinema. The room fell silent. Chun's eyes chopsticks froze midair, and Jiaozi was utterly stunned. The pinnacle. The box office ceiling for domestic animated films was set by The Return of the Great Sage at nearly 1 billion yuan. Mr. Jiang, Chun-Shi gave an awkward laugh, choosing her words carefully. To be honest, even we don't dare to dream that high. Our team's goal is pretty modest. Just break even, that's all. I'm not joking, Jiang Han replied, his expression still calm. The ceiling of the domestic animated film market has been severely underestimated. It's not that audiences don't want to watch Chinese animation. It's that no one has ever made one truly worth watching. Those words struck a deep chord within Jiaozi, hitting the very core of his long-held frustration. He recalled countless times he had told investors, I want to make an animation for adults, only to be politely shown the door. And now this investor younger than himself had voiced the very thoughts had kept bottled up for so long on their very first meeting. Mr. Jiang, Jiaozi's voice turned dry. Do you really think there's a market for this kind of film? Yes, Jiang Han answered without a hint of hesitation. But only if you take it to the extreme. Extreme script, extreme visuals, extreme emotion. Audiences aren't fools. They can tell when something is good. Also, I think your design for Nez's appearance is very clever. The dark circles under his eyes are a memorable touch. Jiaozi paused for a few seconds. Then, as if a dam had burst, his words came faster and faster, his gestures growing larger. A stark contrast to his usual shy demeanor. He elaborated on the script development process and the team's production philosophy. Jiang Han nodded frequently. Tell me, what is the Neza in your mind like? Jiaozi stopped, suddenly realizing that the man before him had been orchestrating the entire dinner conversation. He wanted the creator to speak from the heart, then judge whether the project was worth investing in based on their state of mind. Jiaozi put down the script and looked into Jiang Han's eyes. The Neza in my heart is not the perfect little hero from traditional mythology. Jiaozi's voice was soft, but his tone was unusually firm. He was born being treated as a monster. The villagers feared him. He had done nothing wrong, yet he had to endure everyone's malice. He hates this world, yet he yearns to be accepted by it. This contradiction is the core of Neza. Jiaozi tapped the script. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven, is not a venting of anger, but a release after being pushed to the brink in indifference to it all. No matter what others think, I know who I am, and that's enough. Jiang Han remained silent. As a transmigrator, he had heard of director Jiao Zi's personal growth story. He had persistently pursued his dream step by step, becoming an animation all-rounder. To some extent, Nez's character was a true reflection of the director himself. Lin Yaoyao watched Jiao Zi's face from the side, an expression of someone who had finally found an outlet after being suppressed for a long time. She had seen too many people like this. Talented, full of ideas, but no one believed in them. Investors believe in data, in successful cases, in what others have already achieved. No one believes in someone who hasn't succeeded yet. Jiang Han raised his cup towards Jiao Zi. He spoke bluntly. How much do you need? What's the funding gap? How much more do you need? Jiao Zi opened his mouth, looking at Shun, she completely taken aback that the specific investment amount would be discussed at their very first meeting. Based on past experience, investors were often very cautious and wouldn't even consider funding before several rounds of negotiation. Chun-Shi opened the notebook on the table, filled with dense columns of numbers. According to the current progress, including post-production effects and promotion, we're still short. 50 million. Her voice lacked confidence as she said the number. 50 million was no small sum, especially for an animation genre that no one was optimistic about. If I'm going to invest, I'll invest 60 million. The private room fell silent. Jiaozi stared at Jiang Han, his mouth slightly agape. Chen's eyes pen dropped to the floor, but she didn't pick it up. President Jiang Yu. Jiao Zi's voice trembled. The specific profit-sharing ratio will follow market standards. They'll have my company's film team and legal department handle the details later. Jiang Han's tone was calm. He wouldn't take advantage of someone in a tough spot. He just wanted his fair share. Also, Xingyue Media will not interfere with the film production. Director Jiao Zi will have full control over the storyline and post-production effects. Upon hearing this, Jiao Zi was visibly delighted. He treated the Neza film like his own child, pouring in all his emotions and energy. He naturally hoped to have full control over the film's pace. With things at this stage, Jiang Han decided to delve into the details. Director Jiao Zi, if additional investment is needed later, how will it be allocated? If production costs fall short or marketing funds are insufficient, I'll guarantee President Jiang the first right to invest further unless all other investors decline. Only then will we seek new capital in the market. Jiang Han nodded, pretending to be deep in thought. He furrowed his brow occasionally, then picked up his teacup, creating an illusion of careful deliberation. In reality, his mind was blank, just zoning out. He knew Neza would explode in the market later. He wasn't worried about the return on investment at all. His main concern was that making a decision too quickly might make him seem unprofessional. Jiao Zi and Chun-Shi saw Jiang Han hesitating, and their palms began to sweat. The 60 million wouldn't just fill the project's funding gap, it would also eliminate the team's doubts. The success or failure of the entire venture hinged on the decision of the wealthy patron before them. Jiang Han leaned back in his chair. Yaoyao, what do you think? Huh? Lin Yaoyao, caught off guard, opened her mouth blankly. I don't know. My mom said women should listen to their men. You make the big decisions. Jiao Zi caught the implication, confirming his suspicions about their relationship. Miss Lin, you truly are President Jiang's partner. We didn't dare assume earlier. Let me toast you again. Lin Yaoyao beamed with joy. You're too kind, director. I'm President Jiang's first wife. Jiao Zi's eyes flickered with surprise, exchanging a glance with Chen Qi. First wife. It was true that entertainment industry bosses were more open-minded about relationships, and having a few girlfriends was common. But seeing someone like Lin Yaoyao so openly admit to it was a first. After a moment of silence, Jiang Han said casually, well then let's invest. Hey, race to the future of Chinese cinema, cheers. His tone was so relaxed it seemed less like securing a 60 million deal and more like a 60,000 one. Jiao Zi and Chen Zi's faces lit up with joy upon hearing this. The heavy weight that had been pressing on their hearts finally lifted. Both let out a long sigh of relief. Director Jiao Zi, once you sign the contract with the company, the investment will be transferred immediately. You have full control over how the money is used. We'll send 2 legal and financial personnel to oversee things later. Any objections? Jiao Zi quickly responded, of course, no problem. I swear on my personal reputation that every cent you invest will be accounted for and used solely for the film project. Jiang Han nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Jiao Zi's character, but the project team was large and diverse, and it was inevitable that 1 or 2 individuals with ill intentions might be mixed in. Necessary checks and balances were still needed. By the way, director. Jiang Han remembered something. Please speak, President Jiang. Yaoyao mentioned earlier that she would be doing voice acting for your film. Now that I've invested, might people mistakenly think she's buying her way into the cast? Jiao Zi quickly waved his hand. Miss Lin's professional skills are evident to everyone in the industry. Having her do the voice acting is our honor. Besides, what's wrong with investing to get a role? You invested 60 million, can't you recommend a talented actor? Who dares to gossip? Tell them to come see me. Jiang Han burst out laughing, his right arm naturally encircling Lin Yaoyao's slender waist. Who said Director Jiao Zi only understood creativity and not social nuances? Wasn't he handling this quite well? Since that's settled, let's sign a letter of intent now. Jiang Han proactively brought up signing to secure his investment stake. Great. Jiao Zi was just worrying about whether the talk over drinks would hold up later, and now the other party had taken the initiative. His admiration for Jiang Han skyrocketed instantly. Respectful of expertise, non-interfering in creative work, amiable and decisive, devoid of any stereotypical client-side nitpicking. In his journey to secure funding, Jiao Zi had encountered all sorts of bosses and had suffered no small amount of torment. Want to discuss cooperation? You'd have to down 2 bottles of baijiu first. When it came time to sign contracts, they'd be annoyingly meticulous, scrutinizing every word. The worst were those who hinted at wanting him to facilitate casting couch situations. In making a damn animated film. Do you understand what animation is? Do you want to cast a 2D character? After the investment intention was settled, the atmosphere at the dinner table became noticeably lighter, transforming into a simple meal gathering. Jiao Zi shed the heavy burden of recent days, the wrinkles between his brows smoothing out considerably. The group chatted amiably, sharing laughter and conversation as they spent a delightful evening together. At the entrance of the private kitchen, Jiao Zi and Chen Qi watched Jiang Han get into the car before slowly departing. Inside the Maybach, Lin Yaoyao sat in the driver's seat, taking on the role of chauffeur. Do you really have such high hopes for this film? Don't you trust your man? Jiang Han countered. No, I'm just curious. Lin Yaoyao quickly denied. She defined herself as a traditional woman who would manage the household and raise children, and she could not bear the heavy accusation of distrusting her husband. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Han leisurely placed his left hand on Lin Yaoyao's fair and tender thigh. It was no wonder she couldn't understand, and no one would have imagined that Neza could carve a bloody path through a sea of commercial films. According to conventional stereotypes, the audience for animated films was mostly families, that is, parents bringing their children to watch. Lacking a broad public foundation, it was difficult to sustain high box office revenue. Precisely because of this, the meteoric rise of Neza injected a shot of adrenaline into domestic animation. With a total box office of just over 50 billion renminbi, it ranked second in the domestic film history of that year. The next day, in the chairman's office of Xinhua Media, Jiang Han received the detailed investment contract sent by the Neza project team. He handed it to Xia Yutong, who stood before him. Please take a look, Lawyer Xia. Is there anything in our latest investment plan that needs to be supplemented or improved? Xia Yutong wore a black pencil skirt, the hem stopping 3 fingers above her knee, the fabric tightly wrapped around her waist and hips. Her top was a plain white shirt, the fabric over her chest stretched into a full curve, the second button pulled taut. On her feet were beige stiletto heels with a 7-centimeter heel, arching her entire instep, her toes gathered into a small shape under the pointed toe. Because her feet were so small, it formed a strange contrast with the fullness of her upper body, making one wonder if she could even stand steadily. Xia Yutong sat before Jiang Han, fidgeting and distracted. That night at the Rising Star event, she had been swept away by the moving song and impulsively offered to grant him one request. That very night, Xia Yutong regretted it, as soon as she got home. Good heavens. How was this any different from making a confession? Requests like that were easy to talk about, but hard to fulfill. It could be a simple gesture like bringing breakfast, or it could be an extremely outrageous condition. What if Jiang Han said he wanted to sleep with me? Even if it didn't go that far, what if he asked for a kiss? To take it a step further, he had only looked at my feet before. Would it be too much to ask to see something else? What else about me could he possibly want to see? The more Xia Yutong thought about it, the more absurd it became, and she hadn't slept well for 2 straight nights. Lawyer Xia, please don't daydream during work hours. Jiang Han tapped his fingers on the desk, snapping Xia Yutong back to reality. Oh right, the investment. Let me have a look. Xia Yutong came to attention and flipped through the contract on the spot. Xingyue Media invests in the animated film Neza Birth of the Demon Child with an amount of 60 million renminbi. How much? 60 million. Xia Yutong muttered to herself. She carefully examined the capitalized amount next to the investment figure, then counted the zeros in the numeric part. After repeatedly confirming, she couldn't help but swallow. Jiang Han, you've only been in charge of Xingyue Media for a short time. Isn't it a bit rash to make such a huge investment right off the bat? What? You don't think I'm allowed to spend money? It's not about whether you have the money. You're new to the industry and don't understand the ins and outs. You should consult with President Fang and the colleagues in the film and television department. Xia Yutong spoke sincerely out of genuine concern for the company. Jiang Han waved his hand and laughed. Is Lawyer Xia worried about me? No, I'm not. Xia Yutong insisted, burying her head in the contract and flipping through it back and forth, though it was unclear whether she was actually reading the content. Now please review it from a legal perspective and see if the contract needs any revisions. It's a standard contract and the revenue distribution follows industry practices. I've looked at the key clauses, there's no problem. Jiang Han nodded. Alright, got it. After receiving the affirmative reply, he immediately instructed the secretary to proceed with the stamping and sealing process. Oh, I've said so much for nothing. You should at least think it over more. When Xia Yutong saw the secretary come in and take away the contract, her chest heaved with anxiety. You don't trust my ability. Jiang Han teased. It's not that I don't trust you, but the amount is huge. 60 million is no small sum. Do you dare to make a bet? Jiang Han pressed. The moment Xia Yutong heard the word bet, a shiver ran through her body. Vivid, unpleasant memories flashed through her mind. What? Is the great Lawyer Xia afraid? Jiang Han flashed a smug grin. Afraid? What's there to be afraid of? What's the bet? Xia Yutong refused to believe that luck could be on his side every time. I bet that the box office of the film Neza will exceed 4 billion. Jiang Han played it smart. In his past life, the actual box office was just over 5 billion, but to be safe, he deliberately lowered the standard. Even so, it was enough to hook Xia Yutong. 4 billion. Are you sure? Not 400 million. Of course 4 billion. I don't want you to say I'm taking advantage of you. Jiang Han kept provoking Xia Yutong. Given the current film market, the conditions, he said, amounted to a guaranteed loss. A low probability meant high odds, so the wager had to be more valuable. After confirming the number, Xia Yutong nodded firmly. As a member of the Juinhe law firm, she had previously participated in the merger and acquisition business of 2 media companies and had some understanding of the basic landscape of the film industry. A film that could earn over 1 billion was definitely an industry leader, requiring a star-studded cast and famous authors. Or it had to ride a trending topic and create a cross-circle effect. The difficulty of an animated film reaching 4 billion in box office was no different from a pipe dream. Xia Yutong even started thinking ahead about what she would demand if Jiang Han lost. I'll bet with you. What do you want? Jiang Han paused. He was going to go big. Tell you what, since we're just talking, let's put it in writing. If the box office doesn't reach 4 billion, I'll transfer 40 of Xingyue Media's shares to you. What? Xia Yutong gasped in surprise. She thought Jiang Han was joking like before, but he was actually betting the company. A 40 stake was a huge amount. She had no equivalent chips to offer. After all, Juinhe law firm still belonged to her father, and she as a second generation hadn't taken control yet. I don't have anything comparable. Xia Yutong stammered. Who says you don't? Jiang Han's smile grew wider. He gestured for Xia Yutong to come closer. If you lose, I want. This deal is a bargain, right? Huh. After speaking, Jiang Han pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from the printer. He wrote down a few simple conditions, signed his name, and pushed it in front of Xia Yutong. Xia Yutong stared intently at the A4 paper on the desk, biting her lip. The paper bore only 3 simple lines. The first line outlined the condition for the bet, whether the film Neza could reach a box office of 4 billion yuan. The second line detailed their respective stakes, 40 equity of Xingyue Media and Xia Yutong's name. I have become a wager. Jiang Han leaned back in his chair, hands clasped over his stomach, a mischievous grin tugging at his lips. Xia Yutong's mouth fell open as she looked from Jiang Han back to the bet's terms. Honestly, with her professional pride as a lawyer, she felt this bet was beneath her dignity. Xingyue Media was an entertainment company on a powerful upward trajectory, its inherent value self-evident. In the outside world, other women would have fought tooth and nail for such a deal. In the face of vast wealth, feminine allure was utterly insignificant. For wealthy men, beautiful women were never a scarce resource. Xia Yutong considered this, but realized that apart from herself, she had little else of value to offer. Yet the terms of the bet seemed distinctly favorable to her. In decades of Chinese cinematic history, no animated film had ever reached a 4 billion yuan box office. Why should this little Neza be the one to make history? She certainly didn't believe it. Seeing her hesitate, Jiang Han pushed the paper forward. Too scared to sign. Just say so. Who says I'm scared? Xia Yutong, her mind a whirl, snatched up a pen and signed her name. Jiang Han's smile didn't waver as he quickly tucked the contract into a drawer. He was already anticipating the look on her face as she watched the box office numbers soar straight up after the film's release. Oh, by the way, lawyer Xia, you mentioned last time you'd grant me a request. Does that still stand? Xia Yutong's heart began to race. He just had to bring that up. I suppose so. Jiang Han pretended to be considerate. Teach me how to swim. Huh, just that. What's wrong with that? No, nothing. I thought you were going to ask for something outrageous. Still preoccupied with the earlier bet, swimming seemed trivial in comparison. Come on, let's go. Jiang Han stood up and headed for the door. Now? It's not even quitting time. I'm the boss, I don't need to clock in. Xia Yutong couldn't find an excuse and was dragged out of the office by a bewildered Jiang Han. 20 minutes later, a black Maybach pulled up at a fitness club in the city center. Swimming is the ultimate social activity for bringing men and women closer, one of the few places where you can be bare-chested in public without being called a pervert. It's strange how women will wear a safety short under a dress, but think nothing of a bikini in a different setting. Jiang Han got a membership card and a free pair of swim trunks. Xia Yutong, however, lingered awkwardly in the women's section for a long time. Compared to her work attire, swimsuits were practically all revealing. In the end, she chose a one-piece. If she couldn't guard her legs, she had to at least guard her chest. Jiang Han lounged on a chair by the pool, and when he saw Xia Yutong in her swimsuit, even with his expectations, he was taken aback by her beauty. Her neat short hair fell naturally, needing no extra restraint. The black one-piece swimsuit accentuated Xia Yutong's curves perfectly. Her smooth shoulders and fair back were fully exposed, a sight he had never seen before. Xia Yutong's legs weren't as slender as Shen Qingning's or Qiu Xiao's, but they had beautiful lines. Her calves were trim without extra flesh, and her thighs were full and firm. Especially her full chest, which the tight swimsuit couldn't contain. Under the white lights of the pool, Xia Yutong seemed to radiate a soft glow. Please instruct me, teacher Xia. Jiang Han stood up, giving an exaggerated salute, while subconsciously comparing her to Lin Yaoyao. Both were generously endowed, but in different ways. Thank nature for creating such diverse beauty. First, warm up. Feeling uneasy, Xia Yutong hesitated for a moment, then simply pulled off her towel, turning her back to Jiang Han. You need to stretch thoroughly before getting in the water to prevent leg cramps. Xia Yutong explained while stretching. Even without eye contact, she could feel Jiang Han's gaze traveling over her. It wasn't just her feet now, as she was going to be completely seen. She tucked her feet back slightly, her voice tinged with resentment. Stop staring. Get in the water. She descended into the pool, first the water reaching her waist. Hold your breath and put your head underwater to get a feel for it. Jiang Han followed suit, lifting his head after a few seconds. What's next? Next, practice your kick. Hold on to the edge and kick your legs back. Jiang Han tried a few times, his movements stiff and inefficient. Xia Yutong couldn't help but laugh. You're way too stiff. It is a bit hard. Jiang Han said helplessly, adding that the stiffness was a sign of respect. Xia Yutong side swam behind him and placed her hands on his waist. Relax your body. I've got you. Try kicking your legs. Her palms were pressed against his sides. The water was warm, but her hands were warmer. Yes, like that. Keep going. Jiang Han kicked a few times, then stopped. What's wrong? Nothing. Hold me for a bit longer. I'm trying to find the rhythm. Xia Yutong didn't let go. Standing behind him, she could see the lines of his shoulders and catch his scent. Teacher Xia. Moi. Your palms are sweating. Xia Yutong snatched her hands back. The water's too hot. The water is only 28 degrees. Then there's something wrong with the pool water. After more than half an hour of practice, Jiang Han leaned against the pool edge, while Xia Yutong swam a few laps on her own. Let's take a break. Okay. They were both silent, and a blush slowly crept onto Xia Yutong's cheeks. Finally, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Excuse me. Can you let go of my foot now? It's been 10 minutes. That's enough. Xia Yutong's voice sounded a bit pitiful. Jiang Han continued, holding her fair pink foot as if nothing were wrong. What? You want a massage somewhere else? This is the first time I've heard such an unreasonable request. I must oblige. As he spoke, he stood up with a splash and moved his hands towards where Xia Yutong was sitting. Hey, my foot. Take the foot. How can it be so small? Jiang Han marveled as he rubbed it, beginning to understand some men's peculiar fascination. He could wrap his entire hand around Xia Yutong's small foot. The top was thin with faint blue veins visible, and her toes were round and cute. He gave a gentle squeeze and immediately felt her entire body tense up. Jiang Han smiled, stood up, and got back into the pool. Let's continue. Xia Yutong sat on the pool edge, her heart still racing. She looked down at her foot where the warmth of his fingers still lingered on her toes. As night fell, the neon lights of the capital city flickered to life. Stepping out of the fitness center, Xia Yutong drew a deep breath of the damp, slightly cool air. Her body, still warm from a hot shower, exuded a faint fragrance of grapefruit body wash, and a few strands of damp, unruly hair clung to her fair neck. She instinctively smoothed her light, gray half-zip knit top. Her black high-waisted shorts made her long legs appear even straighter under the streetlight. A short, abrupt honk from a car sounded unusually stark in the empty street. Xia Yutong turned around. A Maybach was quietly parked at the curb. The window rolled down, revealing Jiang Han's handsome face marked with a hint of roguish charm. His hand rested on the window sill, an unlit cigarette held between his fingers as he appraised her with a playful smile. Teacher Xia walking the streets looking like that is quite dangerous. The moment she heard Teacher Xia, the calm she had just managed to find evaporated, and her heart began to pound nervously. Unbidden, the scene from the swimming pool half an hour ago flooded her mind. Her palm pressed against Jiang Han's firm waist as she tried to help him find his balance while he, seemingly unable to steady himself, let his large hand brush past her thigh several times. What made her blush the most was that Jiang Han had repeatedly held and squeezed her foot. In over 20 years of life, Xia Yutong had never had such physical contact with any man. "You're still here?" she asked, struggling to suppress her chaotic thoughts. "I'm hungry," Jiang Han said, leaning back into the plush leather seat. "Need a dinner companion. Will you do me the honor, Teacher Xia?" Xia Yutong intended to refuse, but against her better judgment, she found herself opening the passenger door. At the entrance of the fitness center, two men who had come for a swim stood on the steps. "If I'd known she was getting into a Maybach, I'd have smoked half a pack, trying to figure out where I fell short," one man said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. "When she was teaching inside earlier, just one look at her got my heart racing. And now she's hopping straight into a luxury car." "All right, stop staring," his companion said, patting his shoulder. "The rich get the girl, the rest of us just watch. These days you either have to be rich or be a model. Guys like us who work with our brawn shouldn't even bother dreaming about it. I still can't accept it. Listen to your brother. Let's go to Bashu and train hard. With our build, we're sure to make it big." "You sure?" "I'm sure as hell." Inside the car, the two were oblivious to the conversation outside. "If I'd known you were going to ask me to dinner, I wouldn't have taken my makeup off," Xia Yutong said. She checked her reflection in the mirror on the sun visor. Her cheeks still held a natural flush from her recent shower. "It's fine, just a casual meal," Jiang Han said, taking the wheel with one hand. "And honestly, I don't think there's much of a difference whether you wear makeup or not." Xia Yutong turned her head, her lawyer's instincts seizing on his words. "So there's still a gap? You think I look worse without makeup?" "They're both good in their own way. With makeup, you're lawyer Xia, professional and composed. But without it..." Jiang Han paused deliberately. "You're just Xia Yutong, the one who blushes because someone touched her foot. You?" Xia Yutong was speechless, her face turning red down to the base of her neck. "Then which one do you prefer?" she blurted out. The moment she asked, she wanted to bite her own tongue off. It sounded like a textbook case of coquettishness. "Do I have to choose just one?" "I want both." Xia Yutong lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. "That's acceptable." In her mind, a woman's bare face was something intensely private. Apart from her parents, it was only ever seen in the most relaxed settings, at home, fresh out of the bath, or by the side of a lover. What did Jiang Han mean by wanting both? She didn't dare to think about it, so she turned her head to stare at the trees receding outside the window, her mind a whirlwind of confusion. The car left the bustling CBD and turned into a quiet old part of the city. The private dining room in the hotel was named Listening to Zen, and its decor was minimalist. A square table, two traditional round-back chairs, and a few dried lotus seed pods arranged in a white porcelain vase. During the meal, they chatted as they ate. It was supposed to be a romantic date, but Xia Yutong, in an attempt to calm her nerves, instinctively steered the conversation towards work. "That Neza project," Xia Yutong said, putting down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. "Are you really planning to invest all 60 million? I've studied the domestic animation market over the past 5 years. The ceiling is too low. The highest grossing one barely made $1 billion at the box office, and that was an extreme anomaly. Most animated films lose their shirts. The return on investment is terrible." Jiang Han paused. "Why? If I lose money, doesn't that mean you win our little bet?" Xia Yutong was stunned. That thought hadn't even crossed her mind. "I'm just doing a professional risk assessment," she said, avoiding his gaze. "Be honest," Jiang Han said, tapping the table. Xia Yutong took a deep breath, as if resigning herself. "I just don't want to see you lose money." Jiang Han's eyes flickered with a complex emotion before he finally spoke slowly. "Yutong, to me, money that's invested isn't money anymore. It's chips. I can always earn more chips, but if I miss an opportunity, it's gone forever. It's true that the ceiling for domestic animated films is low, but precisely because it's low, no one dares to bet big. When everyone is sitting on the sidelines, the first one who dares to break through that ceiling is the one who gets to set the rules for the new world. Xia Yutong stared at Jiang Han dazed. She suddenly felt a profound sense of inadequacy, not stemming from the difference in their wealth, but from the chasm between their vision and courage. She was a lawyer trained to use rules to mitigate losses. Jiang Han was already capital thinking about how to define victory by breaking the rules. It was a gap no amount of reading legal statutes could ever bridge. All right, enough of this boring talk. Xia Yutong picked up her glass and downed the rest of her white wine in one go. The wine was slightly sweet with a fruity aroma, but it left a warm sensation in her stomach as it went down. She didn't know if Jiang Han had deliberately ordered this low-alcohol sweet wine based on her preferences, or if it was just a coincidence. But this feeling of being taken care of was more intoxicating than the wine itself. As they left the restaurant, the cool night breeze hit them, making the slightly tipsy Xia Yutong shiver. Jiang Han naturally moved to stand on the windward side, his tall frame shielding her from the brunt of the cold wind. He didn't rush to the car. Instead, he took out a S.T. DuPont lighter, its crisp clink echoing in the air. Jiang Han, are you always this confident? Xia Yutong asked, following behind him and watching his back. Jiang Han exhaled a plume of smoke. Confidence comes from a sense of control. When you can see the logic and code behind most things in this world, you'd be confident too. He turned his gaze deep and penetrating as it settled on Xia Yutong. Like you right now. Me, you're afraid. Jiang Han stepped closer, and the intimidating presence of a mature man made Xia Yutong instinctively step back until her back met the cold red-lacquered pillar. You're afraid of losing to me. And you're also afraid of winning. Xia Yutong's breathing became completely erratic. The effect of the alcohol surged within her at that moment. She tilted her head back, looking at the man before her. He was so close, his breath carrying a faint scent of tobacco. Jiang Han reached out a hand. Xia Yutong tensed, expecting an embrace. But instead he gently used 2 fingers to tuck a strand of damp hair blown loose by the wind behind her ear. His fingertips were ice cold, and as they grazed her burning skin, they sent a cascade of tiny shivers through her. Xia Yutong knew that after tonight the composed, restrained woman who once believed only in the letter of the law was gone forever. Lin Yaoyao sent a message in her besties group chat. Girls, I have something to tell you. Jiang Han and I are officially together now. She waited for the group's reaction. In her imagination, Xiao Xiao would be thrilled, Lu Meng would ask for details, Xia Yutong would pretend not to care, but secretly ask later, and Shen Qingning would at least make a sarcastic remark. After half a minute no one spoke. Lin Yaoyao sent another message. I'm serious. Xiao Xiao replied with a rolling eyes emoji. Lu Meng followed with, okay, Jiang Han is your boyfriend. Xia Yutong went further, let's just all stop fighting and all become Jiang Han's girlfriends. Even Shen Qingning only replied with an oh. Lin Yaoyao stared at the screen, stunned for a long while. The shepherd boy cried wolf too many times, and eventually no one believed him. She had indeed said it too many times in the group before. How Jiang Han complimented her today, how he treated her to a meal, how he looked at her. Every time it was based on hearsay, and every time nothing came of it. Her friends went from initial excitement to reluctant acknowledgement to complete disbelief now. But this time it was real. Lin Yaoyao opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. Qiu Xiao sat beside her, noticing her expression, and leaned over to glance at the screen. Yaoyao, as long as we live a good life with our man, why care about others' opinions? True. Lin Yaoyao relaxed her brow and put down her phone. It was the weekend, and the two were lounging on the sofa in their loungewear. The TV was on, playing a variety show, but neither was really watching. On the coffee table were cut fruits and 2 glasses of lemonade. Xiao Lin Yaoyao suddenly smiled. What is it? How many do you want? Qiu Xiao didn't catch on. How many of what? Kids. Do you prefer boys or girls? Qiu Xiao's face flushed bright red. I haven't thought about that yet. I've already planned it. I want to have 5 babies with Jiang Han, ideally 3 boys and 2 girls. Qiu Xiao blushed listening to Lin Yaoyao animatedly recount her peculiar experience of preparing for pregnancy since she was 18. Drinking soy milk daily, calculating ovulation days, and what to eat to conceive a boy. She spoke with a full set of theories sounding quite plausible. You're so shameless. Why be ashamed? Having children with your own man is perfectly natural. Qiu Xiao leaned back on the sofa without responding, listening to Lin Yaoyao chatter on, and suddenly felt a deep sense of peace. Living a good life together as a trio was what mattered most. She had no grand ambitions, she just wanted to be an obedient woman behind her man. To be cherished, to be cared for without worrying about too much. Although Jiang Han had explicitly said he couldn't give them a formal title, apart from that he was an impeccable boyfriend. Wealthy, handsome, talented, and good to them. On the second floor of the villa, Jiang Han was holed up in his study, several A4 papers spread out before him, densely covered in handwriting. He was diligently trying to plagiarize songs from his past lives' memories. Mao Bai had already released 4 new songs, and he had written 5 more himself. That made 9 in total, leaving 3 more to complete an album. He lay on the desk thinking for a long time, then wrote half a song. After much back and forth, he finally pieced together a chorus. Damn, I've heard a lot of songs, but perfectly recreating them really tests your memory. Jiang Han leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen. Since taking over Xingyue Media, both the music and drama divisions were performing well. On Mao Bai's side, as the songs were released, public opinion began to ferment. He was hailed as a new generation powerhouse singer and a creative newcomer, gaining fame in the industry and becoming a rising star in the music scene. Fortunately, Mao was low-key. When he had no promotional events, he'd come to the office every day, clock and write songs at his desk, and eat at the cafeteria with colleagues. Unlike some people who start throwing diva fits as soon as they get famous. The TV drama, Fate of Immortals, was also performing well, with 2 episodes updating steadily each day, accumulating a solid base of regular viewers. Its Dubon score had risen from 8.5 at the start to 9.1, a remarkable rating for an unfinished news series. This meant both flagship projects Jiang Han had launched after taking over Xingyue Media had achieved impressive results. The entire company highly approved of the new boss management skills. The old employees who had initially taken a wait-and-see approach were now completely won over. The gossip about a rich second-generation owner just messing around had long since died out. Xiao, what do you think our husband is doing right now? Probably in the study. He usually stays there on weekends. Let's go bring him some fruit. Lin Yaoyao jumped off the sofa, grabbed the fruit platter, and ran upstairs. Qiu Xiao followed behind, carrying a glass of warm water. As they pushed open the study door, Jiang Han was hunched over the desk, scribbling away. Honey, have some fruit. Lin Yaoyao set the platter on the desk and picked up one of his papers to look at. Qiu Xiao placed the warm water beside him, walked around behind him, and gently massaged his shoulders. Jiang Han put down his pen, wrapping his left arm around Qiu Xiao's waist and pinching Lin Yaoyao's cheek with his right hand. What should we have for dinner? Hot pot, Lin Yaoyao blurted out. Didn't you say we can't eat hot pot after working out? Jiang Han asked with a smile. The word, working out, instantly struck a chord with the 2 women. Having spent so much time with Jiang Han, they had come to understand the special connotations of many words. How naughty. Qiu Xiao released her hold and went to the kitchen to check the ingredients. Lin Yaoyao lingered in the study, flipping through Jiang Han's newly written lyrics. Honey, did you come up with all these songs yourself? She had adapted to her new identity remarkably quickly, naturally, using the affectionate term. After all, she had prepared for years, rehearsing the image of a virtuous wife and caring mother countless times in her mind. Every time she called him, that a sweet feeling welled up inside Lin Yaoyao. Honey, are you a genius? Maybe. Do you like it? Jiang Han teased. I love it to death. Having already given herself to him completely, Lin Yaoyao made no effort to hide her overflowing affection. Then, want to squeeze the bunnies? At this moment, with only the 2 of them in the study, Jiang Han's hands began to wander. Lin Yaoyao let out a coy protest, but her body didn't resist, obediently sitting on his lap, letting him do as he pleased. Even though she and Qiu Xiao had a harmonious sisterly relationship, being intimate with their husband behind her back gave her an inexplicable thrill of secrecy. Lin Yaoyao wrapped her arms around Jiang Han's neck, pulling his face into her embrace. You're suffocating me. That's the point. Suffocate you. For bullying us in bed. Jiang Han didn't struggle, his nose buried in her chest, breathing in the scent of her body wash. Lin Yaoyao looked down at him, her heart racing. Even though she was already his, being this close still made her nervous. Honey, moi. Nothing, I just like calling you. Lin Yaoyao's face beamed with satisfied joy. She finally understood the wisdom her mother had always taught her: a woman is happiest when she's embracing love. The next day, Lin Yaoyao went out for work, and Qiu Xiao was also sent to work by Jiang Han. As a private banking client manager, she didn't need to clock in every day, but it wasn't appropriate to be absent from the office for long periods. Her department head had long been dissatisfied with her lax attitude, and had hinted several times that she should focus more on client maintenance. Qiu Xiao nodded in agreement, but promptly forgot. The asset allocation plan she crafted for Jiang Han consisted entirely of low-risk wealth management products and money market funds. Yields were modest, but stable, prioritizing capital preservation. When her supervisor urged her to push insurance, she found every excuse to decline. Qiu Xiao didn't treat performance as a goal at all. For her, managing Jiang Han's money well was enough. Before she left today, Jiang Han assigned her a new task to find suitable properties. Qiu Xiao didn't understand. They already lived in a villa. Why look at more houses? But she didn't ask further. Having been with Jiang Han for so long, she had learned one thing: her husband's decisions were usually right. Just follow them. Jiang Han held $1 billion in deposits, and aside from buying a villa and a few cars, he had barely spent any. Watching the housing prices hovering at a low plateau, he felt an itch in his trigger finger. It was still quite a while before the real estate bubble burst, but now was the perfect time to enter the market. Jiang Han leaned back on the sofa, mentally calculating his property purchase plan, when his phone suddenly vibrated. Seeing the sender's name, a smile inadvertently curled at the corner of his lips. Shen Qingning, I miss you. Since the last time, Shen Qingning's attitude toward him had changed dramatically. The once arrogant superstar was now as docile as a little lamb. Whatever he said, she never talked back. Jiang Han licked his lips, typed a line, and sent it. No work lately. Shen Qingning replied quickly, temporary downtime, no commitments. You and Lin Yaoyao. She had seen the messages in the group chat with her besties. With a woman's intuition, she felt this time was different. Before, Lin Yaoyao would shout in the group that Jiang Han was her boyfriend, and nobody believed it. But this time Shen Qingning sensed something off. Jiang Han confessed openly slept with her. It was great. Any objections? The typing indicator flickered on the screen for a long while. Shen Qingning typed and deleted again and again. Finally, she sent only a few words. No. I want to see you. That's right, just be a good little mango, and your rewards won't be lacking. Come over. No one's home. He used a declarative sentence, not a question, with a tone even bordering on command. Okay. Shen Qingning answered without hesitation, asking no reasons, or what for. Half an hour later, the villa's doorbell rang. Jiang Han got up to open the door, and Shen Qingning's stunning face appeared before him. Compared to her former aloofness, she now carried an indescribable aura. She wore a solid black dress, her hair straight and smooth with a flat iron. Her long, shapely legs were sheathed in classic black tights from Balenciaga, the iconic letter logo adding a touch of allure. Red pointed-toe stilettos complemented her rose-beige lipstick, exuding an irresistible charm. Come in, no need to change shoes, Jiang Han said casually. Shen Qingning gently closed the door, curiously surveying the opulent interior. The modern color scheme, cool tone, hard finishes accented with warm, soft furnishings, was slightly different from her own home. Shen Qingning noticed the shoe rack at the entrance filled with various women's shoes, likely Lin Yaoyao's and Qiu Xiao's. Her heart skipped a beat. Sit down, help yourself to some water. Okay. Shen Qingning set down her Chanel calfskin bag and perched on the edge of the sofa. Before, it was always Jiang Han who came from the villa across to her place. Now visiting him here, her state of mind was unexpectedly different. She had transformed from an ex-girlfriend trying to salvage a relationship into a woman sneaking over for an affair. Jiang Han sipped his tea. Haven't found another man. You shouldn't be short of suitors, right? No, absolutely not. Jiang Han's question made Shen Qingning tremble, and she denied it hastily. You're the only one in my heart. I made a mistake once, and I will never make it again. That's good. Jiang Han's lips curled into a smile. He didn't like women who had been touched by others, not even once. Pure personal hygiene. When will Lin Yaoyao and the others be back? What? Afraid of being caught? Shen Qingning folded her hands and shook her head. Not really. Or do you want to be seen? Jiang Han pressed on. No. Better not. Do they know about our relationship? Shen Qingning unconsciously smoothed her hair. Does it matter? No. She lowered her head. Indeed. Even if Qiu Xiao knew, it wouldn't affect her decision. She would still stay by his side without hesitation. By the way, you've been in the entertainment industry a long time. If you come across any good projects, let me know. Of course, rest assured. Okay, the bedroom is on the 3rd floor. Jiang Han dropped the remark and turned on the TV himself. Shen Qingning was taken aback, then understood his meaning. She hummed softly. Taking a hair tie from her wrist, she gathered her loose hair into a high ponytail and rose to walk upstairs. She didn't take the indoor elevator, but climbed the steps slowly one by one. She took in everything around her, the paintings hanging in the hallway, the floral scent lining the corridor. How wonderful it would be if the frames held photos of her and Jiang Han. Shen Qingning paused on the 2nd floor. She passed the study and the media room, then stopped at the computer desk. A faint scent of tobacco lingered in the room, making her inhale deeply. It was Jiang Han's scent, familiar, pleasant. Shen Qingning lingered in the study, her fingers softly brushing over the papers and gliding across the keyboard. Seeing the lyrics on the paper, she pictured Jiang Han earnestly composing songs here. A hint of pride appeared on her face. Then Shen Qingning continued up the stairs. Several empty bedrooms showed no signs of living, likely guest rooms. A secondary bedroom adjacent to the master had a few plush toys piled on the headboard. Shen Qingning guessed it was Lin Yaoyao's room. Her best friend had loved fluffy things since childhood. Shen Qingning looked toward the largest bedroom and gently pushed open the door. The room was spacious with a floor-to-ceiling bay window. It was spotlessly clean. The headboard was smooth and the quilt was folded neatly. It was clear that Jiang Han's daily life was well taken care of by Qiu Xiao. The vanity table was cluttered with various bottles and jars, 3 bottles of toner, 4 serums, and over a dozen lipsticks, far exceeding Qiu Xiao's personal needs. Lin Yaoyao had also slept here. Or maybe they were together. Shen Qingning's speculation could not be confirmed. Her high heels clacked against the solid wood floor. The bathroom was in the east corner of the room. A huge circular bathtub, a spacious shower, and a full-length mirror that shouldn't have been in a bathroom. Shen Qingning pulled down the zipper on her back, and the dress slipped off her shoulders along her smooth skin. She stared at her graceful curves in the mirror and curled her lips. Your body wash, your shampoo, your towel, your robe. Now I'm going to use them. Oh, and by the way, the bed sheets you made so neatly are about to be messed up. Shen Qingning twirled twice before the mirror, striking a few alluring poses. She slowly peeled off her clothes, admiring her stunning figure. Then with bare feet, she stepped into the shower, turned on the tap, and lukewarm water cascaded down from the showerhead, splashing over her body. Jasmine-scented shampoo, aloe-scented body wash. Shen Qingning meticulously lathered her hair, her hands gliding gently over every inch of her skin. The air was thick with steam and the fragrance of the body wash. It was the same scent used by Qiu Xiao and Lin Yaoyao. After rinsing, Shen Qingning's naturally fair skin, stimulated by the hot water, flushed a delicate pink with a warm, moist sheen. 3 bath towels rested on the rack. She used one to dry her hair and wrapped the other 2 around her upper and lower body. She had not only used their toiletries, but also the host's bath towels. Would Qiu Xiao be angry if she found out? Lin Yaoyao, who always opposed her, would probably explode on the spot, right? Shen Qingning savored the thrill she imagined they felt when they first stole Jiang Han away. She almost wished Lin Yaoyao would discover that she had touched her things in her own home. You two were the ones who seduced Jiang Han first. Now it's my turn to sleep with your boyfriend. A true best friend not only shares meals and lodging, but also shares clothes and everything else. Shen Qingning turned on the hairdryer, tilting her head side to side, running her fingers through her loose cascading hair. Next, she shed the towel wrapped around her and walked from the shower towards the other side of the master bedroom. Her smooth feet left a trail of footprints on the floor. Like a model on a runway, Shen Qingning swayed her hips with a graceful feline stride into the walk-in closet. With a whoosh, the wardrobe door slid open. Inside hung a dazzling array of women's clothing. Oh dear, I can't possibly put my dirty clothes back on after a shower, can I? I'm a clean woman. And just wearing a bathrobe would be so improper, wouldn't it? Borrowing your clothes is simply a necessity. First, she picked out a pair of ultra-thin sheer black stockings from the drawer. Qiu Xiao's legs were similar to hers, so they fit perfectly. Then she put on a short-sleeved shirt and a pencil skirt, both in a light grayish-purple hue. Isn't this the China Merchants Bank uniform? Shen Qingning realized only after looking in the mirror that she had picked out a full suit. A smile curled at her lips. Struck by a sudden idea, she ran to Lin Yaoyao's room, picked up a lipstick from her vanity, applied it evenly, and then grabbed 2 plush toys. Shen Qingning returned to the master bedroom and reclined against the plush headboard of the large bed, her long, shapely legs elegantly crossed, a delicate high heel dangling from her toes. Qiu Xiao's clothes, Lin Yaoyao's lipstick, my own shoes. What a perfect combination. Shen Qingning took out her phone and snapped a picture of her legs poised in the air, the wall decor faintly visible in the background. She opened her social feed, composed a caption, attached the photo, and wrote, "Do you like the kitten's outfit?" Then she hit post. She received many likes and comments, mostly from work acquaintances, all complimenting her figure. Shen Qingning, however, found herself almost hoping her friends would discover the truth. After a while, the master bedroom door opened, and Jiang Han strolled in lazily. He spotted Shen Qingning reclining by the headboard and raised an eyebrow. "You're wearing Xiao's uniform." He recognized the CMB suit, instantly thinking to himself how playful they were. Shen Qingning nodded in confirmation and asked, "Like it? How do I compare to your girlfriend?" As she spoke, she raised her legs, her fingers slowly sliding up from her knees. The hem of the pencil skirt was gradually inched upwards. The curtains were drawn tight, and a dim warm light glowed from the ceiling. Jiang Han watched her movements in the low light, his throat bobbing unconsciously. Just the uniform. This was a blatant provocation against Qiu Xiao, wearing the mistress of the house's clothes and lying on her bed in her boyfriend's home. The steam still rising from the bathroom was a clear sign that Shen Qingning had used the master shower. Truly provocative and shameless, hitting all the right notes. "Come here," Jiang Han commanded in a deep, steady voice. Shen Qingning shuddered violently, and as if on reflex, she slid off the edge of the bed and knelt quietly before him. Those 2 simple words seemed to hold a spell over her, compelling her to obey without question. The man before her was no longer the boyfriend who once catered to her every whim. He wouldn't compromise for her or consider her feelings. He would only vent his desires, forcefully manipulating her as he pleased. Shen Qingning had gone from looking down on Jiang Han to now looking up at him. Their positions had completely reversed, yet she felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. A single command from Jiang Han snapped her into her role, and she waited obediently for his next instruction. "Lift your head." Shen Qingning complied. Jiang Han lowered his head, gazing down at the kneeling woman. He extended a finger and tilted her chin up. Her features were exquisitely perfect, her fair skin radiating a healthy glow. Her naturally cold and elegant beauty formed a stark contrast with her current submissive posture. It created a striking sense of aesthetic dissonance. Jiang Han gently stroked her hair, his fingers tracing from her cheek down her neck and shoulders. He could clearly feel the uncontrollable trembling of her body. She was trying hard to restrain herself, but she couldn't suppress her instinctive reactions. Shen Qingning's mind went blank, waiting for Jiang Han's next move. She relished the feeling of being controlled. She didn't have to navigate the complexities of a relationship or wonder if she was loved. All she had to do was obey. Follow his decisions, match his movements. It was wild and rough, yet Shen Qingning found a strange tenderness in it. Jiang Han withdrew his hand, pulled a cigarette from his pocket, and lit it with a flick of his lighter, tossing it carelessly onto the bedside table. Hiss. Huh. The thick smoke blew directly into Shen Qingning's face. She didn't cover her nose or turn away, instead she took a deep breath. Jiang Han smirked his broad palm, landing a light slap on her cold, beautiful cheek. Her body swayed slightly with the force, but she quickly straightened her posture. What can I say about you? You were just asking for it before. As he spoke, he slapped her other cheek in the opposite direction, deepening the blush on her already rosy face. Shen Qingning let out a soft moan acknowledging his assessment. He saw right through her, voicing the very thing she craved deep down. After the slap, his palm gently soothed the red mark head left, even giving her cheek a little pinch. His broad hand finally came to rest at the back of her head, and he pushed it forward. Jiang Han's action was a signal, and Shen Qingning moved with understanding. She knew it was time to surrender the lipstick she had applied little by little. Jiang Han tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and blew a stream of smoke carelessly towards the ceiling. Yunxi Villa was known for its tranquility, and the bedroom was exceptionally quiet. Hiss. Huh. Squelch. Squelch. The only sounds in the room were Jiang Han smoking, and another more captivating melody intertwining in the silence. Half an hour later, Shen Qingning remained kneeling before Jiang Han. Do your knees hurt? A little. She admitted it, but her posture didn't change. Jiang Han pushed her head aside and climbed onto the bed. Come up here. Okay. Shen Qingning rose slowly, steadying herself on the bed's edge. Her legs felt weak, and she barely managed to support herself with her arms. She was deeply moved by the faint concern Jiang Han had inadvertently shown. He's worried my knees will ache if I kneel too long. He's thinking of me. Shen Qingning's eyes reddened. She didn't understand why she was reacting so strongly. In the past, his gentle care and attention had never moved her much. Perhaps it's like eating candy every day. It only becomes cloying, but after tasting bitterness, it becomes exceptionally sweet. Jiang Han opened his arms, and Shen Qingning curled up obediently, like a docile kitten nestling into his embrace. Though it was afternoon, the blackout curtains made the room feel as dark as night. Shen Qingning quietly clung to Jiang Han's arm, feeling the warmth of his body, and she felt incredibly happy. So happy she could ignore the sting on her cheeks, the ache in her legs, and her hoarse throat. She turned her head and studied Jiang Han's profile. A face so familiar it was almost mundane, yet it looked remarkably strong and handsome. She was captivated, reaching out a finger to gently trace along his broad chest. From his chin and lips up to the bridge of his nose and forehead. When their eyes met, Shen Qingning was pushed down by an irresistible force. Warm lips pressed against hers. It was still so unreasonable, ignoring her feelings. Shen Qingning seemed to have anticipated this, or perhaps had been longing for it. She didn't shy away, willingly meeting Jiang Han's fervor. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck, and her legs, clad in black stockings, hooked around his waist. A high heel slipped from her foot and clattered onto the hardwood floor. But no one cared. Their attention was completely consumed by heavy breathing. After a long while, Jiang Han's passionate kiss finally came to an end. By then, Shen Qingning was limp, a flush spreading from her face to her ears and neck. She opened her eyes and stared intently at Jiang Han. Her gaze was tender as water, her eyes shimmering with emotion. She wanted to hold the man above her forever until they became one. Husband. Shen Qingning summoned her courage, not calling him master, but choosing the intimate address that had once been hers so easily, yet was now unattainable. Moi. Jiang Han didn't rebuke her. He enjoyed toying with Shen Qingning and relished watching the contrast of the cold, beautiful woman. But in this unique relationship, there couldn't be only pressure. A measure of tenderness was necessary. Call me whatever you want anyway, you're not the only one. Take me. Shen Qingning's body trembled as she cried out. She tightened her arms, burying her face completely in Jiang Han's chest. Even she herself never thought she would say those words to a man one day. The goddess of the entertainment industry, known for her icy demeanor, was actively begging for love. A scene most people could only dream of was just an ordinary day for Jiang Han. 3 hours later, a gentle breeze drifted through the screen window, lifting a corner of the curtain. Outside it was dusk. The setting sun cast a brilliant glow on the floor. Click. Jiang Han stood barefoot by the bed, lighting a Tycoon cigarette with his St. DuPont lighter. If there were an award for the best time to smoke, this would definitely be one of the candidates. One in the morning, one after a meal, and this one at this very moment. Hiss. Huh. Shen Qingning slumped against the soft pillow behind her, clutching the silk duvet. Her body was exhausted, but her heart was filled with incomparable satisfaction. A sense of fulfillment welled up inside her, filling an emptiness she hadn't known was there. Jiang Han exhaled a plume of smoke. Are you okay? Shen Qingning nodded. Don't worry about the sheets. He'll call the housekeeper to clean up later. Shen Qingning glanced at the mess beside her. Her legs and waist ached terribly. She felt her body was no longer her own. I'm going to rinse off again. With that, Shen Qingning struggled to her feet, her hands clutching her thighs as she shuffled to the edge of the bed. Once standing, she first leaned on the bed, then reached for the wall. She moved inch by inch towards the bathroom. At least it was an improvement, She hadn't passed out this time. Shen Qingning consoled herself. She walked into the bathroom, and her pale skin was exposed in the full-length mirror. It clearly reflected her current state. Her once tidy hair was now a mess, and her neck collarbone, and even her shoulders were marked with red blemishes of various sizes. Her half-lidded eyes still held a hint of dreamy haze, her gaze soft enough to melt. Her lipstick had been kissed away, leaving a satisfied faint smile. She looked like a cat that had been thoroughly pampered and fed. Both alluring and content, both disheveled and incredibly tempting. Shen Qingning almost didn't recognize herself in the mirror. No one but Jiang Han had ever seen her like this, and no other man ever would. This was the most primal and direct happiness she craved. Shen Qingning stepped into the shower, lathering every inch of her skin with body wash, working up a fragrant lather. The hot water cascaded down, washing away the fatigue and allowing her body to relax completely. It also washed away the lingering scent of Jiang Han. The China Merchants Bank uniform she had worn earlier was no longer wearable, so Shen Qingning wrapped herself in a towel and returned to the room. She quietly dried the water droplets from her skin, staring blankly at the black stockings on the floor. Go pick out some clothes from the wardrobe. There are new ones inside. You're about the same size as Xiao, so they should fit. Okay. Shen Qingning agreed and walked unhurriedly into the walk-in closet. The everyday clothes were each hung separately, while newly purchased items were still in their packaging stacked on the lower shelves. Shen Qingning chose a floral print maxi dress and carefully slipped it on. After getting dressed, she slowly moved to the edge of the bed and sat down. This scene of living alone with Jiang Han filled her with contentment. Shen Qingning would even be willing to trade anything for it. If she could stay by Jiang Han's side forever, she would give up fame, money, and her career. Jiang Han finished his cigarette and picked up his phone to check unread messages. As luck would have it, Xiao Xiao's aunt had come by unexpectedly, and she had told him she would be attending a family dinner. Lin Yaoyao, due to work, wouldn't be staying over tonight either. A smirk played on Jiang Han's lips. Could Shen Qingning handle another night? Just then a notification from Xiao Xiao popped up on the screen. Boss Jiang, are you busy? Go ahead, what's up? Our family has a new hotel opening soon. Would like to invite Mao Bai to sing a couple of songs. Would that be convenient for you? Jiang Han had heard about Xiao Xiao's family business, which mainly involved hotels and restaurants. Having a singer for the opening was a normal business activity. All right, no problem. Xiao Xiao replied quickly, great. They'll come over right now to discuss the details. Now, Jiang Han didn't rush to reply to Xiao Xiao. Instead, he turned to face Shen Qingning. Xiao Xiao wants to come over to discuss some work matters. Do you want me to leave? Shen Qingning wasn't curious about Xiao Xiao's unusual behavior. Her focus was entirely on Jiang Han's attitude. If he didn't want her to be seen by her best friend, she would comply even if it broke her heart. Jiang Han spread his hands. I don't mind, it's up to you. I want to spend more time with you. Sure. Granted permission. Shen Qingning was overjoyed. She knew that once Xiao Xiao found out the fact that she had stolen the base would quickly spread. Then Xiao Xiao and Lin Yaoyao as the official girlfriends would also know. She didn't mind, she even looked forward to it. Take a rest. They'll go to the study. Okay. At 6:30 p.m. Xiao Xiao arrived at Yunqi Villa carrying 2 bags of takeout food following the address Jiang Han had sent. She wore a short black silk shirt with 2 buttons casually undone at the collar. She paired it with a pair of distressed ultra-short denim shorts, so short they were called 2-point hot pants. Any shorter, and they'd reveal more. On her feet were studded platform boots which elongated her petite figure. Xiao Xiao did have a new store opening that needed promotion, but whether she hired a singer or did something else didn't matter. She was just looking for a plausible excuse to get close to Jiang Han. Xiao Xiao had a whimsical personality, and her wealthy upbringing had fostered a fearless, bold character. Her curiosity about Jiang Han grew stronger with each passing moment. A brilliantly talented music producer and entertainment mogul with hundreds of millions in assets. These labels attached to Jiang Han were not enough to explain why her best friends had all fallen for him one after another. Shen Qingning was the one who had initiated the breakup, so how did she become the ex-girlfriend who was now desperately clinging on and begging for reconciliation? She wasn't short on money, so she wouldn't change her heart due to financial conditions. The entertainment industry wasn't short on handsome men, so she wouldn't go back just for looks either. Besides, Shen Qingning had been with Jiang Han for 10 years. Wouldn't she get tired of even the most handsome man after 10 years? And then there was Lin Yaoyao. Although she had initially approached Jiang Han despite her friends, did she have to go as far as moving in with him? The young lady of the prestigious Lin family willingly becoming a mistress for a man. Xiao Xiao carefully observed the reactions of everyone at the Rising Star event. The look in her friends' eyes when they gazed at Jiang Han said it all. Her former good sisters were all flustered by this man. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Coming. Jiang Han heard the doorbell and came down from the 2nd floor to open the door. Hello, Boss Jiang. I brought some good food. Let's eat while it's hot. As Xiao Xiao stepped into the entryway and changed her shoes, she keenly noticed a pair of high heels by the door that seemed out of place. Red pointetto stiletto heels. They were definitely not Lin Yaoyao's. The size and style didn't match. They didn't seem to be Qiu Xiao's either, as she rarely wore stilettos. Had another woman been here? While pondering this, Xiao Xiao placed the overflowing bags of food on the table. Her eyes darted around, scanning the villa's interior for any clues. Zhang Han sat down casually. Just so you know, eating doesn't discount my appearance fee. Xiao Xiao pouted. Oh boss Zhang, look how stingy you are. Why not give your good sister a friendly price? What's our relationship? What relationship? Zhang Han retorted. I'm the best friend of your ex and current girlfriends, so we're good friends. How much did you spend on the food? 1,200. Zhang Han smiled while opening the exquisite packaging. They'll take 2,000 off Mao Bai's appearance fee for you. Isn't that generous? So cheap. As they chatted, the door to the ground floor elevator slowly opened. Shen Qingning, holding onto the wall, painstakingly shuffled her way out. After washing up and getting dressed, her disheveled hair was tied back up, but the flush on her face hadn't yet faded. The marks on her neck and collarbone were particularly conspicuous. Shen Qingning's hands moved from the elevator door frame to the wall, and then to the table, constantly seeking support for her body. Xiao Xiao was stunned, staring intently at the other woman's cautious steps. Her posture. It looked like her legs would split apart if she took a step too big. Xiao Xiao's own legs tightened. Just watching was painful. Case closed. The high heels were Shen Qingning's, matching her usual black stockings and pencil skirt look. She had been robbed of her boyfriend by Lin Yaoyao before, and now she was back to steal the crystal. Xiao Xiao hadn't yet crossed that threshold of womanhood, but she had watched her fair share of adult films. She had only seen such an awkward, pained gait in actresses who had endured a multiple partner shoot. Thinking that one Zhang Han was equivalent to 4 or 5 muscular men, Xiao Xiao found herself looking at him with a newfound sense of awe. A little scary. If it were her with her low pain tolerance, she'd probably drop dead on the spot. No wonder Qiu Xiao agreed to let Lin Yaoyao move in. She was looking for someone to share the firepower. Shen Qingning, having heard the commotion upstairs, immediately got up and came down. Due to her difficulty moving, it took her quite a while to reach the ground floor. She was supposed to be resting in bed, getting a good night's sleep, but she didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Their eyes met, and unspoken words passed between them. Shen Qingning's appearance made Xiao Xiao abandon any thought of asking questions. Even a fool could see that an unimaginable battle had taken place in the villa. What could she even ask? How many times? Or how big Zhang Han was? Gosh, I'm such an innocent baby. Xiao Xiao's little hand reached for her phone, switched it to silent mode, and secretly slid it under the table to take surreptitious photos. A spectator's instinct is to gather evidence first. Shen Qingning finally managed to move to the dining table and sat down in a chair. The moment her skin touched the redwood furniture, she couldn't help but let out a sharp intake of breath. The sound was soft, but it startled Xiao Xiao so much she dropped her phone. She bent down to pick it up, and her gaze happened to land on Shen Qingning's exposed legs. There were bruises on her knees. When Xiao Xiao straightened up again, she got a closer look at the red marks on Shen Qingning's body, and her heart pounded wildly. As a woman herself, she felt a surge of admiration for Shen Qingning. Zhang Han played way too rough. Shen Qingning took the water glass Zhang Han pushed towards her and gulped it down, gradually calming herself. Seeing the unpacked dishes on the table, she spoke first. Xiao Xiao, you don't mind if I join you, right? Huh? Oh, no, not at all. Xiao Xiao snapped back to reality and instinctively replied. Qingning, you should eat a lot. I brought pig liver soup and sea cucumber congee. Let me get you some. Pig liver for replenishing blood, sea cucumber for nourishing the stomach. Both are nourishing foods for women. Shen Qingning forced a smile. Thanks, I'll get it myself. As she spoke, she held onto the table, preparing to stand up and get the ladle. Seeing this, Zhang Han reached out and pressed her shoulder. Stay seated, I'll do it. He picked up a disposable bowl, ladled out a serving of steaming hot sea cucumber congee, and handed it to her. Shen Qingning looked at the warm congee in front of her, and the corners of her mouth trembled with emotion. She took a sip, tasting all of Zhang Han's care and love. All the soreness and pain was worth it. Shen Qingning could no longer hold back her emotions and covered her mouth, sobbing quietly. Xiao Xiao was completely baffled. Why would you cry over a bowl of porridge? Qingning, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just a bit moved. Moved? Xiao Xiao couldn't figure it out. She hadn't even brought the meal specially for her. What was there to be moved about? Then she saw Shen Qingning wipe away the tear stains from her eyes, gazing affectionately at Zhang Han. That look radiated its own light, tender enough to melt ice. Even the word sticky wouldn't suffice, it was thick enough to form clumps. Xiao Xiao finally understood what Shen Qingning meant. She had been moved to tears by Zhang Han's serving of porridge. Was this right? This couldn't be right, damn it. What kind of woman would burst into tears over such a trivial matter? Zhang Han paid no attention to their reactions, helping himself to the food and rice. After prolonged exercise, he had expended a lot of energy and was already hungry. If Xiao Xiao hadn't brought the meal, he would have arranged for a private chef to deliver. He polished off 2 large bowls of white rice before putting down his chopsticks. Let's talk about the collaboration. Xiao Xiao paused, almost forgetting the purpose of her visit. There's nothing much to discuss. Just let Mao Bai go over and sing a couple of songs symbolically. He's popular now and can draw a lot of crowd. Any requirements for the songs? Zhang Han asked. No requirements, just improvise. Alright, I'll have my company team coordinate with you. The business collaboration, which was supposed to be the main topic, was settled in just a few words. Xiao Xiao finally remembered her original intention for coming. She was here to find some excitement. Was there any news more explosive than Shen Qingning stealing the home base? After eating and drinking her fill, Xiao Xiao toured the villa symbolically and sat down on the sofa. She took out her phone and opened the 6-person bestie group chat. Guess where I am? Guess who I've met? Anyone want to know? 3 consecutive questions were sent, but no one responded. Xiao Xiao felt ignored, and the baby was unhappy. So she snapped random photos of Zhang Han's face. Even from a death angle, it couldn't hide his handsomeness. Clicked send. Zhang Han's photo was like bait thrown into the water, instantly luring all the lurking besties out. Qiu Xiao, are you at his house? Lin Yaoyao, why didn't you tell us? Did you have dinner? Lu Ming saw the message and felt a pang of anxiety. Xiao Xiao? Don't do anything reckless, okay? Acknowledge and reply. Xia Yutong had just finished work and thought if Xiao Xiao could go, why couldn't she? Shen Qingning didn't show her face, as she knew that the little clever one would soon be the one in the spotlight. Xiao Xiao typed rapidly on the screen, great. I sent messages and got no response, but as soon as I sent Zhang Han's photo, you all came. You women value looks over loyalty. Qiu Xiao smoothed things over. Oh, I was busy just now and didn't see it. Probably the same for the others. Lin Yaoyao echoed, yes, yes, yes. And the two of them cooperated tacitly. You still haven't answered my question. Guess who I've met? Zhang Han, didn't you just send his photo? Wrong. Completely wrong. Xiao Xiao deliberately teased in the group. It's definitely someone you wouldn't expect. Lin Yaoyao was curious. Could there be another guest in the house? 2 seconds later, 3 new images appeared on everyone's phone screens. The background was still the villa at Yunxi Manor. The subject of the photos had changed from Zhang Han to Shen Qingning. She was wearing a floral long dress, her face flushed, her brows slightly furrowed as she held onto the table corner. The 3 consecutive shots perfectly captured Shen Qingning's movement from the hallway to the dining table. Boom, boom. 2 thunderclaps exploded simultaneously in the minds of Qiu Xiao and Lin Yaoyao far away. This posture. Had Shen Qingning, while they were away, charged over to give herself to her husband? Qiu Xiao, Shen Qingning, come out and explain. Why are you wearing my clothes? The one my husband gave me, I haven't even had the heart to wear. Qiu Xiao, shameless thing. Zhang Han doesn't fancy you, so you're throwing yourself at him, right? Lin Yaoyao, bitch, those are my slippers. Take them off. What kind of skill is it to steal someone while Xiao and I are gone? If you've got guts, don't leave. Did you also use the bedroom at home? Sleep in our room. I Fing. Lin Yaoyao's words were fierce, unleashing astonishing combat power. She was boiling with anger, her head about to explode, finally understanding the fury Shen Qingning had felt before. Lin Yaoyao held traditional values, as she didn't mind Zhang Han having other women around, but Shen Qingning was an exception. And clearly this time her nemesis had come to seduce him on her own initiative, which was very different from Zhang Han actively sleeping with her. Shen Qingning looked at the torrent of curses in the group, took a deep breath, and her expression was unexpectedly calm. The clothes were given to me by Zhang Han. He was afraid I'd catch cold if I was naked. A housekeeper will come later to clean, and the sheets will be replaced. Oh, by the way, Zhang Han likes lipstick. I didn't have any, so I used Yaoyao's. You don't mind, do you? Special thanks to Xiao Xiao for bringing the pork liver soup and sea cucumber porridge. Oh, I feel much better after eating them. The series of remarks revealed dense information. Your clothes were given by Zhang Han, and wearing lipstick was his preference. Dare you blame him? Not only did I sleep in your bed, but I also soiled the sheets. Surprised. Shocked. Lu Ming sat in her office chair, half-slumped, utterly silent. She had the will to fight, but no power to turn the tide. At this point, nothing she said could salvage the situation. Let it all burn. Lin Yaoyao. Well, Xiao Xiao, I never thought you'd be in cahoots with Shen Qingning. You've been hiding it deep. Bringing food and drink. Are you going to offer yourself next? Xiao Xiao was exasperated. I kindly told you the truth, and now you blame me. Qiu Xiao, why would a woman go to someone else's house for no reason? How could it be such a coincidence? Xiao Xiao protested inwardly. She indeed had ulterior motives, but she never expected to run into Shen Qingning. I went to discuss a business collaboration with Zhang Han. For the hotel opening, I wanted to invite Mao Bai to sing. Lin Yaoyao interjected. What the hell does your lousy hotel need singing for? You're clearly making excuses to get close to Zhang Han. The little girl looks clever and cute, but behind the scenes you're as slutty as Shen Qingning. Xiao Xiao. She admitted she had some small thoughts, but it was more out of curiosity. How did she inexplicably get a big hat slapped on her? Shen Qingning paused for a moment, then spoke again. Don't you dare bully Xiao Xiao, she's my good sister. If you have any issues, come at me. You two are really something. Looking out for each other now, huh? Xiao and I aren't afraid. Lin Yaoyao pressed relentlessly. Xiao Xiao was utterly dumbfounded. She couldn't explain, even with a mouth. She shouldn't have gotten involved in this tangled mess. Lin Yaoyao and Qiu Xiao were in a frenzy, trading words back and forth, bombarding the group chat. Together, they sent over 200 messages listing all of Shen Qingning's crimes and criticizing Xiao Xiao in passing. Xia Yutong had been holding her phone wanting to speak, but unsure of her identity. The subtle relationship between her and Zhang Han had gone beyond ordinary friendship, yet it wasn't enough for her to meddle or ask questions. Xiao Xiao couldn't get away tonight. She privately messaged Lin Yaoyao, who replied that she had just boarded the high-speed train. Sister Lu Ming, could you go to the house for me? Lu Ming rejected it without a second thought. She would rather die than get entangled in these crazy women's affairs again. Xiao Xiao had no choice but to place her last hope on Xia Yutong. In the Sherdai Jiguang residential complex, within a sprawling flat, Xia Yutong leaned against the bed in her bedroom, still clad in her mature business attire. She had been clutching her phone motionless in the same posture for over half an hour. The chatter in her group chat with her best friends had finally subsided after Xiao Xiao and Lin Yaoyao had moved their conversation to private messages. Judging by Lin Yaoyao's tone, Xia Yutong deduced that her relationship with Zhang Han might not be a pretense. If it were merely an act for Shen Qingning's benefit, she wouldn't have been so genuinely furious. She had also started calling Xiao Xiao's sister, suggesting the two had reached some secret agreement regarding Zhang Han. They had truly moved in together, living under Zhang Han's roof, in harmonious cohabitation, sharing one man. Adding the persistently entangled Shen Qingning, a complex four-way romantic entanglement had taken shape. As for Xiao Xiao, Xia Yutong dared not even think about her. She was the one who understood Zhang Han's extraordinary worth better than anyone. Others only saw the surface, but she was deeply rooted within Xinyue Media. Under Zhang Han's leadership, the company had smoothly navigated the transition, making powerful strides in both film and music. Mao Bai was rising to prominence, the TV drama Fate of Immortals was enjoying high ratings, and the entire staff's morale had been revitalized. A man like this naturally drew women's attention. While eating in the company cafeteria, Xia Yutong frequently overheard young female employees openly expressing their admiration for him. They made brazen remarks about being willing to give themselves to Chairman Jiang at a moment's notice, or even hoping he would proposition them. More and more people were seeing the brilliance in Zhang Han, a charm that money alone couldn't buy. Just as Xia Yutong was lost in these thoughts, her phone rang with a notification. It was a plea for help from Xiao Xiao, sent on a whim. Yutong, are you busy? Did you see the group chat? I need to ask a huge favor. Can you go check on things at the house? Please. Xia Yutong was taken aback. Now? Yes. Yao Yao and I can't get away, and Zhang Han isn't answering his messages. We're really worried. Xiao Xiao replied quickly, Sister Lu Ming refuses to go, so we're counting on you. Me? Is that appropriate? Xia Yutong asked back. No one is more suitable than you. You know everyone, you work at Zhang Han's company, and you're familiar with the situation on both sides. What am I supposed to do there? Xiao Xiao had her response ready. Just chat with Zhang Han about work and company matters. And most importantly, keep an eye on Xiao Xiao. Don't let Shen Qingning lead her astray. Xia Yutong understood the unspoken implication. Xiao Xiao was worried about Xiao Xiao also ending up in Zhang Han's bed. Without hesitation, she typed her reply with determination. Alright, I'll go. At the villa in Yunxi Shanzhuang, Xiao Xiao was furious. Shen Qingning had, with a few words in the group chat, portrayed her as an accomplice in a secret affair. Not only did she supposedly know his schedule and provide logistical support, but it was also implied she harbored her own desires for the man. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but picture Shen Qingning's image of her being complicit, and a shiver ran down her spine. She snapped back to reality and turned her glare towards the source of the dispute. Shen Qingning, what do you mean by dragging me into this? Dragging you into it? Huh. You've been in the water all along. Xiao Xiao was baffled. Nonsense. There's nothing shameful going on between me and Zhang Han. Shen Qingning sat upright on the sofa, her posture rigid. Do you even believe that yourself? I may not like Lin Yaoyao, but she made a valid point. Did the hotel opening really require you to specifically request Mao Bai to sing? That was just your excuse. Xiao Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment at being exposed. I like his music. Is it wrong to use a work event as an excuse to see my idol? Shen Qingning smiled. Fine, I won't argue with you. Whatever you say. She spoke with an airy indifference, her expression calm and composed. But this only made Xiao Xiao angrier. Especially that last line, whatever you say. It was the classic passive-aggressive remark of a manipulative woman, and it left her feeling deeply unsettled. Xiao Xiao slapped the sofa in frustration. Fine. I originally just wanted to watch the drama and stir the pot. But you all insist on accusing me. Zhang Han, I've changed my mind. Forget Mao Bai. I want you to come sing at the opening. Zhang Han's phone was charging in the bedroom, so he missed the calls from Xiao Xiao and Lin Yaoyao. He was unaware of the fierce argument in the group chat, but he could piece together the gist from the conversation happening in front of him. Xiao Xiao had certainly spread the news of Shen Qingning's arrival, causing displeasure among his two girlfriends. The anger had also spilled over onto Xiao Xiao, who was merely watching. Zhang Han picked up the freshly brewed Biluakun tea from the coffee table and took a couple of sips. Let the women argue all they wanted, he remained as steady as a mountain. His scumbag persona was solidly established, so there was no risk of it collapsing. He wouldn't initiate, he wouldn't refuse, and while he couldn't offer a formal commitment, he was still responsible in his own way. Jiang Han set down his cup and responded to Xiao Xiao's invitation. "In the company, boss, I generally don't do commercial performances. They'll pay you more. I may not be perfect, but I'm not short on money." Jiang Han shook his head with a roguish grin, his mischievous demeanor captivating Shen Qingning. In the past, she had found him dull and boring. But now look at him. So humorous. So charming. Xiao Xiao was getting anxious. Why was everyone conspiring against her today? "Then name your price." She knew she couldn't convince Jiang Han with money alone, so she decided to let him state his terms. Jiang Han paused, pretending to think. After a moment, he spoke again. "In the future, when your family business has any needs, if possible, try to cooperate more with Xingyue Media." Xiao Xiao was stunned. Such a vague verbal promise wasn't really a condition at all. She was well aware of Xingyue Media's capabilities in the industry, so this wasn't a disadvantage from a business perspective. "No problem, I agree. And also," Jiang Han continued, "you'll sing a duet with me on stage." "Me? Sing with you at my own hotel's opening event? That's it? How is that a condition?" Xiao Xiao couldn't believe her ears. Her mind raced, processing this information and conjuring up over a dozen different possibilities. 3 minutes later, Xiao Xiao's conclusion blurted out of her mouth. "Are you trying to seduce me?" Cough. Cough. Jiang Han nearly choked on his tea. What a blunt statement. This girl was definitely not playing by the rules. He felt a sense of shame, as if his hidden intentions had been seen through. It was mainly about the first condition, the long-term cooperation. The last part was just a joke Jiang Han tried to cover up. Xiao Xiao's expression was a whirlwind of emotions, shifting through several different reactions in a short span of time. There was shock, disappointment, and a sly, mischievous smile. She was startled by her own audacity in blurting out her inner thoughts. She had actually asked her friend's boyfriend directly if he was trying to seduce her. Luckily, Jiang Han had tactfully steered the conversation away. However, he hadn't really confirmed or denied it. The smile that finally settled on Xiao Xiao's face was because she had conceived a plan to escalate the drama. "Since my friends think I'm up to something, I'll give them a show. I'll sing with you, but only if you write a love song for the two of us."